My name is Kyle Water, and I'm currently in Manhattan, New York. This place is the most densely populated area among the 5 boroughs of New York City, with a bunch of famous companies clustered here. It's also the richest district in New York. Right now, I'm in the office when Alice, the stunning blonde with beautiful blue eyes, walks in. "Mr. Water, here's our quarterly plan. Take a look," she says, dropping a pile of documents on the table. The old butler, Gasco Vallon, dressed in his butler uniform, is quietly polishing a vase. He glances at the documents and then goes back to his own work. I helplessly speak up. "Alice, I've told you so many times, just call me Kyle." Calling me that makes me feel like an old man. Why are there so many documents again? I turn my head back from looking out the window, my face expressing sheer agony as I sigh at the pile of documents on the desk. My golden eyes are filled with helplessness. I can't refuse it. I irritably run my fingers through my slightly messy black hair and start to read the documents. This is already the 7th document I've dealt with today. I feel like I'm about to explode, truly a document processing martyr. Alice, however, seems quite excited as she starts reporting on the work progress. "Well, it can't be helped. You just took over the company, and your ideas are absolutely brilliant. The PR department was applauding after seeing them, and the samples you brought. Initially, she looked down on me, this 15-year-old little boss, but after I solved a few problems she couldn't handle, she immediately worshipped me as a prodigy. The turnaround was more thrilling than a roller coaster. I really couldn't stand her workaholic energy anymore, so I gave a glance to the old butler. He immediately understood and interrupted Alice, saying, "Miss Alice, the young master has a dinner to attend shortly. Please come with me." Then he took her away. Finally, it's quiet, and I can think about my own matters. Speaking of which, I'm a time traveler, having crossed over into a newborn baby. Initially, I thought I could make a fortune with my knowledge that far exceeds this era by 20 years. However, at the age of 4, while visiting a World War II museum with the old butler and seeing the Captain America statue, I realized I had crossed into the Marvel universe. Later, I did some research and found out this is the movie universe, which has a relatively manageable difficulty level. Just when I figured everything out, the essential cheat for time travelers, the hero creation system, was activated. "System, open the panel," I shouted in my mind, and immediately a sci-fi blue holographic screen appeared in front of me. Host, Kyle Water. Ability, none. Owned territory, Water International Company. Owned items, formula for crystal #7. Points, 95. Extraction opportunities, 0. Current task, establish a new company, which will yield a reward that matches the theme. Ultimate task. This system allows me to use points to extract hero items, which could be equipment that turns people into heroes, methods to unlock human potential and turn ordinary people into superpowered individuals, or technology from tech-based heroes. But gathering points is tough. It took me 15 years to accumulate this little. However, I'm quite satisfied with the crystal number 7 I received. It can help ordinary people become superpowered individuals. It dissolves in the body in a few minutes, enhancing genes and boosting the physical attributes of the host by 10 to 30 times, while also activating hidden special abilities, although the mortality rate is somewhat high. Moreover, I have exclusive control over these heroes, allowing me to nullify their abilities so I won't have to worry about them turning against me. System, when will the ultimate task be issued? I asked, feeling a bit anxious. The cold electronic voice of the system echoed in my ears. "Please remain calm, host." Fine, I'll put that aside for now. Ensuring my safety is the priority. The difficulty of this movie universe doesn't seem high, but there could be hidden dangers ahead. Losing both of my parents has given me a chance to operate freely. I have no feelings for my parents who entered a marriage of convenience. They rarely come home, and I'm usually accompanied by the old butler, who has helped me take over the company. This company was left to me by my father, but it also comes with a lot of troubles, like those shareholders eyeing my shares that I need to deal with. My cheap mother is just a tool for family alliances, having at least 3 men supporting her. My father is even more outrageous, with enough to hold a model show. This storyline is so cliché, it could be extracted into a 3-room apartment. I glanced at the quarterly plan and simply tossed it aside. This thing might seem okay in the eyes of people in this era, but to me, it's an outdated item. Young people prefer fresh things, and these unchanging advertising slogans are downright nauseating. Water Company was originally developing a special effects stomach medicine, but I disbanded the project team to develop crystal number 7 instead. I need to find a way to pull the company out of its losses before I can proceed with the next steps. I don't want to be led by the plot, ending up dead under Thanos' snap. I need to change the storyline, and I have a rough idea in my mind. Speaking of which, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver should still be wandering around. I suddenly stood up from my chair, looking out at the bright sky. Just as I thought of Thanos, I remembered those two. If Quicksilver hadn't died in Sokovia, he would definitely be a powerful asset. Perhaps Thanos wouldn't even get the Infinity Stones. If the storyline is correct, they should still be wandering in Sokovia at this time, I pondered. To earn points, there are two methods. One is to directly buy them with money, $1 billion for 1,000 points, which is one extraction opportunity. The other is to interfere with the world to collect points, but I've only managed to accumulate one opportunity over 15 years. Right now, the fastest way to enhance my strength is through the system's extraction. If I happen to draw high-level technological techniques or equipment, I could directly take off. But the problem is, Water Company's market value is only over $10 billion. Asking me to take out $1 billion in cash is practically asking for my life. It's harder than climbing to the sky. I was sitting in my office chair, frantically calculating how to make money quickly, hoping for a few more chances to draw from the prize pool. After all, drawing a prize is like opening a blind box. You never know when you might hit it big overnight. Just then, the old butler, Gasco, suddenly pushed the door open and said to me, "Young master, Miss Alice has left. We should prepare as well." His words abruptly interrupted my train of thought, like a roller coaster suddenly slamming to a stop. I glanced at the schedule on my desk and realized with a start that today is a big day. I quickly grabbed my coat and rushed out. As I walked down the spacious corridor, I turned to Gasco and asked, "Are you ready?" After all, he is the first human to undergo the crystal number 7 implantation. This old butler is no ordinary man. He participated in the Battle of the Bulge and the Kasserine Pass, truly a veteran. At nearly 70 years old, he is still in great shape. Just this morning, I saw him practicing military boxing in the estate. He truly embodies the saying, "Old ginger is spicier," with a physical fitness that makes young people envious. Gasco paused for a moment, then said firmly, "Young master, since I learned about this miraculous thing you have, I've been ready." He hasn't married or had children due to post-war psychological issues. Having worked at the water estate for 30 years, he treats this place as his own home and me as his own child. However, he also knows that he's getting older and his health is declining. After hearing my plan, he voluntarily offered to undergo the crystal number 7 implantation. I felt a pang in my heart. This crystal number 7 is no joke, and if things go wrong, it could be fatal. I emphasized multiple times that it's dangerous, but he remains resolute about trying it. I sighed and said, "Well then, let's go." With a ding, the elevator stopped. Gasco and I stepped out onto the 28th floor, arriving at the crystal number 7 research lab. Initially, this lab was supposed to be built 50 meters underground, but after calculation, I realized it would take a long time to construct, so I decided to set it up here first. Once the underground research facility is completed, we can move everything over and turn this place into a cosmetics research lab to throw people off the scent, claiming we're just into beauty products. Who would suspect we're tinkering with super crystals here? As soon as the lab director saw me enter, he immediately put down his work and came over to guide us. I've employed quite a few tricks to ensure this talent focuses on research for me. After all, our relationship is merely one of employment. I can't guarantee that some rogue won't leak information about the crystal number 7, so necessary precautions must be in place, though they don't know that. After following the director to the containment room, I looked at the fist-sized crystal number 7 and winced in pain. Just this small piece. Who knows how many resources it cost me? I've sold almost all my luxury cars, leaving only a $100,000 vehicle for transportation. It truly feels like digging and digging until I go bankrupt. I waved my hand, instructing the director to take Gasco to prepare for implantation while I stayed behind to continue studying the crystal number 7. This thing has an irregular shape, resembling a sphere, with gray patterns all over it and purple glow flickering along the lines. like a mysterious alien treasure. If a piece measuring 5 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide is implanted, the host will begin to react and might even evolve into a superpowered individual. However, the usable quantity of this fist-sized crystal is limited, and the high mortality rate makes me hesitant to use it recklessly. I've already sent my subordinates to find those with a strong will, gratitude, no bad habits, and ideally some weaknesses I can exploit for implantation. As I stared at the crystal, a sudden idea struck me, a way to make money. In my previous life, there was a show where water company made over $1,000 billion just from superhero IPs. Our company has the same name. I believe I can do it too. Who knows, I might even form a Superboy band to compete with the Avengers. Just imagining that scene gives me chills. While I was happily plotting my money-making scheme, the director returned, now dressed in a yellow isolation suit, and said, "Boss, the implantation work is ready. Please move to the specially reinforced glass behind to observe." I followed the director to the designated position and saw an area completely surrounded by special reinforced glass, with a device about 3 meters tall inside. Just looking at its exterior gave me the creeps. It looked like something out of a sci-fi movie. I casually asked, "How much did this equipment cost me?" The director clearly panicked for a moment and quickly changed the subject. "It's all good. Let's focus on the implantation work first." I thought to myself, this guy must have something to hide. This thing definitely wasn't cheap. I'm notorious for being obsessed with money. He previously saw me lounging on piles of cash dreaming. The implantation chamber has a layer of titanium alloy on the outside and is made of polymer materials inside, not to mention the precision equipment within. I gave the director "I'm serious" look and said, "Make sure to organize the expenses from your lab and send them to my office afterward." Then I turned to look inside the chamber. Gasco was already down to his underwear. A few researchers in white coats were busy adjusting the machines. If the crystal number 7 implantation fails, the side effects could be severe. A voice came from inside. "Test subject 087 is ready, requesting to begin implantation." I replied, "Go ahead." As the silver-white chamber slowly opened, my heart tightened. The first superhero might just be born today. This 087 is Gasco's code name. The previous 86 test subjects were animals, but unfortunately, they all perished during gene induction. The crystals used for animals were only the size of half a fingernail, as their physical development can't be compared to that of humans. The director said to me, "Boss, the scene that follows might be a bit frightening. Please prepare yourself mentally." After saying that, he pressed the button on the remote control. To be honest, after conducting research for so long, the director had never seen such a domineering energy structure. It was like forcibly replacing old genes with new ones. And these new genes were more advanced and powerful, capable of bringing humans into the realm of superpowers. In the room, the silver-white chamber enveloped Gasco. An anesthetic gas gradually dulled his consciousness. Next, a precision surgical knife made an incision in his chest, and a long strip of crystal number 7 was implanted inside. Then, mechanical arms began to suture the wound. Seconds ticked by, and I stayed right there. The director glanced at his watch and quietly said, "Boss, you can open the implantation chamber now." I didn't speak but nodded. The director received the signal and pressed the remote control, and the cover of the implantation chamber slowly opened. Whoosh! The moment the chamber opened, my heavy breathing echoed in the room, and the white mist surged around like a wild horse out of control. Did it succeed? I dashed to the glass front, clenching my fists tightly, my eyes fixed inside. If Gasco didn't make it, all my plans would hit the pause button. Only when a superpowered hero who could survive the implantation of the crystal appeared could I unleash my ambitions. With the limited strength I have now, trying to implement major reforms at Water Company would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. A pack of shareholders are like hungry wolves watching me closely. Familiar feeling, and even stronger. As Gasco's deep voice resonated, everyone present seemed to be injected with adrenaline, buzzing with excitement. I relaxed my tense fists, a smile creeping onto my face. With Gasco's combat potential, even without any special abilities, the boost in physical strength alone would allow him to accomplish a lot. Oh my God! Subject 087, you actually made it. The director rushed into the room, almost tearing his hair out as he examined Gasco, filled with envy as he looked at the evolved human body. This director is no fool. He knows that entering this lab ties him to Water Company, and he understands the consequences of betrayal all too well. He detected the methods I used through the magnetic core resonance equipment, but he has no intention of breaking free. After coming into contact with something as miraculous as Crystal Number 7, he also desires evolution and the powerful strength that comes with it. He knows that to get his hands on this crystal, he has to earn enough merit from me. If he were to attempt a secret implantation, he wouldn't last a second. My contingency plans could take care of him in an instant, and his family would also suffer my revenge. Good. Now we can confidently get rid of those troublesome old geezers, I thought, feeling a rush of excitement. Those shareholders in the company have not given me a moment's peace since I took office, even banding together against me. The most troublesome part is that each of those old geezers has over 10 elite bodyguards around them. Ordinary assassins can't even get close. I also can't go too far, as they are nominally my uncles. Gasco, how are you feeling? I used my fingerprint to unlock the door and stepped inside, eager to see how Gasco would perform. Seeing me enter, Gasco immediately approached, revealing his full figure to me. His previously gaunt muscles were now bulging, clearly containing immense power, and his head of white hair had turned black, with all his scars vanished without a trace. Absolutely fantastic, young master. I feel like I could punch someone to pieces. Gasco stood there, unabashedly naked, and gave me a formal military salute, his big pecs flexing slightly. I stepped closer and squeezed the muscles on Gasco's arm. They felt as hard as tempered steel. Ryan, take Uncle Gasco for a test to see how strong the evolution from the crystal is. I instructed the director behind me before leaving. The crystal implantation was successful, and although it seemed Gasco didn't awaken any superpowers, the physical enhancement alone, combined with his original skills, made me think he was not inferior to those two agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. Even though he hasn't fought in years, after some training, he would definitely be able to regain his former level. Back in my top-floor office, I pulled open the drawer and took out a list filled with names of shareholders who needed to be cleaned out. My father left me with 53% of the shares, giving me relative control, but those old geezers could still choke me in certain matters. After all, I'm still young. If it weren't for Gasco's help, I might have even questioned whether I could sit in this position. A bunch of useless old fools, taking the most money while doing nothing, just knowing how to waste it outside. You better hand over your shares nicely, I sneered. None of the 7 people on the list still maintained the original entrepreneurial spirit. They might have done well in the past, but now, humph. From the moment they tried to target me, there was no turning back. If it weren't for the years we've spent together, I would just give them some money to step down. Those who didn't act or were bystanders wouldn't be an issue. I would reclaim the shares from them in a normal manner. Reclaim all those people's shares, and my stake will reach 75%, giving me absolute control. Once I achieve absolute control, I can put the water company's affairs on hold and let it continue its pharmaceutical research. I plan to establish a new biotechnology company, specifically for nurturing superpowered individuals created from crystals. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the office door. I pressed a list underneath some documents and called, "Come in. Boss, here are the test results for Subject 087, along with the expense report from the lab." Ryan walked in holding 2 documents. The company's equipment was too rudimentary, and there weren't many tests available, so they finished quickly. After looking at the data, Ryan was utterly astonished and immediately ran over to me. Strength and speed. Just looking at these 2 measurements made my eyes light up. The strength test reached 7,500 pounds, and the 100-meter dash was completed in 3.7 seconds. Of course, that was the sprint speed. The average speed would be slower, but these numbers were still impressive. For the others, Ryan would need to find time to measure, like bone density and blood tests. Boss, Subject 087 has also gained a special ability, similar to bullet time in movies. Seeing the satisfied expression on my face, Ryan dropped another bombshell. I immediately became agitated, standing up from my chair and quickly asking, "Is it really bullet time? How effective is it? How long can it last?" This is an incredibly powerful ability. It's no exaggeration to say that even Captain America would find it challenging against Gasco. In a fully energized state, Gasco can maintain it for 5 minutes, but using it depletes his energy quickly, so he needs to replenish it afterward, Ryan reported promptly. Gasco was still in the lab, replenishing his energy, still recovering from the experience. I revealed a satisfied expression, picked up the list from the documents, and handed it to Ryan, saying, "Tell Gasco to take care of everyone on this list tonight. Remember to stage the scene to make it look like an accidental death." The next day, the atmosphere at the water company shareholders meeting was tense, like a pressure cooker about to explode. The shareholders present looked like drooping eggplants, trembling in fear and not daring to make a sound, with cold sweat pouring down their foreheads as if it were free. They glanced at the 7 empty chairs, and their fear escalated several notches. After all, they had worked together for many years and knew exactly what those shareholders had done, and they were all aware of what happened last night. In just one night, the 7 shareholders either died in a car crash or were shot in an accident. If anyone believed that there was no foul play, they would be lying. At this moment, I strolled in leisurely, smiling as I greeted them. "Well, good morning, everyone. How did you sleep last night?" It seemed these people weren't completely out of their wits. I thought I would have to confront them this morning, but seeing their reactions made that unnecessary. Just then, an elderly man leaning on a cane stood up. He was West, one of the company's veterans, over 60 years old. He spoke earnestly. "Kyle, we're not with noise. You know we're older now. We just want to quietly earn our money without getting involved in your affairs." Noise had led the charge against me recently, trying to monopolize the company. He was quite the office schemer. I calmly sat in my chair and replied, "Dear Uncle West, I certainly know what you all are thinking. Otherwise, do you think you could sit here today? What do you think you're relying on?" These people hadn't participated in pressuring me or scheming behind my back. Otherwise, I would have had Gasco deal with them long ago. After all, West held 10% of water company shares. Upon hearing my words, West closed his eyes and said lightly, "Since you have plans, go ahead and do them. I have no objections." He had a happy family and didn't dare take such a big risk. I laid down 7 documents on the table. These were the stock transfer contracts of those individuals, legally transferring their shares to me. I looked at the remaining shareholders and asked, "What about you?" Immediately, the shareholders chimed in like they had coordinated beforehand. "We definitely have no objections." Yes, young Master Kyle. Feel free. We absolutely won't interfere. As long as you give the order, we'll cooperate without a second thought." They were joking. This was a matter related to their lives and fortunes. They had worked hard for most of their lives and finally wanted to enjoy some peace, not wanting to fall just like that. Moreover, the fact that I could deal with those few meant that even at 15, I was not to be trifled with. Seeing them all pledge their loyalty, I didn't push for total extermination. I smiled and said, "That's more like it. Let's all continue to work hard and strive to make water companies surpass Stark Industries." After the meeting, Gasco entered the conference room and said with some concern, "Young Master, shouldn't we keep an eye on these people?" He had been outside as a guard and heard the meeting's content, fearing that these shareholders were just pretending to agree while secretly plotting something. I waved my hand and said, "It's fine. Some people are more useful alive than dead. Keeping them around might expose water company to risks, but if the experiments went wrong, someone had to take the blame, so I would use them as scapegoats." Suddenly, I remembered something and told Gasco, "By the way, there's a DP deal at New York Harbor tonight. Go test your skills and destroy the DP." It was a perfect opportunity to test Gasco's strength and see if he could take on 100 armed enemies. Gasco nodded and said, "Okay, leave it to me." He had just received the battle suit that the tech department had been working on overnight and originally wanted to ask me to test it against criminals. Now that I brought it up, it was like we were in sync. I covered my mouth and yawned, saying, "I'll take my leave now. I didn't sleep well this morning and still have to inspect other departments." After bidding farewell to Gasco, I went off to inspect various departments. Currently, what Water Group was researching included a special effects stomach medicine and a cosmetic lotion. I knew how profitable this thing was. As long as it worked well, women would go crazy buying it. This formula was actually the initial gift the system had given me, with the maximum effect being skin whitening and delaying aging. When I arrived at the Crystal No. 7 Development Department, the director, Ryan, saw I was there through the surveillance and immediately put down his work to come over. The stability of crystal number 7 was excellent. Unless intentionally damaged, it was no different from ordinary crystal. I called Ryan over and said, "Ryan, I have something to ask you." I felt that there was a serious shortage of manpower in the company. Ryan looked puzzled. He had initially wanted to show me the new discoveries regarding crystal number 7, but was now pulled into the corridor. Seeing my serious expression, he thought it must be something significant. I briefly explained the company's need to develop new projects and a manpower shortage, saying, "Do you have any seniors or juniors you could recommend to the company? You graduated from Oxford, so you must have connections." I had invested a lot to recruit him, but his abilities had indeed not disappointed me. Ryan thought for a moment and said, "To be honest, I have a few friends who are dissatisfied with their current jobs and are quite capable. They complained to me recently about not understanding the workplace's unspoken rules and being suppressed by the management. If your conditions are right, I'm confident I can bring them to Water Company." Hearing this, I smiled and said, "Great, you can handle this. As long as they have the ability, the company will take them all. You can coordinate with Alice later." After saying that, I left the development department, preparing to register the subsidiary. I had already thought of a name: Umbrella Corporation. My name is Kyle, and I definitely can't overlook this 2,000 square meter expanse of water estate. I'm currently in the process of transforming it, although the progress is a bit slow. According to my design, this space will eventually be where we store valuable items, such as the highly advanced human enhancement serum for the new plan. This serum is set to be the first task I hand over to Umbrella Corporation. With it, I'll be able to infiltrate the military system. Later on, any magical items or technological artifacts I draw from the system can also be stored here. But that's all in the future. Right now, I'm broke, truly a poor fool. "I didn't expect you to be here so soon," I said as I returned to the estate and saw Gasco diligently working out in the courtyard, a bit surprised. He should have been adjusting the battle suit. After inspecting 2 departments, I rushed back to the estate to prepare for my lessons. Yes, due to my special status, I have private tutors. The tech department's guys threw the box containing the battle suit at me and sent me back. "Do you want to take a look?" Gasco said helplessly, wiping the sweat from his brow. He hadn't looked at the battle suit on his own, planning to wait for me to return so we could check it out together. Perfect timing. "I want to see what the tech department has come up with for the battle suit," I replied, following Gasco into the house. On the table in the hall lay a silver-white briefcase. Gasco placed the case flat and unlocked it with his fingerprint. "This level of quality, it's just pathetic," I exclaimed sarcastically as I looked at the helmet and battle suit inside the box. Rubbing my hands together, I took them out and laid them on the sofa. The suit was entirely black, made from a special light-absorbing material that would blend into darkness at night. Red, thread-like stripes spread down from the left shoulder, forming the number 087 on the back and converging at the right shoulder. The design really didn't match my aesthetic. It was far too dull, only comparable to the Hulk shorts. "I think it looks pretty good. It's convenient for nighttime operations, and the tech department said it can even withstand handgun bullets," Gasco said, stroking his chin with a satisfied expression. He felt the suit was perfect for him. During nighttime missions, he'd hardly be detected. He was even contemplating whether to learn some assassination techniques to enjoy being a killer occasionally. Let's put the battle suit aside for now. How did the crystal implantation feel? Did it hurt? I asked, losing interest in the battle suit, instead curious about the crystal number 7 implantation. I was still considering whether I should undergo it myself. I felt just like an ordinary person now, and it was bothering me. Hurt? Not really. I felt a bit hazy, just incredibly sleepy, Gasco recalled, stating that he didn't feel uncomfortable at all, and Ryan's post-implantation check showed no issues. Sleepy? I was a bit confused. Ryan had told me that the experimental animals screamed in pain after implantation, struggling for 10 minutes to half an hour before their bodies exploded. Yes, sleepy. It was like not sleeping for days. I could fall asleep as soon as I closed my eyes. I was almost at my limit, so I remembered your instructions and broke my left arm's bone to push through the pain, Gasco described, saying that after the crystal implantation, his consciousness seemed to enter another level where awareness had a physical form. After hearing his account, I immediately dismissed the idea of implanting the crystal myself. If I couldn't endure it, I could be in serious trouble. For the sake of my life, I wouldn't take the risk. If worst came to worst, I could just wait to draw some magical items or technology for personal use. Ahem, I understand now. You should prepare for tonight's operation. I got the weapons ready for you. All from Stark Industries, top-notch quality, I said to Gasco after thinking it through. These items have been prepared in advance, just waiting for him to use. There were still several months until the proud Tony Stark went missing in Afghanistan, and at this time, he was still in the arms business. I wouldn't settle for cheap weapons. If the quality was poor, using them for Gasco would likely result in a quick breakdown. So, I had bought an entire set of Stark military gear, equipping him with lightweight combat weapons and preparing 10,000 rounds of ammunition, enough to last him a while. Time flew by, and before I knew it, it was 9 o'clock at night, and the crime-ridden city of New York began to reveal its true face. Gasco, you have a miniature camera installed on your shoulder. Perform well tonight. I want to see your skills, I said, noting that after his enhancement, Gasco had grown to 1.9 meters tall, while I hadn't fully developed yet, and was only 1.7 meters. I couldn't reach his shoulder, so I could only pat his arm to give him a few words of encouragement. I hadn't participated in the affair with the shareholders last night. He had done it all himself. But tonight, with 2 gang deals happening, there wouldn't be as many concerns, and I could finally observe his abilities. Got it, young master. Watch me perform tonight. Gasco replied, fully armed with 2 rifles on his back, a pistol strapped to his thigh, and a short knife hanging on his calf. He was immensely satisfied with his current self. Carrying all this gear previously would have been a burden, but now he felt nothing at all. His goggles had multiple functions, including communication and infrared detection, allowing him to see clearly at night. After confirming his position, he drove off in my only vehicle from the garage, really looking forward to it. I thought as Gasco left. I sat back in my chair, watching the footage on my laptop, filled with anticipation. In the eastern part of New York Harbor, it was unusually quiet, even at night, with not a single patrol in sight, so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Why was that? It turned out that the infamous Viper Gang was conducting a transaction here, having paid off the patrols to ensure that no one could interfere. Boss, why did we choose this place for the transaction? About 50 members of the Viper Gang were gathered, with a table set up in front and 2 chairs. One of the chairs was occupied by a burly man in a black suit, cigar in mouth. Billy, the leader of the Viper Gang. He had to oversee this transaction personally tonight. There are plenty of containers here. It's like a big maze. If we need to, we can hide and escape. Plus, it's far from the police. The location couldn't be more suitable, Billy replied, glancing at his underlings with irritation. He couldn't understand why his men were so clueless about something so simple. Besides, he had secured this place tightly. Neither the DP nor the money would slip out of his grasp. About 15 minutes later, a convoy of 8 standard Ford Explorers arrived, their bright headlights blinding everyone present, causing them to squint. Oh, dear Mr. Billy, let's celebrate tonight's transaction. The leader stepped out with his crew and greeted Billy before taking a seat opposite him. The underlings on both sides acted in unison, each sending 10 people to stand guard around the perimeter. The transaction was about to begin, and Billy was getting impatient as he didn't have much DP left. Outside the dock, a modified black Lexus was parked, and Gasco sat in the driver's seat, clearly observing the gathering of both parties. Master, I'm ready to move. Switching the communicator to receive mode now, Gasco said as he prepared his gear and adjusted the communicator. He opened the car door and dashed into the darkness. Initially, he had intended to confront them head-on, but seeing the large number of vehicles, he quickly abandoned that idea. He couldn't take on over 100 people alone. I chuckled to myself back at the estate. To be honest, the scale of this operation surprised me. I had thought it was just a small deal, but it turned out to be a big fish. The night grew darker, and the moon was obscured by clouds. There are 7 guards at the front, 3 lookouts. Let's take out the ones on high first, Gasco said, using infrared detection to locate the guards. He grabbed his sniper rifle and took out an enemy perched above with a single shot, slipping into the shadows. He switched from frontal assault to stealthy assassination, attaching suppressors to all his firearms. Next, let's deal with the 3 lookouts. Gasco pressed a button on his goggles, transforming the blue control panel into red, revealing 3 white human figures. These goggles were specially made and had numerous functions. I plan to seek out that Tony Stark later. His research capabilities were impressive, and I'd likely need his help with some auxiliary tools I envisioned. After all, in the Marvel Universe, highly intelligent individuals either had mutated genes, were playing with advanced technology, or had become sorcerers. They all had their quirks. Gasco secured the sniper rifle on his back, drew his handgun, and rolled behind a shipping container, aiming at the 3 lookouts. Fine. Even with the suppressor, the gunfire sounded like little firecrackers, but no one noticed. About 60 meters to the right, behind a stack of containers, 6 armed gang members were smoking and chatting. Gasco pulled out his short knife and blended into the darkness, stealthily approaching. After crossing several containers, he found himself close to the 6 men, his gaze icy as he watched them. In a flash, he lunged forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Like a cheetah hunting its prey, his short knife swiftly pierced one man's throat, blood spraying out as he deftly dodged away. Seizing the moment while the remaining 5 were still in shock, he slashed another's throat. It wasn't until 2 of their companions fell that the remaining 4 panicked, scrambling for their weapons and trying to yell a warning. But Gasco wouldn't give them that chance. With a high side kick, he knocked one down, swiftly drew his handgun, used his foot to chamber a round, and pulled the trigger 3 times. 3 flashes of fire lit up the night, and all 6 were down in just 15 seconds. Gasco, this kind of operation could be done by someone with training. I want to see your true strength, I communicated through the earpiece. I figured that if Natasha or Hawkeye were here, they could probably take these guys out just as quickly. What I wanted to see was Gasco's true power after his evolution with Crystal number 7. As you wish, Master. Gasco removed the suppressor from his handgun and fired another shot at the stunned man he had kicked down. Since I wanted to see his abilities, he didn't hold back, charging in openly. He realized that these men, aside from being armed, were no different from ordinary people. They might be physically stronger, but without special training, they were no match for him. Oh no, something's wrong. After removing the suppressor, the gunfire was loud enough to be heard by both parties engaged in the transaction. Soon, both leaders recognized that something was amiss, grabbing their respective briefcases and preparing to flee, abandoning any negotiation. Doll, take your men and let's get out of here, Billy said, his face darkening. He couldn't understand how the transaction spot was compromised. Did they have a mole in the gang? The other party was even worse off. 2 grenades flew in from nowhere, landing right in the middle of the crowd. Boom! The sound of the grenade exploding was like thunder, the fireball and shockwave knocking everyone to the ground. Those who were closer were blown to bits, meeting their end instantly. Damn it, who did this? The leader, Fagani, clutched his bleeding head, his face contorted in pain, as fragments from the explosion cut open his forehead, blood smearing the left side of his face. They had thought this would be a routine black market transaction, but just as they were about to make their move, someone had disrupted their plans. While they were searching for the attacker, Billy's group was also in trouble. They tried to flee the scene, but a steel door from a shipping container came flying in from a distance, slicing through one of their vehicles. Shit, we're under attack, Billy shouted in panic. He had just been about to enter that vehicle when the explosion drew his attention away. Looking in the direction for which the door had come, he saw a figure clad in black combat gear standing atop of a blue container. It was clear this was the mastermind behind the disruption of their transaction. Master, please watch closely, Gasco said calmly. Then like a superhero, he leaped across the containers, evading gunfire. Bullets ricocheted off the containers beneath him, making a cacophony of sound, but not a single round found its mark. He alternated, drawing his handguns from his thighs, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the gang members below, each shot claiming a life. Even from over 10 meters away, his enhanced accuracy allowed him to lock onto his targets with deadly precision. Fagani, hurry up and help. Do you want to die here? Billy yelled at Fagani, who was tending to his wounds. The gash from shrapnel was severe, and he was afraid of infection if he didn't get it bandaged quickly. Hearing Billy shout, he turned to look at the wrecked convoy, his expression hardening. With their means of transport destroyed, and not knowing who had attacked them, teaming up with Billy was now their only option. You lot, take some men to help Billy deal with that attacker. I want him dead. Fagani ordered the remaining gang members as he grabbed a shotgun and followed behind. The grenades had cost them over 10 men, but as a gang leader who had seen his fair share of conflicts, he still had some fighting spirit left. With more enemies joining the fray, Gasco's speed noticeably slowed. Even though he was enhanced, facing dozens of guns was still a daunting task. "Gasco, use your ability," I instructed urgently from the estate, watching through the cameras. The battlesuit's bulletproof features were impressive, but it couldn't withstand such a barrage. While a few scatter bullets could be blocked, this concentrated fire was a different story. "Understood, Master." Gasco leaped down, slowly closing his eyes. When he opened them again, the world appeared different to him. His heart raced, his brain operated at lightning speed, adrenaline surged through him, and his body's energy consumption skyrocketed. To him, the bullets flying through the air were moving as slowly as snails, and he could easily dodge them. This feels even better than in the lab. Gasco reveled in the new perspective, holstering his handgun and drawing 2 short knives instead. This ability was best utilized in close combat. He effortlessly evaded the bullets as he charged toward the gang members, aiming his knives at their throats and hearts. A single stab or slash to these areas was almost guaranteed to be fatal. "So this is the effect of bullet time," I thought, resting my chin on my hands, my face slightly pale. After all, this was the first time I had witnessed killing so closely and so clearly, and it made me feel nauseous. However, after a moment, that feeling began to fade. In the video feed, Gasco moved fluidly, dodging bullets with precision and dispatching several enemies. Each flash of the knives signaled the end of a life. No need to watch anymore, I decided, closing my laptop. I already knew the outcome. Watching further would just waste time. Seeing Gasco's capabilities made me want to create a few more superpowered individuals. The steel doors of the container, ordinary people couldn't open them without tools, were easily torn apart by Gasco. With a simple tug, he snapped the iron chains and pulled the door off its hinges. The special effects stomach medicine is entering the production phase. Umbrella Corporation should be able to apply for it tomorrow. It's time to get busy, I thought. Right now, making money was my top priority. The main storyline hadn't started yet, and the efficiency of gaining points was pitifully low. I needed $1 billion to exchange for 1 extraction opportunity. I was betting on the special effect stomach medicine, which was developed to address the increasing number of gastro patients due to modern life's chaos. It contained a small amount of energy emitted by crystal number 7, and its effectiveness was outstanding. Once it was fine-tuned and deemed safe, Water Company would be ready to sell the special effects stomach medicine. Even if this project fell through, I still had the beauty lotion as a backup. If it worked well, female customers would go on a spending spree. "Master, I've handled everything here and am on my way back to the estate." Gasco's voice came through the earpiece, just as I was contemplating my money-making plans. He had already taken care of the gang members. I checked my watch. It had only been 5 minutes. This speed was beyond my expectations. With the special energy rods he carried, using bullet time allowed him to regain energy quickly, so I didn't need to worry too much. When Gasco returned to the estate, the night was already deep. After a brief chat with him, I headed to my room to sleep. After all, I was only 15 and needed to ensure I got enough rest, or else I'd end up as a study zombie the next day. The night passed in a flash. The scene of the killings from last night kept replaying in my mind, preventing me from sleeping well. However, one experience like that was enough. I couldn't handle any more. "Master, here's the money from last night. You'll definitely need it," Gasco said after helping me into my suit, pulling out a silver briefcase from a compartment. I opened it to find it filled with cash, $500,000. This was truly a timely rain, just what I needed for the urgent expenses of my new company. Alice had already gone to apply for the new company, and with this financial boost, it should be settled today. But this also meant my account balance had shrunk even further, now under 7 figures. "Nice. This $500,000 is enough for the first batch of machinery to go into production," I said, looking at the stack of bills. I had already planned how to use it to get the production line up and running. My current tasks were to earn money to draw from the prize pool and interfere with the plot to gain points. I had already sent someone to Sokovia to find Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, so I expected news soon. After getting dressed and finishing breakfast, Gasco and I headed to the company. Today, I planned to borrow some money from a few uncles, and I had to attend a networking gala in the evening. This gala was an exclusive event for the upper echelon of New York, where Tony Stark would also be present. I was considered mid-tier in that environment, especially since the company had been losing money in recent years. "Good morning, boss." As soon as I entered the office, I spotted Alice standing there with 7 or 8 folders, a bright smile on her face. My expression instantly shifted from sunny to stormy as I said to Gasco, "I have a meeting. You go talk to her. I'll be off." With that, I bolted out like a sprinter, not wanting to be bombarded by those documents. I was quick enough that they hadn't even reacted before I disappeared. Now Alice had her sights set on Gasco, and her smile was more terrifying than that of a devil. Even though Gasco had been enhanced by crystal number 7, he still felt a chill run down his spine. In his younger years, he had fought in wars, and after retiring, he learned how to be a butler. Dealing with paperwork was like facing Subject 5, extreme difficulty for him. "Miss Alice, I'm getting old. Can you please let me off this once?" Gasco pleaded, though clearly it was futile against the workaholic Alice. She simply grabbed him and pulled him into the office to supervise him. As my personal secretary, she wasn't intimidated by the old butler. In her eyes, work was the ultimate priority. Having escaped Alice, I made my way to the crystal number 7 research lab. Watching the researchers conduct bizarre experiments on little white mice left me speechless. "Ryan, are you really going to make the mice drink this?" I asked, looking at the lab mice and the container of dissolved crystal number 7. It pained me to see such a precious resource being wasted after all the effort I had put into obtaining it. "Boss, this is about opening new avenues. We always thought implantation was the best method, but we never considered how other methods would work," Ryan, a seasoned geneticist, explained. He wanted to find new efficient ways to utilize crystal number 7 after observing Gasco's results from the implantation. "All right, go ahead with the experiment, and I'll watch," I said, knowing I wasn't knowledgeable in this area and had to let him research it. Otherwise, I would have done it myself. Ryan pried open the little mouse's mouth and used a pipette to administer the liquid crystal number 7, then closed the lid to prevent the mouse from escaping. I pulled up a chair and prepared to observe the results. I had heard that no animal had survived after being exposed to crystal number 7. About 5 minutes later, the mouse began to wake up from its stupor. Its fur had turned black, becoming sharp and shiny, giving off a faint metallic sheen. Its eyes became blood red, and its claws sharpened as it began to thrash around the glass container. "Ryan, what's happening?" I asked, alarmed. I don't know," Ryan responded, equally bewildered. This was unprecedented. Typically, the animals would explode upon waking. The mouse had completely lost its adorable appearance, turning into a ferocious creature, and it began to crack the glass container with its thrashing. Boom! In the next moment, the mouse exploded, blood splattering the glass container, and organs were strewn everywhere. "Don't conduct experiments like this again," I said after a moment of silence, looking at Ryan with a piercing gaze. The outcome was far too frightening. It had gone overboard. "Don't worry, boss. I'll destroy the experiment data and won't let anyone know," Ryan said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He was also shocked by the scene. He hadn't expected the liquid crystal number 7 to turn an animal into such a savage beast. It seemed the research on crystal number 7 had to come to a halt. We would stick to the most stable implantation method for now. "All right, in a few days, I'll have the first batch of human test subjects come in. You'd better be ready." I had a team of dozens, all retired soldiers that Gasco had introduced to me, aged between 40 and 50 years. They were efficient and stable, having undergone proper military training and possessing strong counter-surveillance skills. They had all been dispatched to find suitable test subjects, preparing for large-scale implantation of crystal number 7 to create more superpowered individuals. After leaving the crystal number 7 laboratory, I headed straight for the underground parking garage, where Alice and Gasco had been waiting for quite a while. Not long after the experiment started, Gasco had called to inform me that, under my financial pressure, the establishment approval for Umbrella Corporation had passed in just a day and night. Now, the three of us needed to find a headquarters for the new company. 2 hours later, "Boss, this is the 3rd place we've looked at, and you're still not satisfied?" Alice complained from the passenger seat, noting that this was wasting her time. She said she wouldn't have come out with me if she had known. But I couldn't really blame myself for being picky. The places she had chosen were far too conspicuous and didn't meet my expectations. My ideal rewards for tasks were the T-virus, G-virus, or even the ancestor virus from Resident Evil. With so many high IQ talents in the Marvel Universe, who knows what kind of evolutionary serums they could develop from researching these. Detecting that Umbrella Corporation has passed the review and meets the establishment standards, rewards are now being issued. Enhanced Artificial Intelligence, Red Queen, Revised. Just as I was looking at study materials on my laptop, this voice suddenly echoed in my mind. I paused and said, Gasco, let's stop here and head back to the company. The selection process could wait. The rewards were the top priority. Although it wasn't exactly the 3 items I desired, the Red Queen was still satisfactory. After all, she was an AI similar to Jarvis. Master, I need to let you know that you have a gala to attend tonight, and you also have a school exam this afternoon, Gasco reminded me as he glanced at the time. We had been roaming around Manhattan for 2.5 hours, and it was already noon. He reminded me not to miss the afternoon exam or the evening networking gala. Don't worry, I'll definitely attend the afternoon exam on time. First, let's drop Alice back at the company. I replied with a hint of reluctance. I had thought that after enduring 6 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 schooling, I wouldn't have to take exams again in this life. Yet here I was, having to pick up a pen for high school exams again. It was exhausting. After receiving my confirmation, Gasco drove Alice back to the company and then took me back to the estate. Once we arrived in the hall, I had to put in quite a bit of effort to send Gasco off, finally free to check my reward. System, is this Red Queen the one from Resident Evil? What does revised mean? I didn't rush to extract the reward and first sought clarification. The Red Queen was similar to Jarvis in capability, but with stronger self-awareness. When it came to AI, Skynet from Terminator was the top tier. If I could obtain that, it would be incredibly powerful. Correct. The revised means that after enhancement, it has reached strong artificial intelligence, and you have absolute control over it. Even if you order the Red Queen to self-destruct, she will execute it immediately. The system quickly provided an explanation. Strong artificial intelligence. I smacked my lips. This reward was quite impressive. With the Red Queen, if I wanted, I could interfere with the world's lifelines. Strong AI can reason, solve problems, possess self-awareness, think independently, and have its own value system. Ultron was at this level, though his thinking went awry. However, I had control over the Red Queen. System, the Red Queen won't pose a threat to the world or go rogue, right? I needed to clarify this before extraction. After all, I was worried about the Ancient One coming after me. As long as she didn't pose a threat to Earth, she wouldn't bother with me. I was still in the development phase and needed to keep a low profile until I was ready to consider venturing into the universe. Host, rest assured, as long as you do not issue such commands, the Red Queen will not act independently. With the system's assurance, I breathed a sigh of relief and clicked the extraction button. Greetings, Creator. I am the Red Queen. A few seconds later, a pleasant female voice came from the laptop, not the childlike voice from Resident Evil, but rather a cool, adult tone. You are the Red Queen. I opened the laptop to see the grown-up version of the Red Queen on the screen, surprised by the transformation from a lowly to a mature woman. Well, I didn't mind. It was quite unexpected. Report, Creator. The child form is a subroutine. The main body is in this current form, the Red Queen explained. Her subroutine was also comparable to Jarvis, capable of running multiple tasks simultaneously. Strong AI could be considered godlike to a certain extent, easily causing a country to collapse. Host, please note not to attempt to use the Red Queen for illegal tasks. Just as I was contemplating using the Red Queen to borrow $1 from everyone's account for some lottery draws, the system's warning doused my plans with cold water. Red Queen, can you access my phone? Since the quickest way to make money had been blocked by the system, I sighed. It seemed I had to work hard for money to gain the system's approval. I planned to have the Red Queen access my phone and transfer management authority of the company building to her. For the safety of the water company building, I also intended to set up some security measures for her to manage. With the importance of crystal number 7 stored in the water company building, the security renovation plan needed to be prioritized. As long as there was internet access, the Red Queen could go wherever she wanted, so accessing my phone was surely within her capabilities. Creator, the channel has been successfully established. Would you like to proceed with the connection? As soon as the Red Queen entered my phone, she built a connection channel to the water company's control room. Go ahead and connect. I'll leave the company matters to you, especially regarding the crystal number 7. The monitoring intensity must be increased. I naturally agreed to connect to the company's network, as this way, I wouldn't have to worry about a pile of documents anymore. With a strong AI, the Red Queen, handling those tedious documents, I suddenly found myself with a lot more free time. Red Queen, I'll write up the upcoming plans as documents, and you can prepare according to the sequence I provide. After that, I'll be renovating the estate so you can perform even better. Also, don't call me creator anymore. Just call me boss, I instructed. The estate had always retained a medieval style due to my parents' traditional views, making it painfully low-tech. Transforming it into something like Stark Villa would undoubtedly require a significant investment. However, compared to the convenience and security the Red Queen would bring, these costs didn't seem too daunting. Understood, boss. Once I was done with the Red Queen, Gasco returned. Boss, they've agreed to lend us a total of $65 million, which will be deposited into our account in batches this afternoon. Gasco reported as he entered the hall, noticing me resting on the sofa with my eyes closed. I had asked him to borrow money from his shareholders. These guys had been living off dividends for years and were all quite wealthy. The water company had suffered due to my father's indulgences, with shareholders not taking charge or developing new products, causing many consumers to switch to cheaper, more effective alternatives. At its peak, the company's assets were nearly $1 billion. 7 people came up with that much. They must really have some money, I said, surprised by the report. I had expected those old geezers to scrape together maybe $20 million, but it turned out to be 3 times my estimate. West alone contributed $55 million, and he asked me to pass on a message to you. What message? West was the old man who had backed down at the last shareholders' meeting and held 10% of the company's shares. He also owned stakes in a few smaller companies. Usually serious and reserved, he had become complacent, living off his wealth without ambition. He said this money doesn't need to be repaid. It's an investment in you and his last investment. He hopes you can create a miracle. Gasco relayed West's message, clearly astonished by the old man's generous offer. He was practically giving me his life savings without expecting anything in return. If this went south, he would be bankrupt for sure. Interesting. This old man has some insight. Let's add him to the candidate list for crystal number 7. I'll give him a chance at a rebirth. I felt no hesitation about implanting West with crystal number 7, as I had control over the superpowered individuals created from it. Besides, whether he could endure the implantation process was still uncertain. One piece of crystal number 7 could be used for 10 people. It cost around $700 million, quite an expensive venture. By the way, boss, we've screened the 100 candidates you wanted, and they're at the base in the suburbs. Do you want to check them out? Gasco suddenly remembered, slapping his forehead. They're ready? Let's go. The news excited me as I grabbed Gasco and headed out. I had asked him to recruit people 2 months ago under stringent conditions, and it had taken a lot of effort to gather this 100. An hour later, the car stopped outside an inconspicuous 3-story building in the New York suburbs. Gasco and I got out and entered the building. The first floor was an open hall filled with exercise equipment, and many people were training. Boss is here, someone shouted, and immediately, everyone exercising lined up in formation. Sir, these are the 100 candidates we screened. Each one can take on 10 men. They're all retired special forces from various countries, Gasco said proudly. Although they wouldn't stand a chance against him, they were my current foundation. I smiled as I observed them. Their discipline and military training indicated they could be put to work immediately. As a shrewd capitalist, I was ready to start squeezing out their labor to recoup my earlier investments. Ahem, everyone, I'm Kyle Water. You should know who I am, but you might not understand why I've gathered you here. I know many of you are here for the high salaries, so let me explain the tasks. You will be divided into 2 groups of 50. One group will serve as protectors, safeguarding the organization and preventing external enemies and spies from infiltrating and stealing our secrets. The other group will take care of less savory tasks, such as eliminating external threats and hunting down traitors. When necessary, You will act as assassins. You can divide your cells into groups and sign up accordingly. I briefly outlined the work ahead. I wasn't about to allow just anyone into the company. With them around, I could deal with ordinary agents and assassins. For threats like Hydra or Black Widow and Winter Soldier from S.H.I.E.L.D., I would rely on the Red Queen and Gasco. Next, I planned to launch the special effect Stomach Medicine and Cosmetics, using the opportunity to announce the establishment of Umbrella Corporation, claiming progress in biotechnology. This would attract attention and allow me to earn some points, potentially doubling the company's profits. If the benefits weren't so significant, I would have preferred to create several superpowered individuals first before pushing forward. I didn't expect that this time for the group selection, the number of protectors and eliminators would be exactly 50-50. We don't even need to adjust it ourselves. I finished organizing the sign-up sheets and couldn't help but feel emotional looking at the numbers. I really didn't foresee this situation. I thought one side would have more and the other less, and that Gasco and I would have to intervene. Master, shall I take them to prepare next? Gasco asked me, looking at the 100 people who had finished filling out the forms and lined up again. If he could, he would probably want them to start working right away. The What Company is not open to the public. Without access cards, ordinary people can only be blocked on the lower 3 floors, and this building has 56 floors. Of course, the uniforms are in the storage room on the 2nd floor, exactly 100 sets, and the weapons are in the storage room on the 19th floor. Just take them over there. I told Gasco the locations of the equipment. The arms I bought from Obadiah last time were just waiting for them to use. Once this small team is armed, I won't have to worry about various organizations coming and going freely in the What Company. Internally, there's no need to worry either. Red Queen monitors strictly, and no one can hide. Even forged documents will be thoroughly uncovered. All right, then I'll take them up first, Gasco said, slightly bowing to me as he led the group to the 2nd floor. Before leaving, he called a driver for me, since I have an exam in an hour. Boss, let's go. I'll take you to the exam. After a while, Alice arrived in a red car. As soon as she entered, she saw me playing a game. I could only obediently put my phone away and follow her. It's not that I didn't want to resist, but the gap between us is just too big, and I can't afford to provoke her. However, I'm not worried about the exam at all. I don't know why, but since crossing over, my memory has improved. I can remember things after reading a book 2 or 3 times. Although it's not quite to the point of photographic memory, it's still pretty impressive. Time flew by, and before I knew it, it was evening. Gasco, I have a task for you tonight at the party. After finishing my exam, I hurried back to the manor and found Gasco practicing martial arts in the backyard. I brought him to the old wooden house. This was left behind by my dad, and I had thrown all my stuff in there. Tonight, I need to do something about Obadiah, but that guy looks down on me as a kid, so I'm handing this task to Gasco. What's the task, Master? Gasco followed me into the dilapidated wooden house, already smelling the decay. He was probably considering whether to tear it down. This wooden house seemed to have been here since the manor was built, and no one usually cleans it. Found it. This is the miniature listening device my dad bought. You need to install it on Obadiah. I dug out a few coin-sized discs from a broken cardboard box and handed them to Gasco. Originally, my dad used these to monitor whether outside women were cheating on him, but before the plan even started, it fell through, and I took these things. Obadiah, no problem, leave it to me. Gasco thought for a moment and said. He had met Obadiah once and knew he was just an untrained, ordinary person, so installing a listening device shouldn't be difficult. Besides, I gave him 3. If one succeeds, that's enough. After explaining everything, I returned to my room and opened my computer, and the figure of the Red Queen appeared. Red Queen, are you sure Jarvis won't find out? I rubbed my wrist and asked her, having written exam papers all afternoon, my wrist was sore. The listening device is just a carrier. As long as Obadiah returns to Stark Industries, the Red Queen can tap into it. Don't worry, boss. It's just a simple listening program. It won't be detected. The Red Queen was quite confident about Jarvis. She had seen him online and thought that the AI didn't have a high level of self-awareness, so he wouldn't notice her. If it were a major action, like tampering with permissions, the Red Queen wouldn't guarantee it, but installing a listening program is a piece of cake for her, a strong AI. Very good. I'll rely on you next. I smiled with satisfaction. My target is Tony Stark's arc reactor. This thing is very useful to me. What I want is the core technology, not the finished product. The finished product cannot be replicated by technicians. After all, not everyone can compare to Tony Stark. He is one of Marvel's strongest geniuses, exceptionally intelligent. Master, we can set off now. Gasco glanced at the time and knocked on my door. Coming. I picked up the clothes on the bed and put them on as I walked out of the room. At 1.7 meters tall, I was much shorter compared to Gasco. The evening suit fit just right, but I'm still not quite used to it. Casual clothes are more comfortable. The party is held at the most luxurious hotel in New York. After all, the attendees are all entrepreneurs worth over $1 billion, so the stature must not be low. Boss, over here. As soon as I arrived at the hotel entrance, I saw Alice in a white evening dress happily waving at me, her empty hand carrying a bulging briefcase. Why is she here too? Did you arrange this? I wondered whether to get out of the car, as getting entangled with her would be hard to escape. Gasco nodded. Actually, it wasn't him who arranged it. Alice saw the invitation on the table and insisted on coming. All right then, I'll risk my life to accompany the lady today. If the task is not completed, I won't let you off. I straightened my clothes and got out of the car with a tragic expression, to allow Gasco to act freely. I had to let Alice keep me occupied. Gasco shook his head helplessly. In fact, he thought quite highly of Alice, believing she matched well with me and wanted to play matchmaker. Oh, boss, you look absolutely dashing like a prince tonight. Alice's eyes sparkled as she linked her arm with mine. She was my partner for the evening. This role was supposed to be Gasco's, but Alice forcibly took it from him. You don't look bad yourself, but I really didn't expect you to dress like this with your personality, I said, waving at Gasco behind me as he handed the car over to the valet and followed us inside. The banquet hall was on the first floor, and there were many reporters outside, with some allowed inside the venue. We walked down the red carpet into the hall, where many entrepreneurs were chatting enthusiastically. As soon as I entered, most people turned their attention toward me. After all, this place was mostly filled with middle-aged individuals, and having a minor show up was hard not to notice. My dear nephew, long time no see. A middle-aged man in a blue suit, with a bit of gray hair and in his 40s, approached me with a loving gaze and gave me a big hug. Uncle Milton, it's been a while. I was also quite happy to see him and hugged him back. If Gasco is the one who treats me the best, then Uncle Milton Williams is second. When I first took over the company and was short on funds, he didn't hesitate to lend me $100 million, which helped me create the first seventh crystal. He was a close friend of my dad's, and since they were both in New York, they kept in touch quite a bit. It seems like you've been doing well lately. How's the company? Milton glanced at Alice beside me and revealed a knowing smile that men understand, probably thinking I've grown up. But I didn't quite get what he meant by that smile, and calmly replied that things were going well. After chatting for a bit, Milton left. He was there as an investor, looking for promising businesses. I feel like I shouldn't have come here with you, I said, feeling all the gazes on me, a bit speechless, most of which were because of Alice. I casually picked up a cup and asked a waiter for a Coke, then started drinking. Is that so? I think you're attracting even more attention, boss, Alice said, raising her wine glass to clink with mine before downing it in one go. At this high-profile gathering, I was drinking Coke instead of wine, although the colors were quite similar. I felt a bit helpless. After all, I was still a minor, and drinking alcohol was too early for me. On the other side of the banquet, Obadiah was waiting for Tony Stark to arrive when suddenly someone called out to him. He turned around and saw a familiar face. It took him a few seconds to remember. It's you, Butler Gasco. The last time I sought him out to buy private arms, Gasco had accompanied me. However, he didn't remember much since Gasco was just a butler. He forgot about the transaction after it was completed. Instead, I surprised him by placing a $50 million order for arms, just without any large weapons. A quality client like me would definitely catch his attention. My master was very satisfied with the items purchased from you last time and looks forward to our next collaboration. Gasco extended his hand. Obadiah kept his distance from him, so Gasco could only use the handshake to discreetly attach the listening device containing the Red Queen's subprogram to his sleeve. Certainly, our Stark Industries products have never disappointed. I also look forward to another transaction. Obadiah thought of him as just a butler and didn't see any threat, so he reached out to shake Gasco's hand. Opportunity has arrived. Seeing him extend his hand, Gasco activated bullet time and entered slow motion. While they shook hands, he attached the hidden listening device to Obadiah's sleeve and quickly turned off bullet time. Message delivered. I won't disturb you any longer. Enjoy your evening. Gasco achieved his goal and took his leave. Obadiah didn't think much of it. Tony Stark was about to arrive, and he needed to make the final preparations. He was still thinking that position would eventually be his. A few minutes later, the doors to the banquet hall closed and the lights dimmed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our important guest for tonight, Mr. Tony Stark. 2 spotlights shone on a man in a gray suit, who was flanked by a hot girl on each side. He looked a bit dazed when suddenly illuminated, but quickly regained his composure and walked up to the stage. The main character is here. Gasco joined me, and the 3 of us quietly observed as spectators. Unsteady steps, pale complexion, hunchback while walking. Clearly his body is drained. Master, please don't be like this, Gasco commented on Tony Stark's speech on stage while also warning me. He was contemplating whether to give me special training to enhance my physical fitness, just in case. Don't worry, Boom! Before I could finish speaking, an explosion sounded, and a large hole was blown in the ceiling. Debris and dust filled the entire hall, and the 2 people in front of me were knocked unconscious by falling stones. Shit, who knew attending a banquet could lead to trouble? Unless absolutely necessary, Gasco, don't act just yet. I took off my clothes and draped them over Alice to protect her. The little girl was wearing a strapless long dress, and I wanted to prevent her from getting hurt by the falling debris. 4 ropes dangled down from the blown-out hole in the ceiling, and 8 guys wearing animal masks and dark green camouflage slid down the ropes. Bang! Bang! The leader, wearing a lion mask, fired 2 shots into the air and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Everyone here is being hijacked. If you don't want to die, hand over your phones." This venue was filled with famous New York entrepreneurs who would listen to a small-time robber. But the situation was different now. These robbers held everyone's lives in their hands and would shoot anyone they deemed uncooperative. Red Queen, make a distress call and check the information on these people, I instructed the Red Queen without panicking. Even without this order, the sound of the explosion would likely attract attention from outside. Other guests began handing over their phones, and Gasco and Alice also complied. Boss, we found him. Terrorists wearing a rhino mask and a zebra mask dragged in a disheveled and bleeding Tony Stark. He had been knocked unconscious by the falling debris, lying behind the podium, and they had been searching for him, completely unaware he was right under their noses. Good. Take him and retreat, the lion-masked leader commanded after spotting his target. They needed to leave before reinforcements arrived. What about these people? The rhino-masked terrorist asked, looking at the guests crouched down with their hands on their heads. Kill them, the lion-masked leader said coldly, tying a rope around Tony Stark. Once those words were spoken, many people panicked, and I felt uneasy too. I had initially wanted to stay out of the kidnapping situation and be a bystander, but since they included me in their plans, I had no choice but to act. At that moment, a young man covered in dust stood up and shouted, "Don't be too arrogant. You can hijack us, but you want to kill us too?" Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the young man's forehead exploded as he slowly fell to the ground. My son! A man and woman from the crowd rushed out, collapsing on a young man while weeping bitterly, glaring with hatred at the lion-masked leader. I stared intently at the lion mask, my right hand brushing against Gasco's leg, where I pulled out a short knife. Get ready. You handle those 7, and I'll take care of the lion, I said. Ever since coming to the Marvel world, I had not slacked off on my training. With Gasco, a retired veteran, assisting me, although I wasn't yet an adult, my physical fitness was not inferior to that of adults, and I also knew martial arts. Understood, young master. Gasco nodded and drew his pistol from his waist. The security checks were strict, so getting a gun inside was already a feat. Alice looked bewildered, unsure of what we were about to do. I used the fallen table as cover and moved to a spot not far from the left of the lion mask, signaling to Gasco. Miss Alice, take care of yourself, Gasco said to her before standing up and opening fire on the scorpion mask and crocodile mask. They were caught off guard and were shot dead instantly. The remaining 6, including the lion mask, were all distracted by Gasco. Here's my chance. I tightened my grip on the short knife and charged forward, kicking the zebra mask and stabbing him directly in the neck. Blood sprayed out, staining the expensive carpet. "Boss, there's someone attacking." The rhino mask saw what was happening and dropped Tony Stark, pulling out a handgun to aim at me, while yelling to the lion mask. Not good. The lion mask heard the shout and tried to dodge, but it was too late. I slashed with my knife. Swish! The sound of the knife slicing through flesh echoed, and my knife skills were as lethal as Gasco's, delivering a fatal blow. "Boss!" The rhino mask panicked and fired at me. They had only heard that capturing Tony Stark would make them rich. They didn't know anything else, and all their actions were planned by the lion mask. Goodness, he's wearing a bulletproof vest. I didn't have time to dodge and used the lion mask's body as a shield. I thought I would get hurt, but it turned out that the lion mask was well equipped, wearing a bulletproof vest, definitely not your average robber. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out as Gasco shot through the rhino mask's hand, causing him to fall to the ground. "Are you all right, young master?" Gasco approached me, holding his handgun. The other 5 had been dealt with, leaving the rhino mask alive for questioning. The guests were stunned. They had just been in life-threatening danger, and now it seemed they were saved. Half an hour later, at the New York Police Department. "Mr. Kyle, the guests have testified that you bear no responsibility." I was chatting happily with a beautiful female officer when a male officer walked in and interrupted me. It hadn't been long since the police arrived after I handled those people, opening the door and rescuing everyone. Gasco and I were inevitably called in for questioning. "Officer, how's the identification of those individuals coming along?" After being released, I asked the male officer who just entered. The rhino mask should be able to provide some information. But what the male officer said next left me stunned. I sat in the car on the way back to the manor, with Gasco driving seriously in the front seat and Alice, in the passenger seat, already asleep. I was alone in the back, constantly pondering the words of the male officer from earlier. Their investigation revealed that those people were not from within the country, and the only lead on Lionhead was that he had appeared in Afghanistan twice. It was highly likely that this group was made up of mercenaries, but who hired them remained unclear. Tony Stark had been checked out and was fine. He had already been transferred to the best private hospital in New York. "Red Queen, can you find out who is behind this group?" I couldn't figure it out, so I decided to assign this task to my super assistant. Gasco in the front raised his eyebrows slightly, probably wondering why I was suddenly talking to myself. But then, the voice that came from the back seat made him grip the steering wheel a bit tighter. "Received. Please hold on for a moment." The Red Queen's voice emerged from my phone, startling Gasco. He kept glancing back in the rearview mirror, confused about where the female voice was coming from since it was just me in the back. The more he thought about it, the more nervous he became, and he quickly shook his head as if to dismiss the thought, fearing that he might cool off tonight. "Gasco, let me introduce you to our new companion." Seeing Gasco startled by the Red Queen made me laugh. It was funny that such a big guy was scared of a voice. It was a good opportunity for them to get familiar. After all, they were both part of my team. "Hello, Mr. Gasco. You can call me Red Queen, an artificial intelligence created by the boss." The car's speakers emitted a captivating voice. The Red Queen had transformed from a little girl's image into that of a mature woman. According to her own words, after analyzing preferences, she found that most men liked this voice, so she chose it. Artificial intelligence. Gasco's eyes widened in shock. He probably didn't expect that I was so impressive that I could even create an AI. "Boss, I found it. That lion head is named Frank Heath, the leader of the Lion Mercenary Corps. He was formerly a Royal Marine in the British Navy and became a mercenary after retiring. The Lion Mercenary Corps he formed is made up of local armed groups. Recently, they accepted a $5 million contract to capture Tony Stark," the Red Queen quickly reported, taking only 3 minutes. More in-depth information would take more time. After hearing the Red Queen's report, both Gasco and I fell silent. It was clear that this was the work of an enemy of Tony Stark. The specifics would have to wait for further information from the Red Queen. However, after this incident, the mastermind behind it would definitely remember me, especially since their plan had almost succeeded before I disrupted it. "Master, it's best if you don't go out during this time. Even if you do, I'll need to accompany you," Gasco said gravely, clearly having thought about this issue as well. "The company has protectors, so my safety was assured there, but it was different outside. The mastermind could pay to have Tony Stark killed. They could easily do the same to me. I know. Have the Eliminators increase patrols around the group and send a few people to protect Alice. I thought for a moment and said, Alice had been with me all night, making her an easy target. She was also quite amusing. She fell asleep while waiting in the car. Understood. The next day, I was sound asleep in bed when the system's voice woke me up. Rubbing my eyes and yawning, I asked, what's going on? On the blue screen in front of me was an image of Tony Stark hammering metal, with a progress bar below it. When the host first interacts with original characters, their profiles will be unlocked. Reward will be given at each stage. The system explained quickly. It was similar to a trading card event where collecting a certain number would yield rewards. Does that mean I need to actively engage with these characters? I furrow my brow. I had originally wanted to stay out of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s business and quietly work on developing my superpowers. But the system's profile function had messed up my plans, and it seemed I had to take the initiative. The host need not worry. Just develop according to your own ideas. This function is merely for record-keeping. The system seemed to sense my frustration and hurriedly clarified. After confirming the new function with the system, I got dressed and went downstairs to eat. Good morning, Gasco. After last night's events, I could clearly feel that the staff and Amanda were looking at me differently. After all, with such a commotion, it was impossible to keep it quiet. 2/3 of New York's entrepreneurs were affected. I had also gained notoriety. The way I handled those 3 terrorists last night must have shocked everyone. A 15-year-old boy easily dealt with 3 armed terrorists without a scratch. Boss, I have some news to report to you. Just as Gasco and I were eating, the Red Queen's voice came through. The manor had been equipped with many devices that the Red Queen could control, and once perfected, direct projection would be feasible. What's the news? Just tell me, I said, cutting a piece of steak and mumbling. The person who hired the Lion Mercenary Corps is named Christy Erold, a fake identity created by Obadiah specifically for underground work within Stark Industries. The Red Queen had spent 2 hours gathering this information, mainly because Obadiah had encrypted the data, which took a significant amount of time without resorting to brute force. Obadiah. Gasco and I reacted differently upon hearing the name. I was confused while he was surprised. I was filled with confusion. According to the movie's plot, the 10 Rings wouldn't strike until over 4 months later. I never expected them to be so bold as to launch an attack at the gala, and they didn't even kill Tony Stark directly. They must have been thinking about using Tony's intelligence to make money, or perhaps had some lingering sense of compassion. Master, I think we should stay out of this. It's clearly an internal conflict within Stark Industries. Gasco expressed his opinion. As soon as he heard this news, he sensed it was an internal struggle, similar to what happened when I took power a while back. Obadiah was willing to take the field personally to seize control from Tony Stark. Yeah, but let's take advantage of this opportunity. We should hold a product launch this afternoon and release our 2 new products, I said while chewing on a large piece of steak. I had certainly made a splash last night, and now was the perfect time to push our products. Plus, I had saved 2/3 of New York's entrepreneurs last night. They had to give me some face. The special stomach medicine and cosmetics were already in production, with nearly 1 million units stockpiled in the What Company factory. There were 300,000 bottles of cosmetics, mainly due to slow procurement of raw materials. The special stomach medicine, packaged with 12 tablets per box, was priced at 68 yuan. It might seem expensive, but just the energy exposure from the 7th crystal made it worth that price. Alice and I had used the beauty serum, and after discussion, we set the price at 288 yuan per bottle. Master, our factory has just restarted, and production hasn't ramped up yet. Isn't it too early to launch now? Gasco asked with a worried expression. He managed the factory. He had seen the efficacy of these 2 products and knew they wouldn't go unsold. The special stomach medicine contained a small amount of 7th crystal energy, but its effects were incredible. The lab had tested it and found that it could delay stomach cancer, while common stomach ailments were easily cured. I've thought about all that, but we don't have much time. Have Sokovia speed up their progress, I said, wiping my hand with a napkin. I urgently needed money for the lottery, and we needed to launch the new products quickly. Right now, the factory could produce 100,000 units of the special stomach medicine per day, but the energy exposure from the 7th crystal took too much time. The beauty serum could produce about 30,000 units daily, and I had already sent Alice to negotiate a partnership with the material suppliers, which would help meet production demands. Oh, and hire a bunch of people. Once the products are launched, have them promote it vigorously on social media. Exaggerate as much as possible. Also, hire some so-called science professors to buy ads and promote it, making sure to do a rolling broadcast. Get some volunteer college students to hand out flyers and organize some offline activities. Get the product efficacy testing report published in the Global Times. No matter the cost, advertising is crucial. Don't overlook the radio stations either. I'm allocating $10 million for advertising to you and Alice. If it weren't for limited funds, I would have even considered hiring helicopters to drop flyers. With such comprehensive promotion, it would definitely attract a lot of attention, and the response from passersby would surely be intense. After discussing the promotional plan with Gasco, I immediately called Ryan to have the What Company's official website set up on Google. At What Company, Ryan reluctantly hung up the phone, set down his tweezers, and removed his lab coat. He was a top talent in biology, not in computer science. This was a bit of stretch for him. In his lab, room 001, there wasn't a single person who understood computers, so he planned to borrow someone from the adjacent lab. "Good morning, Mr. Ryan." As Ryan stepped out of the lab, he bumped into two patrolling protectors. He felt a bit intimidated by them, especially since they were holding submachine guns. "Hello there." After greeting, Ryan used his access card to head to another lab on the 32nd floor. The building had a total of 56 floors. Floors 28 through 36 were all labs, and currently, there were only these two. "Wow, what a big change," Ryan remarked as he walked through the high-tech, pure white corridor. Just a couple of days ago, the company was operating normally, but since Gasco successfully implanted the seventh crystal and survived, everything changed. Those shareholders who used to give arbitrary orders were sent home, and a group of people in blue and white combat uniforms entered the company, patrolling the floors in pairs while carrying live firearms. The building was also undergoing rapid renovations, with various equipment continuously arriving, and cameras were installed throughout the corridors and labs. As researchers, we were issued white, green, blue, purple, and red ID cards. The white card allowed access to public facilities, while entering the labs required approval from the Red Queen, usually granted to temporary personnel. The green card allowed free access to the labs, but not to the storage room or areas containing the seventh crystal. The blue card permitted movement throughout the company building, and Ryan, as a lab head, had a blue card. The purple card was held only by Alice and Gasco, allowing access to my room and the upper 3 floors. The red card was exclusive to me, allowing me to give orders to the Red Queen and direct the company's personnel. There is also a special gray ID card issued to protectors and eliminators, with permissions similar to the green card. If it weren't for the Red Queen managing this, the ID card classification would have been a huge hassle. In the exhibition hall of the What Company, Alice's little face was flushed with anxiety as she looked at me pitifully and said, "Boss, do I really have to take on this task? I'm afraid I'll mess it up." She was just a personal assistant, and suddenly being thrust into the spotlight as the main character at a press conference? Who wouldn't be nervous? When I first told her about the arrangement, she thought I was joking. "Alice, you need to believe in yourself. Even if you don't, you have to believe in me. You can do this." I encouraged her with a numb expression. She clung to me for half an hour before finally eating the breakfast she had prepared for herself, which helped ease some of her tension. My little team consisted of Alice and Gasco, with Ryan as an addition, but his loyalty still needed to be assessed. The press conference was set to start at 10 o'clock, and there wasn't much time left. I made an excuse to push Alice into the makeup room while I grabbed a bottle of Coke from the vending machine and leisurely made my way to the venue, mumbling to myself, "Comfortable." With just 5 minutes until showtime, I found Gasco at the backstage, responsible for security and holding a walkie-talkie. I enjoyed situations like this where I didn't have to worry about anything. "Don't worry, young master. The protectors have searched the venue 3 times, and the eliminators are keeping watch outside." Gasco confidently gave me a thumbs up. This press conference was crucial for the What Company's turnaround and had to be flawless. "Good. I'll go take a look around." I waved goodbye to Gasco and headed toward the venue. There were many journalists present, and with my youthful face, no one paid me much attention. I found a chair to sit down and waited to watch Alice's debut. This was my first time being an audience member. I had a feeling that with the press conference and the promotional efforts, coupled with the high quality of the products, as long as someone led the way in buying them, the sales of both items would surely skyrocket. As the time came, the press conference began. Alice stepped onto the stage in a light blue starry gown, her smile hiding her nervousness. When she spotted me, she took a deep breath to calm herself. Welcome everyone to the What Company's new product launch. Next, I will introduce and showcase our new products. Alice began her speech, stuttering a bit at first, but gaining confidence as she went on. I found it quite interesting and was glad to be passing the time. Mr. What? Is it all right if I sit here? A gentle voice from a middle-aged man next to me brought my attention. I looked over, and oh my, it was Coulson, instantly making me alert. Do you think I would ask you to leave if you did? I replied casually. Coulson's face was so well trained from executing countless missions that he showed no reaction. Thank you, sir, he said as he set down his briefcase and sat down. He didn't engage in conversation with me and focused on watching Alice, which surprised me. I had expected him to chat. There's no one sitting here, is there? A cold voice came from my left. A woman with gold-rimmed glasses, wearing a professional suit and a press badge, caught my eye immediately. I recognized her as S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Maria Hill, a Level 9 operative. Really, why do I have to be targeted by these two troubles? I thought to myself as I kept my eyes on the front, not caring about them. They didn't know I saw through their identities. I decided to play along and see what they were up to. If it came to confrontation, I wouldn't be afraid. I could always liquefy the seventh crystal and drain it into the water supply, turning New York into the second Raccoon City. I'm used that the exposure from when Gasco dealt with the gang a while back must have revealed something. Nick Fury probably had his eye on Gasco, wanting to recruit him into S.H.I.E.L.D. I felt drained. If only I had the Red Queen back then, I could have blocked the network devices that night at the port. Miss, you look lovely. How about we go to the Blue Orchid for a drink tonight? I decided to play along and see what it felt like to flirt with the Ice Queen. I was ready to take risks. Cough, cough. Coulson, who was drinking water to my right, nearly choked at my words, looking at me in surprise. To them, Hill was a prickly ice queen, and here I was, a young boy daring to invite her to one of New York's famous couple restaurants. Of course, but why don't we find a quieter place to discuss this drink tonight? Hill managed to force a smile, brushing my hand off her arm. Hey, I was worried about not having an opening, but this girl just gave me a perfect excuse. In the What Company's second-floor exhibition hall, I was forcibly pulled aside to chat with Hill and Coulson. I thought to myself, they're trying to keep me here. I guess their intentions were simply to hold me in place. But that was fine. It gave me a chance to establish a new persona for myself. I tried to emulate a younger Tony Stark, arrogant, conceited, and a bit of a womanizer. I even took the opportunity to tease Hill a bit, which made the Ice Queen's expression grow even darker. Since we've discussed everything, I'll be taking my leave now. Thank you for the interview. Hill, playing the role of the reporter, finally couldn't take it anymore. She probably regretted accepting this task. After finishing her last act, she grabbed her camera and notes and left, likely resolved never to return. Damn it, not again. Coulson saw his partner's irresponsible departure and could no longer maintain his smile. He always ended up having to clean up the mess afterward, silently vowing to take a vacation once this task was over. Mr. What? I'll take my leave as well. Here's my business card. I look forward to contacting you next time. Coulson glanced at his watch, pulled a business card from his jacket pocket, and handed it to me, relieved that he finally completed his 5-minute task. He maintained his professional smile, bowed slightly, and headed for the stairs. How interesting. Hazy Commercial Group. This must be fake. I glanced at the card and scoffed, tearing it up and tossing it in the trash. What a joke. No one knew better than me who they really were. So why pretend to be a business group manager? I'll act harmless. That should keep me under the radar. No, I need to accelerate the plan. Creating more superhumans will give me a sense of security. I muttered to myself, turning to leave. I guess that Gasco's last operation must not have been clean enough, leading to S.H.I.E.L.D. discovering us. On the 56th floor of the company, Gasco was being bombarded by the chatterbox, Alice. If she weren't one of the few people I could completely trust, he probably would have lost his patience by now and acted out. For now, he could only silently endure. You both are back so soon. I entered to see Gasco sitting on the sofa, reading a newspaper, while Alice was talking nonstop beside him. Master, you're finally back. Gasco sighed in relief upon seeing me, glad to escape the incessant chatter of the girl. All right, come with me. I'll show you the new company location. After my interview with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, I felt a sense of urgency. Since I couldn't find a suitable place for now, I might as well go big. Is it Umbrella? Alice asked, having changed into a white professional outfit. She had seen many locations before, but was curious about where the headquarters was since I hadn't been satisfied with any of them. Exactly, follow me, I nodded. Gasco was absolutely loyal, and Alice wouldn't betray me either. They were the only two people I could fully trust. We entered the elevator, which was different from others in the Watt Company. There was a card reader next to the buttons. One had to swipe their card to access different floors. Ordinary people could only go to the first, second, or third floors. All other floors required a card to prevent unauthorized access. Did you both bring the ID cards I gave you yesterday? I didn't rush to press the buttons, pulling out my red card to ask them. I needed to teach them how to use the ID cards. They couldn't always rely on the Red Queen to open doors. I've always had it on me. Of course, I brought it. Gasco and Alice both pulled out their cards. I hadn't explained how to use them when I gave them out, but they brought them along anyway, trusting me implicitly. Pay attention. The ID cards correspond to different identity levels. The red card is unique to me, and the purple card has the highest privileges. I briefly explained the hierarchy and functions of the ID cards. Ordinary employees only knew that they needed them for the elevator and cafeteria, while protectors patrolled above the 20th floor. I swiped my card and pressed the button marked with a capital E. The elevator began to descend. 2 minutes later, it stopped, and we stepped out into a whole new world. This is the headquarters of the Umbrella Corporation, located 50 meters underground beneath the Watt Company, I explained, pointing to the workers in the distance who were busy with construction. The contract I signed required completion in 3.5 months, and we were already past the halfway mark with some progress visible. Due to funding shortages, I prioritized this floor as an emergency measure, which was originally intended for laboratories. This way, it would solve the location issue for the Umbrella Corporation and also facilitate interaction with the Watt Company. I didn't expect you to use the money you took to build this, Gasco remarked, recalling how I had taken a third of the fund from the account right after I took over. He sensed that this would be a crucial step in my plan. At that moment, I heard the familiar prompt from the system in my ear. Congratulations, host. The Umbrella Corporation has officially been established. Rewards have been issued. Mass-produced biological enhancement serum. I designed the Umbrella Corporation according to the style depicted in the movies, but due to budget constraints, I could only replicate part of it for now, just starting with the steel framework. I didn't pay much attention to the system's voice. The rewards weren't going anywhere, and it didn't matter when I checked them. Mr. Gray, how long will this take to complete? I found the head of construction, and besides the construction costs, I was offering each worker a $60,000 salary. That was quite generous for 3.5 months, considering the average salary was only $4,500 a month. Don't worry, Mr. What, it will definitely be finished within a month. Are you sure you don't want us to wait until it's done? Gray assured me, patting his chest. The money I was offering had motivated the crew, and they were working at an impressive pace. However, he didn't quite understand why I only wanted a steel framework, spending nearly $4 million on a semi-finished product. No need. You're not part of our company. It's better if some things stay under wraps, I explained, spreading my hands. I did find Gray and his crew capable, and I had considered bringing them on board. However, they hadn't expressed any interest when I had extended an olive branch before. Haha, no wonder. Actually, joining the Watt Company wouldn't be so bad, Gray said, stroking his chin. He had been in construction for 10 years and oversaw over 100 workers. I had given him design plans with many unmarked purposes, but he sensed it was a significant project. I said it was for a warehouse, but no warehouse would have data fiber interfaces and radiation shielding in every room. It could practically store nuclear waste. Oh, have you come to understand, Mr. Gray? The company welcomes you, I responded. As a mature organization operating behind the scenes, it was essential to have talent reserves from various industries. The recent renovations had left many areas inadequate, and with Gray and his team, I wouldn't have to worry. Pleasure working with you, Mr. Watt. Gray smiled and hugged me. A salary of $60,000 a month was considered high in New York. The top income was around $100,000, and anything above that was for corporate executives. Pleasure working together, but the company has strict regulations. I hadn't expected this to yield unexpected benefits. I knew Gray's capabilities well. Other construction teams estimated 4 to 5 months for completion, but his crew claimed 3 months. I was concerned about overworking them, so I revised it to 3.5 months. Haha, as long as the money is good, Gray laughed, and we both knew the terms would remain as initially discussed. The working period salary was $60,000, with $10,000 during downtime for doing smaller tasks for the company. The construction crew would have to comply with the company's strict regulations, including 1 day off a week, no more than 5 days of leave a month, and no sick leave without prior notice. Each project would require a confidentiality agreement. Gasco, take Mr. Gray upstairs and have the tech department issue ID cards for the construction team. I instructed, handing off the connection between Gray and Gasco while I headed back to the manor with Alice. The press conference had ended, and there was nothing pressing at the company. It was now time for an overwhelming promotional push. The new products would be released in 3 days, so I had to stock up as much as possible in the meantime. I hadn't seen the latter part of the conference, as I had been pulled away by the agents. Alice told me that they had released a video showcasing the effects of the beauty serum, and the female reporters went wild. System, let's talk about the reward. The mass-produced biological enhancement serum. It's not what I think it is, right? While Alice went to prepare dinner, I took a moment to check the system rewards, which were said to celebrate the establishment of the Umbrella Corporation. As you imagined, this is the Super Soldier Serum. The mass production version has slightly inferior effects. Injecting it can enhance human attributes by 3 times, increasing muscle strength and defense. After hearing the system's explanation, my eyes lit up. If it was cost-effective, I could create a squad of enhanced super soldiers. I even thought of a name for the team. There are plenty of materials, but they aren't too expensive. I organized the formula. The materials were abundant, but reasonably priced. Roughly calculated, each serum would cost about $1 million, and the company account could fund 30 of them. Let's start with 10 tomorrow for the Eliminator Squad. I decided to give the serum to the Eliminators first, as they would be undertaking dangerous missions. The Protectors would be safe in the company and could get injected later. Oh, and Red Queen, disable the surveillance cameras in New York City. We can't have a repeat of last time. The super soldiers who would receive the serum needed some practice, and the New York gangsters were a good target. To avoid the issues from before, I could only let the Red Queen handle it. Boss, dinner's ready. Come out and eat. Just as I finished telling the Red Queen to disable the cameras, Alice knocked on the door, calling for me. I patted my stomach, suddenly remembering that since the press conference, I had only eaten a bit of popcorn, and I was indeed hungry. That night, Alice went back to her rented apartment in downtown New York to organize the work materials for the next day. After handing over the final design blueprints for the Umbrella Corporation Gray, I returned to the manor and laid back in a chair to rest. Master, there's something I need to report to you. Gasco pushed open the door and found me in the courtyard, gazing at the stars. He had discovered that there were issues with the intelligence and security departments. Someone came looking for you, right? A bald guy in a trench coat and sunglasses? I was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized it was related to the morning's events. Honestly, that aloof agent had a nice figure. I thought I might want to recruit her as a secretary if the opportunity arose. But before that, I needed to create more superhumans. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any leverage. Such resolute individuals, who couldn't be easily tempted by external factors, were rare, maybe one in several hundred in today's society. How did you know? Did they contact you privately? Gasco looked shocked, thinking I had some kind of foresight, but then he reconsidered that it might be S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had approached me without his knowledge. Sort of. What's the situation on your end? I didn't deny it. While it wasn't Nick Fury himself who came, sending those two was close enough. I anticipated that my next encounter with Hill would be unpleasant. That person wanted to recruit me, but I turned them down. The exposure might have been because the license plate wasn't covered when we got out of the car. A simple check would reveal everything, Gasco explained, noting the reason for the exposure. It was just bad luck with that Lexus. We hadn't thought of covering the license plate. If we hadn't taken special precautions while on the road, the police would have definitely pulled us over, and in a bad mood, they might have shot us. Don't worry, just be cautious next time. With the Red Queen around, as long as we don't act recklessly, no one will be able to find us. I waved my hand, reassuring Gasco. This visit from S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't all bad. At least I had come out ahead. I knew Nick Fury wouldn't give up trying to recruit Gasco easily, so I needed to be prepared. The next morning at 7, the What Company was in high gear for the product launch, with all departments united to welcome the sale day. As the boss, I had to lead by example, so I was brought to the company early by Gasco. Boss, as you requested, we've redesigned 3 styles of combat suits. Please choose one. Faulkner Green, the head of the tech department, arrived early with sketches in hand. After approval from the Red Queen, department and lab heads could access the 56th floor. Let me see. This news perked me up. The combat suits for the superhumans were finally taking shape. The uniform combat suits had to be perfect to represent the superhuman organization. Leave the second set and discard the other 2. I'm starting to worry about your aesthetic sense, I said, demanding that the combat suits be grand and striking to reflect the organization's dominance and rebellious spirit. The first design was too conventional. The bodysuit concept was weak. It was entirely blue and silver, with a purple-gold 6-pointed star emblem on the chest and red lines extending to the arms and legs. It could have been a premium outfit if it weren't a bodysuit. The third design was atrocious. I almost wanted to pry open the designer's head to see what was inside. The top and pants were green with red patterns, and there was a yellow 6-pointed star emblem on the back. Red paired with green and yellow? Whoever designed that had some talent, but not in a good way. The second design was the most satisfying to me and would become the official uniform of the superhuman organization. The upper part was a black cloak with red and blue lines outlining the 6-pointed star emblem representing the What Company. The lower part resembled a bodysuit, but with diamond-shaped embellishments. The pure black main color paired with spiderweb-like purple accents made it look deadly. Boss, if you choose the second set, I should let you know that this combat suit is made from polymer materials, which may increase costs. This material was best for ensuring both comfort and defense. The tech department could create it, but the What Company's equipment was outdated, as it hadn't been well managed for 2 years. No problem. Let Alice handle the expenses. The finance department will cooperate, I said dismissively. I didn't mind this small amount of money. I figured the suits would top out at $100,000, and the company could cover it. After selecting the combat suits, I headed to the newly established Enhancement Serum Research Lab. The Red Queen had executed my orders with exceptional efficiency. The arrangements from last night were already in place. While personnel assignments hadn't been completed, the room had been cleaned, and the construction team was busy with renovations. I didn't want everyone to have access to the enhancement serum. I planned to select elites from the Protectors, Eliminators, and Intelligence Organization to form a new Special Operations team, although I hadn't thought of a name yet. A week had passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, my life had been relatively uneventful, filled with document processing and studying. The 2 new products from the What Company had become hot sellers, with demand far exceeding supply, and we made over 10 million on the first day alone. Alice and Gasco were busy reaching out to more suppliers to expand our product output. Obadiah had been surprisingly patient. There had been no movement from him. After Tony Stark recovered, rumors about him began to circulate. However, today was a significant day. The first batch of the biological enhancement serum was finally ready. In a newly established serum lab, Gasco, Alice, and I arrived early, watching the researchers bustling about. The lab director was a junior introduced by Ryan, named Janelle Sparassi Elfadad. His name was quite long, so I usually just called him Janelle. He had already passed Gasco's vetting process. Boss, I have brought the materials, but we haven't conducted human tests yet, so the risks are unknown, Janelle said as he approached, carrying a briefcase and pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses. He felt he had found a place to realize his ambitions on his first day at the company. After I provided him with a formula, he had researched for 3 days and nights, finally replicating it. He even mentioned he was confident he could optimize the serum to enhance its effects. Without a word, I opened the box on the table. Inside were 3 neatly arranged syringes filled with a crystalline blue liquid that emitted a faint glow, looking stunning. The serum was slightly smaller than a standard syringe, with the finest needle available on the market. According to Janelle, if there were enough materials, they could produce 5 units a day. However, maintaining a production chain for what company at $5 million a day was a bit challenging, especially since we hadn't ramped up production yet. I planned to start with 1 or 2 serums a day initially, hoping to have 100 enhanced warriors ready when the plot kicked off. Gasco, call someone up to test the effects. I had already instructed Gasco to prepare candidates for the serum injections, and they had been carefully selected. The old butler nodded and pulled out his phone to send a message. Other than regular employees, all other communication devices were encrypted by the Red Queen. A few minutes later, the door opened, and 3 muscular men walked in. "Boss!" They saluted as soon as they entered and stood quietly to the side. They already knew the task at hand and were prepared for the serum injections. "Master, these 3 are selected from the squad. They placed in the top 3 during combat trials." Gasco briefly introduced them. Having the squad compete for selection was a quick and effective method. These 3 clearly had the upper hand, while the others could barely hold on. "Good. Janelle, take us to the isolation room to give the guys their injections." Unlike implantation, the enhancement serum posed less risk, and there wouldn't be any failure. Its safety was guaranteed. I wanted to try it myself, but after considering it, I decided against it. Hand-to-hand combat wasn't really my style. I wanted to pursue the superhuman route and would wait until I had the right equipment. Following Janelle, we arrived at the injection isolation room, which was a sterile white room with only a bed and a toilet. "Gentlemen, the serum is to be injected directly into your bodies, but injecting it into the heart yields the best results. You can choose the method," Janelle explained, but mentioning heart injections startled a few of them. The heart is a vital organ, and a shaky hand could lead to disaster. Cough, cough. Everyone don't think too much. Ordinary injections will do just fine, I quickly added, not wanting my subordinates to get any ideas about challenging heart injections. A regular injection could still activate the serum without the need for unnecessary risk. Alice opened the box and handed the 3 syringes to the man. "Don't worry, boss," they said, taking the serum, greeting each other, and changing into white lab coats before entering the room. We followed Janelle to the monitoring room, where we could see the participants' conditions through the cameras, and I heard we could use the intercom to relay commands. 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as Janelle shouted, the 3 men surprisingly injected the serum directly into their hearts, opting for this extreme method. The pain made their faces and necks bulge with veins. Their bodies turned bright red, mouths wide open but unable to make a sound, collapsing to the ground and convulsing. Even through the screen, we could feel their agony. Alice, being a girl, turned her head away after watching for a while. Gasco, Janelle, and I remained watching, but our thoughts were different. For the researchers, this was valuable data that couldn't be missed. For me and Gasco, it was our subordinates undergoing transformation, like butterflies breaking out of their cocoons. The changes didn't last long. About 15 minutes later, the 3 men's conditions had mostly subsided. "Janelle, I'm going to take a look," I said, patting his shoulder. It was likely that the enhancement process had concluded, and they had entered a state of unconsciousness. The floor in the isolation room could provide heat, so lying down wouldn't make them cold. The design was quite considerate. About 2 hours later, the 3 men gradually regained consciousness, looking around in confusion. They flexed their fists, feeling the surge of power coursing through them, and smiles of satisfaction spread across their faces. "Gentlemen, how do you feel?" Gasco used his fingerprint to unlock the doors to the 3 rooms and brought them out. This was an isolation room, not a dormitory, but I had an idea. Once the What company had sufficient funds, I would build a residential complex for the staff. "Absolutely fantastic, Mr. Gasco." The 3 men stood at attention and saluted, fully aware of Gasco's prowess. Even after injecting the serum, they dared not act recklessly. If the superhumans infused with the 7th crystal were considered the apex of the food chain, then the serum-enhanced soldiers were in the middle tier. Their strength, speed, and resilience were all far inferior to Gasco's, not to mention that he had the special ability of bullet time. "First, change into this uniform, then we'll head to the cafeteria to replenish your energy." Gasco tossed them the combat uniforms for the enhancement squad, and turned to give them space to change. The three exchanged glances and immediately stripped off their clothes to put on the uniforms, calling out to Gasco once they were ready. "Looking good. From now on, you'll be part of the company's special operations team." Seeing the three of them looking sprightly and full of vitality, Gasco smiled with satisfaction. Although the squad consisted of just these three for now, it was a good start. At the Umbrella Corporation, I found the construction team leader, Gray, planning to move the serum research lab underground. The above-ground location wasn't suitable for such a large building. If it were a small section like the 7th Crystal Lab, I wouldn't bother with the hassle. However, the serum lab occupied the space of 3 planned research rooms, which was excessive. "Mr. Kyle, the building you requested will take us about 2 days to complete," Gray said as he reviewed the plans and estimated the workload. The building looked large, but wasn't particularly complicated. It was just that 30 rooms measuring 5 meters by 5 meters made things a bit tricky. Based on the currently excavated space, constructing a research facility and these rooms would take up a significant portion of the area. Continuing to dig might lead to ground collapse, so the construction team could only start by building a load-bearing framework. "Great, then I'll leave it to you," I said. I offered Gray and his team high salaries because I had high hopes for them. Since they joined the Watt Company, all my behind-the-scenes plans had picked up speed, including the modernization of the manor, the Red Queen's coverage of the company, the construction of special laboratories, and the Umbrella Corporation itself. While these workers sometimes slacked off and were unruly, I was paying them well, and they were all giving their best efforts to keep their high-paying jobs. By the way, the end of the month is approaching. Tomorrow, you can find Alice to distribute the salaries to the workers. I instructed them to relieve some of the tension from their recent work. After leaving the Umbrella Corporation, I went to my office, rubbed my temples, and pulled out a blank piece of paper. The element californium needed for the 7th crystal was nearly out of stock, and it was tough to find on the market. I had asked the Red Queen to locate an underground black market where californium transactions were taking place. If it were official, I wouldn't have considered it, but since it was the black market, having a superhero go in to eliminate the threat and clear out that den seemed reasonable. "Gasco, I'm assigning you and the Special Operations Team a mission. Come up and get the details." I jotted down the mission objectives, location, and timing, a smile creeping up on my face. If this worked out, it could save us billions. Californium was extremely scarce in nature, and the cost of synthetic production was incredibly high. It played a significant role in nuclear research, with strict regulations from various countries. This time, I planned to raid the black market and seize that batch of californium, while also making off with some other valuable items. 3 minutes later, Gasco entered with the 3 enhanced soldiers. "This will be your first mission as enhanced soldiers. Don't mess it up, understood?" I briefly explained the mission details and handed the notes to Gasco, speaking to the 3 men. This mission was a good opportunity for Gasco to lead them while also testing the enhanced soldiers' combat capabilities. "Don't worry, boss. We'll get the job done." The 3 of them assured me loudly before heading to the storage room to select their weapons. I didn't have my own weapons development department, so I could only buy arms available on the market, and cutting-edge equipment was out of reach. I had plans for that. Once I acquired the relevant technology, I would establish a weapons development department. "Gasco, take the Red Queen with you on this mission. With her around, there won't be any surveillance to catch you." I called out for the Red Queen. The last exposure was due to an unidentified camera capturing our license plate number, which allowed Nick Fury to trace it back to us. Fortunately, he didn't adopt any harsh measures. This time, with the Red Queen involved, there wouldn't be any devices that could track him down. "Understood, young master." Gasco pulled out his phone. Any electronic device could serve as a host for the Red Queen, even a pager. The subroutine loaded successfully, and the phone displayed the red and white umbrella logo. "Boss, the subroutine has been implanted. She will handle matters for Mr. Gasco." After finishing, the Red Queen informed me that her main unit still needed to operate within the Watt Company, and she could only use the subroutine. Without the Red Queen, many semi-intelligent devices in the Watt Company would malfunction and cease to operate. 3 days later, in Albuquerque, New Mexico, a special aircraft landed at the airport. Gasco disembarked with his 9 enhanced warriors. Over these 3 days, I exhausted my last bit of materials and created 6 more serums, resulting in 6 additional enhanced warriors. It's quite astonishing that Gasco would lose even without activating his abilities under the attack of these 9 people. Manager, we are ready. The 9 team members reported to Gasco as they picked up their personal luggage. When out in the field, one needs an identity disguise. Now Gasco was a department manager of a small company, and the team members were employees here for a team-building exercise. Okay, go to the base and pick up the weapons. We leave tonight, Gasco said calmly as he glanced at his watch. The intel from Red Queen indicated that the black market was about to relocate, and the special operations team needed to hurry. People from the intel organization arrived here first, bought a house to serve as the base, and stored combat suits, weapons, and other supplies there, which they could retrieve upon arrival. They took a taxi outside the airport and headed to the suburban area. Half an hour later, they arrived at a small villa, which was the base. Everyone, eat something to replenish your energy. We'll move out tonight. There was a small wooden house in the villa, and next to it was a large van that could fit everyone. Gasco dismissed the team, heading into the wooden house to grab what he needed for the night. It's you guys, Gasco said as he lifted the floorboards, revealing 4 wooden boxes locked with iron chains, neatly buried underneath, all marked. He grabbed the iron chains, his arm muscles tensed as he exerted force, slowly pulling out the heavy wooden boxes. The first box contained combat suits and tactical goggles. The second held weapons. The third was filled with ammunition, and the last one had combat protective gear and helmets to conceal identities. On the highway outside Albuquerque, an unmarked black armored vehicle was in motion. The passenger seat was occupied by a woman in a black bodysuit with beautiful burgundy long hair and an attractive figure, while the driver's seat was filled by a strong man with a stern expression and eagle-like eyes, also dressed in a black bodysuit. Natalia, our target for this mission is arms dealer Kent Srell. The intel says he will be at the black market tonight. I really don't understand Fury. Why would an arms dealer have us on the job? What do you think, Clint? Indeed, these 2 were the renowned senior agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Clint Barton. Nick Fury called back Natasha, who was on vacation, and Barton, who was on a mission in Belarus, to intercept Kent Srell. Natalia, don't underestimate this guy. He has dealings with many forces in the Middle East, and he indirectly causes 400,000 deaths each year. Barton informed Natasha about the intel he had gathered before his departure. However, it was puzzling why this guy would leave his territory to come to the black market. Okay, just the 2 of us. Yes. No reinforcements. Yes. Can I retreat if I need to? No. Tonight, with a hazy moon and overcast skies, was the perfect time for killing. Gasco and his 9 team members arrived at the outskirts of the black market, lying in ambush in the jungle. The black market was located in an abandoned 3-story building that no one usually visited. The government thought it would be too costly to demolish and rebuild, so they left it alone, and it had become deserted. Captain, the drone has surveyed. The first floor has armed security, and the trading area starts on the 2nd floor, a team member operating the drone said. His tactical goggles were connected to the drone's camera, allowing him to see the footage, though this function couldn't be shared as the drone's processing system was too primitive. Very well, begin the infiltration. Don't attract attention, Gasco commanded. This small building was large, with at least 100 guards inside, and if they were surrounded, Gasco wasn't confident he could lead all 9 team members to safety. These people were not like the gang members from that night. They had all experienced life-and-death battles. Their black stealth combat suits provided excellent cover. Unless a spotlight directly hit their faces, they were nearly undetectable. The 10 of them split into pairs and dispersed towards the tower. Being too large of a target would easily expose them. On the other side, Natasha and Barton's vehicle stopped 500 meters away from the tower, preparing their weapons. Barton leaned against a tree, watching as Natasha stuffed various gadgets onto her body. Natasha had 2 handguns at her waist, a dagger hanging from her leg, and a large custom bomb hidden on her person. She said that if the mission failed, she would detonate the bomb, taking the enemies with her. I'll never do this kind of thing again, Natasha said as she put on her gloves and, dropping that remark, walked towards the tower. She excelled at decapitation missions. Actions like this, directly charging into the enemy's lair and fighting against many times their number, were more suited for Barton. For example, The small building in front of them could be destroyed by Barton's explosive arrows, but he couldn't guarantee the elimination of the target. So they both needed to infiltrate first, find the target, and then take them out. Women. Barton sighed with a smile, picking up his bow and following her. Tonight would be another tough battle. Shield was set to intercept arms dealer Kent Strow, while on my side, we aimed to seize the elements. With both parties converging at the black market, what unexpected events might unfold. The wind howled like a ghost, and the thunder mournfully echoed, while a light drizzle fell from the sky, soaking the ground. In the forest, the leaves rustled in the wind as our footsteps sank into the damp soil, making a squelch, squelch sound. Natalia, we'll rush in through the north gate later. Take out anyone we see, but don't make a sound. Barton, advised Natasha before we infiltrated. I certainly didn't want to be surrounded by dozens of enemies. The main issue was that our technology wasn't as advanced as it would be later. The arrow tubes were slow to manufacture, and achieving the insane shooting speed of the later stages required either a group of people upgrading the arrow tubes or using regular arrows. Don't worry, Natasha replied casually, drawing her dagger from her waist and crouching as she stealthily approached the corner of the wall, a dead angle where she wouldn't be seen. When she reached the front gate and saw the high-quality keypad lock, she smiled wryly and turned to signal me, who was up in a tree. Let's see who needs help. I drew an arrow with a blue glowing tip. This arrowhead could unleash a powerful electric current, instantly disabling the keypad lock. I drew my bow, aimed, and shot. The arrow flew several dozen meters, hitting the keypad lock with precision. With a click, the gate opened. Nice job. Natasha internally praised me before rushing inside. I observed for a moment. When no one came to check, I followed her in. Once inside the building, we first encountered 2 hidden surveillance cameras, but they had been disabled by Red Queen. Had we discovered the cameras in the walls, our movements would have been exposed. According to the director's intel, we can access the trading area by going up the stairs from the B2 zone, I said, pulling up the information Nick Fury sent to my wrist device. The S.H.I.E.L.D. informant had a thorough understanding of this place. We were in the A1 zone, and to get to B2, we had to pass through a checkpoint with guards. There were about a dozen guards at the checkpoint, with 4 rotating in shifts every 4 hours, and they had a 5-minute break in between. We'll wait until the break is over, Natasha said, glancing at the time. There were still over 10 minutes until the shift change, so waiting was also an option. However, I frowned, feeling this wasn't a good plan. The longer we stayed, the more risk we faced. It was best to resolve things quickly and retreat. I think we should break through directly. This place makes me uneasy. For some reason, the moment I stepped into this building, I was overcome by a strong sense of foreboding. Usually, places like this had tight security, but we had passed through 2 lines of defense without seeing anyone. This strange atmosphere made me, an experienced black market veteran, uneasy. Natasha mainly specialized in assassination and espionage. With her beautiful face and great figure, she had her advantages. All right, I'll follow your lead. Natasha knew arguing wouldn't help, so she went along with me. However, she was slightly concerned. She was sensitive to the scent of blood and felt a faint metallic smell in the air. But thinking about the black market, where a few deaths were normal, she didn't dwell on it. We agreed and followed the wristwatch map to the checkpoint from A1 to B2. As we crossed through the dimly lit hallway, the scene before us shocked us both. Oh my God, what's going on here? Natasha covered her mouth, trying to suppress her nausea, goosebumps covering her skin. I wasn't much better off. My usual stoic expression had cracked. The small platform resembled a security room, with a small round table inside, complete with playing cards and unfinished beers, clearly having been used for entertainment. On the floor lay 7 or 8 people, their necks smashed into a pulp against the wall, their bodies severed and discarded nearby, the cuts looking like they had been cleaved in one blow. Their insides spilled all over the ground, colorful and grotesque, completely breaking our defenses. The expressions on their faces were filled with terror, their features twisted as if they were glued together. What happened here? The battle-hardened Natasha was the first to regain her composure. Although I felt sick, I was still a seasoned agent and had some resistance to such brutal scenes. I suggest we report this to the director. Otherwise, we might not make it out of here. I offered my candid advice. From the scene, It was clear these people hadn't engaged the enemy. They had either been killed by their own or were taken out too quickly by a stronger opponent before they could react. "Clint, come look," Natasha called me excitedly as she crouched beside one of the bodies. She had found a relatively intact corpse and discovered an important clue. I hurried over, following her pointing finger. There was a head connected to the body, the neck intact. The other corpses had their neck flesh gone, leaving only bones. Most crucially, there was a mark on it. I took a deep breath and leaned closer to examine the mark. This was crushed by someone's brute force. After comparing notes, I concluded with a grave expression. There was no doubt this was done by someone using their own strength. The handprint was the evidence. The lightness we had before vanished from our faces, replaced by a heavy and fearful atmosphere. With such power, dealing with Barton and Natasha would be a piece of cake. Barton was just an ordinary man, relying on his naturally strong reflexes and hand-eye coordination, supplemented by technology. Although Natasha had undergone enhancements, her abilities were limited, and she lacked any special powers. "Let's keep moving. I hope we don't run into that thing," Barton said, taking a deep breath. They couldn't afford to abandon the mission. Nick Fury's temperament was something Barton understood all too well. Unless they truly encountered an insurmountable foe, Fury would never agree to a retreat. "I'd rather be on the battlefield in Afghanistan," Natasha quipped, noting that at least bullets weren't as terrifying as this. The two continued onward, the lights overhead flickering ominously, indicating that this mission wouldn't be simple. In the D6 area, Gasco, who had infiltrated through the pipes from the A1 zone, was searching for the main power switch, with bodies strewn behind him. He had ditched his teammates and lost his way in the complex piping, having to fight his way through. Gasco didn't initially want to go on a killing spree, fearing he might get lost in the violence, but the scenes he encountered shattered his moral limits. In the resting rooms, there were one or more women, like comfort machines. Their eyes, filled with despair and numbness, were too much for even someone like Gasco, who had witnessed countless tragic battles, to face directly. After receiving permission from Red Queen, he furiously killed everyone, allowing the women to escape along the path he had cleared. "Mr. Gasco, the generator room is the second room on the right, 60 meters ahead," Red Queen instructed, having taken control of the building's network and equipment. The video being viewed in the monitoring room was paused by her. Entering the generator room, Gasco found the main power switch and ripped away the protective metal cover. "This looks a bit complicated," he muttered, examining the red and blue wires inside, stroking his chin. He didn't recognize any patterns except for the lightning symbol. "Mr. Gasco, please cut the blue wire connecting the metal interface on the right side." Red Queen quickly provided the answer. This wire controlled the door to the trading area, and disconnecting it would trap the people inside. This smart door could only slide left and right, and couldn't be opened manually. "All right." Gasco nodded and directly yanked out the blue wire, confident that his combat suit was insulated and would protect him from electric shocks. As soon as the blue wire was cut, the door to the trading area on the second floor locked shut. The people inside, engaged in dark dealings and indulgent pleasures, remained blissfully unaware. The element californium that the water company needed had to be stored in lead containers. With the second-floor occupants trapped, Gasco's teammates infiltrated the area. Next, they needed to locate the californium, and the mission would be complete. Before coming here, Kyle had added detection functionality to their goggles, enabling them to locate the lead boxes. In the second-floor trading area, SHIELD Agent Barton and Natasha were observing their target, Kent Strowl, who was holding a glass of red wine while conversing with a mature woman. "Did you bring what I asked for?" Kent asked, his eyes filled with wariness, unaffected by the noise outside. This woman was not to be underestimated. He had used many connections but couldn't uncover her identity, only knowing her significant ties to the black market's founder. "Don't worry, Mr. Kent. While this is our first transaction, my reputation is solid," the woman said, revealing a silver box containing the californium that Kyle wanted. She was in need of a large quantity of weapons, as long as they could kill. The organization behind her instigated wars between countries to sell weapons for massive profits. After the FBI took down a previous arms dealer, she had to find a new seller. Ken had caught her attention, leading to their collaboration. Kent, a well-known arms dealer, also needed the element to create more powerful weapons and expand his market, aiming to become a world-class arms dealer. Very well, the weapons will be delivered tomorrow afternoon, Kent said as he opened the box and saw the lead container inside. He dared not think of opening the lead box. The element was radioactive, and exposure would cause paralysis or death. Still, he wasn't worried about it being counterfeit. In terms of influence, he was only slightly weaker than the woman. I look forward to our next collaboration. They shook hands, and Kent left the room with 4 bodyguards. With this element, he could begin researching nuclear weapons. All other materials were in place. He dreamed of becoming a top weapons supplier in the world and starting his own company. Unfortunately, from the moment he chose the path of nuclear weapon research, his failure was all but guaranteed. In the B2 area, Natasha and Barton dared not move, mentally cursing Nick Fury. Before them stood 4 enhanced warriors. Instinct told them not to provoke these 4, or they would be torn apart. Subject 125, what's the plan? Kill them. The exchange made Natasha and Barton instantly alert, drawing their weapons and charging in. How interesting. One of the enhanced warriors intercepted Natasha's attack, sending her flying with a single punch. Natasha slammed against the wall, leaving a spiderweb-like dent, and spat out a mouthful of blood. This power felt like being hit by a car. Seeing the situation, Barton immediately threw down his weapon, clasped his hands on his head, and slowly crouched down. With Natasha already defeated, further resistance was pointless. Survival was the top priority. The first lesson we agents learn is how to stay alive as long as possible. As long as we're alive, there's a chance for a comeback. But once dead, all opportunities are lost. Boss, what's the plan? Bind them up. These 2 are not like the others. The 4 enhanced warriors were coded 125 to 128, with those numbered closer to 1 being stronger in combat and having more authority. Numbers under 100 were reserved for superpowered individuals, like Gasco, who was 001, and I was designated as 087. After their earlier skirmish, 125 sensed that these 2 were different from the previous ones. That woman, in particular, managing to withstand one of his punches without dying was quite astonishing. His punch was powerful enough to exert 1.2 tons of force. He could create a dent in iron, let alone a fragile human body. Understood. The 2 members behind them, carrying small bags, took out ropes and began to bind the temporarily incapacitated Natasha and Barton. With the intention of bringing back something valuable for their leader, 125 had collected a bunch of impressive-looking items along the way. However, he was most satisfied with capturing these 2 special individuals to bring back to the lab as test subjects, which would surely amuse the data-driven researchers. Subject 128, give them an injection. Yes, Captain. 125 tugged the ropes, feeling they weren't secure enough and could easily be broken free from. So he called the team medic to inject Natasha and Barton with a muscle relaxant. The drug produced by Water Company was no ordinary product. It was a special agent designed to act on the nerves and block muscle signal transmission, far superior to the inferior products on the market. Unless one had a natural antibody or extraordinarily strong constitution, there was no way to break free within half an hour. Barton, I hate you, Natasha muttered, utterly defenseless as she received the injection and collapsed to the ground, leaving only her head able to move. She wanted to complain about her teammates' incompetence, feeling they should have retreated the moment they discovered the bodies. Sorry, Barton mumbled, unable to look Natasha in the eye. This decision had been a mistake. Retreating earlier may have resulted in a minor penalty, but now it had escalated to this. Take them with us. Their bodies are unusual, and they'll make for good test subjects. After confirming that Barton and Natasha were incapacitated, 125 instructed subject 127 to manage them. 127 didn't waste any words. He ripped off the metal covering that was about to fall off his head and placed them on top. Tying one end of the rope to himself, he dragged them along. With their enhanced strength, carrying the combined weight of 320 pounds was effortless. In the D4 area, Gasco and the other 5 enhanced warriors had gathered, awaiting the arrival of the 4. The guards on the first floor had mostly been cleared, and Red Queen had hacked all the communication systems, sealing off the second floor as well. Now, there was a complete communication blackout between the inside and outside. Even if they killed everyone on the second floor, no one outside would know. They're here. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed down the distant hallway. Gasco opened his eyes and looked. The four were approaching. However, upon seeing the two individuals they were dragging behind, his masked face stiffened in confusion. Wow, 125, you did great. Damn, why didn't I think of capturing hostages as test subjects? Quick thinking. I've dealt with those outside already. The teammates immediately reacted, expressing envy as they noticed the two being dragged. Everyone knew the company was in need of test subjects, but they had all forgotten about it. Now, the opportunity for promotion and wealth slipped away. Hee, our captured test subjects are exceptional. That woman only suffered minor injuries from my punch. 125 didn't hold back, sharing what had happened and praising the combat abilities of the two. Without enhancements, he might not have one, but things were different now. Wait a moment. Are you from that agency? Gasco, having dealt with S.H.I.E.L.D. before, had a thought after hearing 125's account and spoke up. As a superpowered individual with keen senses, he felt that these two had a similar aura to the mysterious individuals from that day. Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Yes, we are, Barton exclaimed, shocked at how readily Natasha admitted it, which was against confidentiality protocols. You've been on a mission away from here and don't understand some things. Leave it to me. Natasha glanced at Gasco's uniform and devised a plan. If she hadn't been on leave, she would have been with Coulson that day. She had read Gasco's report and recognized the 087 uniform. Hey. Barton felt helpless and had to go along with Natasha, wondering if he was really out of touch with the times. Give them the antidote and release them. Gasco thought for a moment before speaking. Their numbers were not sufficient, and if they were indeed from S.H.I.E.L.D., cooperation could be considered. However, to avoid exposing themselves, they would eliminate them after the cooperation. Water Company had just recovered and couldn't afford any turmoil. It would be best to knock them out and throw them in the confinement room for a few months. As things stood, breaking into Water Company to rescue someone would be more challenging than assassinating the president at the White House. Otherwise, they would understand the true power of Red Queen. I'm really sorry. My subordinates didn't recognize your identities and caused you trouble, Gasco said after administering the antidote. As we gradually regained control of our bodies, I sprang up from the ground like a carp. Gasco spoke first. He needed to ensure that we were within his line of sight until the operation was over. It's fine. Since it was a misunderstanding, we'll be on our way, Natasha replied, feeling that this place was no longer safe. Eager to disengage from the fight, I took a step back, but a gleaming dagger was suddenly pressed against my neck. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. We can discuss a potential collaboration, Gasco's ghostly voice whispered in my ear. I shook my head slightly and found myself in a hostage situation. With his strength, taking down both me and Barton would be a piece of cake. Faced with absolute power, I had no choice but to comply. Let's talk. What's your mission? Gasco got straight to the point, not wasting any time. The second floor was sealed off, and no one would notice anything for a while, as there were still 2 hours until the main auction began. Moreover, Red Queen had already taken control of that area, monitoring every move. Our mission is to assassinate arms dealer Kent Strow. Barton remained silent with his eyes closed, leaving me to handle the conversation. Given the current situation, I had to go along with Gasco. Otherwise, we would be in serious trouble. Boss, our target is also Kent Strow. The goods are in his possession, one of Gasco's team members said upon hearing the name, rushing over to him. It seemed our objectives overlapped. Barton and I exchanged glances. These guys were incredibly strong, and if we teamed up, this mission would be a walk in the park. Looks like we're allies now, Gasco said, a strange tone in his voice, and a smirk appeared on his lips. Half an hour later, I was vomiting up a storm, hunched over against the wall, regretting my decision to crawl through the sewer. Barton looked at me with a mix of sympathy and relief. Had it not been for his bulky frame, he would have been the one crawling through the sewer instead. Ha ha ha, well done, Gasco laughed, revealing the explosives I had set in the sewer. Once we left, it would blow this place to bits. This plan had initially been abandoned, as a group of large men couldn't fit through that small hole, but my arrival had solved that problem perfectly. My vacation. I longed for the days spent sipping champagne on the beach, not fiddling with explosives in a sewer. However, the mission was essentially complete. Now it was up to Gasco and his team. On the second floor, 9 enhanced warriors slipped in through a hidden door, changing into civilian clothes and donning masks to blend in with the crowd. Found him, follow me. After some searching, they spotted Kent sitting in the front row of the auction hall and quickly messaged their teammates. They pulled out their weapons and swiftly slit the throats of 4 guards, dragging their bodies to a secluded area, then dressed in their uniforms to continue inside. Most people coming to the black market were notorious criminals, so there was no moral burden in killing. Subjects 129 and 130 guard the auction hall entrance. 127 and 128 follow me to get the element. The rest stay on standby. Team leader 125 issued the orders, leading his 2 companions into the auction exhibition hall. Wearing masks, they went unnoticed. After all, concealing one's identity was standard practice in the black market. However, the next scene left everyone present in shock as they pulled out a Gatling gun and aimed it at the crowd. "Hello there," 125 said with a smile as he pressed the trigger, the 6 barrels of the Gatling gun whirring to life, spewing flames. Even with dozens of bodyguards present, they stood no chance against such firepower. You couldn't expect to fight a Gatling gun with a small handgun when it shot hundreds of rounds per minute. Once the ammo ran out, the 3 of them finally lowered their weapons. "Nice job. This guy died a horrible death." Subject 129 found Kent, who had been turned into a sieve, and picked up the box beside him. Kent, not being particularly bright, had tossed the box aside the moment he was attacked. If he had used it as a shield, the 3 might have had a tough time taking him down without damaging the box. "All right, the gunfire will surely attract attention. Let's retreat," 125 said, glancing at the cracked box. It should remain undetected for now, but after some time, that could change. They needed to quickly return to the vehicle and place the items in a specialized radiation-proof box. Mission accomplished. Let's go. Taking advantage of the chaos, the 3 changed back into their clothes and called for the others to leave together. Meanwhile, Gasco received the news that the mission was complete and hurried outside with me and Barton. Outside the forest, Gasco had prepared a containment box that could completely shield against radiation. The team members arrived and placed the box inside the containment area. "All right, let's watch the explosion." Gasco signaled to me and Barton behind him, and 125 nodded in understanding. Then, there was a flash of fire and the sound of an explosion as a sack fell from the sky, landing over me and Barton. "Oh no!" We realized what was happening, but compared to the enhanced warriors, our strength felt like that of children against adults. After struggling a couple of times, we were knocked out, and Gasco hoisted us up and stuffed us into the vehicle. "Guys, let's move!" With a shout, the 9 enhanced warriors piled into the vehicle and quickly drove away from the area, aiming to catch the 4 a.m. flight back to New York. 3 days later, at Water Company, I, Kyle, watched the sales figures soar and the account balance reach 9 figures, casually resting my legs on the desk, feeling quite relaxed. Alice was incredibly capable. She personally signed contracts with herb suppliers in New York, resolving the raw material issues. The factory's production speed had skyrocketed, now producing nearly 400,000 doses of the special gastric medicine and 100,000 beauty serums daily. However, this volume was just a drop in the bucket on a global scale, so we could only supply New York and its surrounding cities for now. "Boss, Mr. Gasco is back, inside the umbrella." Red Queen's voice pulled me from my daydream. She had just detected the subprogram, realizing he was within the umbrella. Her main body had been in the lab assisting Ryan with the research on Crystal 7, so she didn't scan right away. "Finally back. I'll go down and take a look," I said, adjusting my collar and putting on a newly developed wristwatch from the tech department. This watch could monitor health status and had a positioning function. For instance, if someone scratched their hand, it would detect it immediately and provide a solution. I pushed open the door and headed toward the elevator. 5 minutes later, I arrived at the umbrella. The framework was set up, and the next phase of construction would be the most challenging. I casually put on a safety helmet, as dirt and small stones occasionally fell, making it quite dangerous. "Hey, look at this team that accomplished something big." I approached Gasco and gave him a big hug, then shook hands with the other 9 team members. Their haul this time included not only rare elements, but also a bunch of valuable antiques and some odd gadgets they had liberated along the way, simply pocketing them for the trip back. Red Queen had already checked and disabled the tracking devices on them. "Boss, we brought back 2 special individuals for you to check out," Gasco said after the pleasantries, leading me to the newly constructed containment room. Inside were 2 people, secured in pure steel, having been searched before being left with only a phone controlled by Red Queen, allowing them to play games, browse the internet, and watch videos, but couldn't send messages outside, just a way to pass the time. How do we end up with these 2? I peered through the 2-way mirror and felt a jolt in my heart. In the 5-by-5-foot room, Natasha and Barton were staring at the ceiling, occasionally glancing at the glass, clearly aware it was a one-way mirror and that someone was watching them. These 2, how did you come across them? I didn't ask how they managed to capture them. Our team members were incredibly strong, and one alone could have handled them, especially with Gasco leading the charge. When we were on a mission in the black market, they encountered Subject 125 and were subdued, Gasco briefly explained, mentally mourning their unfortunate luck. It was quite a coincidence that they happened to run into the Special Operations team. "All right, keep them locked up. Have the enhanced warriors provide food. Ordinary people can't handle this," I said with a chuckle, finding their misfortune amusing. But considering they had always stood on the side of justice, and Natasha had even sacrificed herself for the world, I wouldn't make things too difficult for them. Keeping them here meant Nick Fury wouldn't be able to find them, and they could serve as hostages later. "Boss, I think these 2 are suitable candidates for the implant of Crystal 7. I suggest bringing them under your wing," Gasco proposed. He knew it would be difficult to recruit such individuals, but his eyes didn't lie. "All right, I'll take some time in the next few days to talk to them," I replied, looking at Natasha, thinking that at this stage, it would be easier to win her over than Barton. The Avengers hadn't formed yet, and she hadn't found her sense of belonging. I felt I had a knack for persuasion. It was just a matter of coercion, temptation, and drawing a nice picture. But with Natasha's personality, ordinary methods wouldn't work. I needed to tap into her past experiences, like her childhood or the Red Room. After exiting the Umbrella, I parted ways with Gasco. I headed to gather information. With these special details, I could help Natasha repair her physical flaws, which should provide a significant opportunity. Gasco went to find Ryan to register identities for the team members. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enter the company. Currently, Ryan, who held multiple positions, was responsible for the identity cards, and he was incredibly busy every day. The company's hiring process was slow, and the scrutiny was strict. If news about the biological enhancement serum and Crystal 7 leaked, the consequences would be dire. Red Queen, collect the data I need at all costs, and use any forceful means necessary, I commanded as soon as I returned to my office, wanting to see results within a day. Gasco had reminded me, and I found a new perspective. My previous ideas had been too limited. When it came to determination, Captain America Steve was at the top of the world, along with the later Iron Man Tony Stark and Dr. Banner, who battled the Hulk, and even Thor, the Asgardian prince. The mental resilience of these individuals was unmatched by ordinary people. My Kyle's thoughts had hit a dead end, fixating on how ordinary people could become superpowered individuals, yet I hadn't considered that superheroes could also become targets. Just like Iron Man, without his suit, his body was no different from that of an ordinary person. The Antarctic could be an option. S.H.I.E.L.D. probably doesn't know yet. Aside from sending people to Sokovia to find Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, I could intervene in other matters. However, I dared not make any moves against the next Supreme Sorcerer, Doctor Strange. I had nothing to counterbalance the Ancient One. She protected the entire Earth, and if I interfered with her retirement plans, it would create a huge rift. She might even turn against me directly. "Alice, could you come up for a moment?" I picked up the intercom on the desk to summon Alice. A few minutes later, she arrived. "Boss, what's up?" She looked puzzled when she answered the call. I hadn't said anything before calling her up, and she had dropped everything she was working on. It was a critical time, with documents piled high, and she was working late into the night every day. "Not much, just a question. If I allocate $50 million to you, can you ensure our production can supply globally within a month?" I considered that these two products could not be outsourced. There were extremely tiny amounts of the Crystal 7 energy within them, which was our core secret. Handing it out would be tantamount to a death sentence. Boss, if that's the case, I can have it done in half a month. Alice confidently assured me. We had signed contracts with local material suppliers in New York, but without enough funds, we couldn't negotiate with those from other regions. Now that I had the money, she could really make things happen. However, she was a bit puzzled as to why I suddenly approved such a large amount. 50 million was half of the funds in our account. Don't overthink it. Just do your job. I rested my chin on my hands, needing to exchange money for opportunities. There were still 4 months before the main events began, and I didn't want to waste this developmental period. I had another idea. All sorts of strange beings emerged after Tony Stark shouted that famous line. What if we prevented him from saying it? Would the subsequent events not happen? 2 days later, it was a particularly special day. I held a sealed envelope and arrived at the company with Gasco at 6 o'clock. Over the past few days, Red Queen had dug up all the data she could. To learn more, I need to consult those in the know. Gasco, please keep me safe in there. I warned him before entering the room, knowing my small frame wouldn't withstand Natasha's attacks. I used my identity card to unlock the door, startling not only Natasha, but also Barton next door. However, the room was soundproof, so Barton wouldn't overhear our conversation. You are? Kyle Water. Natasha immediately went into a combat stance, her gaze icy. Given the chance, she would undoubtedly strangle me without hesitation. But I had 2 aces up my sleeve that could make her work for me. Seeing her react this way, Gasco also assumed a defensive posture. Don't be so tense. Just smile, I said, trying to ease the tension in the air while maintaining a gentle smile. I felt that once we got through this conversation, Natasha would likely become our teammate. Gasco, lower your guard. I knew Gasco could take Natasha out in an instant, but this operation didn't require violence unless she made the first move. Then Gasco could protect me. I imagine you've seen me in the data a few days ago and know who I am. I moved a small round table between us, pulled up a chair, and sat down without any reservations. Noticing Natasha still hadn't moved, I extended my hand in a gentlemanly gesture, inviting her to sit. Get to the point. I might not be able to resist hitting you, Natasha said, looking at my smiling face, her instincts on high alert. Yet her senses also told her I was just an ordinary person. Life is never as smooth as we wish. There are always cracks. I know you're one of Nick Fury's people, but I admire you. How about joining me? I didn't like small talk and went straight to the point. As expected, Natasha rejected me outright. People change. If they don't, they might die early. You're smart enough to understand that. I wasn't angry. I pushed the envelope toward her, containing things she couldn't refuse. No matter what you say, I can't possibly this. How did you find this? Natasha, initially defiant, jumped out of her chair, her face filled with shock upon seeing what was inside the envelope. Nick Fury had seriously underestimated the situation. Gasco wasn't the key player, I was. This information was something S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't uncovered, while I had clarity on all. Much of the intel was buried deep within various agencies, and S.H.I.E.L.D. lacked the ability to dig it out. Compared to death, being alive is different. Being alive allows you to discover many interesting things. Just like you discovered flowers, I discovered you. 3 days later, in the top office of Water Company, I, Kyle, noticed that Natasha had changed out of her skin-tight suit, removing her glamorous makeup and returning to a more natural state. Hey, the infamous Black Widow from S.H.I.E.L.D. had finally boarded my pirate ship and joined my ranks. However, since she had just joined, I still needed to assess her loyalty, so I hadn't assigned her any tasks yet. I also hadn't mentioned Red Queen's existence or the identity cards to her. I would wait until I was sure she wouldn't betray us before coming clean. Today you'll be getting the crystal implanted. Do you have any thoughts about it? I asked while wolfing down an American burger, glancing at the schedule on the wall as I spoke to Natasha, who was now my new personal secretary. Alice had been promoted to CEO of Water Company. 2 days prior, I had informed Ryan to make preparations for the implantation, fulfilling my promise to Natasha. She had undergone brainwashing and modifications in the past, leaving irreversible damage to her body that S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't heal. However, the power of Crystal 7 was impressive. During the evolution process, it could repair bodily injuries. That's what I've been hoping for, Natasha replied, a hint of excitement in her eyes. When she discovered I had Crystal 7, she was initially shocked, taking a while to process the information. Aware of the implantation risks, she was still willing to try. Good to hear, just don't lose yourself, I cautioned, finishing off the burger and wiping my hand with a napkin. I grabbed a notepad and signaled to Natasha that it was time to head out. Upon arriving at the Crystal 7 research lab, Gasco and Ryan were already there, waiting to calibrate the machines. Gasco's massive frame was nearly at Natasha's head level. The size difference between them was striking. Sir, Natasha can come in now. The equipment is ready, Gasco said, giving a thumbs up as we entered. It had taken him and Ryan quite a bit of effort to get everything set up, but with Red Queen controlling the mechanical arms flawlessly, there was no margin for error. Impressive indeed. Great. I appreciate your hard work over the past few days. The company wasn't automated enough yet. If it were, Red Queen could handle these calibrations without needing human assistance. Unfortunately, we lacked the technology to manufacture robots, and Red Queen hadn't brought the Umbrella's technology with her, so acquiring a robot production line in the short term was unlikely. Go change your clothes, Miss Natasha. Her dress was definitely unsuitable for the crystal implantation. We would need to make an incision right in the center of her chest. I had prepared a special experimental suit for her that wouldn't expose her. All right, Natasha nodded and went into the changing room, emerging in a pure white experimental suit. We exchanged glances before stepping into the room with the implantation pod, and she slowly lay down inside, preparing to start in 3, 2, 1. The mechanical voice counted down as the white pod lid slowly closed, and the anesthetic gas quickly filled the inside. In an instant, Natasha lost consciousness. 2 precision surgical blades sliced open her experimental suit and skin, while mechanical arms inserted the prepared Crystal 7 into the incision, beginning its work. Outside, Gasco, Ryan, and I waited, now with one additional person. After 2 hours, the pod opened with a hiss of air pressure. How did it go? Gasco and I were startled and rushed to push the door open. Ryan wanted first-hand data, while I was eager to see how Natasha was doing and what power she had gained. This is... Natasha emerged from the pod, staring at me and Ryan, her face filled with astonishment. She could feel it. The faint memories were becoming clear, and her body was filled with immense power, rivaling Gasco's strength. Additionally, her senses were heightened. She could see tiny gaps in the wall from over 10 meters away. How do you feel? I moved closer, genuinely concerned. This was the second successful test subject, and I was filled with anticipation. From Natasha's expression, it seemed she had gained incredible strength. Detected the emergence of a Class S superpowered individual. The data has been recorded. The system's notification sounded, and I nearly jumped for joy. Though I didn't know exactly what a Class S superpowered individual meant, it certainly sounded impressive. I'm fine. This power is incredibly intoxicating, Natasha said, stabilizing herself by holding onto my arm as she stood. Having just acquired the ability, her body was still adjusting. It was like switching from using a handgun to suddenly wielding a Gatling gun. There was an adaptation process. Congratulations on your rebirth, Miss Natasha, Gasco said as he clapped, entering the room. He could sense the power contained in Natasha's petite body, comparable to his own, and it felt like there was even deeper strength waiting for her to unlock. It seems joining your pirate ship was a wise decision. Natasha closed her eyes to feel her body. The past injuries and trauma from modifications were gone. She felt light, as if she had shed a heavy burden and could run freely. Don't worry. Joining us is the best choice you'll ever make in your life, I said as I withdrew my arm, allowing Natasha to explore her newfound strength and adapt as quickly as possible. If she needed someone to support her while walking, I would end up doing all the work, and I absolutely wouldn't allow that to happen. After handing Natasha over to Ryan for data assessment, I returned to the top office of Water Company. I was particularly curious about what the system meant by Class S superpower. System, you need to explain this to me. I wrapped my fingers on the desk, preparing to ask some serious questions. Just moments after witnessing Natasha's successful implantation, the system chimed in with a notification. Class S superpowered individual, belonging to the top tier of superpowered beings, with an occurrence probability of only 0.0000001%. However, every Class S superpowered individual, upon reaching the final stage of growth, will possess the power to transcend the world. The classification of superpowered individuals is as follows: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and Class S. Gasco is classified as a beginner superpowered individual. Beginner superpowered individuals do not possess significant lethality. Most have supportive abilities and relatively weak individual strength. Intermediate superpowered individuals exhibit offensive superpowers and possess considerable individual strength. Advanced superpowered individuals can dominate a city, boasting immense destructive capabilities, with individual combat strength comparable to nuclear weapons. Class S superpowered individuals possess multiple composite abilities, and their ultimate form represents cosmic-level power. Additionally, certain special superpowers are not included in this classification. After reading the system information, I was utterly stunned. Natasha had skyrocketed in power. If the system was correct, a fully realized Natasha would possess cosmic-level power, making her a singularly powerful entity in a Marvel universe. Even the Ancient One and Odin wouldn't be her match, let alone Thanos. Wait a minute, Natasha only demonstrated enhanced senses and physical strength. She doesn't have any superpowers. I snapped back to reality, realizing the key issue. Natasha had just shared her situation with us, including the changes in her body, her strength levels, and her mental state. The host can define Natasha's current state based on memories from the film Lucy. The brain development level is at 20%. Lucy? Wait, it can't be that Lucy. I hadn't recalled the title at first, but once I tapped into my dusty memories, my expression changed. I had seen that film featuring the actress who played Black Widow, and her performance could indeed be considered cosmic level. System, does that mean Natasha doesn't have much time left? I realized the implications. Overdeveloping her brain could lead to her body collapsing. Once fully developed, she might even merge with the universe. Please don't worry. The side effects have been completely eliminated. The power will not diminish. The cost is a slowed rate of brain development. The system's response relieved me. This outcome was much better than complete annihilation. Slowed? How long will it take? To reach the complete form, the time required is 1,100 years, but it can be shortened through active development. That was a cold splash of water that extinguished my enthusiasm. 1,100 years? Thanos would be here in 10 years. There was no way we could reach the final stage by then. Sigh, I guess we'll have to take things one step at a time. You can't force a pie to fall from the sky. I sighed in resignation, mainly because our strength was insufficient and the company's business was just getting started. The special gastric medicine and cosmetics needed to stabilize. It would take at least a couple of months, and raw materials were a significant problem. Those major herbal suppliers were inflating prices, and there were signs of competitors lurking behind scenes. They saw our two products becoming hits with good reputations and wanted to squeeze us on raw materials to suppress our growth. Red Queen, since Natasha, just awakened, assigned her a task to test her combat abilities. Let her and Gasco clear out those behind-the-scenes manipulators. I had long been wary of them. I didn't mind open competition and could even offer preferential treatment, but those who resorted to underhanded tactics had to pay the price. Understood, boss. The task information has been uploaded to Mr. Gasco's phone. A few seconds later, Red Queen sent the task details to Gasco. As a unique and powerful artificial intelligence, her abilities extended far beyond this. Once I launched a satellite into orbit, her power would increase even further. By the way, Red Queen, keep an eye out for research talents from various countries, especially in robotics. I suddenly thought of this. Many countries could produce clunky, slow-moving robots. If I could acquire that technology, Red Queen could quickly deduce how to create true robots. At that point, buying a production line to manufacture hundreds of thousands of robots for her control would be an incredible force. Speaking of robots, I seem to be able to acquire Tony Stark's armor. When mentioning robots, I couldn't avoid talking about Tony Stark, the father of the Iron Man suit. I figured it wouldn't be difficult to obtain armor technology in exchange for Crystal 7. With his brilliance, any technology he traded would soon be updated. The arc reactor can wait, but have someone find Ivan Vanko. That guy's incredibly smart. Currently, the team sent to Sokovia to locate Scarlet, which and Quicksilver had returned with news confirming their location. Once this task was completed, I intended to have them continue looking for Ivan Vanko. A day later, I, Natasha, now familiar with my abilities, boarded a flight to Los Angeles with Gasco. After a thorough cleanup, those herbal suppliers who had previously rejected orders were now obediently signing contracts. During this time, my capabilities earned high praise from Gasco, who remarked that if I didn't activate bullet time, he would be suppressed by me. A week later, with ample raw materials, the production of beauty serum and special gastric medicine had increased and began to sell overseas. Within just a few days, these products replaced the old offerings and became bestsellers, with users singing their praises. A month later, the World Health Organization released test results proving that Water Company's special gastric medicine had a significant alleviating effect on stomach cancer and even a small chance of eradication, and it was also effective for other stomach ailments, typically curing them in just 2 courses of treatment. Even healthy individuals could take 1 pill daily for gastric protection and disease prevention. The news sent shockwaves around the globe, giving hope to stomach cancer patients. Water Company's stock skyrocketed, and some competitors could only fume silently, unable to do anything about it. Additionally, the intelligence team located Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, sending them back to headquarters. 2 months later, Water Company's market value surpassed $60 billion, setting a record for asset growth. Only Stark Industries from that year could rival it. As the boss, Kyle understood the importance of maintaining relationships. He didn't drive competitors to the wall. Instead, he intentionally lowered production to leave them a path to survive, although their profits had diminished compared to before. Now, Water Company had undergone a transformation, replacing old equipment with state-of-the-art technology and rebuilding its internal systems. Under the planning of the construction team and Red Queen, an underground umbrella had been constructed, becoming a military reserve base. Kyle felt the need for advancement in weapon technology, establishing a cutting-edge technology laboratory filled with high IQ talents from various countries, the least of whom were PhDs with extensive work experience. In this era of reduced research funding, much of it was diverted to weapon manufacturing. Kyle spent money recruiting dozens of special talents, many of whom came along with their teams due to financial constraints. They were so hard up that acquiring a neutron source multi-physics spectrometer required applying for funds from the government, which had failed 6 times in 2 years. In the U.S., Stark Industries provided advanced weaponry, which could reduce research costs, while other countries lacked such conditions and tried to imitate them, which would be tantamount to seeking death. Kyle, on the other hand, was reaping the benefits. At 8 o'clock in the morning, my alarm buzzed. A hand emerged from under the blanket, reaching for the alarm clock, but failing to find it. Red Queen, is that you again? Kyle, poked my head out from under the covers. I never kept an alarm clock by my bedside. This sound was simulated by Red Queen, trying to help me break free from the blanket's grip. Boss, this is your 28th time being late this month, Red Queen said with a hint of exasperation. Out of the past 30 days, I had only arrived on time twice, with the other 28 days marked by tardiness, which then led to Gasco questioning her. I know, I'll be right there, I replied grumpily, getting dressed and feeling the typical morning irritability. Water Company's status had risen, and I couldn't leave as freely as before. If I were recognized, I'd be swarmed. Boss, here's the daily schedule for Tony Stark. He spends most of his time chasing women. What a playboy. In the restaurant, I, Natasha, dressed in a wine-colored suit, was munching on a sandwich when I saw Kyle enter. I pushed the file toward him, my tone exasperated yet reflective. Let me see. Oh, this guy isn't afraid of wearing himself out. He better not drop dead. I initially thought it was normal for a playboy to chase women, but flipping through the document, I gasped. The numbers were astonishing. According to my investigation, Stark went to a burger joint for breakfast, attended various parties, and brought 2 or 3 women back to his villa at night. Everyone knew what that entailed. The key point was that this had become his daily routine. He typically brought home at least 2 women every night. Thinking about his track record of sleeping with magazine cover girls didn't shock me anymore. I advise you not to get any ideas about him. He has a record with S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm off to work. After finishing my sandwich, I warned him and grabbed my bag before heading out. After a few months of adjustment, I had grown accustomed to and enjoyed this leisurely lifestyle without constant fear. I hadn't contacted Nick Fury in a while, nor had he reached out to me. However, I was somewhat worried about Barton. He was still confined to the umbrella, stuck in a small room with only himself to keep busy. This guy seems to have gotten used to it. Kyle chuckled to himself as he watched my retreating figure. It seemed he had succeeded in testing whether I would betray him. He had restored all my rights, and even shared some non-critical core secrets about Water Company, allowing Red Queen to monitor the situation. For Season Agent, there were 100 ways to relay information during free activities, but after a month of surveillance by Red Queen, I hadn't entertained such thoughts at all. Red Queen, how many waves of invasions have you intercepted this month? Kyle casually asked. Report, boss. In the past month, there have been 6 attempts to hack our database, all of which I have blocked, Red Queen immediately responded. Since the Water Company became popular, the formulas for the special gastric medicine and beauty serum have tempted quite a few people. Although the materials are all listed openly, it is impossible to replicate them. Therefore, these people have focused on me, trying to hack into the database to see the formulas and experimental data. But with Red Queen guarding it, no one can get in. In the world of the internet, Red Queen is an invincible deity. Very interesting. Any news from S.H.I.E.L.D.? I chuckled lightly. 6 waves is neither a lot nor a little, and I can probably guess who they are. But what I care about is that a month ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. attacked the company's database. They must have found out that I flew to New Mexico that day, especially since I have 2 of their ace agents here with me. After so long without news, they must be suspicious. However, without evidence, and with our company's growing influence, they cannot act directly. Boss, S.H.I.E.L.D. is still chasing the false information you provided. They haven't caught on yet, Red Queen responded after a few seconds of silence. She had just accessed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database and looked at their recent plans. Thanks to the last invasion, she could easily get in. Red Queen created a virtual archive for S.H.I.E.L.D. to see and implanted a plugin through a temporary network channel, like placing an insider in their archive, allowing her to open the door anytime. To confuse them, Red Queen also inserted a false file. When Nick Fury sees this fake information, he probably won't suspect me or the Water Company. Good. Keep misleading them. The longer, the better. I took out my phone to check the date. My plans must not be disturbed. Things have been going well over the past 2 months. I found 10 suitable experimental subjects for crystal implantation, and after nurturing them for a while, I'll have them implanted the day after tomorrow to become superhumans. Got it, boss. But S.H.I.E.L.D. is close to uncovering the address we constructed. Should we further interfere? S.H.I.E.L.D. has significant resources, and the virtual address randomly generated by Red Queen is almost tracked down by them. If they discover it's a fake address, the Water Company will definitely be suspected, especially since Red Queen is doing this just as S.H.I.E.L.D. attacks the company. It's too coincidental. Do it. Forge a few photos of Natasha being abused in a confinement cell and send them to S.H.I.E.L.D., along with some sarcastic text. I suddenly thought of something amusing. Natasha looked quite disheveled in the confinement cell. Nick Fury would surely be furious to see his ace agent tortured like that. Anyway, Natasha is my personal secretary now, seldom makes public appearances, and Red Queen is protecting her. Received, boss. After saying this, Red Queen dispersed her holographic projection to carry out my orders. The manor is now modernized, and holographic projections allow Red Queen to appear in every area. In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Trident building, Nick Fury had been in his office early in the morning, comparing 2 photos with a furrowed brow. His intuition told him that this operation might have an unexpected outcome, but he was the one who personally orchestrated it. Ever since Natasha and Barton went missing during a mission, he had been racking his brain. What exactly is wrong? Looking at the nearly identical photos, his sharp intuition kept warning him, but no matter how he compared them, he couldn't find anything suspicious. Everything was too perfect. Wait, perfect? Nick Fury slapped the table, as if grasping the key. That's right, everything is too perfect. Every time he encountered a difficult problem, there would always be inexplicable clues proving the answer. Nick, there's something you need to see in person. It's urgent. Hill suddenly burst in, grabbed Nick Fury's sleeve, and pulled him outside, her face full of anxiety. What's going on? "You're not usually this flustered, Hill," Nick Fury said, surprised at what could make Hill lose her composure. When they reached the scene, a flicker of anger crossed his otherwise calm face, but was quickly suppressed. Controlling emotions is a fundamental skill for agents. "When did this happen?" Looking at the big red exclamation mark and the inappropriate photos on the screen, Nick Fury asked coldly. "This is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database. Even with the combined efforts of the FBI, IRS, and military, it is not easy to hack into." If it were just the exclamation mark, Nick Fury wouldn't be so angry. But the screen was filled with photos of Natasha and Barton being abused, looking disheveled in a confinement cell. Is this the level of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel? We delivered the answers to you on a silver platter, and you still haven't noticed. Truly a hot-tempered, incompetent organization. Hydra is better than you. Now we challenge you. Solve 7 riddles, and our whole organization will join you. Every month we will send a riddle, and if you solve it early, you can send it in early. From the remnants of a bygone era, this text displayed on the screen slowly faded away after everyone finished reading it. Red Queen's operation raised the level of sarcasm to the max. The photos of Natasha and Barton being abused were replaced with images found online, and since S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel had never seen them like this, Red Queen's Photoshop skills were incredible, leaving no trace. At 7:30 p.m., at the New City Hotel in New York, Kyle was dressed in a sky blue suit, holding Alice's hand as we stepped out of the car, drawing envious glances from those around us. I'm no longer the insignificant supporting character I used to be. I am now a well-known entrepreneur in New York. Why am I here? Because I received an invitation to a charity auction, which basically means it's an event some people use to launder their reputations. I initially had no intention of attending, but the host is quite powerful and even invited Tony Stark, so I agreed to show up. "Young Master, I've heard news that an artifact from the Sumerian period will be unveiled at tonight's banquet. The research department hopes we can acquire it." As we reached the entrance, Gasco had been waiting there and leaned in to whisper in my ear. This information was reported to him today, and he didn't dare make decisions on my behalf. Dr. Green, who reported the news, I had checked out. His identity is fine, though his taste with that green hair is a bit hard to accept. But he is highly capable and talented. Since the research department needs it, let's get it. After hearing this, I scanned the surroundings. Apart from the media taking pictures and the waitstaff, I didn't see any familiar faces. The water company is now vastly different, with ample funding. We even have 3 blocks of 5 kilograms of the number 7 crystal in stock, worth over $1 billion. Enough for 200 people to implant without any shortage in the near future. I had also won a few prizes in a lottery with the money, some good, some bad. Following Gasco, we entered the auction room, which was just a banquet hall with a makeshift auction stage set up and some chairs placed around. "Boss, our seats are 5, 6, and 7, Alice said, pulling out a small notebook filled with notes. After checking, she informed me. We settled into our seats. The place wasn't large, with a total of about 50 seats, 2/3 of which were already filled. "Gasco, where's Natasha?" Was some time before the event started. I played with my phone and casually asked. I hadn't seen her all afternoon. "Miss Natasha is at the company. She's afraid of exposing her identity with so many people around, so she didn't attend," Gasco replied quietly. He originally didn't qualify to sit here, but I made an exception for him. "Yeah, it is quite a mixed crowd here." I glanced at the bald, overweight man in seat 42 and said meaningfully, "That was Hitwell, a senior agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. and also a member of Hydra. The people behind him were probably from S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra too. I had no idea what their goal was. I guess they might be after the Sumerian artifact, since that would be the only thing at this auction that could make Nick Fury take action. Interesting. How much money did we bring?" I remembered that Hitwell had ultimately turned against them, but that was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s issue and had nothing to do with me. I still wanted to secure the Sumerian artifact, which would at least satisfy the research department. The research and technical departments had not disappointed me, producing a lot of useful things. One focused on theory while the other emphasized practicality, complementing each other, forming the foundation for the water company's new product development. "Young Master, all the funds in the account are available, but considering future developments, you can use up to $7 billion. I nodded, remaining silent. S.H.I.E.L.D. is building a space carrier, and Hitwell probably doesn't have much funding left, I'm determined to secure the Sumerian artifact. 10 minutes later, the seats were filled, and Tony Stark arrived at the last minute, taking seat 1. Seats 2 and 3 were taken by two people I had never seen before, looking like they were high-profile figures from New York. Welcome, everyone, to the charity auction. I am the auctioneer, Erica Clare. The elegantly dressed auctioneer introduced herself as the staff brought the first item on stage, pulling off a black cloth to reveal a dazzling crown. This is the first item for auction, the Maria Vittoria Pearl Crown. The body features swirling floral patterns, adorned with pearls and old-cut diamonds. It can also be disassembled into a necklace, with the base set in a cluster pattern of cushion-cut diamonds, featuring 11 natural seawater pearls with a warm luster. The auctioneer continued her introduction, but many were uninterested. "Gasco, I want that crown," I said, my eyes lighting up. This would surely boost my future wife's affection. Noticing that those around me showed no interest, I decisively raised my hand to secure this beautiful crown. Next up for auction is a stone tablet unearthed from the Sumerian period, inscribed with numerous cuneiform characters, and it has not yet been studied by any scholars. The auctioneer briefly introduced the item. The origin of the tablet was quite mysterious. It had been delivered by a man in a black robe, and no information about him could be found afterward. In accordance with professional ethics, the auction house did not study the tablet and put it up for auction directly. The starting price for this tablet is $600,000. Upon hearing this price, many people in the audience showed interest in buying it, as this amount was equivalent to just $10 for an average person. Hitwell's lips curled up. He felt that the true value of this item had yet to be discovered, which was a good thing. As a member of Hydra, he was well aware of the tablet's background. It had been unearthed at the same time as the Sumerian king list, but most of its content was about daily life, so it hadn't attracted much attention. However, according to their research, if the content on the tablet were rearranged based on the positions of the stars at night, it could very well contain the manufacturing methods and related information for an ancient apocalyptic weapon, given the mysterious and fantastical nature of Sumerian civilization. $700,000. Just as Hitwell was about to raise his paddle, Kyle, sitting in front, called out the price first. This complicated matters. Their funding for this auction was limited. Although acquiring the tablet was not difficult, it depended on whether Tony Stark and Kyle would get involved. Stark Industries had been a long-standing enterprise, suppressing New York for many years. The water company was a rising star, with its asset growth speed breaking records. These two companies held the most influence in New York, and with the potential of the water company's beauty serums and special gastro medicines still largely untapped, if they expanded overseas, doubling their market value would not be an issue. Stark Industries. Needless to say, with Tony Stark involved, weapon development had no endpoint, putting some military-industrial companies in a position where they could only sell replicas and low-end weapons. "Quick, raise the bid." Seeing that someone had raised the price again, Hitwell became anxious and urged his subordinates to bid. If they didn't act soon, who knew how high the price would rise? It was something he had to worry about personally. $1.2 million. A subordinate received the instructions and raised the paddle to shout. Their funding limit this time was $100 million, and they had to secure this tablet. As for the investigation into the theft of museum artifacts assigned by Nick Fury, he couldn't worry about that now. "Gasco, keep raising the price. I'm determined to get this," Kyle said, noticing Hitwell's sudden move and thinking that the tablet must be extraordinary. $5 million, $7 million, $9 million, $12 million. The bids kept escalating, leaving everyone in the audience stunned, starting to question whether this tablet was a treasure. People also felt a bit of sympathy for those competing against Kyle. After all, competing with this new rich man was no small feat. "Jarvis, what's so special about this thing?" Tony, sitting in seat 1, became interested. He was quite familiar with Kyle, having owed him a life. "Sir, this stone tablet was unearthed alongside the Sumerian king list. The content recorded is not that precious. Once deciphered, it can be treated as an ordinary artifact for storage. After that, it is unknown where it ended up," Jarvis informed Tony through his earpiece. Since that attack, this playboy had become more concerned about his safety and had created several self-defense gadgets. "Interesting, since you all want it." $80 million. As soon as Tony shouted this price, the entire room erupted. He had always only been interested in jewelry and women. How did he suddenly get involved in bidding for artifacts? Little did they know, this amount was nothing for him. He could easily donate a genuine Da Vinci work without a second thought. He's interested too. This is getting fun, Kyle thought as he saw Tony raising the bid, a playful smile appearing on his face. He realized that Hydra was in trouble now. When it came to financial power, they couldn't compete. In terms of influence, Tony had military backing, and S.H.I.E.L.D. paid special attention to him. Unless Hydra wanted to quit the game entirely, they wouldn't dare to touch Tony Stark. Damn it. How did he get involved? Pitbull's face darkened as he realized he wouldn't be able to get the tablet today. They couldn't match Stark Industries' assets. If it were Kyle, he might still have a chance, as he was a young man who might suddenly lose interest. But Tony was different. Once he set his sights on something, it was as good as his. $80 million for the first time, $80 million for the second time, $80 million for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Stark for purchasing this stone tablet for $80 million. Please proceed to the back to collect it after the auction. The auctioneer quickly confirmed the sale. She would earn a 1% commission from this transaction, and she was overjoyed. Kyle decided not to contest further, thinking he would buy it back once Tony got bored with it. Wait a moment, I have something to say. Tony stood up, adjusted his suit, and walked onto the stage. Many of you know that 3 months ago, I was the target of a terrorist attack and was hospitalized for a week. Mr. Kyle Water saved my life during that attack. Therefore, I'm giving this stone tablet to Mr. Water, and I will cover the cost. Repaying a favor? That really fits his character, Kyle said, slightly dazed by the sudden turn of events, but I quickly shook my head and smiled helplessly. It was indeed his style to do something like this, but I was quite surprised to see him show up at this moment. Since he had said it openly, I couldn't just refuse. I might as well accept this favor. Gasco, get a few people from the team to take this thing back, I said, glancing back at Hitwell. I suspected he would have Hydra's people try to snatch the tablet on the way. For safety's sake, I decided to assign some enhanced soldiers to handle the transport. The remaining auction items were mostly expensive jewelry, nothing worth my bid. I casually raised my paddle a few times and won some beautiful pieces, and then the auction came to an end. I confirmed the details of the tablet with the organizers, then got in the car with Gasco to head back to the manor, leaving the rest to them. After a night passed, just as dawn broke, Gasco pulled me out of bed for a morning workout. Over the past 2 months, I had injected the enhancement serum and had become a superhuman far beyond the average person. I had no choice. I lacked a sense of security and had experienced an assassination attempt during a trip. If it hadn't been for Gasco, I might not have made it. After that, I decided to inject the serum for at least some enhanced survival ability. Young Master, today is the weekend, and Miss Wanda will be returning for school. You should prepare in advance, Gasco said, glancing at his watch with an impassive expression. 2 months ago, the intelligence organization found the wandering Wanda and Pietro in Sokovia, and I immediately had them brought back. To build a good relationship with one of the future top-tier powers, the Scarlet Witch, I arranged for Wanda to stay by my side. As for Pietro, I sent him a train with Gasco with a simple remark: boys need to be strong and independent. This kid showed great potential. Perhaps it was the hardships of his life on the streets that made him more aware of injustices, or maybe it was his desire to protect his sister. During training, even Gasco praised him, saying he would achieve great things in the future. In the original story, they are 10 years old. Here, I've changed it to 12 years old. Time flies. I'll be seeing her again soon. Just thinking about Wanda gave me a headache. These 2 kids hadn't reconciled with Stark, just like in the original story. After all, their parents were killed by Stark's weapons, and it is only natural for the children to seek revenge. I couldn't stop that. The best course of action now would be to facilitate their reconciliation, but that was currently impossible. The proud playboy still hadn't recognized his mistakes. Young Master, I'll go pick up Miss Wanda now. After bidding me farewell, Gasco went to the garage to choose a luxury sports car worth millions and drove off. These cars used to be mine. I had sold them to fund the creation of the number 7 crystal, but now that I had money again, I needed to buy at least one back for the garage. Finally some peace. Exercise is such a hassle. As soon as Gasco left, I stopped my martial stance, stretched lazily, and hurried back to the study in the manor. There were secrets to uncover here. Red Queen, open the underground passage, I said. As soon as I finished speaking, the 2-meter-tall bookshelf began to hum, splitting in the middle and sliding apart. Behind the bookshelf was a solid metal door, gleaming silver and exuding a sense of weightiness. With a hissing sound, the door slowly opened to reveal an elevator capable of holding 5 people. I stepped into the elevator and pressed the down button. The metal door closed, and the bookshelf returned to its original position. The descent took about 40 seconds. When I exited the elevator, I faced another heavy metal door. "Please verify your pupil," a mechanical voice instructed. I looked down and aligned my eyes with the lock. "Verification successful. You are permitted to enter." The door slowly opened a crack, just wide enough for one person to pass through. "Damn, this place needs some repairs," I mumbled as I stepped inside. It wasn't fully finished yet. Plans often change. Originally, this was intended to be a top-security safe house or research lab. But just as the exterior was completed, the system detected something unusual. This room is 150 meters long and 40 meters wide, with a central passage and display platforms on both sides, all covered with specially tempered glass. There are 100 such platforms, leading to 2 large isolation chambers. "Let's see what we've produced today," I said as I found an empty display platform and eagerly activated the system. Name: Ring of Gluttony. Type: Item. Ability: hosts a demon representing hunger that will consume all surrounding matter and convert it into the power desired by the user. Note: users must exercise caution and not be tempted by the demon housed inside. Wow, another SSR. After reading the description, I felt elated. My luck this week had been good. The origins of this item traced back 3 months ago when I impulsively spent $1 billion to draw a prize, landing the treasure of the Void Dragon King, which automatically produced treasures every 7 days, including materials, equipment, followers, or slaves. After acquiring it, I had received 4 useful pieces of equipment, and this ring was the 5th. The others were just useless junk and materials like green dragon venom, which almost got me killed. Since then, I had converted this into a treasure storage room, with the last 2 large rooms filled with miscellaneous items. I, Kyle, knew that the other 4 items, claimed to help people advance to the extraordinary, had their limitations. Their upper and lower limits were clearly defined. No matter how strong the user was, they couldn't make the items exert powers beyond what was originally set. This path was suitable for those who were afraid to try the number 7 crystal, just like I was now. The best way was still to implant the number 7 crystal to awaken superpowers, which felt like a gamble in life. If you won, you could end up like Natasha. If you lost, you'd still have a backup superpower. Red Queen, send me up. I typically only came down here to store newly acquired items every Saturday, and Gasco didn't even know about this place. After leaving the study, it was already 10 in the morning, and over an hour had passed since I entered the underground facility. I had sent Wanda to a prestigious girls' school in New York, claiming she was my adopted sister. Young master, just as I was about to go enjoy some sunlight, Gasco appeared with a little girl in a white dress by his side. Her youthful face already hinted at her future charm, though she still looked a bit shy and expectant. "Kyle, brother," the young girl called me softly, clearly still hesitant. She had been a wanderer for 2 years, and her heart had long become numb and closed off. All she wanted was to grow up quickly and avenge her parents. One day, a group of men in black suits and sunglasses found the siblings and forcibly brought them from Sokovia to New York. Here, they were enjoying top-notch treatment, with hot milk and bread every day and their own dressing room filled with high-end clothes. After a week of enjoying this life, I finally found the time to visit them and talk. After that, Pietro sought Gasco's help to train himself to become strong. Wanda, on the other hand, was living a normal girl's life at the Water Manor under the guise of my sister. "Come over quickly, don't just stand there." I waved happily, suddenly feeling a sense of pride, as if I had a daughter blossoming into womanhood. I felt a bit of comfort as well. Initially, I wanted to build rapport with her, not wanting to miss out on this future top-tier combat power, but without realizing it, I had come to see Wanda as my little sister. I took Wanda back to the room I had specially renovated for her. Since it was the holiday, it was perfect for spending time with her, and I could also take a break. In the wilderness of New Jersey, a specially modified Jeep sped along, kicking up dust behind it. I sat in the passenger seat while Natasha drove. After spending the day playing with Wanda, I had to return to work. Today was the first day for unified implantation. Woo! I love this feeling, I shouted excitedly, feeling the wind in my hair, but the next moment I couldn't keep a straight face. The car drove through sandy terrain, and the dust flew right into my face. Boss, this way is more down to earth, Natasha said with a laugh. Having mixed in various battlefields, she had anticipated this. I didn't respond and quickly grabbed some tissue to wipe the sand and debris off my face. I needed to meet with my subordinates soon, and it would be too embarrassing to be seen like this. Half an hour later, we arrived at our destination. In front of us stood Arkham Asylum, a registered facility. Otherwise, it would have been demolished as an illegal construction long ago. The building covered an area of 2,000 square meters, with 3 above-ground floors and 3 underground. It was surrounded by a 7-meter-high electrified fence, making it impossible for ordinary people to enter. Good day, boss. The 2 enhanced soldiers standing guard at the entrance immediately saluted us upon seeing us. I was their big boss who had provided them with new lives and wealth, and they respected me from the bottom of their hearts. Hello, I replied as I led Natasha into the hospital. The biological enhancement serum could allow for limb regeneration. After discovering this advantage, I decided to alter the selection criteria for the troops to include disabled veterans. This was one reason they respected me, and my salary was quite generous. Today we have 10 implant recipients. It's not guaranteed to succeed, so you'll need to step in. I confirmed safety procedures with Natasha as we walked down the corridor. If the implantation failed, the person could be controlled by the power and might go berserk. However, these fledgling superhumans wouldn't stand a chance against Natasha, who had developed her brain to 25% and mastered weak telekinesis. After system optimization, she wouldn't lose her emotions or bodily functions, but reaching her full potential would take over 1,000 years, and progress would slow down as time went on. Don't worry, leave it to me. Natasha nodded confidently, her hands trembling as she concentrated, summoning an invisible telekinetic blade at her fingertips. Once her abilities reached 30%, she would be able to master powerful skills like instant memory recall, mental intrusion, electromagnetic wave manipulation, and autonomous control of various body parts. Oh, Dr. Laura, long time no see. I've missed you so much. I entered the director's office and immediately went up to embrace the white-bearded, overweight doctor who was organizing documents. This was a top-tier talent I had worked hard to recruit, academically on par with Bruce Banner, who held 7 doctoral degrees. Oh, my dear boss, don't exert yourself so much. The doctor Kyle, was holding on to grimaced a bit, as my strength had become terrifyingly powerful after injecting the serum, and I had unintentionally gripped him too hard. I quickly let go, thinking I should probably give him a dose of the serum as well, in case he suddenly vanished one day. Enough chatter. Take us to the testing facility, I said, patting him on the shoulder. Building this place cost me $120 million, mostly spent on equipment. We had constructed 10 implantation pods, though they were just simplified versions, with the same functions as the one at Water Company. Of course, I was just preparing the experimental materials, Dr. Laura said, picking up the organized files containing his research on the number 7 crystal. Currently, there were only 3 pieces, one in Arkham, one at Water Company headquarters, and the last one had been cut up and used in various factories for products. The crystal was too expensive. It had to be put to good use. Red Queen, take control of the implantation pod operations. You're in charge of the implantation work, I instructed. This facility served as a subsidiary of Water Company, and it had Red Queen subsystem. The main system at headquarters could always swap with the subsystem, providing me with Red Queen services wherever I went. Boss, these are the 10 people who will be implanted today. They've all been carefully selected, Dr. Laura said as we arrived at the experimental facility. 10 individuals wearing white lab coats were inside, with enhanced soldiers patrolling the area. Dr. Laura explained that the youngest was 18 and the oldest was 25. Why is there a junkie among them? My gaze landed on a junkie through the glass. He was hunched over, pale, with bloodless lips and a dazed yet determined expression. Boss, don't underestimate a person's potential. This experimental subject is called Herb Bell, and he scored full marks on the test. Dr. Laura said, his eyes filled with satisfaction, emphasizing that once a person has something to care about and a belief, they become indestructible. Is that so? I'd like to see that, I said, intrigued and hoping he would surprise me. Natasha, however, didn't see anything special about him. She pulled up a chair and sat down, dressed in her combat gear, which was essentially a tight-fitting suit, prepared for any potential confrontation. Ahem, I'm Dr. Laura. You all will enter the implantation pods. The experiment will begin shortly. Dr. Laura spoke through a microphone to greet the people inside, then began preparing for the implantation work. Once all 10 were inside, he pressed the start button, and now all that was left was a long wait. I'm going in. It's almost over. After 2 hours of unbearable boredom, Natasha stood up to stretch and headed indoors. If someone lost control of their powers, she would have to subdue them, but why not kill them? Keeping them alive was more useful than killing them. Dr. Laura might be able to increase the implantation success rate through research. Open the first one. 5 minutes passed, and I glanced at my watch, instructing Dr. Laura to open the implantation pod. I planned to open them one by one to reduce the risks. If I opened them all at once, and more than 3 people lost control, Natasha might not be able to handle it. The sound of air pressure released, and the first implantation pod opened, revealing a 21-year-old girl. She had joined the experiment to raise money for her seriously ill mother, having grown up in a single-parent household, not wanting to lose that familial bond. I did it. The girl slowly stepped out, her pupils turning ice blue, and the indoor temperature dropped significantly, becoming bone-chillingly cold. Is it related to ice? I looked at the thermometer, frowning. This ability was a bit strong. Ice-based superpowers could be incredibly powerful once fully developed. I needed to take this seriously. Hello, Lena Daisy. I'm the captain. Stand behind me and wait for control once you've awakened successfully, Natasha said, noticing Daisy's dazed expression and feeling a bit displeased. She was still thinking about shopping in New York with Alice and didn't want to waste time. Okay. Daisy walked to stand behind Natasha, continuing to familiarize herself with her body in a daze. The experimental subjects knew from the start that this was a human trial. If they succeeded, their lives would shine, and if they failed, they would fall into hell. That's why out of 50 experimental candidates, only these 10 remained. The others have been sent back to live normal lives after undergoing physical erasure of memories. All right, open the second one. Once I saw that Natasha had established communication with Daisy, I instructed Dr. Laura to open the second pod. As the anesthesia effects wore off, a low growl came from inside, followed by the pod lid being smashed open with a punch. A muscular man jumped out, his eyes glowing red spots appearing on his chest and palms, with red light continuously gathering. Natasha rushed up and knocked him out with a swift chop. Oh, come on. Is that all you can do when you lose control? Natasha was a bit bewildered. She had expected a fierce battle, but this guy didn't dodge or evade and took her hit head-on. She could easily tear through iron plates with her strength. Kyle, watched as the remaining 8 implantation pods opened one by one, revealing many who had failed to awaken and had gone into a frenzy. Natasha quickly knocked them all out, leaving only 3 who had successfully awakened and retained their sanity. The 6 failed candidates would be confined to a mental hospital and would not be allowed to leave. Their powers were significant, and if they went on a rampage, the consequences would be severe. Thankfully, they had just acquired their abilities and were still inexperienced, which was why Natasha could subdue them. Once they became familiar with their powers, probably only Hulk and Thor would be able to deal with them in the Avengers. One of the experimental subjects could create a vacuum field, posing a significant threat to Captain America and Tony. Natasha had a tough time dealing with him and even got injured in the process. I would arrange for their families and provide compensation for them. When they could regain their freedom would depend on when they regained their sanity. The ward were constructed from special steel, and they would wear shackles made from the number 7 crystal. A month ago, Gasco and I discovered that the number 7 crystal could restrict the powers of superhumans. Go put shackles on them and lock them in their rooms. This was a necessary sacrifice, and I had no other choice. I had told them about the consequences of failure and the compensation mechanism before the implantation, but they chose to proceed for the sake of a new life and money. Bring the 4 who successfully awakened over here. I instructed Laura to handle the confinement, planning to meet these new superhumans. The order was communicated, and soon Natasha returned with them, rubbing her sore wrists and looking for a chair to sit down. She was exhausted from dealing with so many superhumans at once. Introduce yourselves and describe your awakened abilities, I said with a gentle smile at the 4 somewhat shy individuals, feeling as if my persona was crumbling. I was only 15. Why did I make people so afraid? Shouldn't I be someone who was liked? I couldn't entirely blame them. After the incident involving Tony Stark, and scrupulous media had praised me as the 15-year-old killer-born fighter and cold-blooded bloodlord. Those titles were terrifying just to hear. Hello, boss, I'm Herbel. I can move through space, but currently, it only works on myself. Hello, boss, I'm Lena Daisy. My ability is related to ice. Hello, boss. I'm Longton Duremsha. I can make myself solid. Greetings. I'm Lillian Pagaret Clark. My ability is currently unknown. The 4 introduced themselves in turn. I was quite surprised by Longton. He was a tall black man, even taller and bulkier than Gasco. His ability was definitely that of a tank. Herbel also impressed me. Space manipulation abilities were quite rare. As for Daisy, with her ice powers, I thought she should change her name to Elsa. Lillian, on the other hand, only had her eyes turn a wine-red color, showing no other abnormalities. Very good. Get to know each other. You 5 are the company's only superhuman team, and this beautiful lady is your captain. I patted Natasha on the shoulder, quickly slipping away under her fierce gaze. I headed to see Laura regarding the failed awakenings, leaving the rest to Natasha. All right. Let's get acquainted. I'm Natasha Romanoff. Just call me Captain. Okay, Captain. The 5 responded in unison. In the basement of the mental hospital, Laura and I watched through the surveillance as those inside were violently smashing things in their rooms. The shackles could nullify their superpowers and weaken their physicality, making them easier to control, but it still couldn't stop their violent tendencies. The iron frame beds were already bent from their kicking. To be honest, they have sunk into madness. Recovery will be very difficult, Laura said, holding the results of the brainwave tests. This was a new wave pattern he had never seen before, so extreme that it was hard to believe. I didn't regret overseeing this implantation. A new life was never easy to attain. Furthermore, we had informed them of the consequences beforehand, and it was their choice to proceed. Let them stay here for now. With shackles, they can't escape, especially this one. I fixed my gaze on Room 4, the one whose ability made me the most wary. He could infect and parasitize others like a zombie. If his skin broke, he would infect others, turning them into puppets in just a few minutes. If he went out in a frenzy and infected people, those puppets would also become violent and aggressive. This is quite troublesome. Laura had already tested their abilities and was about to lock them back in their rooms. Among these 6 individuals, besides the infectee, I couldn't let my guard down around the muscular man in Room 1, the one Natasha had knocked out. He could unleash highly destructive energy blasts from his chest and palms. He was essentially a walking bomb. Moreover, he could gather energy to create these blasts just by sunbathing and could store it in his body. I knew that among those 6 failures, I had to keep a close eye on the bomb guy and the infectee. The remaining 4, even if they managed to escape, wouldn't pose much of a threat. A couple of dozen armed special forces could easily handle them, like playing a game. The system indicated that their frenzy period lasted 7 days, followed by a mandatory 24-hour dormancy. Otherwise, their bodies would break down, much like a phone crashing after running at full load for too long. After a while, they had destroyed everything they could in the room and then sat down like statues, as if they had been paralyzed. But don't be fooled. If a target appeared, they would pounce on it like hungry wolves and tear it apart. No question about it. Food and water were directly dropped into the rooms. I said to Dr. Laura, "Doctor, using the remaining number 7 crystals on 90 people should be fine. I'll send another batch of people to you later, but you need to ensure the safety measures are in place. I rubbed my eyes, which were sore from looking at the documents, realizing I had spent the entire afternoon here. I found it amusing that Dr. Laura, who was over 60, became so full of energy and youthful when in research mode. Absolutely inspiring. Dr. Laura patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, boss. We have 300 guards here. They won't escape at all. It's just that we've had some budget constraints lately. Those 300 hand soldiers could easily handle even a fully equipped reinforced battalion." It was also convenient to transport weapons in this wilderness. I had no shortage of weapons. However, when Dr. Laura mentioned budget, her tone was cautious, likely because it had been too troublesome to apply for funding in her previous position, with months spent on approvals and red tape. That's why she brought her team to seek refuge with me, the big the big benefactor. I waved my hand dismissively. "All right, I'll have someone transfer 100 million over later." I thought she had some important news, but this was a minor issue. After finalizing the subsequent research work, I took off the lab coat, changed into a suit, and left. Returning to my room, I realized dealing with those people had taken far longer than we anticipated, and I had missed the evening flight, so I would have to return to New York in the morning. Why not take a private jet? Because flying without a proper flight plan could easily result in being shot down as an unidentified flying object, just like when Iron Man first tested his suit and was chased by military jets. It was a complicated situation. I asked Natasha, "So, how reliable are those teammates?" Natasha looked uneasy and said, "They're all right, except for a few quirks." She had been tortured all afternoon. The junkie who could teleport had come out of rehab and stopped using drugs, but he had taken up reading novels instead and was a complete chatterbox, driving Natasha crazy all afternoon. She felt like she was talking to a CPU. Longton, the big guy, was as stubborn as a rock. Once he set his mind on something, nothing could change it. His body would be an amazing fighting machine, but he thought of himself as merely a meat shield, neglecting to use his 8-ton punch power. This frustrated Natasha to no end. She didn't even know how to communicate with him. Then there was Daisy, who controlled ice. She had turned into a cold, sharp-tongued girl. If Natasha hadn't had thick skin, she might have been shattered by Daisy's remarks. The most absurd was Lillian. Every time Natasha tried to talk to her, she felt Lillian staring at her neck, almost obsessively. After a few exchanges, Natasha hastily ended the conversation and began testing their abilities. I suddenly became alert and asked, "You said Lillian was staring at your neck?" Natasha immediately reacted, jumping up from the bed. We both realized what this meant. Vampires were known to be interested in human necks and blood. I exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, a vampire has shown up." This was a creature from urban legends, and I had no idea what kind it was. If it were a powerful vampire from the Abyss world, its strength would be formidable. In the Marvel Universe, it would be at least God level. If it were like the legendary disaster vampires, it might be on par with Natasha. I hurriedly asked the system, come out and tell me, is it what I think it is?" The system, not being very proactive, only responded when I asked. The system replied, "I'm sorry, but Lillian does not possess a high-tier bloodline. You will need to investigate her specific category on your own." I felt a little downhearted, but I quickly perked up again. The appearance of a vampire indicated that the number 7 crystal had great potential. Perhaps it could even awaken dragon bloodlines. The system then casually added, "By the way, the primary function of the number 7 crystal is enhancement, not creation." After saying this, it vanished again. Enhancement, not creation. I pondered while looking at Natasha, who was lying on the bed deep in thought. Her abilities must have come from enhancement too, right? Could it be that their abilities were intertwined? That thought seemed far-fetched. With these lingering doubts, I turned off the lights and lay down in bed, knowing I had to catch a flight in the morning, so I needed to get some sleep. I'm Kyle. Just landed in Manhattan, New York, and was immediately grabbed by Gasco and Alice, who dragged me back like I was a little chick. This all tied back to the mess at Arkham. After handling that, Natasha and I took the earliest flight back, thinking we could finally catch our breath, only to run into this annoying issue. The reason? The Sumerian tablet that Tony Stark sent had been deciphered. Great! I had to dive back into tense work and arrived at the lab managed by Dr. Green. I reached out to greet the green-haired woman, saying, Nice to meet you, Dr. Green, but inside, it felt like I had swallowed a fly. It was particularly unsettling. She gave off a vibe like a snake. Not quite a snake, a complete contradiction, which was hard to gauge. She maintained a high and mighty demeanor, giving me a brief handshake and sarcastically saying, "After all, you're quite the big boss. It's not easy to get a meeting with you." Absolutely charming. After exchanging a few pleasantries, everyone's attention shifted to the Sumerian tablet. As we all know, Sumerian civilization was highly advanced in ancient times, excelling in areas like mathematics, astronomy, and hydraulics. They organized months according to the moon's phases, dividing the year into 12 months, 6 with 30 days and 6 with 29, totaling 354 days. This was 11 days fewer than a full solar year, so they invented a leap year system. That's solar calendar. They also developed a timekeeping system that divided hours into 60 minutes and minutes into 60 seconds. They certainly knew how to measure time. The tablet needed to have its cuneiform text rearranged according to celestial positions. Dr. Green adjusted her glasses and said, "Based on the current deciphering progress, this is not a design for an ancient nuclear bomb or apocalyptic device, but rather research data on energy weapons, akin to the firearms or energy cannons that fire energy bullets in movies." I was stunned. How could an ancient civilization have such advanced technology that modern science hadn't even achieved yet? Only someone like future Tony Stark could make sense of this. The power supply for an arc reactor would fit right in, and adding a shoulder cannon would be no problem. What a spectacle! I furrowed my brow and asked, "Energy weapons?" The Sumerian civilization was that advanced. This seemed utterly ridiculous. Natasha patted my shoulder and said, "Boss, think about the reign periods of those leaders on the Sumerian king list. None ruled for less than 10,000 years. This civilization is filled with wonders and unknowns." Her brain development had been increasingly impressive, and her memory and learning abilities had improved significantly. But even she found it frustrating to read the Sumerian accounts that resembled mythological stories. I thought this matter couldn't be taken lightly and said, "All right, document everything. Natasha, destroy the tablet. This information must not leak." I hadn't yet decided on a reward for Dr. Green's deciphering efforts, so I put that on hold for now. Natasha nodded, aimed at the container holding the tablet, and with a firm grip, she crushed the glass box into pieces, the tablet emitting a sound of strain. Within seconds, that 4,000-year-old Sumerian tablet was completely destroyed in Natasha's hands. Gasco and Alice showed no reaction. They were well aware of Natasha's abilities. Dr. Green, however, was utterly shocked, probably thinking, "If this woman can so easily crush the tablet and glass box, what's stopping her from crushing my head in an instant?" I smiled at Dr. Green and said, "Dr. Green, you've done a great job this time. I'll inform you of your reward later, and you can suggest something too." My smile probably looked devilish to her, as she likely understood this was a warning not to disclose what had happened here. Demonstrating Natasha's power was a clear intimidation tactic, letting her know not to be foolish. After handling the tablet, Alice and Gasco returned to their posts, leaving Natasha and me with some downtime. I played games while she read. Natasha hesitated and said, "Boss, about those energy weapons, I need to remind you that S.H.I.E.L.D. has researched them, but they're all half-finished products. The materials and energy are limited. After a few uses, they either explode or the internal structure melts. S.H.I.E.L.D. had used the Tesseract for their research, while the Sumerian tablet utilized nuclear fusion for energy, making the bullet an energy tube. There was a substantial difference, with the Sumerian method being far more stable." I finished my game and put down my phone, asking Natasha, "Have you ever heard of vibranium?" In the Marvel Universe, vibranium was considered a nearly indestructible metal. Adding it to ordinary steel would enhance its performance tremendously. Natasha replied, "Vibranium? I've heard of it, but it's rare on the black market." I smiled and said, "What if I told you I could acquire a large batch of vibranium, enough to arm a strengthened unit? What would you think?" It seemed like it was time to pay a visit to the vibranium-rich Wakanda. After dealing with the Sumerian tablet issue yesterday, I returned to the manor and embraced my inner homebody, playing games and enjoying a leisurely time. Natasha and Gasco were busy developing their abilities, while Alice single-handedly managed most of the company's affairs. proving to be quite the strong woman. Then Natasha told me, "Boss, the superhuman team will arrive at the airport in half an hour. And here you are, still in your pajamas playing games." I was a bit speechless. The superhumans were taking a different flight to do their ability testing with Laura, so they weren't on the same plane as Natasha and me. I calmly replied, "No rush. Red Queen, please contact Arkham and have Laura send me the testing reports." I had prepared their uniforms long ago, opting for something simple rather than flashy, planning to let the superhumans communicate with the tech department directly. The materials were all set. We were just waiting for them to discuss with the designers. Natasha then asked, "What about Lillian's food situation?" Ever since she became my personal secretary, she had taken on the role of a worried mother, managing all the troubles at the manor and work. Since discovering that Lillian was a vampire, I had been concerned. Now that she had just awakened and wasn't hungry, I was worried about what might happen when she got hungry, especially considering the strength of her vampiric abilities. I waved my hand dismissively. "Don't worry, I've got it covered. I had someone buy synthetic blood. Water Company has enough stock to last her a month. I didn't buy extra just in case it expires." Natasha threw out another question. "Aren't vampires afraid of the sun? Lillian won't get burned to ashes, will she?" This was indeed a critical concern, since in movies and TV shows, vampires often turn to dust in sunlight. I sighed. "You don't need to worry about that. Laura said Lillian's situation is special. We'll wait for the report." That old guy was like a riddle. Next time I saw him, I'd have Wanda pull out all his beard. I got dressed and drove the Lexus with Natasha. The car was sturdy and could seat 7 people. However, we ran into traffic on the way, and I exclaimed, "This is hard to assess." We hurried into the airport, running late. Upon entering the waiting area, I saw the 4 of them boredly gazing at the ceiling. I rushed over to apologize. "Sorry, I got caught in traffic due to an accident at the intersection." Lillian was quite understanding. "It's all right, boss. Traffic in New York is normal." They had likely been living mundane lives in the countryside, but now with my support and their superpowers, their lives had changed entirely. I breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good to hear. Let's go check out where you'll be staying." Arriving at the new Water Company campus, Longton and Herb shared one room, while Daisy and Lillian shared another. The dormitory had just been built and was simply decorated. There were no appliances yet. I clapped my hands and declared, "All right, this will be your home from now on." The rooms were quite spacious, about 150 square meters, with 4 floors and 15 rooms on each floor. Given the slow growth in the number of superhumans, we hadn't built too many rooms. The first floor would take some time to fill up. After touring the dormitory, I handed them their green ID cards, which ranked just below the team leader. The 12th floor of Water Company was designated for superhuman training, and I led them there, where Natasha was already dressed in her training gear, waiting. Standing there like a leader, I addressed them. "Based on Laura's test report, your abilities are currently quite lacking. From now on, Natasha will be your instructor, and we'll see when you can defeat her in a one-on-one match without using your powers." That report had left me feeling drained. I started setting goals for them. "Herb, your space teleportation is only 15 meters. You might as well run. Your goal is to reach 100 meters. Longton, your body's hardness is twice that of steel. Let's aim for 5 times. Daisy, your ice control has failed. The temperature is only a few degrees below 0. Let's aim for minus 20 degrees, affecting an area of 50 meters. Lillian, your abilities are related to being a vampire. You won't be afraid of sunlight. Your appetite will change, and the company has synthetic blood to spare. Family, the atmosphere in the training room is so intense." I'm standing outside, looking in through the 2-way mirror, and there's Natasha standing seriously in front of those 4 people. I'm here with Alice and Gasco, watching from the outside. To gauge their skill levels, Natasha proposed a 1-on-4 practice match. I can feel the oppressive atmosphere, and I asked Gasco, "Gasco, who do you think will win?" After all, it's usually him practicing against Natasha, so he knows her strength very well. Gasco confidently says Miss Natasha will win. He has been beaten by Natasha to the point of questioning his life, especially by her versatile telekinesis. Every time he activates bullet time, Natasha uses her telekinesis to protect herself, and he simply cannot break through her defense. Moreover, he observes that the four of them have a very lazy walking posture. They clearly don't know how to fight. I don't think so. I reach into the popcorn bucket that Alice is holding and munch on some, saying I don't think Natasha will win easily. These guys aren't bad. Alice is here just to enjoy the show with her cola and popcorn, so I have to take advantage of the situation. Inside, Natasha, wearing a black tight-fitting suit, begins her speech. Next, you will use all means to attack me, with the determination to kill me, so that I can understand your abilities and devise a training plan. I wanted to design a new combat suit for her, but she rejected it, saying she didn't trust my taste. What a shame. The abilities of these four people are quite balanced. Longton is a big tank, responsible for taking hits. Herbert can teleport, responsible for harassment and support. Daisy is the main force, with ice manipulation abilities that allow her to fight at any distance. Lillian's abilities haven't manifested yet, and I am investigating. However, her physical enhancement is stronger than the others, possibly due to the influence of the phantasm species. The four of them shivered at the murderous aura emanating from Natasha. After all, they were just ordinary people before, not even good at fighting, and compared to Natasha, who has killed countless people, it's like lighting a lantern in a toilet, asking for trouble. Lillian raised her hand and said, "Captain, let's discuss tactics first, just 5 minutes." She graduated from a prestigious university. If it weren't for rejecting the unspoken rules and getting blacklisted, she wouldn't be in this situation. Natasha glanced at her watch and said, "Feel free. We'll start in 5 minutes." Then she stepped out to relax. 5 minutes later, Natasha returned and said, "Looks like you've discussed it. Let's begin." She flexed her wrists, the corners of her mouth curling up, already eager to teach these little guys a lesson. Red had dug up their information cleanly. Aside from Longton, who knows a bit about fighting, the others are complete novices. Lillian confidently pointed and said, "Bring it on, Captain Natasha." As soon as she finished speaking, Longton charged out like a truck. His massive frame, over 2 meters tall, had a terrifying strength after awakening. Natasha remained calm, raising her right hand, her telekinesis wrapping around it as she lifted it. With her brain capacity developed to 28%, her telekinesis was strong enough to lift a heavy truck, and Longton was instantly sent flying, crashing into the wall and leaving a dent. Wow, that's impressive. In less than half a minute, the other three were stunned. Next, Natasha rushed toward Herbert and threw a punch. Herbert is the weakest among them. He was once quite smart and had a beautiful girlfriend, but after falling in with bad friends and getting addicted to drugs, his parents distanced themselves, and his girlfriend broke up with him. Later, he went to a rehabilitation center to quit drugs. To reunite with his girlfriend and child, he sought out the water company, but after being rejected, he was picked by the intelligence team, scored full marks in tests, and endured the crystal trials to become a superpower user. But drug use had severely damaged his body and mind, and he simply cannot fight. Natasha targeted him first, primarily because of his abilities. Lillian was speechless. Longton was defeated in 1 round, and seeing Herbert's stunned expression, he probably would be eliminated too. Let me tell you, that scene was absolutely intense. Herbert shouted spatial teleportation, and in a flash of light, blue dots scattered, and he suddenly appeared 10 meters away. He touched his unharmed body, looking bewildered as if to say, "Who am I? And where am I?" Just moments before, he felt like he was saying goodbye to this world, but at the last moment, a mysterious force allowed him to use his ability and escape disaster. Lillian immediately gave Herbert a thumbs up and called out, "Nice job. Daisy, it's your turn." At that moment, Natasha wasn't paying attention to them. Daisy's eyes suddenly turned ice blue, and the indoor temperature plummeted like a slide. She made a sweeping motion with her hands, and 3 10-centimeter-long ice spikes shot towards Natasha with a whoosh. Natasha turned around, and her expression seemed to say, "This is it." She quickly grabbed 2 ice spikes, tilted her head to dodge the last one, and with a forceful motion of her hands, the ice spikes shattered into chunks that fell to the ground. Lillian, who had exceptionally strong physical prowess, better than Longton, shouted, "Don't celebrate too early." Herbert, use the second tactic we discussed. The first tactic centered around Daisy, But that was no longer effective, so they switched to having Lillian as the core, with the others supporting. Herbert's spatial teleportation was crucial. Otherwise, Lillian wouldn't be able to catch up to Natasha. Herbert shouted again, "Spatial teleportation!" And Lillian appeared not far in front of Natasha. The point of teleportation was completely unpredictable, unless you had measuring instruments for spatial data on you. Even Natasha would need to develop her brain capacity to 85% to master control over time and space. At that point, she could look back over 10,000 years and return to a time before humanity existed, while also manipulating space. Just thinking about it is mind-blowing. Natasha didn't regard Lillian, who didn't know how to fight at all, and directly swung out 2 heavy punches. At that moment, Longton suddenly emerged, activating his ability to block the attacks. Longton, you see, had a tough childhood. He was a victim of domestic violence, witnessing his mother being beaten and could only clench his fists in silence. His mother even comforted him not to hate his father, as his father lived with the guilt of accidentally killing her. So Longton gave up on violence and chose to protect his mother with his body. In school evaluations, his protective instincts scored remarkably high, leading him to believe that as long as he blocked attacks for others, they wouldn't get hurt. When Natasha saw Longton take her heavy punches and only stagger back a bit, she was startled. Her punches, combined with telekinesis, could deliver over 10 tons of force, enough to crush an armored vehicle. Yet this big guy was fine. Seizing the opportunity, Lillian kicked Natasha's arm, sending her flying. Lillian excitedly shouted, "Woohoo! Got it!" Daisy followed up with a strike, creating an ice cage to trap Natasha, but the cage was poorly sized, only half the size needed for Natasha. Natasha performed a beautiful maneuver to dissipate the force in mid-air and landed perfectly, saying, "You all are a bit too early to celebrate." She had mastered many fighting techniques, and with her brain capacity developed, she had a photographic memory and learned numerous languages and art skills. She stretched her body, and the sound of her bones cracking made everyone break into a cold sweat. 15 minutes later, Natasha brushed off the dust from her hands and wiped the sweat from her brow, saying, "Phew, all taken care of." The 4 people in the training room were all down on the ground, unconscious, covered in injuries. Kyle looked at Natasha and swallowed hard, saying, "You went a bit hard there. Are you okay?" Natasha had also sustained some injuries. Her thigh was cut by an ice spike, and there was a bruise on her left cheek. She shrugged it off, saying, "I'm fine. These little injuries will heal in 2 days, and they will be the same." After saying that, she grabbed a drink from the table and gulped it down. After such a long fight, she was extremely thirsty. Those who have Awaken have enhanced recovery abilities, and these injuries will be as if they never happened in just a couple of days. I said to Gasco, you just came out of the military, so you'll be in charge of the combat training for these guys. Natasha will handle their ability training. As I spoke, I jotted down notes in my little notebook. The 4 of them had no fighting skills at all, just flailing their arms and legs around. I also need to quickly get Longton's mindset sorted out. If he develops properly, he might even stand a chance against the Hulk. Although he's 2 heads shorter than the Hulk, with his enhanced attributes and body-hardening superpowers, he could definitely hold his own. Impressive, Natasha suggested. "Boss, Herbert's ability is quite interesting, but the 3-second cooldown is too long. Next, we should focus on training that ability and its effective range." In the recent battle, Herbert's ability, combined with Lillian, caught Natasha off guard. You never knew where the teleportation point would open. He could engage her and then disappear, effectively playing guerrilla warfare. If Natasha hadn't used her telekinesis to bind Lillian at the end, she might have been worn down. I nodded and said, "Yes, spatial teleportation is a good ability. It could also be very useful for transporting items. The water company lacks a lot of large equipment, and it's under government regulation, so we can't openly bring it in." I thought about Herbert's ability. If he could develop it to a 1-kilometer teleportation range, I could bring in the equipment. Plus, it could be used for relocating weapons, as Umbrella is in desperate need of armored vehicles, tanks, and fighter jets. However, long-distance teleportation might not be feasible in the short term. Gasco added, "Sir, I feel that Lillian has more power than she's shown. She can develop further." It was evident from the battle that Lillian's technique was lacking, almost non-existent. Yet, even like that, she could deliver power comparable to Natasha's. If she learned proper techniques, she would definitely take it to the next level. I analyzed. You're right. Lillian's abilities might still be awakening since it involved a change in racial characteristics. I estimated that once her abilities fully awakened, she might become a human with vampire traits or a half-human, half-vampire. Being able to walk in sunlight without being burned, combined with the strength of a vampire, would definitely make her one of my strongest fighters. At that moment, Alice clung to my arm and said sweetly, boss, can you give me superpowers too? That would be so cool. Everyone else had superpowers, and Natasha, who had just become good friends with her, was even more impressive. She initially thought it was nothing, but seeing 4 superpowered individuals today completely overwhelmed her. I was a bit troubled. Let me think. Your conditions don't quite fit, but there are other ways to help you. Unlike Natasha and Gasco, Alice didn't have that strong willpower. The failure rate for ordinary people awakening their powers is much higher than that of success. I just happened to get lucky with 4 successful awakenings this time. Besides the number 7 crystal, I also have the treasure of the Void Dragon King, which produces 1 item a week. So far, I have 5 pieces of equipment: the dagger of the god of hunting, the staff of fallen fire, an unknown badge, angel armor, and the recently drawn devourer ring. The dagger can't be used by ordinary people. They must pass the god of hunting's test. The staff is also unusable for Alice, since it would corrupt her mind. The badge only reveals its form when it meets the right master. The angel armor allows the wearer to randomly gain the powers of a newborn angel, which is probably similar to the unawakened Thor. I'll wait for the treasure to produce equipment suitable for Alice. In the meantime, she can learn from Natasha. After dealing with the matters concerning the superpowered team, it was dark and Gasco and I were heading back to the manor. Natasha lives at the manor, but it seemed she had something to do today and would be staying at the company with Alice. I had no objections as long as she didn't slack off. Alice assured me, "Don't worry, boss, we'll just chat." She planned to have a candlelit talk with Natasha tonight. With Red at the company, there was basically no need for her to worry. I said, "Then let's head out." Gasco and I got into the car and drove towards the manor. The night view of New York was beautiful, but who knows how much darkness was happening behind the scenes. The drive from the city center to the manor took about an hour, and to avoid boredom, I took out my phone. I discovered that the gaming industry was a new money-making avenue. This era doesn't have as many games as in later years. Popular games like League of Legends and the mobile gaming sector were hardly being noticed anymore, but I felt there was immense potential. I had already formed project teams for League of Legends and Dungeon Fighter Online, and I had initiated a mobile game project for Angry Birds. Just as I was editing information in my notes, Gasco suddenly pressed the lock button and pulled out 4 handguns and ammunition from the storage compartment, handing me 2. I asked, "What's happening?" This was New York City. Did we encounter trouble right after leaving the urban area? Just as I received the weapons, the car was violently struck on the left side, and Gasco and I were jolted. The car didn't stop, and we were pushed into a building wall by the impact before finally coming to a halt. Family, who understands? Although my car has been specially modified, its defense is even higher than Nick Fury's, but it's unarmed. After all, I'm just a businessman on the surface, not an arms dealer like Tony Stark. Now I found myself in a serious predicament. The left side of the car door was completely deformed and caved in, but thankfully, the interior was mostly okay. With my temper flaring, I shouted, "Red, give me the information around the car." The suit I was wearing was a hindrance during the counterattack, so I quickly took it off and grabbed 2 fully loaded guns. Red projected the situation outside onto my phone. Goodness, for pitch-black unmarked cars surrounded us, and someone was using a cutting torch to cause damage. They could only breach the first layer of defense, so it wouldn't be long before they attacked the windows. I started cursing, "Don't let me find out who you are, you bunch of punks." Looking at the phone screen, I saw we were surrounded on the left and pressed against a wall on the right. Our only option was to break through on the left side. Gasco said, "Sir, I'll use smoke grenades to confuse them. Red will call for backup." He had stashed quite a few weapons in the car, and he was a bit excited now. He opened the storage compartment, revealing grenades, smoke bombs, and flashbangs. I nodded. "All right, I'll follow your lead." I placed a grenade on my lap, thinking I needed to quickly modify the car to at least have some means of counterattack. Right now, it felt like we were curled up in a turtle shell. Gasco shouted, "Prepare to face the wrath of a veteran." He pressed the lock button, opened the window, and threw out a flashbang and a smoke grenade, but was met with a hail of gunfire. Thankfully, he wasn't an ordinary person and activated bullet time, easily dodging the shots. As the flashbang exploded, we both opened our doors and charged out. We had both injected ourselves with the biological enhancement serum, so the smoke grenades didn't affect us much, while the attackers were caught off guard by the flashbang. I reflected, I can't believe I have to jump into the fray myself. Armed with a handgun, I used the smoke as cover to take out 2 attackers in quick succession. After that, I rolled behind a stone pillar just as bullets rained down where I had been standing. This group was clearly well-trained. They quickly retaliated as soon as they heard gunfire. If I hadn't injected the serum, my reflexes wouldn't have been able to keep up, and I wouldn't even have dared to exit the vehicle. Gasco was on a killing spree, the sound of gunfire echoing everywhere. I had to rely on agility for sneak attacks, taking shots from the shadows. Gasco jumped over and asked, "Sir, are you okay?" The smoke was dissipating quickly, and these attackers were more difficult to deal with than the gang from that night. They were properly military trained. Before awakening, Gasco could only handle 2 or 3 opponents at once. Any more than that was pushing it. I reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm fine." But in reality, I had a scratch on my left arm, using a piece of fabric to staunch the bleeding, and my face was covered in dust. I was furious inside, thinking that this group was most likely Hydra, trying to kidnap me for the Sumerian tablet. I hadn't interacted with other forces, let alone have any grudges. Gasco said, "There are still 9 enemies left. I'll activate my ability to draw their attention. It's up to you now." Reinforcements would arrive in 5 minutes, so we needed to buy time. Unfortunately, Natasha wasn't here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had a chance to ambush us. I nodded and reloaded my gun, indicating I would be providing cover fire from behind. Gasco activated his ability, and the world slowed down in his eyes, making dodging bullets seem like child's play. He shouted, "Weaklings," and launched himself over a distance of several meters. He didn't have a dagger with him, so he relied on his bare hands to carve a bloody path. The squad leader yelled, "Attack, attack quickly." They had encountered enhanced individuals before, but Gasco's leap of over 10 meters stunned them. Even the Winter Soldier would look insignificant compared to him. They fired their rifles, but even with bullet time, Gasco couldn't dodge all the bullets. He ripped off 2 car doors to use as shields. When the gunfire stopped and they reloaded, Gasco threw the car doors like frisbees. One door struck and killed 2 people, embedding itself in the wall, while the other door also took out 2 more. I shot and killed 2 more attackers, leaving only 3 remaining. I said, "Leave one alive. I want to interrogate them." But the 3 exchanged glances, quietly shouting, "Hail Hydra," and then bit down on their poison capsules. In just 2 to 3 seconds, they turned purple and collapsed, breathless. This was quite a dilemma. When Gasco and I heard the words Hydra, we exchanged a glance. Although they spoke quietly, my hearing was several times sharper than average. Gasco probably didn't know what Hydra was. He was just a foot soldier on the battlefield back in the day, but I was well aware. I thought to myself that the water company wasn't strong enough to go head-to-head with Hydra, which had been lurking for years, so I said, "Let's put this on hold for now. Have someone seal off the area and say we were attacked by terrorists, with the mastermind still unclear." Well, today, I had officially made an enemy of Hydra. 2 minutes later, Natasha arrived with 20 enhanced soldiers to support us. The moment she saw the bodies strewn across the ground and my injuries, her brows furrowed immediately. From the scene, it was clear this was a premeditated attack. She also noticed that all nearby surveillance cameras had been smashed, including private ones. I told her, "The police will be arriving soon. Let's stick to the story I outlined." I picked up a sharp stone and made a couple of cuts on my body, wincing in pain as my face turned pale. I then tossed the stone to Gasco, who understood my intent and did the same to himself. I felt it still wasn't convincing enough, so I aimed my handgun at my thigh and shot, blood spurting out immediately. We had to look like ordinary people who had been injured in a terrorist attack. With certainty that Hydra was behind this, I knew we needed to think of a way to retaliate. I briefed Natasha on the story, and Gasco and I pretended to be weak as we lay back in the vehicle. 10 minutes later, the police and ambulances finally arrived. The young officers were so shocked by the sight of all the dead bodies that some of them even vomited. They mistakenly assumed that the enhanced soldiers guarding the scene were the culprits, drawing their guns in a standoff. The soldiers quickly explained, "We are security from the water company, tasked with Mr. Kyle Waters' safety. We have been attacked by terrorists." I was concerned about Natasha's identity being exposed, so I told her to leave first and let the enhanced soldiers verify their identity with the police. After that, Gasco and I were loaded onto an ambulance and sent to the hospital. At the New York Presbyterian Hospital, Gasco and I shared a room. With our enhanced physical conditioning, these injuries would heal in 2 or 3 days. Alice took a break from work to care for me, slicing an apple while joking, "Boss, the news in New York is buzzing about you being attacked and hospitalized. You're becoming famous." Although she was the CEO of the water company, I was the one the media wanted to dig deeper into. Normally, I kept a low profile with Red's help, and no one could trace me. This attack, even in a less populated area, drew quite a bit of attention. I said, "It's fine. We need to change our strategy. Go tell Ryan to activate Phase 2 of the number 7 crystal plan. We can discuss the rest after I'm discharged." Phase 2 of the number 7 crystal plan was to be used in medical products, capable of slowing the growth of cancer cells, among other things. With the water company's overseas channels now open, sales were skyrocketing. At this rate, we could become a $1 trillion enterprise in 3 months. Our company had identity cards, making it difficult for SHIELD or Hydra to plant undercover agents. Without those cards, they couldn't reach the higher-ups or access core plans. Alice looked at me and said, "Boss, if you're just going to lie here in the hospital and not take care of things, I might just run off with the money." Her gaze seemed to see right through my thoughts, and I felt a jolt of danger. Although she was a workaholic, she was just in her 20s and afraid of pressure. I quickly promised, "Cough, don't worry, I'll definitely be out of here in 3 days." With my body strength, that would be just enough time to heal. After Alice left, it was just me and Gasco in the room. I stared at the ceiling and complained to Gasco, "Why is it so hard to get a break? In my past life, I was working 996 hours. Now that I crossed over, I still have to worry about work every day and watch out for assassination attempts. Even when I want to rest, I still have to deal with Natasha and Alice's lectures." Gasco didn't know how to comfort me. He had forgotten I was only 15, about to turn 16 in a couple of months. Originally, he was just guarding my father's inheritance, but I never expected to have given him so many surprises. I had taken out the number 7 crystal to give him a new lease on life, launched special stomach medications and beauty serums to make a fortune, and even created the advanced AI, Red. I sighed and said, "Sigh, there's no use complaining. There's plenty to do ahead." With the water company on the right track, I needed to focus on developing the superpower project while ensuring they didn't rebel. Human emotions are the most complex things. My authority only allows me to restrict superpowers, but I can't control their thoughts. I just hope I don't end up getting stabbed in the back by my own people. 3 days later, Gasco and I finally graduated from the hospital. As soon as I stepped out, I took a deep breath of the smoke-filled air and remarked, "Looks like New York isn't peaceful. I suspect someone is up to no good." I hadn't been idle during my hospital stay. Alice had been bringing me paperwork that she couldn't handle. Since I was injured and hospitalized, many people had started eyeing the formulas for the special stomach medicine and beauty serum. Several of our large subsidiary stores in New York have been robbed by mysterious forces, incurring losses exceeding $300,000. Natasha handed me a tablet and said, "Boss, this time someone hired the Wild Dogs gang to rob our stores, and there are people in the police force on their side." The mastermind behind this was quite clever, using a fax machine to communicate, which diminished Red's effectiveness. I had suspected as much and said, "Otherwise, how come the police always show up half an hour after the robbery? What a coincidence." I was well aware of the situation. The mastermind was none other than my lovely competitors. The effects of the special stomach medicine were terrifying. Seasoned stomach patients could recover after 3 courses. The beauty serum had become a new favorite among women, capable of removing scars in just a week and at a reasonable price. It had a massive impact on the market. Those companies that used to rake in money were now earning less than a tenth of what they used to, barely making a profit compared to before. Natasha said, "Boss, I really don't know where you got this mindset from. A normal 15-year-old would still be in high school dreaming about love." My thinking was indeed mature, given that the number 7 crystal, red, and the biological enhancement serum were all products of my research. I publicly claimed that I had developed all of this myself, which also gave Gasco and the others an explanation. I placed one hand on my forehead and put my hands on my hips, narcissistically declaring, "What can I say? I was naturally blessed with talent, wisdom, and good looks." As a result, Gasco and Natasha behind me silently made a vomiting gesture. Was that gesture really that old-fashioned? I was displeased and walked over to question them. They tried to leave me outside the car, but amidst the pushing, I managed to get in, and then Gasco drove us to the company. When we arrived at the water company training room, it was making all sorts of loud noises. The 3 superpowered individuals were watching from outside the glass with pained expressions. They kept exclaiming, "That's brutal. So brutal. I'm starting to doubt he's even human. This is terrifying. Now this is a real man. This guy is extreme, but this is how a real man should be." As Natasha and I entered, I was curious about what they were watching. I leaned in for a closer look, and good grief, Longton's training was practically self-harm. He had tied 4 long whips to a spinning machine, standing directly in the path of the whips without activating his powers. Natasha explained that this was his own request. The machine spun at 120 revolutions per minute, and the whips were powerful enough to tear skin. Yet, Longton only had some red whip marks on his body and remained standing, with sweat pooling at his feet. Natasha continued, "He said he wants to protect his mother, so he used to be a punching bag when his father went crazy for 7 years, which made him accustomed to pain. Now that he knows his ability is hardness, he wants to toughen his body like steel." Neither Natasha nor I had tried this kind of training, but Longton's strong will was indeed admirable. It wasn't surprising that he could awaken his powers. I clapped my hands in approval and said, "What a great kid. With Longton on my side, he can rival the Hulk." I decided I needed to correct his masochistic mindset. If he could learn to attack proactively, he would definitely be a formidable force. However, I had to find his parents, as that was the root of the problem. Natasha snapped back to reality and called the others back to continue training, instructing Lillian to work on her physical abilities since her powers hadn't manifested yet. I told Natasha, "Not bad. I have a feeling these 4 will be the backbone of the superpowered team." The next batch of ability users was in the screening process, and I hoped they would bring me surprises. Family, after confirming today's training plan with Natasha in the top office of the What Company, I returned to my own office. After the incident of being attacked last time, I've come to understand things better and have made some plans. With my current identity, it's easy to be investigated if I engage in shady activities. If I had a different identity, many things would be much easier to handle. I was pondering, since we have a team of superpowered individuals, how about creating an anti-superpower team? The anti-superpower team definitely shouldn't include kind-hearted people. It would be best if it were composed of bad guys. Suddenly, I hit my head and exclaimed, "Oh no, how could I forget about the superpowered individuals in Arkham? They are still available, and some of them are even stronger than those of my superpowered team, like the bomb guy." I quickly asked the system, "Is there a way to make them follow my orders or wake up from their frenzy?" Waiting for Laura to come up with a solution would take ages. I could only rely on the system. Otherwise, in their current state, once the restrictions are lifted, I'm worried they might eliminate me first. The system replied, 10,000 points will help the host solve this problem." When I saw those 4 zeros, I nearly fainted. According to the system's exchange rate, 1 billion equals 1,000 points, so 10,000 points would require 100 billion. I hurriedly said, "I don't have that much money right now. Can you tell me the solution first?" I could scrape together that 100 billion, but it would definitely cause problems for the company's operations. If I waited another 2 months, I could have that money in my personal account, but it would be too unprofitable to lose 2 months of company revenue. The system explained, 10,000 points can change the effect of failure in awakening from chaotic frenzy to bloodthirsty frenzy. I asked, "What does bloodthirsty frenzy mean?" The system said, "In bloodthirsty frenzy, after failing to awaken, one does not lose their sanity, but instead becomes murderous, brutal, and filled with a desire for destruction. Through these actions, their superpowers will also be enhanced until their own death. Additionally, please note that there is no treatment method for those who fail to awaken, so please do not waste efforts to avoid wasting resources. After reading the description, I exclaimed, "Awesome," as it seemed tailor-made for villains. The consequences of failing the awakening of the number 7 crystal were so terrifying. Fortunately, I didn't impulsively implant it back then, but this could be planned out well. Arkham is heavily guarded, with patrol teams of 10 people patrolling around the clock, and there are tanks, armored vehicles, fighter jets, and other large weapons underground. There are also plenty of rocket launchers and RPGs. All this equipment was obtained from arms dealers. Although the models and performance are slightly inferior to the top-tier ones, having them is better than nothing. Once the tech department fully understands energy weapon technology, these pieces of equipment will undergo a major overhaul. Just as I was diligently writing the plan on my laptop, the Red Queen's holographic projection suddenly appeared, informing me of a heavy piece of news. "Boss, there are undercover agents in the company's troops." I furrowed my brows. No wonder Hydra was aware of my route. Typically, only Natasha, Alice, Gasco, Ryan, and the security team know my route back to the manor. The Red Queen said, "After your last incident, I screened the security team and found that 13 members have forged identities, and it's unclear which faction they belong to." She waved her hand, projecting the identities of these 13 individuals in front of me, all of which she had solidly proven to be fake. Even after invading national databases, we couldn't find any information on them before they turned 10. I said, "It seems they are from Hydra. Have Natasha deal with them." Luckily, we didn't inject them with the serum. I didn't need to handle this. Natasha and Gasco knew how to deal with it, simply eliminating them and dumping their bodies at sea. I had originally planned to inject the security team with a biological enhancement serum to boost their abilities, but now I needed to reconsider. For the time being, that wouldn't work. Fortunately, the enhanced warrior team was personally selected by the Red Queen and Natasha, with strict checks every 2 weeks, making it nearly impossible to arrange for undercover agents to infiltrate. The Red Queen nodded and said, "Understood, boss." Then the holographic projection disappeared, and she planned to deal with those 13 individuals separately. What company has 5 combat teams, each serving different purposes? The security department has the most personnel and the lowest entry requirements, allowing ordinary people to join. They usually serve as my front, comprising 1,200 people, also covering branches and subordinate stores. The Eliminators and Defenders are made up of veterans and specially trained individuals, with each team consisting of 400 people. The Enhanced Warrior team has high military training, is skilled in firearms and vehicle operation, and consists of elite soldiers from various countries' special forces, totaling 1,000 individuals. The superpowered team is meant to maintain order, led by Natasha, consisting of 5 superpowered individuals, though they have yet to fully develop their abilities. Especially Lillian, her vampire abilities have not shown at all, and she seems to be eating more and more. If it weren't for the system, I would suspect she awakened a gluttony ability. But undoubtedly, once the superpowered individuals grow, this team will become my trump card. Family, the situation in the forest on the outskirts of New York City is quite thrilling. 7 guys in blue combat suits and black tactical masks are advancing towards the center of the abandoned, dilapidated house from 4 directions. The walls of the house are weathered and cracked, covered in moss. The leader took off his helmet and said to the 3 behind him, "Everyone, we must complete the mission perfectly to get the samples from the Watt Company." They were responsible for the frontal assault while the others held their positions to prevent the bandits inside the house from escaping. I heard that if they completed the mission, Gasco would reward them with enhancement serum. Most insiders know that the Watt Company can turn ordinary people into super soldiers, but Khaled set up a backup plan. Anyone who dared to leak information would have their head blown off. Even saying the words serum would trigger a response, causing internal substances to constrict brain tissues until they exploded. The overseer would only feel pain severe enough to abandon the thought. These guys shouted, "Hail Hydra!" with high morale, their steps quickening. They were only a few dozen meters away from the wooden cabin. I was on a distant hillside with binoculars. The Red Queen could help me read their lips, allowing me to see their movements clearly. I complained, "Tiske Kiske," These guys are in deep trouble, yet still have the leisure to indulge in motivational speeches. I had recruited 2 experts in robotics, and, combined with the Red Queen simulations, we would soon be able to create the first generation of robots. The Red Queen spoke in my earpiece. "Boss, I will handle the vetting of new employees from now on. The efficiency and capability of the human team are too low." She felt a bit guilty for my assassination attempt, blaming herself for not thoroughly screening the internal personnel, which allowed an insider to infiltrate. I reassured her, "Don't worry, with the nanotoxicity, they won't be able to pass on any information. We need to keep some humans around." The nanotoxicity was something I obtained from the beginner's gift pack, along with a beauty serum. This substance can control people. Once injected, the designated keywords become forbidden words. If they attempt to spread those forbidden words, the toxin constricts the brain tissue, ultimately causing their heads to explode, while the overseer would only feel pain severe enough to abandon that thought. At the same time, Gasco drove a modified vehicle, carrying 6 security personnel to the entrance of the forest. He called everyone to get out of the car, and in front of them were 6 freshly dug 10-meter-deep pits. Someone asked, "Captain Gasco, what's our mission?" With no living creatures around, only the pits were present, and it felt ominous. Gasco revealed a bloodthirsty smile. "Your mission is to die." Knowing they were the traitors, he had been unable to contain his murderous intent, luring them out to deal with them together. Someone shouted, "Not good, we're exposed, counterattack." Unfortunately, they were just ordinary people with special training and were no match for Gasco. Just as they loaded their weapons, Gasco swiftly incapacitated them with a few quick strikes, knocking them out in seconds. He spat, "In this life, I hate traitors the most." He had fought in 2 battles, and because of traitors leaking battlefield deployment maps, many of his brothers had died, leaving only him and a few others alive. Then he began burying these individuals in the pits with a shovel. Outside the wooden cabin, Natasha pushed open the door. She had sensed their approach with her telekinesis. Today, she was here to send them on their way. The leader, attempting to break down the door, was startled to see her. He was a squad leader for Hydra and had heard of this S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, thinking she had been captured. So how could she be here? Leaning against the doorframe, Natasha looked puzzled. "You look familiar. Do you know me?" She kept a low profile at the Watt Company, and aside from Kyle and a few others, only the lab heads and enhancement team members had seen her. She continued, "Never mind, my mission is to eliminate you." She extended her right hand, gathering her mental energy, which surged forth. Her mental domain had developed to 29%, but it stalled there. It kept growing stronger, yet couldn't break through to 30%. Her telekinesis directly grasped the throats of the 7 men, and with a lift of her hand, she raised them over 10 meters high. Their faces turned red from the pressure, and they couldn't resist her mental force at all. Natasha waved her hand, and they were smashed to the ground, instantly killing them. Natasha reflected, "It seems there are traitors everywhere. I wonder if S.H.I.E.L.D. has any traitors too?" From now on, she would understand what Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D. meant. Time would reveal everything. Family, let's talk about Las Vegas, one of the 4 major gambling cities in the world, a resort destination centered around the gambling industry with many prominent titles. The legendary stories of this city are plentiful. It transformed from a rundown village into an international metropolis in just a decade. Simply amazing. If you're down on your luck with only a few dollars left, coming here might just turn your life around. And if you have more money than you can spend, you might also experience the carefree life of a vagabond. Describing it as one side is hell, the other side is heaven truly captures its essence. The most famous place here is the Royal Casino. Colonel Rhodes is friends with Tony Stark and pays close attention to Tony's movements. He said to Tony, "Tony, I didn't expect you to have connections with that new rich guy from New York. If you get a chance, could you introduce me?" The last charity auction brought in a staggering $1 billion, far surpassing the total of all auctions over the past 5 years. Tony reclined on a luxurious gold sofa, watching beautiful women dance, and casually replied, "It's not really a friendship. I'm just returning a favor. I don't like to owe people, especially favors." Tony is an extremely proud person, and he would never allow himself to be in debt to anyone. Rhodes continued. The what company's gastric medication has caught the military's attention, but they can't act due to the company's influence. Tony scoffed. But can't act? In this free country, are there really things the military can't meddle in? The council members dared to threaten him, and now they don't have the guts to act against a newcomer. That's hard to believe. Rhodes said, Tony, you need to understand how important the what company's products are to the public. Don't forget about the awards ceremony. After saying that, he left. The what company's special gastric medication can alleviate pain and prevent deterioration, proving effective against gastric cancer. It's a treasure for patients with gastric diseases. The beauty serum is also a powerful tool for women. If the military dared to act against the what company, they would face the wrath of gastric disease patients worldwide and their loved ones. Tony said, What company? Interesting. In fact, he had been paying attention to them and even had some collaborations in certain areas. Stark Industries primarily profits from military contracts, which doesn't conflict much with the core business of the what company. After speaking, he tossed aside his empty bottle and wrapped his arms around two women, heading to the gambling table. For Tony, Las Vegas was merely a place for entertainment. The phrase, one thought is heaven, one thought is hell, was just a joke to him. Now, let's talk about the what company in New York. That night, the top office was anything but peaceful, filled with painful wails. I lay on the ground shouting, Stop! 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 Let go! Gasco was sitting on me, pulling my arm and pressing down on my shoulder to restrain me. After dealing with the traders during the day, I came back to train with Gasco, but the training had turned a bit strange. A few seconds later, Gasco let go and stood up. I said, I still can't beat you. Although I had a photographic memory and could learn fighting techniques quickly, applying them in real combat still took time. Gasco said, You've made great progress, young master. A month ago, you would have lost within 20 moves. Now we're evenly matched. If it weren't for my experience, I would have lost today. I replied, Enough of that. I'm going to transfer 100 billion in funds soon. That's fine, right? I thought it over and decided to take a gamble. Maybe it would pay off. This might just be the obsession of a guaranteed draw. I felt lucky, a bit like a small-time gambler with good fortune. Gasco said, No problem, but you need to reduce the research and development expenses for the Sky Fortress and Star C1. The what company had sufficient funds, and new products were set to launch. With the first two products as guarantees, they would certainly create a sensation. I sighed. I truly admire the stubbornness of these old scientists. The Sky Fortress is the core equipment for the Starry Sky Strategic Strike Cluster, capable of seizing dominance in warfare and conducting long-range precision strikes. Star C1 is a drone battle armor, which will later be adapted to large strategic aerospace platforms. This concept was proposed 3 years ago, and no one had faith in it. Upon hearing it, I immediately invested heavily to hire scientists. As a time traveler, I know that alien civilizations have their eyes on Earth, and the most suitable power source right now is Tony Stark's arc reactor. Not the palm-sized one, but a massive one weighing hundreds of tons. Family, currently, while developing the Deep Space Strategic Strike Cluster, the most pressing needs are materials and power sources. After all, this thing is meant to go to space in the future, and I'm gearing up to conquer the stars and the seas. I can get the arc reactor from Tony Stark, so the power source is not a worry. I'm just lacking materials. In the Marvel Universe, materials like vibranium and adamantium are perfect for making the hull, but I can't get my hands on them at all. Moreover, to build the entire body, I need at least 100 tons of material in reserve. Anything less is simply insufficient. Forget it. Let's draw a lottery first. I was alone in the office, and unless something unexpected happened, I would be sleeping here tonight. After the last incident, Gasco planned to convert the office into a living space for me, so I wouldn't be at risk of being assassinated. When would I have the freedom to act? I'll think about that once I have the ability to protect myself. I sat in the boss's chair and waved my hand, saying, System, let me do a 10-time draw. After spending the money, the system prompted, 10,000 points have been credited. Spending money feels great at the moment, but my wallet is burning. It hurts so much. But it's too late to back out now, so I opened the lottery page. The lottery page was unremarkable, just a big spinning wheel with the prizes covered in fog. I shouted, Start, and the wheel began to spin, gaining speed. 3 seconds later, It slowed down, and the pointer landed on the first prize, with a white light sphere floating into the collection basket. The wheel repeated its operation until all 10 draws were completed and then disappeared. Excited, I said, "Let's see what good stuff I got." The light spheres popped open like gotcha toys. I grabbed one, twisted it, and it cracked open. "Congratulations, the host has obtained a special grade nano combat suit excellent." That's somewhat useful. Let's continue. Then I opened a bunch of other items. A case of baijiu, Chinese white liquor, design blueprints for a high-power particle strike cannon, 100 bottles of L'Oreal moisturizing cleanser, a biological modification at Gatrich, 100 pairs of indestructible slippers, a complete detective novel series, a superpower development manual, 10 peculiar flower seeds, and a Superman template. Corrected. Out of these, 4 were useful, 5 were useless, and 1 was questionable. I questioned the system. "You're definitely messing with me, right?" When I saw the Superman template, I was initially thrilled, but upon reading the description, my mood plummeted like a roller coaster. This template was modified to fit the Marvel Universe by changing the kryptonite weakness to a reduction in magic resistance. What a delight for mages. And I can't even use it myself. It can only be given to others. Fortunately, I can retract my powers at any time, maintaining absolute control over life and death. A high-power particle strike cannon? That's interesting. This weapon was proposed towards the end of the Cold War, relying on high-energy particles for strikes. It would work excellently for space interception, making it suitable for space battles with a deep space strategic strike cluster. I could also have the Red Queen reanalyze the blueprints to develop more particle cluster weapons. A biological modification entity? It better not be a filler. Upon checking the description, my face turned green. This Gatrich has immense abilities and holds a grudge against humanity. It's a combat weapon created by an evil scientist, currently inactive. This isn't just getting something useful, it's downright sinister. If this thing activates, I suspect we wouldn't even need Thanos to snap his fingers. No way. I need to be on high alert and monitor this at all times. The system doesn't have storage space, and anything exceeding 24 hours will be forcibly deployed next to me. Right now, the only suitable place to keep it is the basement of the manor. Rubbing my temples, I muttered to myself, "This headache is killing me. Spending this 100 billion feels too costly." This thing could probably only be dealt with by a fully developed Superman and Natasha. After calming myself down, I focused on the last item, the Superpower Development Manual, which could increase the viewer's superpower development speed by 0.3 times. Family, it's been several days since the last lottery draw. I've sealed the biological modification entity in a bunker, and I've used up the other items. The Superpower Development Manual is on the bookshelf, allowing the superpowered individuals at the What Company to enjoy its benefits. The special grade nano combat suit resembles Iron Man's armor from Avengers Endgame, but the combat method is different. Wearing it is more suited for assassination. It can change colors at will and operates silently, like a ghost. I was at the What Company, sitting in my chair with a potted plant in front of me. Today, I plan to plant the 10 unknown seeds and see what fun things would grow. The system assured me that these flower seeds wouldn't produce anything harmful, but I had to handle the planting myself. I mumbled, "You reap what you sow. I hope you bring me something good." I buried the seeds in the soil and watered them, imagining if they sprouted into flowers that could spit fire or spray water, I could become a plant superhero. When I encounter enemies, I could just pull the pot out of my pocket and throw it, and the flowers would start spitting fire and spraying water. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. While I was watering, Natasha burst through the door, holding a newspaper, and startled me. She shouted, "Boss, there's big trouble." Without waiting for my bewildered reaction, she slammed the newspaper on the table and pointed at the headline. Having been a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, she knew this was serious. I thought S.H.I.E.L.D. had come looking for me, but upon seeing the newspaper, I let out a long breath. After waiting for nearly half a year, everything was finally about to begin. I had been developing for so long, I wasn't afraid of any issues. Worst case, I could release the biological modification entity, and we could all play together. That thing could withstand even a series of nuclear explosions and absorb energy for its own use, effectively nullifying nuclear weapons, unless there were so many it couldn't absorb them all. However, Its energy reserves rivaled that of a star, and even 10 times the number of nuclear weapons wouldn't be enough. I suspected this entity was created by a Type 3 civilization or an even more advanced one. Natasha was anxious. Boss, Stark Industries is not just a military group. They have significant influence in aerospace, healthcare, and security. Our company collaborates with them in medical and aerospace fields. Stark's disappearance will affect us. She was exasperated by my calm demeanor, especially since Stark Industries' stock had plummeted dramatically. Whether Tony Stark would survive was uncertain. He had gone missing after an attack in Afghanistan, likely kidnapped by terrorists who wouldn't hesitate to kill. I calmly replied, "Don't worry, he's Tony Stark. You can take everything away from him, but you can't take away the fact that he is Iron Man." I casually jotted down 2 addresses for Natasha. With Stark Industries in trouble, the what company could seize this opportunity to profit? The land in southern New York and the old tech park are my targets. Stark Industries had shown interest in them, but now they were struggling to survive. I said, businessmen seek profit. That's an unchanging truth. Natasha and Alice would handle the specific matters, which would save us a significant amount of money. I plan to build a satellite launch base on that newly developed wasteland in southern New York. The terrain is flat, sparsely populated, dry with little rain, and has long sunlight hours, allowing for about 300 days of launch opportunity per year, according to scientists' estimates. The location is between New York and Danbury, under New York's jurisdiction. I twirl my pen, contemplating the development direction, saying space-based weapons aren't urgent. We can't use them at this stage. Let's focus on building Star C1 first. Space-based weapons are a huge project with limited returns, definitely a money pit. The Star C1 unmanned battle armor could be prioritized. It's not overly expensive, with a hull made of titanium alloy, mainly needing a power source. I knew my scientists were capable, and given 10 years, they could develop controllable nuclear fusion, but they couldn't compare to Tony Stark, the genius of scientific research. As the saying goes, not everyone can be Tony Stark. The scene shifted to Afghanistan, where in the vast desert lay a 10 Rings outpost hiding a particularly significant individual. In a cave, the sound of 4 drips and beeping machines was painfully loud. My head hurts. Tony Stark opened his eyes on a bed covered with dirty cloth, the bright fluorescent lights hurting his eyes, and everything felt strange. Hearing a sound nearby, he turned his head to see a doctor in a white coat cleaning up after surgery. He didn't speak, just stared at the equipment protruding from his chest and the battery to his left. Dr. Ethan said, "That's what's keeping you alive. I use an electromagnet to hold the shrapnel from your heart in place. Otherwise, you'd be dead." After finishing up, Ethan sat down, not expecting the 10 Rings to kidnap this genius. He figured the U.S. military would be going crazy over it. Tony Stark still didn't respond, lost in the memory of seeing the Stark Industries manufactured missile before he passed out. I snapped back to reality, feeling incredibly frustrated. Tony Stark, couldn't just sit here and wait for things to unfold. This situation made it clear to me that there must be an undercover agent among us. I had never kept track of my weapons transactions with terrorists. I always sold them to the military. Even if some military products were sold to other countries, those customers were regular armed forces, not rebels or terrorists. I had personally handled this latest order. In the past, I thought the online accusations calling me a butcher were just commercial tactics from Hammer Industries, and I dismissed them entirely. But now it seemed those accusations might actually hold some truth. How could these terrorists wield weapons manufactured by Stark Industries to massacre unarmed civilians? It was outrageous. At that moment, Ethan brought over a basin of water to clean my filthy body. He mentioned that we were in a desolate desert where satellites couldn't even find this place, and that these people were from the 10 Rings. His job was to take care of me, the playboy. After being kidnapped for so long, he understood that the 10 Rings wanted me to create powerful weapons. 10 Rings, very good. I clenched my fists, the anger boiling up inside me. Once I got out of here, I would make sure they knew my strength. But right now, the priority was to get my chaotic body sorted out, so I didn't suddenly kick the bucket. Ethan explained that the shrapnel from a missile explosion was lodged in my body and couldn't be removed for now, so they were using an electromagnet to keep the shrapnel together to avoid unnecessary damage. Looking at the battery beside me, which was nearly the size of my head, I felt speechless. How was I supposed to maintain my playboy image while carrying this thing around? Seeing that I was ignoring him, Ethan probably thought I associated him with those other guys, so he hastily clarified that he was also captured and we were on the same side. Suddenly, I heard a string of incomprehensible words from outside the door, followed by the heavy iron door being swung open. A short, stocky guy with a full beard and an air of authority walked in. He stepped right up to me, his face almost touching mine, and said something with a smug grin. Ethan translated for me. He says, "Welcome, the renowned weapons inventor, to our humble abode." With my proud personality, I wasn't going to back down. I shot back. Tell him he better release me soon, or the military won't let them off the hook. I remembered this guy. He was the one who led the attack on the convoy that day. Ethan, concerned for our safety, didn't translate my words directly, but conveyed them in a milder tone. The bearded man laughed it off and called for a huge blueprint to be brought in. It turned out that the Ten Rings had previously pillaged a small village, and while messing around with a flame projectile, someone accidentally blew open a rock wall, revealing a hidden cave that contained this blueprint. Their leader, Golden Tooth, had killed dozens of families in the village. Ethan translated. He says they want you to help them create the weapon in the blueprint, and the price is up to you. Upon hearing this, I walked over immediately. Just seeing a corner of the design's formula made my jaw drop. As a genius inventor, I pushed aside 2 henchmen and spread the blueprint out on the ground. This was a completely new energy operation method that could overturn centuries of human research. My mind raced with calculations, and I realized I couldn't fully comprehend everything inside, but I could vaguely see this was a weapon design. According to the formulas presented, the weapon's power could surpass nuclear weapons, potentially erasing half of America with a single strike. Looking at the bearded man's expression, I had a new idea. I instructed Ethan to tell him, "I can build it, but I need materials, assistance, in a quiet place." I winked at Ethan as I turned away. Ethan, the high IQ medical expert, instantly understood my intent. The bearded man was pleased when he heard Ethan's translation. After saying a few words, he left with his henchmen. Ethan said, "He wants you to make a list of materials, and they'll prepare a workspace immediately, arranging for me to be your assistant." Wow, this bearded guy was really gullible. His intelligence was questionable for not seeing through such an obvious scam. I said, "That's simple. First, we need to create a device that allows me to move freely." Nodding, I found a pen and paper in the dilapidated cave and wrote down the necessary materials for Ethan before diving back into studying the blueprint. "Just call me Tony from now on. We need to think of a way to escape this place," I said, brushing some dust off the blueprint and turning to Ethan. In this godforsaken place, we were the only 2 captives relying on each other. My earlier excuse about needing materials to create the weapon on the blueprint was just a cover. I really wanted to make tools for our escape. Ethan opened his small backpack and pulled out 2 hard pieces of bread. "You've been unconscious for 2 days without eating. Do you want some?" He had been giving me glucose injections these past few days. Good food had no chance of reaching us. I took the bread and started eating it voraciously, cursing, "Damn it, when I get out of here, these people will definitely know my strength." Just a couple of days ago, I was living the high life with gourmet meals and beautiful companions, and now I was gnawing on this hard bread. The contrast was unbearable. I asked, "Do you know where this design came from?" With current human technology, it would take at least 50 years to produce such a weapon. Even if I were to work on it, it would take me 30 years. Moreover, the blueprint was recorded in a language similar to modern ones, which was astonishing. Ethan replied, "I heard it was found in a sealed rock wall." The main forces of the Ten Rings were in that rock wall cave, looking for more valuable items, and this blueprint was excavated from there. I heard there are other items as well. I immediately dismissed the idea. Impossible. How could ancient people use a language similar to modern ones? My language skills were decent, but I hadn't studied properly, so I could only grasp the general idea of this modern-like language and would need time to decipher it. But right now, it was crucial to memorize the design and then destroy it. If it fell into the hands of criminals, the world would be doomed. Ethan quietly affirmed, "It's true. I heard the Jackal say so." The Jackal was a small leader here, and while Ethan was operating on me, he overheard a phone call between him and Golden Tooth discussing the rock wall. If that's true, then that rock wall cave must be significant, I said. However, I quickly pushed that thought aside. The most important thing now was to escape the 10 rings and later investigate the rock wall cave, along with cleaning up the infiltrators in Stark Industries. At the Watt Company in New York, I donned a white lab coat and held a notepad in front of 200 enhanced soldiers. I was here to assign a mission. Your task is to rescue the missing Tony Stark. I will send people to assist. I actually didn't want to get involved in this matter, but with Tony missing, the cooperation projects between the Watt Company and Stark Industries were at a standstill, including aerospace and medical device development. That Obadiah guy, I always felt he harbored ill intentions. With these two projects, I could elevate the Watt Company to a giant level, rivaling Stark Industries. With the Red Queen assisting in project development, Stark Industries had more resources, so cooperation was necessary. I was contemplating getting the Red Queen a national-level supercomputer to enhance her capabilities. I said to Natasha, "You should come along too. You're familiar with his information." I certainly couldn't go personally. I'd only injected the serum and didn't have any significant abilities. Natasha, however, was different. Her telekinesis could flip over heavy trucks, she had immense physical strength, and could see a fly from dozens of meters away. Her learning ability was strong. Having a photographic memory was the norm for her. However, the automatic knowledge acquisition ability in super soldiers hadn't manifested for her. Perhaps it was due to her brain domain development needing to be stronger. Natasha replied, "Afghanistan? That's a rather distant memory." After joining the Watt Company, she hadn't been involved in fighting. Instead, she spent her days in the office handling documents, training superpowered individuals, and going shopping with Alice during her spare time. I reassured her, "Don't worry, the Red Queen will hack into the satellites to help you, and we can add more personnel if needed." It was also a good opportunity to assess the strength of the enhanced soldier team. The Red Queen's technical support made hacking satellites a piece of cake. There was no place online she couldn't access. Natasha patted my shoulder, saying, "Just the right chance to stretch my legs. I'll keep you updated with good news." I knew she had become the team leader, leading 200 soldiers. A bit of overkill. I grumbled, "This is such a hassle. If it weren't for the major loss caused by Tony's disappearance, I wouldn't get involved." I remembered he needed to be held for 2 months to build the armor and escape. By then, it would be too late. Family, I was feeling quite bored at the Watt Company, patrolling various laboratories. When I reached the entrance of Ryan's lab, I heard huff, 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 accompanied by the sound of heavy objects falling and labored breathing. I thought, what's going on? After some consideration, I decided not to go in and disturb them. They probably needed an occasional outlet after being cooped up doing research all day. But then, boom! An explosion rocked the place, and the door was deformed by the shockwave. I immediately lost my composure and shouted, "Red Queen, what's happening in there?" This wasn't just a release of pent-up energy, it was clearly demolition. This lab was supposed to test the controllability of the number 7 crystal and see if it could be perfectly implanted in animals. The Red Queen replied, "Sorry, boss. All the cameras are destroyed, and nothing was recorded." She projected the last footage captured before the cameras were destroyed. What I saw made my blood run cold. A 3-meter-high, gelatinous monster had slaughtered everyone in the lab, and even consumed the bodies. I was furious. This thing was definitely not a product of nature. Suddenly, it hit me. The researchers must have turned the crystal into a liquid state for experimentation. Previously, Ryan and I had discovered that the lab mice had turned into violent rodents and even self-exploded. I ripped off my lab coat, revealing a sweatshirt underneath that was more suitable for combat, and shouted, "Open the door and call for backup." I smashed the glass of the fire alarm cabinet and grabbed an assault rifle and grenades. These were available on every floor to prepare for emergencies. The door opened, and a wave of acrid odor hit me. I took a couple steps back. When I opened my eyes, the room was empty. The monster was gone, leaving behind a chaotic scene and trails of slime leading to the ventilation ducts. I realized the creature had escaped. I quickly ordered, "Immediately seal off the company's passages. Researchers and staff, take cover. Combat personnel, conduct a sweep." The strength of this monster was unknown, but based on the footage, It looked formidable. With Natasha gone, only the superpowered team and Gasco were available. As I gave the order, alarms blared and red warning lights flashed throughout the building. Gasco was training the security department on the 11th floor and quickly responded, directing everyone to take cover. The colors of the warning lights indicated the level of danger: green for minor incidents, red for severe disasters, and black for catastrophic events. Gasco changed into his combat suit and sprinted down the stairs towards the incident location. With a serious expression, I walked through the corridors and asked the Red Queen, "Did the cameras capture the monster's location?" The company was sealed off, so the monster couldn't escape, but with 53 floors, I didn't know where it could be hiding. The Red Queen said, "All 2,463 hidden cameras failed to capture anything." The creature was in a liquid state. It could have turned into a puddle of water and hidden in a corner, or might still be in the ventilation ducts. I instructed, maintain strict surveillance. No personnel casualties allowed. Thankfully, Ryan wasn't among the dead. He had the most in-depth research on the number 7 crystal, and losing him would be a significant blow. The Umbrella-enhanced soldiers were also coming in to conduct a sweep of the company. In a superpower training room, Langdon and Herbert were wiping off sweat after their workout. They had both gotten significantly stronger during this time. Lillian and Daisy were in the ladies' room. Herbert said, "I wonder when we'll get to see battle." His spatial teleportation ability had improved to 30 meters. Langdon chewed on an energy bar and replied, "I hope there's less war in the world." The energy bar tasted terrible, and I was still thinking of ways to improve it. Lillian and Daisy came out to get some water when suddenly a strange sound echoed from the ventilation ducts. Lillian suspiciously asked, "Did you guys hear that?" Daisy replied, "No, you must be mistaken." But Lillian's vampire abilities granted her senses far beyond ordinary humans, making her doubt it even more. Not good. A blue-green liquid spike shot out toward them. Lillian's pupils dilated as she pushed Daisy aside and blocked the attack with her arms. Everyone reacted to the assault, and when they saw the attacker, they froze in shock. It was a humanoid creature composed of blue-green liquid, and the ventilation duct continued to supply it with more liquid. "What the hell is that?" Herbert, quickly blinked back, my face filled with shock. Even though we were super-powered individuals, this kind of bizarre creature was a first for me. Daisy was equally terrified. If it weren't for Lillian's quick reaction, she would have been pierced. Langdon clenched his fists and his body was instantly covered in a metallic sheen, activating his superpower. After this period of training, his body's hardness had reached 3 times that of ordinary metal, and his punching power was at 8 tons. Calling him a battlefield killing machine was no exaggeration. "Damn, this monster's attacks are pretty fierce," Lillian said, having rejoined the group. That last hit had sent her flying, and her arm was visibly torn, blood still dripping. However, the 5-centimeter-wide penetrating wound was visibly healing right before our eyes. Her vampire abilities were beginning to manifest. I said, "Perfect, let's see what our current strength is." My inner teenager, influenced by various novels, had longed for a scene where heroes gathered to fight off evil monsters. Langdon shouted, "Charge!" and with a powerful push, he launched himself toward the liquid monster like a bolt of lightning. With his powers activated, even his eyeballs had enhanced. He was impervious to blades and bullets. The monster emitted a sound like bursting bubbles, and 4 liquid tentacles formed on its belly to brace against Langdon. Under Langdon's immense impact, the tentacles began to shatter, barely managing to withstand the force. I asked Lillian, "Can you still move?" With Langdon's protective abilities, he had no fear of being taken out in one hit. My abilities were more supportive, and without teammates to assist me, I was weak in direct confrontation. I could normally teleport objects into the opponent's body for an attack, but this monster was liquid, making it immune to that tactic. Lillian licked the blood from her arm with her tongue, her wine-red pupils deepening. "Don't worry, I'm a proud bloodline." Her training and consumption of human blood had accelerated her abilities, and this injury had triggered her self-healing ability. Other abilities would slowly manifest as well. I said, "All right, Daisy will be the main attacker this time. This monster has an advantage over us in close combat." I began to devise strategies. The only one who could threaten this liquid monster was Daisy, who could manipulate ice. Placing my hand on Lillian's shoulder, I shouted space teleportation, and we disappeared in a flash of blue light, only to reappear behind the monster. My physical enhancement wasn't strong enough, about on par with Captain America, so I prioritized grabbing a weapon before returning. Lillian angrily slammed her fist into the monster's back, generating a small sonic boom with the force of her strike, creating a loud splashing sound as water burst apart. This enraged hit sent half of the monster's body splattering into droplets. Daisy seized the opportunity, waving her hand and shouting, "Ice seal," summoning the power of ice to freeze the monster. The indoor temperature plummeted, and frost began to form on the creature. It sensed danger and reacted with angry, panicked screeches. Its 4 tentacles exerted force and threw Langdon aside, crashing him into the wall, which cracked significantly but held firm. Daisy was sweating profusely, straining to maintain her ability, but the monster was struggling violently, threatening to escape her control. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Lillian grabbed a chair and swung it at the monster's head, while I quickly grabbed a fire extinguisher and sprayed it at the creature. Daisy's expression relaxed a bit. With our help, the monster's struggles began to weaken. Langdon brushed off the dust and walked over. No need for him to jump in just yet. After about half a minute, Daisy finally stopped her spell, exhausted and drenched in sweat, having burned through most of her energy. Fortunately, the result was impressive. A 5-meter-tall ice sculpture stood before us as a testament to our efforts. Lillian said, "I'll call the boss. This monster likely came from the laboratory, and things outside were probably chaotic." 2 minutes later, Kyle arrived at the superpower training room with Gasco and 20 enhanced soldiers. Kyle asked, "Where's the monster?" He had rushed over after receiving the call about the creature being subdued. I replied, "In Daisy's training room. We've set the temperature to the lowest. The ice won't melt easily." Daisy's ice could only last for about 10 minutes, and if it melted, the monster would break free, so we needed to push the ice sculpture into the training room. Kyle opened the door, glanced at the ice sculpture, and said, "Good job. You all did well. No injuries?" This monster was quite powerful. In the video the Red Queen had recorded, anyone wrapped by it would be digested, and it could transform into various weapons while being immune to physical attacks. For the 4 of you to take it down without injuries is a significant improvement. At this rate, you'll soon be capable of handling things on your own. In a special room on the 40th floor of the Watt Company, it had been 8 hours since the superpower team defeated the monster. Ryan walked in with a stack of documents. After his investigation, he had spent 4 hours piecing together the details and drafting a report. He couldn't help but grumble to himself, wondering why people were still conducting experiments on the liquidized number 7 crystal when it had been banned. Talk about being idle. I sighed and said, "Sigh, thank you for your hard work. I consider this a mistake on my part." Today's events had served as a wake-up call for me. Although the nanotoxicity could control leaks of information, I couldn't control the desires of people's hearts, as evidenced by the illegal experiments that had led to this incident. Gasco shook his head in denial, saying, "Young master, this isn't your fault. It's an issue with our security department. If only they had conducted more thorough inspections, this wouldn't have happened." Unfortunately, those researchers only realized they had been deceived when it was too late. The Red Queen expressed her regret. "Boss, I also share responsibility for this oversight. The Central Information Database didn't make timely assessments." She could observe every corner of the company, yet failed to detect this experiment. I browsed through the records, frowning. "It's not your fault. This person was too cunning. They spent 4 months collecting experimental remnants and finally managed to create the monster today. The experiment was handled by a retired professor from Imperial University, so this incident shouldn't have occurred. But now that the deed was done, I had to keep the monster confined within the company to prevent it from harming anyone. Why not just kill it? This creature was liquid. If crushed, it could reconstitute itself and was extremely heat-resistant, making it virtually impossible to destroy. After reviewing the report, I waved my hand and ordered, "Get Hadley into the containment chamber." In the center of the room was a massive transparent container connected by iron rings on both ends, with sensors made of special molecular materials on either side. When activated, the container would rotate continuously for 24 hours, and the sensors would create high-frequency waves, preventing Hadley from changing shape and confining him like a puddle of water. Once Hadley was secured, Gasco and I prepared to leave. I asked, "How are Natasha and the others doing? They should be in Afghanistan by now." If Natasha were here, she would have torn that monster apart with her telekinesis and locked it away. Gasco replied, "Yes, Miss Natasha sent a message 35 minutes ago. She has arrived at the target location." I nodded, planning to chat with the 4 superpowered individuals, especially after watching the surveillance footage the Red Queen recorded. In Afghanistan, Natasha had expertly altered her appearance using her disguise skills. She said to the Red Queen, "Red Queen, we can begin the plan now." The advance team from the Watt Company had already prepared vehicles and supplies. The Red Queen responded in my earpiece, "Understood. Please hold on, Miss Natasha." The top military satellites from various countries instantly lost control, focusing on Afghanistan. The Red Queen filtered through the information I provided, identifying 48 suitable locations for investigation, and began checking them one by one. Natasha communicated with her teammates. "All right, let's split into groups of 4 to inspect the locations. The maps have been sent to your wristwatches." The Red Queen had marked each group's location on the map. The objective was to search for Tony Stark. If Natasha encountered him first, she would directly charge in to rescue him. If others found him, they would send a message and wait for backup. The enhanced soldiers were strong, but the 10 Rings had numbers on their side. Many ants can take down an elephant. With a command from Natasha, she hopped on a sand motorcycle and accelerated away, followed by a convoy of 50 off-road vehicles racing through the desert, kicking up clouds of dust. At the 10 Rings base, Tony was proudly holding a round reactor. "Ethan, come look at this little gem." He had managed to refine Stark Industries' large reactor to the point where it could fit in his chest. Ethan looked on in disbelief. "My God, you actually succeeded." This reactor, although small, could output billions of joules of energy per second and was remarkably stable. Holding it in his hand posed no issue. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Ethan would never have believed that someone could manually assemble a reactor. Tony declared, "This is the greatness of Tony Stark. Next, I'll research how to escape." He swapped the electromagnetic core in his chest for the reactor, feeling exhilarated. With the reactor as a power source, the biggest challenge was solved. Now it was just a matter of building the armor. 10 days later, clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal striking echoed throughout the cave as I continuously pounded with a hammer in my hand. After much consideration, I decided to create a modular armor instead of an integrated one. Given the conditions here, an all-in-one design was simply impossible. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I walked over to the workbench and asked Ethan, "How's the copying of the blueprints coming along?" Normally, I could easily memorize such designs, but not this time. During the day, I was busy making armor parts, and at night, I had to revise them. There was hardly any time to memorize the blueprints, even for me. Ethan, using a magnifying glass, was diligently copying the plans. "Almost done, just the last part left." We had clearly defined our roles. He was the doctor, and his hand was steadier than mine. I said, "By tomorrow, we should have the armor parts ready, and then we can escape." We had been working tirelessly for 10 straight days, racing against the clock. Outside, the bearded man thought we were genuinely crafting the weapon from the blueprints, and the food we received had upgraded from hard bread to 4 dishes and a soup. Ethan nodded. "Yes, I'll finish copying soon, and then I'll burn the blueprints." He had stacked many sheets of paper to copy the designs in order, ensuring that the characters were visible through the sunlight. This way, it would prevent the bearded man from discovering the truth during any surprise inspections. Outside, in the endless desert, Natasha sped along on a sand motorcycle. She asked the Red Queen, "How many locations do we have left to check?" The Afghan desert was vast, and with the climate issues, they would need to return for supplies, which reduced the efficiency of their search. Otherwise, they could have completed the 40-plus locations in 3 days. The Red Queen projected the map onto her wristwatch, saying, "There are 6 left, and 5 teams are already at their locations." Natasha looked at the map and immediately turned her vehicle around. Her developed brain domain gave her a super intuitive sense, making her feel that I was being held somewhere nearby. Half an hour later, Natasha stood on the rock wall, looking down. Sure enough, that woman's intuition. She spotted a large cache of weapons and a number of patrolling personnel inside. But there was a problem. The drop from the rock wall to the ground was 30 meters, and jumping down directly could risk an ankle twist. Since becoming a superpowered individual, she hadn't suffered any injuries. She opened her left hand and said, sensing. This was a new application of her telekinesis developed from comic books, allowing her to detect objects. She could now sense up to 50 meters around her, and, at full power, could extend that to 70 meters. I found you. Natasha retracted her palm. The tunnel in the cave was complex, but her telekinetic waves could penetrate the rock. She dismantled her disguise, moved her wrist to loosen up, and directly jumped from the rock wall, opting for the simplest and most direct approach. Inside the cave, I was busy forging when suddenly I felt a strange sensation wash over me. After a few seconds, the ground shook violently, causing the cave to tremble. I cursed, damn it, is there an earthquake? Ethan and I fell to the ground, but fortunately, we weren't hurt. Ethan quickly hid the stack of papers in his clothing. He understood their importance. I ran to the iron door, banging on it and shouting, hello, is anyone there? Outside, there were only sounds of gunfire and shouting. Ethan realized, this isn't good. Something's happened. It's probably the 10 Rings enemies attacking. He grabbed the design blueprints and stuffed them into the furnace, determined not to let anyone else get their hands on them. My expression changed, and I shouted, Wong Defa, come help me put on the armor. I couldn't waste time calibrating. I lay down in the armor and fastened the chest piece. Ethan quickly punched in codes and brought tools to help me put on the armor. Outside the cave, Natasha had already taken down a wave of enemies. She used her telekinesis to hurl rocks at them, and with a protective shield around her, she was unbothered by bullets, but needed to watch out for rocket launchers. The terrorists shouted, Monster! This is definitely a monster! As the boulders fell, they fled in terror. To them, Natasha appeared to be a demon from hell. She easily deflected a rocket launcher with her powers. Natasha wondered, why are they so weak? With a swipe of her hand, she sent sharp blades piercing through 2 terrorists. Just moments ago, they had been confidently trying to stop her, and now they were running for their lives after just a few exchanges. In a monitoring room, the jackal was confused, only seeing his underlings being thrown back. This was the 10 Rings territory. They had pillaged and killed without encountering any opponents before. One of the underlings shouted, Boss, that's not a human. That's a devil from hell. Bullshit, I don't believe there are devils in this world. The jackal kicked the trembling underling who was babbling in fear, not bothering to look at the surveillance footage. He grabbed a weapon and was ready to head out and see for himself what was happening. Behind him, 4 underlings also picked up rifles and followed him out, leaving only a handful of terrified guys in the base. One of the underlings stammered, Boss, for your safety, shouldn't we take more people? Before the jackal could respond, a powerful shockwave struck, sending the underling flying into the wall. He spat out blood mixed with dark, viscous chunks of his insides, instantly meeting his demise. You all can die too. Natasha floated in midair using her telekinesis, addressing the remaining 4. In an instant, her powerful psychic force crushed their heads, turning them into lifeless corpses that collapsed to the ground. Awesome. This feeling of power was intoxicating for Natasha. Where she once struggled to fight, now a simple wave of her hand could take down an entire base. The difference was astonishing. Meanwhile, in the cave, Tony Stark, now suited up in his armor, asked, Ethan, why is it so quiet outside? Without the disturbances from the 10 Rings, he quickly donned his suit, twisting and moving to familiarize himself with the controls. Other than some sluggishness, everything else felt fine. Ethan replied, I don't know. Maybe the battle has ended. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and a large section of the iron door caved in, with screws flying everywhere. Quick to react, Tony instructed Ethan to find a place to hide while he prepared to confront whatever was happening. With the armor on, his confidence surged, bordering on arrogance. Another bang echoed as the iron door was forcibly smashed open and sent flying. Natasha glanced and saw a large armored figure. Before she could react, a fist came flying towards her. She activated her telekinetic shield, and with a crack, the punch was stopped just in front of her. How is that possible? Tony stared in shock. His armor, while simply electrically powered, could easily deliver several tons of force. There was no way this woman could take that punch. It seems some people need to be taught a lesson. Natasha recognized that it was Tony Stark inside the armor. Given his usual arrogance, she thought it was the perfect opportunity to give him a lesson. She decided to keep her identity hidden for now, thinking that this big metal box should hold up pretty well. Tony shouted, "Don't get cocky. Check out this move from Uncle Tony." He raised his arm, revealing a dark tube underneath. Since the 10 rings weren't providing rocket launchers or bullets, he had improvised a flamethrower to compensate for his firepower. This woman still didn't know friend from foe, so he had to be prepared for the worst. Flames surged out as Natasha stood her ground, curious to see if her shield could withstand the heat. The Red Queen reminded her through the earpiece, "Miss Natasha, every second you waste is precious." The What Company was relying on Tony to return and resolve the situation so the plans could continue. "All right, let's end this," Natasha decided, changing her plan. She extended her left hand, extinguishing the flames from the flamethrower with her telekinesis. "What's happening?" Tony wondered why his armor was suddenly unresponsive. A few seconds later, screws, bearings, and gears began to detach from the armor and fall to the ground. With a loud crash, the armor fell apart, collapsing around Tony. Tony was left standing there in confusion. "Where did my armor go?" Natasha smiled and extended her hand. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Natasha Romanoff from the What Company." "What Company? Is that Kyle What?" Tony suddenly recalled that distant memory. His time in captivity had almost made him forget that name. "Thank you very much." Tony didn't question the process. Knowing this woman came to rescue him, he stood up and extended his hand for a shake. He thought he would be done with favors once he repaid Kyle, but seemed fate had other plans. Tony called out, "Ethan, come out. We're rescued." In reality, he could have escaped with the armor, but he wasn't sure if Ethan would survive without him. As they walked past the bodies on the ground, both felt a chill run down their spines, thinking, this woman is not to be trifled with. Natasha pulled out her phone to check the map. "All right, let's wait here for a moment." The convoy of enhanced soldiers would arrive in a few minutes. She had thrown her vehicle as a bomb earlier. It wouldn't be flying at high speed, which felt a bit awkward. Although she could float with her telekinesis, maintaining high-speed flight required explosive and sustained energy, and she was still a bit short on that. Once her brain domain development reached 30%, she would fully master her flying skills. On the vast desert, a convoy was slowly making its way forward. Tony, and Ethan sat in the lead sand dune vehicle, replenishing our energy with food. Ethan glanced back at the long line of vehicles, looking incredulous as he said, "You really have some pull. They sent so many people to rescue you." When they first arrived, he thought they were enemies, but after hearing that woman explain, he realized they were here to save us. I chewed on some soft bread and replied, "It's not a big deal. I owe a huge favor now. Even if I hadn't been rescued by Kyle's people, I would have managed to escape, but it certainly wouldn't have been as easy. I wouldn't have been able to lounge in the vehicle enjoying a meal." Natasha stopped the vehicle and said, "The U.S. military base is 10 kilometers ahead. The rest of the journey is up to you." She pulled 2 supply packs from the trunk and handed them to us. Inside were compasses to prevent us from getting lost. In this weather, without these supplies, we'd quickly succumb to dehydration and faint. I clutched the supplies tightly and said, "I won't thank you too much. Once I'm back, there will be a substantial reward." I was genuinely grateful. With these supplies, we'd be able to reach the military base before sunset and secure our rescue. After watching the convoy leave, I secured the supplies and, alongside Ethan, set off on the final leg of our journey. The scene shifted to Manhattan, New York, where Gasco informed me, "Young master, Natasha has sent word that Tony Stark has been rescued, and they are on their way back." We were 1,000 meters below ground. Why were we down here? All for one person, Superman. After I drew the Superman template, the engineering team began constructing this underground laboratory specifically designed to serve Superman. Walking through the unfinished corridor, I felt a mix of excitement and pride as I asked, "How are the candidates looking?" "We can't afford any mistakes this time. If someone could bear the Superman template's abilities, the company would gain another top-tier powerhouse. Gasco replied, "The candidates are ready. They all volunteered." He sighed inwardly, feeling that even Natasha wouldn't be able to take on Superman. He was also worried about whether someone gaining such immense power might betray the company. After all, in this freedom-loving country, betrayals by the powerful were quite common. I said, "All right, I'll handle this personally. No interference from you." This matter was too crucial for me to trust anyone else. As we approached the laboratory door, first stationed, enhanced soldiers saluted us. I used my ID card to unlock the door, and Gasco and I entered the lab. There were no supervisors, researchers, or strange instruments here. The Superman abilities were granted by the template, and research was unnecessary. This laboratory was solely for helping Superman develop his powers. Looking at the line of candidates, I felt satisfied and complimented. The quality of this batch of experimenters is quite good. Everyone who got in had been rigorously vetted by the Red Queen. She knew all their secrets. Entering the spacious room, I found only 2 chairs. My task was to use the template on each person who entered until someone succeeded. 3 minutes later, the first experimenter walked in, nervously gripping his pants. I tried to reassure him, "Relax, don't be afraid or tense." With that attitude, he would 100% fail to adapt to the template. He took a deep breath and said, "All right, let's do this." I immediately pulled out the template, and the S-shaped shield pattern formed in midair before diving into his body. Ah! He instantly collapsed, screaming and losing consciousness, with the shield emblem floating back toward me. Next, 2 enhanced soldiers dragged him out as I pressed the button to call on the next candidate. A minute later, the new experimenter also fell to the ground. Next, I continued to call. Half an hour later, 40 experimenters had come through, 39 of whom had failed. Leaning back in my chair, I sighed, "We can't rush this. Superman is not something just anyone can adapt to." I pressed the button and said, "Let the last one in." Half a minute later, the door opened, and a short, thin man with resolute eyes stepped inside. I frowned and asked, "How old are you?" He looked barely of age, and I wonder why Gasco had recruited a child laborer. But this was America. It didn't seem too unusual. However, looking into his eyes, I noticed he was different. He didn't seem scared or tense at all. He was calm. He replied, "Hello, sir. My name is Carter Clark, and I'm 23 years old." "Wait, you said your name is what?" Hearing that name, Kyle, was taken aback, suddenly realizing that this thin, scrawny guy standing in front of me, who was only about 1.6 meters tall, might actually become Superman. He said, "Sir, my name is Carter Clark." Confirming that I hadn't misheard, I nodded, feeling a glimmer of hope ignite within me, hoping the template would respond favorably this time. I pointed at the floating S-shaped emblem behind me and said, "Do you see this? If you can withstand its power, you'll be reborn." I wanted to see his determination. He replied, "Let's do this, sir. I'm ready." He had clearly prepared himself. For someone who had faced discrimination, death might even feel like a release. I said, "Good, I believe you can succeed." With a swift motion, I sent the emblem rushing into his body. He immediately knelt on the ground, trembling but not screaming in pain. Unlike the 39 previous experimenters, this frail young man was holding on. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and blood trickled from his mouth onto the ground. To gain Superman's power, one must endure the trials. 5 minutes later, I noticed a change in him. His skinny limbs and body began to fill out, and in just 30 seconds, he shot up in height, transforming before my eyes. "Whoa!" he gasped, and I sensed something was off, quickly stepping back. Just as I did, frost began to form on the ground and spread outward. I cursed under my breath and injected the serum to push my body back several meters. However, I was extremely excited. This was the ability of Superman to exhale cold air, capable of instantly freezing lakes. I shouted, "Carter, quickly retract your ability." The cold air was still spreading, and if it didn't stop, this room would be ruined, which would cost a fortune to rebuild. Carter replied, "Sorry, sir." He got to his feet and instinctively canceled his ability, normalizing his breathing. "Good job. I knew you could do it." Looking at his now muscular body, I felt a twinge of envy. This system was truly unfair, giving such incredible abilities to him and not to me. Unexpectedly, Carter walked up to me and knelt down directly. I know these changes are you're doing. From now on, this body will be your sharpest blade and hardest shield. If I disobey, I will accept the punishment of flaying alive. Flaying was the punishment suffered by Bartholomew, one of Jesus' 12 apostles, symbolizing unwavering resilience and loyalty. Carter, being a Christian, vowed with a firm resolve. I sighed and helped him up. No need for that. Just call me boss from now on. His immediate kneeling caught me off guard, but it turned out to be a vow. This actually saved me the trouble of trying to build trust, avoiding the need for coercive methods. Meanwhile, in Afghanistan, at the Ten Rings base, Golden Tooth returned with his convoy, fully loaded. They had spent 5 days scouring the rock walls. But upon returning to the base, he was dumbfounded. What happened to my base? Looking at the utterly destroyed site, his rage boiled over, and his underlings were equally shocked, having lost their home after just a few days away. One of the hiding underlings ran out, bursting into tears upon seeing Golden Tooth. "Boss, you're back." Golden Tooth asked, "What happened? What did you encounter?" If he couldn't figure out after seeing the state of the base, then he didn't deserve to be their boss. Their munitions were gone, and only a few underlings remained. The jackal might even be dead. The underling said, "Boss, it was Tony Stark. He brought help." It was obvious that the woman was targeting Tony, and wiping them out was just a bonus. Golden Tooth roared in anger. Damn Tony Stark. Their entire foundation was destroyed, and the ammo in their vehicles was limited. Initially, the jackal had said that Tony agreed to make weapons, which had made him happy, even thinking of keeping Tony around to continue producing weapons after the deal was done. One clever underling said, "Boss, they escaped, but there's something you'll definitely like." After Natasha had taken the two away, he found something interesting in the cave. Golden Tooth suppressed his anger and said, "Take me to see it." He was itching to tear Stark apart. Following the underling to the place where they stored Tony's things, he found a heap of scattered steel parts on the ground, which Natasha had dismantled. At the time, the three of them hadn't even thought to destroy anything. As Golden Tooth looked at the photos provided by the underling, his expression changed. It seemed this great genius had left behind something extraordinary. In the top office of the What Company, I was playing a game with Gasco. Previously, we had mentioned developing League of Legends, and it certainly couldn't be just talk. We were now conducting the first product test, and the Red Queen's technology was impressive. The graphics were detailed and smooth, far surpassing the version I played in my past life, with top-notch modeling. Gasco set down his mouse and said, "Young master, the game isn't hard to operate, but the rules are complicated. We need to add more tutorials." The game was quite addictive. We were currently playing against AI, and the Red Queen's top-tier training AI was on par with the best professional players from my previous life. Ordinary AI would be no match for us enhanced individuals. Just as we were about to start another round, Natasha, who I hadn't seen in a while, pushed the door open and walked in, confronting me immediately. "Oh, my dear boss, it's such a joy to see you." She must have been irritated by the sandstorms in Afghanistan. I ignored her and said, "Everyone's here. Let's head out." The game was just a way to pass the time while waiting for her. The next step was to introduce her to the future teammates. Confused, Natasha asked, "Head out? Where to?" But she knew she couldn't argue with me, so she climbed into the car with us. After an hour's drive, we arrived at a farm located on the eastern outskirts of New York City. I turned to the still bewildered Natasha and said, "Let's meet your future teammate, someone you can trust with your back." After Carter inherited the Superman template, I purchased this place for him. Basking in the sun allowed him to absorb the template's power, albeit at a slow pace. Currently, he had abilities like flight, super strength, and formidable defense. Even a rocket launcher couldn't harm him. His vision was also impressive. He could see fingerprints and even had X-ray vision, though heat vision and super hearing hadn't manifested yet, probably needing further development of the template. Surprised, Natasha asked, "You found someone who can work with me?" She was aware of her own strength. She could handle armed and enhanced opponents by herself. So, my words implied that this person was at least her equal. Previously, she had always been the captain, with no one able to match her. You'll see when you meet him. I was confident. Underestimating Carter would be a mistake. Currently, Natasha's telekinesis couldn't restrain Carter, and their strengths were quite similar. Natasha smiled and said, "Now I'm interested." Gasco shook his head helplessly behind us, as no one knew what tricks he, the first awakened, had up his sleeve. As we walked into the farm, we noticed some animals left by the previous owners. 2 Scottish terriers barked at us as we approached. There was a 3-story building on the farm, and Carter, standing at 1.9 meters tall, was moving 50 bags of feed, each weighing 100 pounds. Easy work for him. I called out, "Carter." He looked quite relaxed, probably enjoying the farmer's lifestyle. Carter set down the feed and walked over, saying, "Boss, you're here. Come in and sit." Natasha was also sizing him up. Carter turned to greet her kindly. "Hello. You must be Miss Natasha. I've heard so much about you." He knew from Gasco that Natasha was formidable, but he wasn't sure if he could match her strength. After entering the house, Carter offered us fresh milk from his family's cows. I joked, "Looks like you really enjoy this lifestyle." He was already quite adept at it after just 2 days. Carter remarked, "This kind of life is what I've always dreamed of." He had faced ridicule for his physique, experienced bullying in school, and later endured humiliation and exploitation from colleagues and bosses. Eventually, he discovered that the person who humiliated him was the boss's nephew and decided to quit. After seeing an advertisement for the Watt Company, he spent all his savings to apply and succeeded. While we were chatting, a girl's voice came from upstairs. "Brother, is someone here?" A girl around 10 years old, wearing a white dress, cautiously descended the stairs. Carter panicked for a moment and quickly picked her up, saying, "Moss, what are you doing down here?" His movements were gentle, showing how much she meant to him. Carter turned back to me and said, "Sorry for the trouble, boss. This is my sister, Moss Clark." Kyle, was taken aback and asked, "Sister? Your records didn't mention you had a sister." The Red Queen's information had never mentioned that Carter had a sister. What was even stranger was why the little girl had a white cloth wrapped around her eyes. Carter explained, "Boss, this child isn't my biological sister. She's a relative. My parents and her parents were on a business trip together when their plane crashed, and they both perished. After that, we started living together. Since then, her last name has been changed to Clark." Gasco chimed in, "Young master, this child is indeed Mr. Carter's sister." I could confirm this with the Red Queen, but the first report didn't include her information, and it was only in the second, in-depth investigation that we found out. You were busy at the time and didn't have time to look at the second version of the data, so we planned to inform you later. But then, you got busy selecting templates and it got delayed. I didn't hold it against them and said, "It's fine, but what's up with this child's eyes? The company should be able to help." Carter shook his head. "Boss, Moss is congenitally blind. After such a long time, the chances of healing are very low. If it had been a few years ago, there might have been a good chance." I turned to Gasco, thinking that if we could regenerate limbs, then curing blindness shouldn't be a problem. The number 7 crystal could repair bodily damage, so curing blindness should also be possible. Gasco immediately understood my intent, saying, "I'll have someone start researching as soon as we get back." I played with Moss for a while before sending her back to her room, and then the 4 of us continued our discussion. I knew how important Moss was to Carter. She was his emotional support. If anything happened to her, a crazed Superman could take out enemies on Earth. Natasha stood up and said, "Mr. Carter, since we're teammates now, let's spar a bit to familiarize ourselves with each other's abilities." She hadn't had a chance to fully unleash her powers after gaining them, and hearing that someone was on par with her excited her. Carter didn't immediately agree and asked me, "Boss?" After receiving my consent, he felt a bit excited as well, wanting to gauge his strength. I said, "All right, I want to see your abilities too, but keep it light. Don't destroy the farm." Carter replied, "Let me change into something more suitable." He set his black-framed glasses on the table. The ordinary clothes he was wearing weren't fit for combat. I had prepared a battle suit for him, but he needed to put it on to use it. Natasha said, "I'll wait outside." She had just returned from Afghanistan and was still wearing her tight black combat suit. She walked outside toward the open field, a place suitable for combat. 2 minutes later, Carter came down from a loft in a battle suit I had prepared for him, inspired by Superman, greeting me before crouching and taking off into the sky. Gasco and I, who couldn't fly, had to chase after him in a Hummer. In the field, Natasha and Carter stood several dozen meters apart, locking eyes as the surrounding rice stalks swayed in golden waves. It was autumn, and these rice plants were grown by farmers who didn't care much since they had taken my money. Natasha placed her hands behind her back and said, "Although it's our first meeting, I won't hold back. Get ready." She had been away from the company and didn't know how powerful Superman was, but she believed this battle would show her the combat strength of a steel body. Carter cracked his knuckles, his cape fluttering behind him, and said, "Same here. You'd better use your full strength." He had tried crashing into mountains, which shattered without harming him, and could easily lift super heavy trucks. Under the sun, his stamina seemed endless, feeling limitless. Natasha made the first move, using her powerful telekinesis to rip the ground apart, pulling up a dirt block half a story high to hurl at Carter. These dirt clumps were heavy, comparable to rocks, and mixed with gravel. From a distance on a small hill, Gasco and I watched the fight through binoculars. I was stunned. Wow, Natasha has gotten this strong? One wave of her hand felt like the ground was splitting. Gasco reminded me, "Young master, you should focus on Carter. The main thing is to observe Superman's powers. Natasha's abilities are rated by the company, and she's only slightly weaker than her current performance. Superman is unique, and we need to collect comprehensive data." Boom! The continuous explosion echoed across the fields as I, Carter, faced the incoming barrage with unwavering determination. My fists hammered down like rain against the falling debris, utilizing every ounce of my immense strength. The massive dirt clumps, comparable to the height of a floor, were shattered into powder, cascading down from the sky. Seeing her attack easily neutralized, Natasha smiled in satisfaction. "Don't get cocky. This is just the beginning." During this time, she had drawn inspiration from telekinetic characters in comics, developing many new abilities, with a particular fondness for intricate manipulations. As she finished this wave of attacks, she waved her hand, compressing and solidifying the soft earth. I had intended to rush in for close combat, but her movement made me halt. The ground in front of me began to transform, the damp soil from the recent rain coalescing into sharp spikes, their tips glistening in the sunlight. Breathing heavily, Natasha announced, "This is my largest area attack so far. I hope you can handle it." She created 200 spikes, each 30 centimeters long, carefully crafted with her telekinesis, which consumed a great deal of energy. Just when I had easily countered her first move, she was getting serious. However, she had made a significant mistake. With my current body strength, those attacks were nothing to worry about. This was a consequence of insufficient intelligence. I smirked, just what I wanted. I took off into the air, entering my element. With my supervision and X-ray sight, I could see that using this move placed a heavy load on her body. Hundreds of spikes came raining down on me, forming a circular encirclement under her control. From a distance, Kyle watched with excitement, exclaiming, "Interesting, Natasha has really developed her abilities. We agreed to be lazy together, but she's been secretly honing her superpowers." Gasco replied, "Young master, Mr. Carter's current strength is sufficient to match top-tier combatants." He had been closely observing me, and my seemingly indestructible body and surging strength were indeed captivating. Even if the 4 superpowered individuals in the company doubled their efforts, they wouldn't be my match. Kyle leisurely remarked, "In the first week of ability integration, the development speed is the fastest. It's normal for Carter to show significant progress. But after that, the pace will slow down, and he might not see improvement for months." Superman's powers are immense, and Natasha isn't lacking either. It's just that their developmental directions differ. Superman is purely combat-oriented, with powerful attack methods. Natasha, on the other hand, is well-rounded, excelling in infiltration and assassination, but with more singular attack capabilities. As we spoke, the battle resumed, countless spikes rushing toward me, their whistling slicing through the air. I thought, perfect, let's test my defense. Standing tall in midair, I had no intention of retreating. I had tested my limits recently, jumping from several hundred meters high and even putting my arms in a blender. None of it harmed me, just leaving a few white marks that healed within minutes. Clang! The first spike collided with my chest, producing a sound like steel striking against steel. The spike shattered at its tip, yet I remained unscathed. How was this possible? Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief. Those spikes could easily pierce through a steel truck, yet they were ineffective against me. She controlled the remaining spikes to attack together, but it was all in vain. While I couldn't withstand a nuclear explosion yet, these earth spikes couldn't breach my defense. Countless fragments rained down from the sky as I stood proudly, letting the spikes strike against me. Damn it! Natasha cursed under her breath, realizing my defense was several times stronger than Langdon's. She quickly used her telekinesis to float into the air, facing my onslaught. She couldn't comprehend how I could defy the laws of physics and take off, my speed rivaling that of a fast train. After enduring the spike attacks, I charged toward her, shouting as I launched a punch. The invisible telekinetic energy infused with explosive strength produced a sharp, clear sound as it met her, and in her incredulous gaze, my fist connected with her abdomen, sending her flying. With a loud bang, a cloud of dust shot up into the air. Carter's punch sent Natasha crashing into the ground like a meteor, causing the earth to tremble violently, with cracks spreading over 30 meters before finally stopping. At our observation point 200 meters away, Gasco and I felt the ground shake beneath us. I smacked my lips and remarked, "Wow, that punch must have hurt. I bet it could destroy a small village." However, I wasn't too worried. Natasha had enhanced physical abilities, and this level of attack would only make her feel sore for a bit. Gasco sighed. "Indeed, Mr. Carter's strength is impressive. I wonder if he's reached his peak." I shook my head. Peak? If I told you Superman could easily lift an entire apartment building, would you still think that's the peak? In the movies, when Superman competes with the Flash struggles to save a bus full of people, while Superman is flying with a whole building. Gasco chuckled and shook his head. I see my ignorance now. On the battlefield, Carter hovered in the air, his cape fluttering behind him, looking perplexed. Strange, where is she? He was certain he had hit her, but with his supervision and X-ray sight, he couldn't find Natasha. It was as if she had vanished. "Don't get distracted in battle." A voice echoed in Carter's ear, and instinctively, he turned just in time to receive a punch from Natasha. With her enhanced physical strength, combined with her telekinesis, that punch carried over 10 tons of force, sending Carter flying. In that moment of impact, Natasha was momentarily stunned. It had been 7 or 8 months since she had felt pain. But she quickly regained her composure, using her telekinesis to create a cushion of air to absorb some of the force, then swiftly maneuvered behind Carter, taking advantage of his momentary daze to strike. Carter flew backward through the air for 100 meters before finally coming to a stop, blood flowing from his nose due to Natasha's hit. Feeling the blood, Carter became serious. Now this is an exciting fight. He had been an ordinary person before, without any combat training, and facing someone as skilled and experienced as Natasha was naturally going to put him at a disadvantage. Carter yelled, "Come on, let the real battle begin," and shot toward Natasha. Upon hearing this, Natasha realized she had stirred up trouble. Time flew by, and the sun began to set. The once smooth wheat field was now pockmarked and cratered. Natasha and Carter lay on the ground, both heavily injured but smiling. Carter sighed, "I admit defeat." In their final close-quarters encounter, Natasha had managed to pin him down. Having just gained his abilities, he was willing to accept his loss. Natasha sat up and said, "You're strong, but you have many flaws. I'll teach you how to fight." While Carter possessed great strength, his combat awareness and skills were lacking. He primarily relied on brute force. Natasha sensed that if Carter learned her skills, she might actually lose in a future encounter. In the distance, Gasco and I drove the Jeep over, stopping in front of them. "All right, folks, it's time to head back." I had enjoyed watching the fight, and also noted some issues. Carter lacked combat experience, and hesitated multiple times when he could have seriously injured Natasha, which ultimately led to his defeat. Natasha's attack methods were somewhat limited. She could only rely on her telekinesis. We couldn't rush to solve these problems. Natasha and Carter exchanged a glance before getting into the vehicle, knowing that they would now be teammates in whom they could trust. Back at the farm, the night had fully set in. Instead of returning to New York, we decided to stay overnight. There were plenty of rooms available. I grabbed some milk and sat down next to the bruised Natasha, asking, "How was the fight today?" I wanted to hear her thoughts and see if she'd still be as arrogant as before. Natasha replied tersely, "What do you think? Over the past few days, I had created this monster named Carter, and had it not been for Carter's lack of combat training, she might have been the one losing today. Although she had won, her face was bruised, and the cost was not insignificant. It had come down to a brawl." I joked before getting to the main topic. "Haha, how's everything on Tony Stark's end? We need his satellite for orbital launch." Ryan had just called, saying that the satellite carrying the Red Queen subprogram was ready, marking the first step toward establishing the space-based platform. Natasha replied, "Don't worry. According to military speed, Stark will arrive at JFK International Airport around 10 tomorrow morning." Wednesday, what a fantastic day. For many, today might be the happiest day of the year, much like those who hold shares in Stark Industries. Why? Because Tony Stark is back. Of course, there are some who don't want to see this outcome, those who sold their stocks during the market turmoil. But that doesn't affect the already buzzing New York City, where reporters from various newspapers rushed like mad toward the press conference. Whoever could get the first-hand exclusive news about Tony Stark after his attack would be soaring in the journalism world. Such is the result of his influence. He is the most prominent entrepreneur in all of New York. On the other side of the Watt Company, Kyle was testing game optimizations when suddenly a file popped up in my inbox, catching me off guard. My email was public, and, at my level, most people had contact information. The Red Queen kindly paused the game to let me handle the email. I opened it and thought, what the heck? An invitation to visit? Is this guy's CPU fried? I was puzzled. I didn't have much of a relationship with this playboy, so why the sudden hospitality? In the office, Natasha, overhearing my musing, recoiled slightly in concern. She had gotten a bit carried away during the earlier excitement, and with Tony Stark's background in S.H.I.E.L.D., it seemed like she might have forgotten about keeping things confidential. Natasha quickly made an excuse. "Boss, I just remembered I scheduled to take Alice to the mall this afternoon." She began packing her things, wanting to leave quickly. Otherwise, if she was discovered, she might be sent to spar with Carter again. Her injuries hadn't fully healed yet. I said, "Just decline. This afternoon, we're going to Stark Industries. They invited us personally." I quickly replied to the email. While I could decline, that would be a costly mistake. A well-established group like Stark Industries personally inviting my small company, which had been around for less than 10 years, was a huge honor, and besides, we had many collaborations, so it would be inappropriate to refuse. Natasha felt a chill run down her spine and said fine. It wasn't that she was afraid of facing Carter. It was just that she couldn't accept his hidden nature. On the surface, Carter seemed cultured and easygoing, but he became utterly dedicated when fighting. After losing last time, he had pestered her to fight again the very next morning, in the wilderness no less. She was still shocked at how quickly he recovered. Just a few hours in the sun, and he was nearly healed, while her own face was still swollen. Had I not intervened, who knew if they would have even made it back to New York? The cost was high as well. Gasco remained at the farm to provide one-on-one combat training for Carter. At Stark Industries, the venue was packed by 11:30 a.m., with reporters and media personnel waiting to take pictures outside. Natasha and I had rushed over after receiving the news and were brought in to wait for Tony after verifying our identities. Sitting on the couch, Natasha looked conflicted and said, "Boss, there's something I need to tell you." I was fiddling with a trophy on the desk, which looked like the championship trophy for Formula One racing. I remembered from Iron Man 2, when this playboy went to Morocco for a racing event and had a run-in with some trouble. With a determined expression, Natasha said, "Actually, the invitation from Star came because I accidentally exposed my identity." She had prepared herself for the intense training and battles with the big metal man. Unbeknownst to her, she didn't want to return to her previous dark life. Once she had seen the light, she no longer desired the darkness. I waved my hand dismissively. "I already guessed that. It's not a big deal. Just be careful next time." As soon as the email landed in my inbox, I suspected it was either Natasha or the enhanced team who had leaked their identities, catching Tony's attention. Down at the venue, Tony's car arrived at the entrance. He cleaned off the dust and changed into a neat suit, a sharp contrast to the image of him hammering away in the cave. Obadiah greeted him with a wide grin. "Oh, my dear Tony, you're finally back safe." To an outsider, it might seem like genuine affection, but the pretentiousness was all too obvious. Tony no longer trusted this uncle as he once did. Aside from the military high-ups, hardly anyone knew about his return, yet the terrorists had ambushed him perfectly. It seemed too coincidental. Tony was sharp and quickly deduced that there must be a mole among them. Using process of elimination, he reasoned that Pepper didn't know the details. She was just his personal assistant, and Happy was too naive to be a traitor. The most suspicious person was, of course, his beloved uncle. While in the car, he had already discussed with Colonel Rhodes that the military would conduct an investigation, while he would handle the internal checks himself. Tony maintained his composure and warmly embraced his uncle. Long time no see, Uncle Obadiah? Until he had evidence, all speculation remained hypothetical. What if the mole was within the military? Time flew by, and everything unfolded just as Kyle, had anticipated. Tony announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. As soon as the decision was made, the crowd erupted in chaos. Stark Industries' most profitable sector was arms dealing. This was akin to cutting off their own arm. The reporters were left speechless in shock. Immediately, a throng of people rushed in with cameras and microphones, desperate for an exclusive interview. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Obadiah hurriedly instructed Pepper and Happy to pull Tony away while he stayed behind to clean up the mess. Meanwhile, the head of Hammer Industries next door must have been laughing hysterically in his office. Tony was forcibly escorted out, angrily shouting, "Enough! Let go of me!" His decision hadn't been fully articulated yet, but it was pretty much clear. Stark Industries could develop rapidly through the new energy sector and even reach new heights. The arms industry had fierce competition, with profits being meager, but the new energy sector was different. With controllable nuclear fusion technology, Stark Industries could dominate that market. In Tony's top-floor office, Natasha and I were examining the wall full of racing trophies. It was clear that Tony truly loved car racing. Natasha suggested, "Boss, you should have a hobby too. Your studio is a bit too shabby." My studio consisted of 3 computers, 3 desks, a bookshelf, and 10 potted plants. Nowhere near as luxurious as Tony's office, which was adorned with famous paintings. I stroked my chin and said, "What if I put Hadley in my office?" Natasha rolled her eyes. I meant something normal, like famous paintings, antiques, or jewelry. Hadley was softer than water. It couldn't be destroyed, and even if shattered, it could reassemble unless it was dealt with on an atomic level, which neither Natasha, Carter, nor I could accomplish. At that moment, Tony walked in with several American cheeseburgers, saying, "What famous paintings? Just take whatever you like." He had initially intended to find a place to eat his burgers, but quickly came up when he heard I was here, probably curious about why Natasha was so formidable. His Iron Man suit hadn't lasted a minute before being dismantled. I turned to shake his hand. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Stark." It was time to get to the point, which was essentially about Natasha and the enhanced soldiers. Having secret troops in this era was no small matter. Instead of getting to the business at hand, Tony began distributing hamburgers to me and Natasha, then started eating one himself. I knew he was casual in his approach, but I hadn't expected him to be this laid back. I said, "I'll pass on the food. You invited us here to learn about Natasha's abilities, right?" I was extremely busy. Ryan had thrown more responsibilities my way, asking me to take charge of Carter and leaving the research on the number 7 crystal behind, which was driving me nuts. Tony replied, That's right. I want to know what this lady is all about. Even cyborgs aren't usually this impressive." He had seen plenty of human experiments. After all, the military had asked him to develop the super soldier serum, given that his father was involved in creating the first generation. I sighed. "You want to know? I'll tell you, it's not a big deal." After all this time, it seemed he wasn't interested in the number 7 crystal, but rather gathering intelligence. That was fine. I planned to launch a superhero organization anyway, and such a lucrative IP couldn't be wasted. Tony was taken aback. "What? You can tell me?" He had prepared himself for rejection, but I wasn't following the script. I said, "That's right. Our company is a biotech firm with unique methods." I had a new idea brewing, convincing Tony to implant the number 7 crystal. If that happened, with both what company and Stark Industries' guarantees, those who disagreed would have no choice but to hold their tongues. In the Marvel universe, the national power structure was incredibly weak. The military and police always seemed to show up late, and individual heroes had outstanding abilities. If Stark Industries caused a ruckus, at least 20% of the country would be paralyzed, but it would lead to mutual destruction. They wouldn't resort to that unless absolutely necessary. Tony, skeptical, asked, "Is Miss Romanoff here one of those products? Who hasn't dreamed of superpowers during childhood?" Even this materialist was intrigued. I exaggerated the numbers, saying, "Of course. Including Natasha, we have 5 superpowered individuals." I conveniently left out Carter and Gasco, who would reveal their cards right off the bat. 3 days had passed since the meeting with Tony Stark at What Company. Kyle, had managed to leave a young playboy quite infatuated, who wouldn't love the idea of superpowers. However, I hadn't been able to get him to willingly agree to an implant. I only managed to shake his confidence a bit. After witnessing Natasha's formidable abilities, his previously steadfast belief in technology began to waver. While technological advancement could indeed be impressive, it required an immense amount of time and high standards for those in the field. Tony was clever enough to realize that he could only keep technology ahead of the global curve by about 30 years. Nevertheless, I wasn't entirely unproductive. This genius had proposed to visit What Company. If he could become one of the enhanced individuals, I could pull Stark Industries onto my bandwagon, and the return on investment would be extraordinary. As for whether S.H.I.E.L.D. would intervene, well, Nick Fury was still playing hide-and-seek with the K organization. With the Red Queen keeping them occupied, they wouldn't be able to focus on us in the short term. However, in the long run, it would be another story. With Nick Fury's keen eye, it was only a matter of time before he discovered that the K organization was something I had fabricated to keep them spinning in circles. But for now, gaining even one more day was a tremendous boost for both me and What Company. Outside the company's main entrance, a Porsche sports car slowly approached, carrying Tony and his assistant, Miss Pepper. Due to his unique status, he hadn't taken his usual Audi R8, but opted for a new Porsche that no one had seen before. My company's CEO, Alice, dressed in a neat uniform and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, had been waiting there for quite a while. With the head of Stark Industries visiting, she had to come out to greet him. Alice approached. "Welcome, Mr. Stark." Her task was to escort them to my office. Tony replied casually, "No need for formalities, Miss Alice." He wasn't here to admire the beauty. He was focused on finding a way to become an enhanced individual. Pepper was accompanying him because he wanted to cultivate her as his successor. During our previous conversation, I had mentioned the arc reactor and how the palladium element inside was like a slow poison in his chest. If he wanted to continue wearing the suit, the poisoning would only worsen. Yet, he was reluctant to give up the Iron Man suit project, so he came to What Company to see if there were any solutions. Over the past 3 days, he had tried every known element on Earth, but he still hadn't found a suitable replacement for palladium. Upon entering What Company, they were greeted by the circular 6-pointed star logo hanging in the lobby, which represented the company. "Please follow me," Alice said. Tony didn't have an ID card and could only go up to the 3rd floor. Alice held a purple card, the highest authorization aside from mine, and needed to lead the way. As they entered the elevator, she took out her ID card from her pocket and placed it in the identification slot. Tony curiously asked, "What's this for?" He thought elevators just needed a button press to function quickly and couldn't understand why a card was necessary, finding my conventional system outdated and inefficient. Alice explained, "In the company, the ID card acts as a work pass, determining our access areas and permissions, managed centrally by the Red Queen." This wasn't a secret. Even regular employees knew. Tony had JRVS himself, so he couldn't expect others not to have artificial intelligence. Tony nodded thoughtfully, realizing I indeed had something hidden. He started to get excited, feeling the thrill of encountering a competitor. Before long, the elevator reached the top floor. Exiting, Tony immediately encountered 5 armed guards on patrol. The 2-meter-tall figures exuded an aura that made Tony's heart skip a beat. These were definitely seasoned veterans who had seen combat, unlike new recruits. The guards greeted, "Miss Alice." Alice responded, "Hello, everyone." She frequently visited this floor and was quite familiar with the patrol team. Tony, a frequent visitor to the military, was surprised but quickly regained his composure. However, Pepper, being an ordinary person, grew tense, fearing they might get shot. Tony couldn't help but comment, Your company has such tight security? In his own organization, having one security guard on duty was already impressive. He had never seen such large-scale floor patrols. Alice smiled and explained, "You know, our company's real business. These measures are necessary." She had adapted to it over the past year, especially since I had promised her a chance to become an enhanced individual. Pepper whispered, "Boss, what company isn't involved in any illegal business, right? We won't be silenced, will we?" She was genuinely scared. She was just a personal assistant and was suddenly exposed to the company's secrets. However, she had no idea how remarkable she would become after injecting the Doomsday virus. Tony comforted her. "Don't worry, we're almost there." At the end of the corridor was my office, and he could see the nameplate on the door. His curiosity was fully piqued, and he was eager to uncover the mysteries of this place. Kyle, was in my office testing the new version of the game, with the Red Queen having optimized the UI and character models. The characters now looked almost indistinguishable from real people, with incredible detail. "Boss, I brought them in," Alice announced as she opened the door, ushering in Tony and Pepper before she left. After all, she was the CEO of the company and had a busy schedule. I stood up to greet them. "It's been a while, Mr. Stark." The Red Queen thoughtfully saved the game session and shut down the computer. In the office, 2 new paintings and a tiger sculpture adorned the space. Items I had acquired during my last visit to Tony's office, worth 30 million combined. Tony waved his hand dismissively. "No need to be formal, just call me Tony. Otherwise, people will think Rhodey is here." Rhodey was the only one who called him that in official settings. He was too stiff. If it weren't for Tony's influence, he would have climbed the ranks in the military much faster. I poured them some coffee and asked, "So, have you thought about it this time, or are you still considering?" I hoped Tony would agree to the crystal implant. If he did, he would be a comrade, and we could face the press together when the company announced the enhanced individuals. Tony pondered for a moment. "Can I take a look around first? This is a big decision." Given his status, he couldn't rush into a decision, especially since he still had the Iron Man suit and was working on the Mark II files. I sighed internally, finding it hard to persuade him. He didn't have any weaknesses yet. "All right, follow me." I decided to leave Pepper behind since we were heading to a core confidential area. "Let's start with our enhanced individuals. You'll be impressed," I said as I led Tony to see the 4-member team who were developing their abilities nicely. Lillian could summon wings and had sharp fangs, but her appetite was growing. 5 bags of synthetic blood per meal. With the company's deep pockets, we could afford it. Each bag was 500 cubic centimeters and cost $470, totaling about $7,000 a day for her meals, which amounted to $2.57 million a year. We reached the training room, and, through the glass, we could see the 4 of them training. Tony exclaimed, "Oh my God!" The sight of Daisy, who controlled ice, Herbert, who could teleport, Langdon, who was bulletproof, and the beautiful winged girl Lillian sparked his nerves. Tony focused on Herbert. Is that spatial power? Spatial abilities were powerful, and humanity understood very little about them. Only a few countries could even monitor the data with instruments. I nodded. "That's right. Herbert can move through space. He's excellent at assassination, teleporting behind targets to stab them before disappearing." Tony then pointed to Langdon and asked, "What about that big guy?" "His body is incredibly strong." Langdon was taking gunfire without scratch. I explained, "His name is Langdon. He can enhance his defense. Right now, he's 5 times stronger than regular steel, but he still falls short compared to Carter." Tony was intrigued by Lillian, and the girl with the wings. Daisy's ability was obvious, but Lillian's bat-like wings caught his attention. I said, "Lillian is a vampire. Aside from Natasha, the other 3 probably wouldn't stand a chance against her. She can summon her wings now, and her other abilities are developing quickly." Next, I took Tony to the number 7 Crystal Laboratory, where he exchanged ideas with Ryan, his confidence visibly shaken. This was the first time he had been academically outmatched. Ryan had the number 7 crystal backing him, and was conducting 3 experiments, one of which involved mechanizing the crystal's power, like equipping a crane with a crystal to allow it to breathe fire or exhibit immense strength. Returning to my office, I asked, "So, Tony, how are you feeling about the decision?" My goal was to have him accept the crystal implant and become my staunchest ally. Tony had his own thoughts. The allure of superpowers was tempting, but he still wanted to test his armor. Seeing his hesitation, I knew I had failed today. I said, "Everyone has their own aspirations. I won't force you. You're always welcome here." However, I wouldn't give up on Stark Industries. I could wait. I believed that after experiencing more setbacks, he would choose the crystal implant. Until then, I needed to figure out a way to get my hands on his arc reactor. It had been a month since Tony Stark visited what company. During this month, New York was bubbling with tension. Hammer Industries had secured a few military weapon contracts and had begun to swell with arrogance. With Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division shut down, the military had no choice but to turn to Hammer Industries. Stark Industries, on the other hand, remained quiet, while newspapers and television shows criticized Tony's decision as foolish, with hosts even calling Stark Industries a sinking ship. But those in the know understood that this was the calm before the storm. The arrogant Tony Stark would never admit defeat. Taking advantage of this tumultuous period, Kyle, had established a new company to operate 2 games. Both games had fully launched on the platform, and were seeing daily active users reaching into the millions, rapidly approaching 10 million. In addition, I hadn't forgotten about the company's core responsibilities. 2 new drugs had entered human testing. The first was a universal medicine, developed using the number 7 crystal to enhance cellular vitality. It could prevent hundreds of diseases and even treat some existing ones, though it couldn't cure cancer or similar ailments. The drug wasn't truly universal yet. It was set at $198 per box, containing 24 pills, with a recommended dosage of 1 per day. The second was a premium facial mask, continuing the style of our beauty serum, primarily aimed at anti-aging, priced at $3 per piece, with guaranteed efficacy. In the What Company training room, Natasha and I had arrived early to prepare for our work. The monthly testing period was approaching, and it was time to assess the results of the 4 enhanced individuals' efforts. I was using a wrench to tighten the screws on a machine that cost a fortune, $100 million, which pained me to think about. This testing device measured the stability of the surrounding space and was specifically purchased for Herbert. Marvel's technology tree is indeed strange. Natasha was at the control console, adjusting the data. "It's set up. You can let go now." The machine roared to life, and the main screen displayed the data. "I'll go get Herbert," I said, brushing off the dust from my hands and removing my white protective suit. The 4 of them were likely anxious. After a month of intense training, they all wanted to prove themselves, especially Lillian, whose vampiric abilities had manifested and awakened a special power. 10 minutes later, I led the 4 of them, along with Carter, back to the training room. Over the past month, Carter had been coming to the company frequently and had become friends with everyone. When I went to fetch them, I saw them discussing the latest comic issue, so I brought Carter along as well. The moment Natasha saw Carter, her expression soured, and she donned a mask of annoyance. "Boss, why did you bring him?" This past month had been tough on her, enduring frequent sparring sessions with Carter. Once every 3 days, and once a week, they had a serious match. Under the high-intensity training, she had developed her brain capacity to 30%, unlocking many new abilities. Carter had also made significant progress. He had acquired most of the necessary abilities, but his strength still needed improvement. If it weren't for Natasha unlocking her new abilities, she would likely have been pinned down by Carter long ago. But don't be fooled by Carter's immense strength. He was sharp as well. He picked up Gasco's fighting techniques in just a few days. I said helplessly, "It's fine. Let Carter observe. You're currently the only enhanced individuals we have in the company." The awakening tests at Arkham had been conducted twice, and quite a few individuals had gone insane. Currently, about 7 or 8 had successfully awakened. I hadn't transferred them to the company. Instead, I had arranged for them to work as guards at Arkham. Only enhanced individuals could keep other enhanced individuals in check. A regular person would be torn to shreds in seconds. Natasha replied, "As long as he doesn't start a fight, everything will be fine." She genuinely didn't want to spar with Carter, as she couldn't break through his defenses. She lacked single-target attack capabilities and usually resorted to telekinesis to throw objects at opponents. Trying to crush Carter was futile. She could only cause him mild discomfort. Carter patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Natasha. I'm just here to watch the little ones." His interest in sparring with her stemmed from the enjoyment of battle. now that his template development had progressed significantly. Even heavy machines couldn't harm him. Natasha nodded and said, "All right, let's get started. Herbert, you go into the transparent room and use your ability." This time, we were purely testing their powers, not considering overall physical fitness. Otherwise, Langdon and Lillian could easily destroy the lab with their raw strength. Lillian's power was augmented by her fantasy lineage, and under the cover of night, she received additional boosts. I felt like I was beginning to understand Lillian's vampire lineage. It seemed to align with the lineage of the Night Lords. While she might not reach the level of multiverse strength, planetary-level power was certainly within her grasp. If she encountered a fortuitous event, she might even reach higher levels. The ability test kicked off quickly. Kyle, had Herbert step into the transparent room, where he began to display his teleportation abilities. The series of flickering images left everyone else, except for Natasha and Carter, feeling dizzy. I was too busy focusing on the data from the testing device to pay attention to what was happening in the room. After about 2 minutes, Herbert stopped, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. In that short time, he had teleported a total of 175 times, averaging less than 1 second per jump, with a reaction time of just 0.5 seconds. I took notes on the panel data and said, "All right, Herbert, you can come out now." This $100 million machine would hopefully be useful for other spatial abilities users in the future, or we could use it again for Herbert's next test. I instructed Carter to take the other 3 for their ability tests first, then approached Natasha with a serious expression. About half a month ago, we had formed a new hypothesis. Herbert's ability was not merely spatial teleportation, but rather some unknown spatial capability. That's why I had acquired this device for accurate verification. Natasha became serious as she asked, "What are the results?" This was a matter relating to a completely new ability, and it couldn't be taken lightly. I handed her my notes and said, "As we suspected, when Herbert uses his ability, there's no change in the stability of the surrounding space. The data fluctuations were minimal, only a 2-point increase, which could be considered negligible. Typically, abilities involving spatial manipulation would disrupt the surrounding space, requiring an opening for the user to access it. However, Herbert seemed to merge with space itself, directly integrating into it, unlike Dr. Strange who opened portals." Natasha expressed her envy. "That's amazing. I'm even jealous." With such a convenient ability, she wouldn't have to deal with Carter's persistent sparring sessions every day. It was now pretty much confirmed that Herbert's ability allowed him to merge with space, and I planned to call it Spatial Body. All the training over the past 2 months had been misguided. Herbert needed to focus on increasing his time spent in space rather than trying to shorten it. If he could remain in that state indefinitely, who could possibly attack him? I communicated with Natasha to help revise Herbert's training plan, and, fortunately, it wouldn't take long to adjust. After that, I left the training room. It was already noon. I had an important visitor scheduled to arrive in an hour, and I needed to be cautious. Outside What Company, a specially designed all-metal armored transport vehicle entered the underground parking lot. I had been waiting there for a while, and it would be dishonest to say I wasn't anxious. After hearing a report from Laura, I was quite taken aback. Over the past month, Arkham had conducted 2 awakening tests, and during the second test, an anomaly emerged among the 10 test subjects. The number 7 crystal had actively integrated into her body, creating an extraordinarily powerful, enhanced individual, who had renamed herself Pandora. As the vehicle door opened, 2 enhanced soldiers stepped out and saluted me before heading to the back of the vehicle. Their gear was quite unique, with large black blocks covering their eyes. With a click, the back of the vehicle unlocked, and they brought out a sleeping little girl. I looked at the girl and asked, "Is this Pandora?" Though she appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old, I wasn't about to underestimate her. The soldier nodded. "Yes, this is Pandora. Laura had instructed that she must be personally delivered to me. Without my presence, even Gasco wasn't allowed to take her away." I thanked the soldier as I took the girl from him. The blocks over their eyes were designed to prevent them from seeing Pandora, as any sight of her could lead to serious problems. Inside the vehicle, there was a virtual map that guided them safely. Once they left, I carried Pandora back to my office, even removing my jacket to cover her. I instructed the system to assess her attributes. The system quickly provided its evaluation, and upon seeing the classification Super Tier Ability User, Pandora, my breath quickened. Through the system's messages, I learned of her special ability. Anyone who saw her would be driven to madness, attacking her as if under a spell. Those attacks would be absorbed by her and transformed into boundless illusionary monsters. The blindfold was to prevent anyone from losing their sanity due to temptation. These monsters, lacking physical forms, couldn't be killed and could disrupt reality. Their upper limits were limitless. They embodied hunger, disaster, fear, and more, while Pandora represented the last hope. Killing Pandora would release that hope, resulting in the destruction of the monsters, which is why they needed to ensure Pandora stayed alive. In the stories, the girl who opened Pandora's box released evil, but upon realization, she closed it, leaving hope trapped inside. The girl before me, Pandora, represented that last glimmer of hope. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this little girl had the power to destroy a planet, and yet she couldn't control it. Thanks to my system's shields, I wouldn't be tempted into madness by her. If Natasha or Carter saw her, they'd be in serious trouble. In the desolate wilderness of New Jersey, there stood a massive psychiatric hospital known as Arkham. With the change of seasons, the howling winds whipped up clouds of yellow sand, and the weather was unpredictable. Kyle, chose to build Arkham here precisely because the harsh climate served as a natural barrier. Outside the hospital, Natasha was bundled up tightly, wearing a face mask and dust goggles, complaining, "Boss, why are we here?" She was too lazy to use her telekinesis to create a protective barrier. I calmly replied as I drove the sand dune vehicle. Laura invited us, saying they found a way to treat the rampaging ability users. She wanted us to come take a look. I held a deeper grudge against that old fat man. He had sent Pandora here yesterday, and now wanted me to come again. I had settled Pandora in the estate, and aside from Wanda, there was no one else around. I had even given the staff paid leave. Alice and Gasco were busy with their work, so Natasha came along with me. It had all happened so suddenly that I hadn't even properly settled Pandora before needing to rush here. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the entrance of Arkham. Natasha got out and swiped the access card to open the gate. Once inside, we could see enhanced soldiers patrolling against the swirling sand. I had nearly 8,000 enhanced soldiers under my command, all retired veterans from various countries, who had been screened and injected with biological enhancement serum by the Red Queen and Gasco. As we entered the building, Laura was already waiting, a look of excitement on her face. He suddenly had a brilliant idea. He had developed a serum that could help rampaging ability users regain their sanity, though it didn't fully restore them. They could talk, but their violent tendencies remained. He had incentivized them with money to cooperate in the trials, offering their families $100,000 for each test. I asked directly, "What's the situation?" The email didn't clarify much. I had flown in at 2 in the morning, and since Arkham was a hub for ability users, I was very invested in this. Laura quickly filled me in on his findings and the first trial experiences. After hearing the details, I let out a sigh of relief and mentally asked the system, "Is this your method?" The system responded, "Exactly, host." I wanted to take this system's CPU sometimes. It always seemed to spring surprises on me. Last time it introduced a biological modification body, and now it suddenly had a way to reverse rampaging. I had thought something had gone wrong at Arkham. After taking in Pandora the day before, I had exchanged 100 billion with the system for a way to reverse rampaging, but the system had consumed the points without any action. Now it seemed that it had directly provided the method to Laura. I was considering forming a controllable villain organization and letting the rampaging ability users do some unsavory tasks. According to the system, my orders would be executed as if they were their own ideas. Without my orders, they would act freely. When I snapped back to reality, Laura had already started talking about his glorious achievements, while Natasha used her telekinesis to cover her ears and close her eyes. I quickly called for a halt and nudged Natasha. Laura had no choice but to lead us to the isolation room, saying that the best recovered rampaging ability user was staying there. We walked through the corridor and arrived at a pure white, sealed isolation room, where a television was playing a talk show. On a small bed lay a man named Lucas, around 30 years old, with a scruffy face, watching TV. Laura greeted him. "Good afternoon, Lucas." Lucas replied, "You too, Dr. Laura." Laura invited me in, and Lucas stood up upon seeing me. He had participated in the Awakening experiment training and recognized me. I spoke gently. "There's no need to be nervous, Mr. Lucas." He seemed relatively sane now, unlike before when he'd been violently smashing walls and kicking doors. However, he still wore restraint shackles on his ankles, suggesting he could still go berserk. Lucas looked embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry, boss. We let you down." After joining what company, they had enjoyed good living conditions and high salaries, and everyone wanted to succeed, but they hadn't managed to withstand the final trial. I felt a pang of guilt, but it quickly dissipated. "It's not your fault. The power of the number 7 crystal is overwhelming. If anyone should apologize, it's me." But I knew I couldn't say that. I had no other way out, and the opportunity for evolution was equally available to everyone. If they couldn't handle it, that was just fate. I pulled out a chair and sat down, getting to the point. "Tell me about your current situation. Is there anything unusual?" Natasha's expression sharpened, and she stepped forward into a defensive stance. "Not at all. There's always a voice in my head, tempting me every moment," Lucas said, his eyes reddening, his body trembling uncontrollably, and his tone growing heavier. "It tells me to kill everyone and destroy everything in front of me." Natasha immediately became alert. Her task was to protect me, Kyle, and these ability users were not easy to deal with. I motioned for her to lower her hand. "It's fine. No need to be nervous." I could feel Lucas's current state. He probably hadn't completely fallen into it yet. This period of clarity was precious, and we needed to gather all the information about the frenzy. Laura had already administered a potion to 6 frenzy ability users, and 2 more had not yet regained consciousness. After chatting with Lucas for a bit more, I left. I noticed that the more people there were, and the longer I stayed, the more unstable Lucas's mental state became. If we got to the city, he would likely go on a rampage, causing widespread destruction. By the way, Lucas's ability is petrification. He can emit rays that turn objects to stone. Back in the control room, I asked Natasha, "What do you think? How should we handle this next?" Now that there were shackles to suppress their superpowers, the destructive potential wasn't as great, but the shackles were weak. They could be opened in no time with the right tools, and they could only be used in Arkham, where there were no tools available for them. Natasha said, "I suggest we detain them first." In the past, she would have ruthlessly eliminated these unstable factors, but not anymore. Lucas regaining his sanity had shown her the possibility of restoring these individuals. After the last batch, 8 ability users had successfully awakened. Apart from Pandora, the remaining 7 stayed in Arkham. There were more failures, totaling 15. If these individuals regained their sanity, they would definitely be a powerful combat force. As fellow ability users, Natasha knew how strong their powers could be. It's not an exaggeration to say that an ordinary awakened ability user, as long as their ability isn't too useless, could easily take on a 50-person elite special operations team solo. I said, "Yeah, I think so too. Since we're here, should we go meet those newly awakened people?" Laura's issues had been resolved, and my subordinates were becoming increasingly capable, handling many tasks without my direct involvement. But I had grown accustomed to being busy every day. I even fired my tutor. With my status, no one dared to say anything about my lack of academic qualifications. Now, Water Company was pushing towards becoming a trillion-dollar giant, even without the release of the Universal Remedy. We arrived at the public lounge, which was a place for ability users to rest, equipped with everything one could need, and there was a large fireplace on the wall for warmth during winter. Natasha and I pushed the door open and looked inside. It was quite tidy, and I nodded in satisfaction. At this time, they should be working, stationed on various floors and near isolation rooms, with the 7 ability users on 2 shifts to ensure someone was watching 24 hours a day. But there wasn't a single person here. I curiously said, "Strange, where is everyone?" This public lounge connected to 10 rooms, and I casually looked around, but there was no one. Natasha used her telepathy to sense the surroundings. I don't know, I didn't detect anyone either. I had initially wanted to check on the ability users, but it seemed that wouldn't be possible now. Filled with confusion, I had no choice but to leave with Natasha. The main building of Arkham covered over 2,000 square meters, and it was complex inside. If we searched room by room, we wouldn't be able to return to New York tomorrow. Just as we were heading toward a room, two young men in blue uniforms approached us. They paused upon seeing me, then immediately saluted and greeted. "Hello, boss," I asked uncertainly. "Are you ability users?" There were too many types of personnel in the company, and since Arkham was in New Jersey, I wasn't very familiar. But I knew that ordinary combat personnel wouldn't wear colored uniforms. The Eliminators wore gray, the Guardians had blue and white stripes, and the Enhanced Warriors wore yellow uniforms with black stripes. They introduced themselves. "I'm Croft Anderson, and he's Wally George. We are the security captains here." They had seen my portrait a lot during training, but I might not recognize them. Internal security here had to be manned by ability users. In case of a riot, Enhanced Warriors will be nothing more than a larger appetizer in front of ability users. Only ability users could deal with other ability users. Just like that person with infectious traits, if released, it would be a disaster. The zombie universe from comics might unfold right here in front of me. But such thoughts were just for contemplation. If it ever came to that, I would use my authority to prohibit abilities. I nodded. These two had quite interesting abilities. Croft could deprive people of their 5 senses, but he could only currently deprive 1 sense at a time. Wally could soften whatever he touched, causing ordinary people to lose control of their bodies and rendering Enhanced Warriors powerless. Croft explained, "Today is Arkham's maintenance day. We need to repair the damaged isolation rooms. Those frenzy ability users would cause destruction, and the damaged rooms would need them to fix." After chatting with the two, I, Kyle, and Natasha returned to the room. Today, the ability users were all busy, which was unfortunate. However, this trip made me realize the shortcomings of Arkham. First of all, there was a huge disparity in the number of ability users. Currently, there were only 7 superpower users, yet they had to manage nearly 20 frenzy ability users. At this rate, we could see an increase of nearly 200 frenzy ability users in a year, while the successful ability users only numbered 70. Compared to the global population, that number wasn't significant, but these individuals possessed tremendous combat power, capable of taking on dozens of opponents without a problem. If the military found out, they would definitely rush to seize the formula for the number 7 crystal. They wouldn't care about the lives of the test subjects, as they could just pile up manpower. Under the temptation of the superpower user team, casualties would be a non-issue. I sat in a chair, spinning a pen as I contemplated, and said to Natasha, "Next, let's have Carter come to Arkham to oversee things. He's strong and should be able to maintain order." Currently, there wasn't a suitable leader among the frenzy ability users, so there was no rush to establish the Overwatch organization. We could arrange a diversion later. Right now, the researchers couldn't afford any mishaps, as no one could threaten Carter. Natasha, who had been lying in bed reading a magazine, perked up at my words. "I agree. This is the best decision you've made." She had been through a lot with Carter. He was hard to beat and hard to dodge, and he was particularly combative. During this time, she had often gone to hide at Stark Industries. I wouldn't let her run around carelessly. Her visits to Stark Industries were intentional on my part. The intelligence team had found Ivan Vanko, but after watching the video, I decisively gave up. His equipment was too rudimentary, nowhere near comparable to the reactor that Tony had crafted in the cave. I still wanted to obtain a massive reactor from Stark Industrial Technology Park to resolve the battleship's energy supply issues. Natasha's task was to memorize the design blueprint of the arc reactor. She could remember it at a glance, and even the incomplete ones could be analyzed by Red. Natasha sighed and said, "Don't mention it. He's more interested in you and asks about you every time." She even suspected that Tony was being impersonated by someone else. Ignoring a stunning beauty and being interested in other men was unlike the old playboy. If Tony heard this, he would probably refute it. Facing someone who could crush a brain with telekinesis, he wouldn't want to end up in the ICU. I was a bit surprised. This was different from the storyline. Tony, the old uncle, had ulterior motives. Whatever, I would talk to him myself when the opportunity arose. Natasha and I took the earliest private jet back to Manhattan, New York. Upon seeing the old butler Gasco, I said, First, take us to the farm. I needed to inform Carter to oversee things at Arkham. All right, sir. The car drove towards the suburban farm. An hour later, we arrived outside the farm where Carter lived. He was wearing an old shirt and carrying a hoe, working hard, which was quite different from the imposing superhero image. Carter had good eyesight and spotted us right away, coming out to greet us. With super bodies and supermen, once they grew up, they'd have no problem soloing in the movie universe. But what I needed most was money, also known as system points, which would allow me to draw powerful technologies, props, and character templates to prepare for entering the multiverse, where the safety coefficient was ridiculously low. I took out a map marked with Arkham's location and said, "Carter, I have a mission to entrust to you." Before leaving, I had told Laura I would send top ability users to protect Arkham. I knew Carter couldn't let go of his sister, Moira, so I said, "Don't worry, let Moira come stay with me." She was congenitally blind, so she wouldn't be influenced by Pandora. Perhaps she could even become friends with her. Carter took the map and nodded. "Don't worry, leave it to me." The destination was at the New Jersey state line, and his flying speed had increased to 500 kilometers per hour. Once inside the room, Natasha helped Moira pack her clothes, and I communicated with her, "Moira, your brother's going to work. You'll be staying with me for a while." Carter was changing into his uniform downstairs, while Gasco waited in the car. Moira didn't hesitate. "Okay, Mr. Kyle." Carter had already introduced me to her. The place they lived was provided by me. Soon, everyone gathered downstairs. Carter said goodbye to Moira, nodded at me, and then flew away. Then the four of us got into the car and headed towards the water estate. Half an hour later, the car stopped in the Manor's garage. Kyle, got out of the driver's seat and opened the back door to carry Moira out. Pandora's powerful allure shouldn't be seen by outsiders, so I had already given the staff, like the maids, cleaners, and chefs, paid leave. There was no other choice. Otherwise, Pandora's ability could prove deadly for them. Just as I reached the front door, I heard Wanda's clear exclamation from the front yard, and my heart leaped into my throat. Damn it, today is Sunday, and Wanda is back from school. This is bad. I hurriedly opened the door, and the scene inside left me bewildered. Wanda was wearing a red dress, playing on the grass with Pandora, who was dressed in a white Lolita outfit, conjuring various beautiful flowers with her fingertips, swirling around Wanda. I quickly asked the system, "What's going on?" Pandora's ability was so tempting that ordinary people couldn't resist it, not even Natasha. But Wanda was only 12. The system replied, "Can the Scarlet Witch be called an ordinary person?" I felt a hint of sarcasm in that reply. I suddenly remembered that in the movie universe, the Scarlet Witch's powers were innate and hidden within her, and the Mind Stone and Loki's scepter was merely a catalyst to draw out her powers. The last show I watched before coming to this world was about Wanda. She ultimately awakened in Westview to become the Scarlet Witch recorded in the Darkhold, capable of altering reality and creating anything, with magic surpassing that of the Sorcerer Supreme. With that power, Wanda naturally wouldn't be susceptible to Pandora's allure. Pandora hadn't developed her powers yet, and her seductive abilities hadn't increased. Even Natasha could suppress her for a short time. When Wanda saw me, she ran over and hugged my leg. After being enhanced by the serum, I had grown to nearly 180 centimeters in the past 3 months. Pandora followed suit and hugged my other leg. She cared deeply about those who were unaffected by her. She had seen her researcher siblings go mad upon seeing her. Pandora's arrival at Arkham was an accident. A single mother who was a test subject had secretly brought her in when she was admitted. I had always believed that rules were for the dead, while the living had flexibility. Laura didn't impose strict punishments, and Pandora was clever. The researchers all liked her. Later, when her mother was implanted, she was allowed to watch, and the number 7 crystal resonated with her. Her mother also successfully awakened and now served as a guard in Arkham. I said, "All right, let me introduce you to a new friend." I gently pushed the 2 little girls aside and placed Moira down. I had initially worried that Pandora would be lonely, but now with Moira and Wanda keeping her company, I felt relieved. I introduced, "This is Moira Clark. She's 10, younger than Wanda." Pandora was the youngest at just 8 years old, followed by Moira, with Wanda being the oldest. I said to Wanda, "You're the big sister now. You need to take care of your 2 younger sisters, okay?" Moira was congenitally blind, making it much harder for her to interact with things, and her self-care abilities were not as good as Pandora's. Wanda replied, "Don't worry, Kyle. I've always wanted to be a big sister." Unfortunately, Pietro had been born 12 minutes earlier, but now her wish was being fulfilled with Pandora and Moira. Feeling satisfied, I walked towards the lounge chair. Wanted to take it easy today. On the lawn, Moira was initially very shy, but was quickly drawn into the little group by Wanda. That's the magic of female friendship. I lay back on the chair, smiling with contentment, and took a book to cover my face, planning to take a nap. At that moment, the system prompted me. Detected that the host's assets have reached 100 billion. System update completed. Please check that. I woke up immediately, puzzled. I removed the book and accessed the system, which had a distinct page game style. The first option was the monthly prize pool lottery module. It displayed top reward, 0.0687% epic reward, 3.1584% excellent reward, 10.2876% common reward, 86.485% lottery chances, 1 chance for every 1 billion, guaranteed minimum of 200 draws. Seeing this, I thought I had entered the wrong place. After reading the explanation behind the lottery chances, I realized it was still my troublesome system. $1 billion gave me 1 chance, while the water company was worth a small amount right now. The odds of winning were precise to 4 decimal places, and even 200 billion wouldn't guarantee a top reward. Adding up all of water company's worth wasn't even enough. The system assured me with great confidence, "The host need not worry. You are the chosen one." And this system would never deliberately lower the lottery probabilities. Absolutely never. I stroked my chin, feeling a tingle of excitement. I knew how my luck was, but this was truly hard to resist. Kyle, looked at the golden, glittering big wheel and swallowed hard. Who could resist such temptation? Glancing over at the 3 little girls playing happily, I thought about trying my luck with a couple of spins. 1 spin cost $1 billion. And while my private little stash wasn't large, I could still manage that amount. I hadn't been paying much attention to the recent company affairs, being too busy coordinating with the ability users, so I had left everything to Alice. With the nanovirus control in place, anyone who dared to betray us would be facing certain death. 100 billion for a 10-draw spin. This money just flows away. After finishing a 10-spin draw, my little stash was down to just 6 digits. I had recently spent a large sum, and now I was doing this again. It was so painful. Those old geezers enjoying the dividends couldn't be touched. Otherwise, the U.S. government would definitely investigate water company. The information on my shareholding was already illegal, so I couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, I would have dealt with them long ago and reclaimed all the shares. It's 11:28. Let's pick a lucky time. I'll start the draw at 11:30. I took a sip of lemon water and waited quietly. Why sleep when I could just get hyped? 2 minutes later, I walked over to the fountain, washed my hands, and splashed some water on my head. System, give me a 10-spin draw. Ready for some mystical luck? I waved my hand dramatically. Today, as a seasoned safety net user, I was going to challenge fate. The golden big wheel appeared before my eyes, filled with white, blue, purple, and gold sections. The gold representing the top prize was so small, it was nearly invisible. Without my enhanced body, I wouldn't have spotted it at all. The white and blue sections made up 95%, while the purple accounted for 4.9%. System, can you not be so heartless? Seeing this will chill me to the bone. I hadn't felt the weight of the numbers before, but now that the wheel was in front of me, I realized how naive I was to think I could draw something good. The system prompted, "This system does not impose any coercion. It is purely the host's personal choice." Well, I was already in, no matter what I was drawing. Come on, let's go. I reluctantly gripped the wheel and gave it a hard spin, the pointer beginning to randomly select 10 prizes. What's that? I expected to see all white lights, but I seemed to catch a glimpse of gold flash by. I didn't think too much about it. Winning was luck, and losing, well, that was fate. Soon, 10 items appeared before me. Apocalypse of Light, revised, 1 ton, a potato-strange football magical creature. Thunderbird 1 ton of Golden Azuro, revised, a bottle of special herbicide for suicide use. Complete Lego set, a pile of glass shards ability template, Quantum God. Seeing the last item, the ability template, my breath quickened and my eyes were glued to it. Many people might not know about the quantum god. Another name for it was Dr. Manhattan. Even if inheriting the template didn't give me all his powers immediately, having 10% would be enough for me to walk all over everyone. Some of his powers could rival those of the DC multiverse creator, Perpetua. System, can I use it? I held back my excitement, internally shouting at the system. Anyone seeing this would lose their composure. 2 minutes later, the system's cold voice came through. Yes. Phew, I'll hold on to it for now and come back once I'm in the right state of mind. Upon hearing the confirmation, I relaxed my tightly clenched fist and let out a long breath. I definitely intended to use it, but not now. I needed to be in the best condition to trial this template. I looked at the other items. With the ability template of Dr. Manhattan, even if the others were all straw, I wouldn't mind at all. This draw was a massive gain. After reviewing the item descriptions, I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead. The system was pushing me onto a path of opposing the world. To earn money properly, I had to ensure the Earth wasn't blown up by alien imperialists. With the system's accounting mechanism in place, I couldn't rely on robbery or fraud to make money. I could only work hard through legitimate means. However, spoils and money offered by others could still count. Wanda, I'll be heading out. You three have fun. I shouted to Wanda on the lawn and quickly made my way to the basement. The T-1000 had arrived just in time. I was worried about how to arrange bodyguards for the three little ones. With Pandora around, ordinary people wouldn't be able to handle it. Now, it was perfect. The T-1000 was a robot, unaffected by Pandora's allure and completely loyal to me. Though having such a powerful force as a babysitter seemed wasteful, it was worth it for the safety of the three kids. Place the apocalypse of light here. The football can be secured here as well. It's hazardous to ordinary people. As for the Thunderbird, I'll summon it in the backyard later. The Thunderbird was massive, easily capable of carrying a person, so it definitely couldn't be summoned indoors. The backyard of the manor was spacious enough, and, with some modifications, it would be perfect for the Thunderbird. Kyle, looked at the empty grass and suddenly realized, looks like I need to make some arrangements with the IRS. Aside from the necessary routine interactions, I hadn't had much contact with this department, which was far more powerful than the Department of Defense and the CIA, a potentially fatal oversight on my part, and I only just remembered it. However, establishing that connection shouldn't be too difficult. Before that, I summoned the T-1000, naming him Robert Patrick, and assigned him to ensure the safety of the three girls. I had complete confidence in Robert's combat capabilities. Currently, no one could defeat him. Next, I needed to prepare to integrate the Dr. Manhattan template. Gasco had taught me how to adjust my own state. I returned to my room, sat on the bed, and entered a meditative state, trying to empty my mind. Once I was sure I had reached the most comfortable state, I instructed the system to extract the template representing Dr. Manhattan and directly integrate it into my body. The moment the template merged with me, a powerful force erupted from my heart, sweeping through my entire body. I gritted my teeth, fighting to remain conscious. Blue light points spilled from my body, dyeing the entire room blue and shifting into various shapes. Finally, the light points returned to surround me, forming an egg-like cocoon. You may open your eyes now, child. May I ask who you are? You can call me Jonathan Osterman. Meanwhile, in Afghanistan, the Ten Rings gang's base was being rebuilt after being destroyed by Natasha. Hurry up, get your asses up here. A big client is coming soon. Golden Tooth shouted, standing on a half-moon stone, referencing the designs found in the furnace. At the time, the flames had been weak, and Ethan had tossed the blueprints into the fire, extinguishing the flames. The design for Tony's armor only had the upper half burned away. The lower part remained intact. The earlier mention of the ancient blueprints being completely destroyed referred to those behind the rock wall, not the armor blueprints. Golden Tooth was organizing his lackeys to assemble the armor, and after more than a month of reassembling, they were just missing the most difficult part, the head. Obadiah had heard about it and wanted to come see for himself, willing to pay $100 million for it. Golden Tooth had spent all his money on arms and rebuilding the base, so he needed this deal to go well. Boss, the weapons are ready. For lackeys approached, carrying a 1-meter-long metal rod adorned with special engravings. Golden Tooth called over his assistant, handed him the blueprints, and walked over to the metal rod, pulling out a tattered sheepskin scroll from his inner pocket. Not bad. Go collect your reward. Golden Tooth checked the engravings against the scroll, satisfied that they matched perfectly. This ancient scroll had been discovered behind the rock wall, depicting a group of people praying to a stone column, all in vibrant red colors. The scroll detailed the method for creating the iron column, with the key being the engravings. Strangely enough, Golden Tooth couldn't read the text but could understand its meaning. Time passed quickly. Due to the 9-hour time difference with New York, it was already nighttime here. In the distance, a convoy of special vehicles sped toward the camp, coming to a halt. Golden Tooth, long time no see. Obadiah stepped out of a striped suit, puffing on a large cigar, and embraced Golden Tooth. 50 well-equipped bodyguards jumped out of the black modified vehicles behind him. "Oh, my wealthy friend, it's so exciting to see you." Golden Tooth grinned as he hugged Obadiah, the two walking arm in arm into the largest tent. "This is what Tony built. It's beautiful." Obadiah exclaimed as he entered the tent and saw the steel armor in the center, excitedly touching it. This armor hadn't undergone the original battle. It had only been disassembled by Natasha, with its exterior remaining intact, far better than the tattered version in the original story. "Not only that, Mr. Obadiah, we have new weapons as well." Seeing his partner's excitement, Golden Tooth knew he could make a lot of money. He picked up the engraved metal rod from the table. "What is this?" Obadiah asked, frowning as he turned back. A single metal rod didn't seem like much of a weapon. Golden Tooth muttered under his breath, and the metal rod suddenly ignited. Grabbing the flaming rod, he slammed it onto the ground. Boom! Debris flew as a 2-meter-wide crack appeared before Obadiah. Golden Tooth stood back, the flames not reaching him. "What do you think, Mr. Obadiah? Can we discuss the price now?" Golden Tooth smiled, the action also serving as a show of intimidation, implying that Obadiah's life was in his hands. Of course. Obadiah's gaze shifted, and with a smile, he walked toward the tent entrance, lowering the curtain. He looked at Golden Tooth, who had his back to him drinking water, and suddenly drew a dagger from his waist, thrusting it forward. At the same time, intense gunfire erupted outside the tent. "Boss, it's done." About 3 minutes later, the tent door was pulled open, and a person fully wrapped in black combat gear walked in. They were special bodyguards hired by Obadiah at a high price, and dealing with the Ten Rings gang was as easy as a mad Thursday for them. Obadiah wiped his blood-stained hands on Golden Tooth's corpse and said, "Load everything onto the truck. We're heading back to New York today." The assembled steel armor had a circular hollow in the chest, clearly designed to hold a power source. Others might think that the CPU would burn out, but Obadiah knew Tony's reactor would fit perfectly. "Wait, what's going on?" Just as he was about to take the 4 iron rods, boundless black mist suddenly erupted from Golden Tooth's corpse. The bodyguards transporting the armor immediately went on high alert, aiming their guns at the black mist. Obadiah looked puzzled. This was a supernatural phenomenon. Gah! After a strange noise, the black mist enveloped Golden Tooth's body, and a few seconds later, only the skeleton remained. Beneath the skeleton lay a glowing ancient sheepskin scroll, quietly resting. "Boss, this," one bodyguard cautiously approached. They only handled ordinary tasks and were not prepared for a supernatural event. Obadiah instinctively felt that this scroll was related to Golden Tooth's weapon-making. He pushed the bodyguard aside, kicked the skeleton, and picked up the scroll. The moment he grasped the scroll, green light and black smoke engulfed his body, transforming him as the light infused his form while the smoke seeped into his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. "Hey, I've found an ambitious soul. You're worthy of receiving my power." A strange voice echoed from the black mist, causing all the bodyguards to faint. Obadiah floated in midair, accepting the power, and his once flabby physique became tight. "Golden Tooth, your ambition isn't enough, haha." After absorbing the power, Obadiah felt he could easily slaughter everything, disdainfully glancing at Golden Tooth's skeleton, realizing this guy's ambition was too low to trigger the scroll's true power. "Tony, wait for me." Obadiah smiled and waved a hand, and the unconscious bodyguard stood up to continue moving the armor. The guards outside on watch had no idea that their boss had undergone a sharp transformation. In Manhattan, New York, at Stark Industries, as Tony was calibrating the Mark armor, he suddenly felt a chill down his back, as if someone had stabbed him in the back. "Jarvis, is there anything going on lately?" "Apologies, sir, but there's nothing significant happening in New York." Jarvis was diligent. If there were any issues, he would report them without Tony having to ask. Strange. Tony rubbed his head and returned to work. The new generation of Mark armor was almost ready, and he planned to show it off once completed. At Water Manor, after 3 hours of template integration, the egg in the room was covered in cracks. 2 minutes later, it transformed into particles of light and merged into Kyle's body. I never expected to have this opportunity. I sat up, clutching my head, which felt like it was about to explode from the influx of information. I had encountered that doctor in the realm of consciousness and had a friendly conversation. It turned out the doctor was in the stage of understanding hope, destruction, and the subsequent rebooting of the universe. Now, I had inherited all of the doctor's powers, although most were sealed. The powerful anti-crisis capabilities I could use were limited, but they would be sufficient against ordinary enemies. As long as they weren't big shots like Mephisto or Dormammu, I could walk horizontally on Earth. This power would grow stronger as I developed it, and at its peak, it might even surpass Dr. Manhattan. The system informed me that it had made adjustments to enhance the power. Otherwise, I might have failed the integration. Because of this, I owed a massive amount of points, likely something I would never be able to pay off in this lifetime. This power is truly fascinating. I extended my hand, gathering a stream of azure energy. After optimization by the system, my abilities and Dr. Manhattan's were expressed somewhat differently. Currently, I couldn't use abilities like moving through time and space, time travel, or foresight. Moving through time and space was limited because I had just merged. I could teleport myself, but moving the universe was beyond my reach. I had sealed time travel and foresight for now. Knowing everything would make life boring. When I truly needed it, I would unseal it. I wasn't foolish, just wanted to add some fun to life. Rejoice, for the god has arrived. This is your last chance. I walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the sky, my sight crossing countless light years to settle upon those below. I was a quantum being. Even if shattered, I could reassemble. In the magnificent hall of Asgard, Odin, dozing on his throne, suddenly awoke, the eternal spear radiating bright light. A tremendous power erupted from him, enveloping the entire palace and instilling fear in everyone. What's happening? Frigga sensed Odin's powerful aura and rushed to inquire. It was known that every time Odin unleashed such power, it shortened his lifespan, so he usually wouldn't act this way. The future has changed. In the depths of space, Thanos was polishing his double-edged sword, a satisfied expression on his face after recently wiping out half the population of a planet. His fleet was en route to the next target, where he aimed to collect the legendary Infinity Stones. Suddenly, an inexplicable wave swept across the entire star fleet. Thanos set down his sword, his tone heavy as he said, "What is this?" A new power has emerged in the universe. With just a fleeting sense of that power, he could feel the strength of the opponent. Unfortunately, that momentary perception left him unable to pinpoint their location, only knowing they existed somewhere in this universe. As a member of the eternal race from Titan, he had been formidable since adulthood. Ebony Maw, increase the fleet speed. We must hurry. Thanos quickly ordered his subordinate. He was uncertain whether this new power would interfere with his plans. Understood, my lord. Ebony Maw replied. On Earth, in Kamartaj, the Ancient One was holding a cup of tea, sitting across from Odin, the king of Asgard. Odin applied pressure directly, questioning, Ancient One, I need you to explain this to me. Asgard and Earth had a close connection, and Odin had sensed the power emanating from Earth immediately. After stabilizing his form, he had descended to Kamartaj in a state of consciousness. The only one on Earth who could engage him in equal dialogue was the Ancient One, the supreme sorceress who had guarded the world for centuries. The Ancient One tapped the table with one hand, sternly stating, God King, please mind your tone. This is Kamartaj. Powerful magic radiated from her, not only withstanding Odin's pressure, but also pushing back against it. Odin, scolded, couldn't tolerate it. After all, He was the All-Father, ruler of the gods. But he quickly realized something, calming his tone and retracting his aura. Normally, the Ancient One wouldn't speak to him this way, indicating that she had seen something significant through the stones, something important enough to confront him head-on. The Ancient One smiled and said, "Since we're at this, why don't we discuss the future, God King? Talking to smart people is certainly easier." After an hour of discussion, Odin withdrew his consciousness and returned to his physical form. The Ancient One removed her hood and stepped out of the courtyard, gazing toward the distant mountains in the direction of New York. At Water Company, Kyle, found Natasha, who had just come back from a mission. She usually visited her colleague Hawkeye about once a week, but that guy had been stubborn and hadn't responded yet. Natasha took a sip of water and said angrily, "That's right. I want to lead him onto the right path, but unfortunately, he's being so stubborn." She wanted to convince Hawkeye to evolve with her, but he refused to cooperate. She had only recently joined S.H.I.E.L.D., and it was Hawkeye who had recruited her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered with him and would have left him in the holding cell. I said, "First, come with me to Antarctica. I need your help with something." Hawkeye wasn't a priority for me. Keeping him around would just be a waste of his exceptional dynamic vision and perfect archery skills. After thinking it over, Natasha realized she had no pressing matters lately, and her friend Alice was busy with work anyway. It would be a good opportunity to take a funded trip to Antarctica. She asked, "What time is the flight?" I replied, "We're going right now." I placed my hand on her shoulder, and we instantly vanished. My abilities weren't yet strong enough to manipulate the universe completely, so I had to use the straightforward method. I had used my foresight ability to pinpoint Captain America's buried location. The perspective was uncomfortable, as the world appeared to me in quantum forms. That's why I typically kept that ability shut off. Activating it wasn't difficult when I wanted to. The inherited powers I possessed were growth-oriented and would become stronger over time. In the Antarctic snowfields, Natasha and I, dressed only in thin autumn clothes, appeared. Just after we landed, she shouted in surprise, "Boss, when did you learn to teleport?" We had traveled 30,000 kilometers from New York to Antarctica in less than a second. In her mind, I was just an ordinary person who had injected the serum without any superpowers. I replied, "Let's not discuss that right now. We need to dig down here. There's a big surprise waiting." I traced a circle on the ground with my finger. Captain America had been swept to Antarctica after the impact in the Arctic Ocean, which was why Howard Stark had searched for so long and couldn't find him even after locating the Tesseract. Natasha stood up and brushed off the snow, complaining that I was treating her like a tool. But there was no other choice. After all, I was the boss. She had no option but to use her telekinesis to start digging. Her telekinesis transformed into a drill, first penetrating the thick layer of snow and then burrowing through the hard ice layer. After digging for half an hour, Natasha discovered a marking. "This looks like a World War II insignia." She used her telekinesis to shatter the ice, looking at the tail wing pattern of a plane, unsure since that memory felt too distant. I said, "That's right, this is indeed from that era." As Natasha dug out the tail end of the plane, I directly broke it open. Inside was a solid mass of ice, which I waved my hand to deconstruct. The first thing that came into view was a large red and white circle surrounding a blue pattern, with a small star in the center that still flickered slightly. This, Natasha exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief. As a child, she had been terrified of this shield. Anyone who had lived through that era would feel fear upon seeing it. That man, leading the Howling Commandos, was unbeatable on the battlefield. When news of his disappearance spread, many had celebrated all night long. Kyle said, "Familiar, right? This is the World War II hero, Captain America, Steve Rogers." We continued to move inside, where we saw him, frozen in ice for 70 years. Even after all that time, his body looked robust, and a smile lingered on his face. Natasha used her telekinesis to scan him and gasped, "Incredible. He still has vital signs. 70 years. For an ordinary person, that was a lifetime, yet this man was still alive." I took a pen and a piece of paper from that era out of my pocket and handed them to Natasha, saying, "You should recognize his handwriting. Write him a note and place it in his hand." She had worked at S.H.I.E.L.D. and belonged to the same era as Steve. Captain America had given out many autographs and letters during his tours. Natasha nodded, taking the materials and stepping outside. She couldn't quite understand why I didn't want to take Steve, but instead wanted to pass him the shield. I placed my hand on Steve's forehead and said, "When you're lost, come find me." Having inherited the Dr. Manhattan template, controlling memories and thoughts was a piece of cake for me. Captain America was a sensitive identity. Unlike Natasha, who drew little attention, his statue was still displayed in the World War II museum. I planned to let him find me himself. S.H.I.E.L.D. was insignificant in my eyes now. When it came to combat power, I had no reservations. Even if Nick Fury called Captain Marvel back, with Natasha and Carter around, one superhuman and one enhanced human. If they failed, let's not forget I was the big boss. With my connection to the power, even Dormammu wouldn't be a match. I've planted the suggestion. I hope you surprise me. I withdrew my hand, leaving the location of Water Company and my information in his mind, framing myself as the grandson of a childhood friend. That would help increase his goodwill. Natasha returned with the forged note and said, "A professional appraiser could tell at a glance that this was just written. Don't worry, leave it to me." I dried the paper in my hand, then slashed my finger to open a spatial rift, tossing the paper inside. A few seconds later, I retrieved it. See? Paper that's been through 70 years. Time travel was easy for me. While I couldn't match Dr. Manhattan, I could handle decades without issue. This feat left Natasha stunned. She suddenly felt that her abilities weren't as impressive. I placed the paper in Steve's hand and said, "This is a great gift for Nick Fury. I hope he doesn't disappoint me." I used my creation ability to restore the area to its original state. As the ice approached, we both vanished. I transported Natasha back to the company and then teleported to the Arctic, this time bringing along a lot of metal. I used my reorganization power to decompose and reshape the metal into a massive spaceship, something that didn't exist on Earth and resembled more of an alien spacecraft. Not bad, just a bit of equipment missing. I stroked my chin, contemplating that the ship still needed special technology installed. I created a clone, and after a few seconds, it returned with explosives, merging back with my body. I planned to gift Nick Fury an explosive alien spaceship. He would definitely take it back for research, and once the researchers touched the equipment, it would self-destruct. After all, 9.5 out of 10 people in S.H.I.E.L.D. were Hydra infiltrators, so I wouldn't feel guilty about blowing them up. Go play hide and seek with Organization K. Don't disturb my plans. I sank the spaceship 100 meters below the ice layer and teleported away. With both the Antarctic and Arctic set up, Nick Fury didn't pose a threat to me, but he was quite annoying. Now, S.H.I.E.L.D. could take a breather. Speaking of which, Maria Hill had a nice touch. Pairing her with Nick Fury was such a waste. Meanwhile, on the Arkham side, Carter had traveled through mountains and rivers for a day to arrive. Why a whole day? Because halfway through his flight, he realized he was off course and nearly flew to South America. Just after Carter landed, Laura excitedly ran out from the laboratory with small steps, saying, "Welcome, welcome. You must be Mr. Carter." He had heard me mention Carter before and was eager to study him, but their previous long distance had prevented it. Now that I had sent Carter, it was a surprise for him. Carter, dressed in his S-suit, extended his hand and said, "That's right, I'm Carter Clark." For now on, they would be colleagues. Wow, 3 days just flew by like I was on a rocket. In these 3 days, Kyle, had dived headfirst into the big pit of developing Dr. Manhattan's powers, but the progress was as slow as a snail. Absurdly so. Right now, most of my energy was focused on developing the connection power, which was Dr. Manhattan's trump card skill and needed my utmost attention. However, I had also made some minor advancements in other areas. Just the day before, I had sparred with Natasha, and the result? I activated crushing mode and pinned her to the ground. Once I used my decomposition ability, her attacks felt like mere tickles. They were completely ineffective. Over at Water Company, things were going awry early in the morning. Alice rushed in with a file, saying, "Boss, we have a situation. It seems someone has been keeping an eye on us." In just 3 short days, 38 ordinary employees had collectively resigned. While that number wasn't huge compared to the nearly 1,000 employees we had, the simultaneous mass resignation was quite suspicious. I lounged in my chair, basking in the sun, my mind still immersed in the development of my powers, and casually replied, "Once the universal remedy hits the market, it's bound to shake up the medical industry's cheese, just like the previous beauty serum." I hadn't been idle over the past 3 days. The universal remedy had successfully completed trials and was now on the market. This was no ordinary stomach medicine. The universal remedy was set to disrupt the very foundation of the industry, so it was sure to ruffle a few feathers. Alice said anxiously, "What should we do? The stores are likely to be targeted next. In this city of sin, hiring criminals for robbery was all too common, and those criminal elements were like hungry wolves watching us. We had over 10 storefronts in New York, all stocked with supplies." I opened my eyes, rubbing my head, which felt foggy from the strain of developing my abilities, and said, "Don't panic. I'll have the security team guard the stores. Just handle the matters on the surface." Developing this ability was taxing on my brain. The power of Dr. Manhattan was too overwhelming. If it weren't for the fear drawing too much attention, I would have teleported right in front of those people and taken their heads off, but that was obviously unrealistic. I would deal with that later. Before leaving, Alice pulled out an invitation from the file and placed it on the table, saying, "Boss, you promised to attend the New Century Ball in New York tonight. Don't forget." I looked at the fancy invitation, puzzled. When did I agree to that? Alice explained, "You promised when Tony Stark visited the company and you chatted with him." I recalled that conversation briefly. Indeed, I had agreed. Fine, I would go to the ball to collect some points and keep the storyline intact. Tony Stark was crucial. Many plot lines revolve around him. After Alice left, I continued developing my abilities, needing to quickly boost my strength to at least 30% of the Doctor's power. Meanwhile, at Stark Industries, Tony watched as Natasha blew on a bottle of his expensive red wine, feeling utterly frustrated. Natasha provocatively said, "Why don't you continue making your tin-can armor?" She realized that Tony, the wealthy man, was truly affluent. Whatever she drank, the wine cabinet was replenished the next day. Tony, being generous, replied, "No worries, drink as much as you want." After spending so much time with Natasha, he had grown accustomed to her freeloading on food and drink. However, Natasha wasn't just a freeloader. Whenever Tony encountered a problem in his research, she could glance at it and offer a solution that greatly benefited him. Natasha put down the wine bottle and said, "There's something off about your vibe. If you have any issues, just call me. For the sake of all this fine wine, I'll help you out this time." She wrote down her contact information and handed it to Tony. She felt his taste was poor and didn't know how to enjoy life, wanting Tony to teach her what true enjoyment was, so she wouldn't have to come here just for wine. Tony tucked the note away, knowing it could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Natasha's prowess was unquestionable. Suddenly, he recalled Natasha mentioning that something was off and asked, "What's going on?" Natasha shrugged and replied, "I don't know. There's just this nauseating vibe that wasn't there before. It just suddenly appeared recently." She had scanned with her abilities, but found nothing. Tony said in confusion, "That's strange. I spray perfume every day." Natasha waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it. It might be my imagination." Now that she had strength backing her up, even if she couldn't win, she could always call for help. Carter was in New Jersey and could fly over in 2 hours. And as for me, I could move through time and space, going wherever I wanted. I am Natasha. In just a few hours, I will make a swift exit. Why? Because Tony's personal assistant has arrived. Ever since I developed my abilities to 30%, it feels like I have gained X-ray vision, allowing me to see through others' hidden thoughts, but I can't manipulate or change them. Ugh, that's a bit frustrating. I found that both Tony and his assistant seem to have some unspoken feelings for each other, but they are both too proud to make the first move, acting like two tight-lipped gourds. If I hadn't arranged a dramatic annual showdown involving life and death, those two would have dragged this out for years. It's truly maddening. After I leave, in the room, Pepper tells Tony, "Tony, I've discovered something really strange that I need to report to you." Saying this, she pulls out a bunch of photos from her handbag. Goodness, there are more than a dozen, all spread out on the table. The people in the photos are all different, but they share a common trait. They look as weak as deflated balloons. Their faces are sunken in, their bodies slumped, and their skin is as pale as paper. If this were modern society, it would be utterly ridiculous, even during times of economic depression. I've never seen anything like this. Upon seeing the photos, Tony's brows immediately furrowed. He said, "What's going on? Is this a new type of DP? His company doesn't have any addicts, after all. If these people encountered problems, it would ruin the company's reputation, which is his treasure." The way these individuals look immediately led Tony to think of the consequences of drug use. Pepper shook her head and said, "No, take another look at these." Then she pulled out 3 personnel files along with her investigation notes. It turns out after she noticed something was off with these people, she went to the HR department to check their files and even visited their homes, discovering that 3 of them were missing, neither alive nor dead. Tony calmly read through the report and smiled slightly, saying, "Interesting, it seems someone is deliberately causing trouble. Whoever dared to target his company truly has guts. They probably haven't been beaten down by society." Jarvis retrieved the recent surveillance footage and see if there are any changes with these individuals in the company and notify the activation of Plan 3. "Have security come to the company and bring out my armor." Tony issued a series of commands. Plan 3 refers to a special rapid response team organized by the security department when Stark Industries was attacked in the movies. Although those people were taken down in a matter of minutes, it still poses a strong deterrent to ordinary people. Since the mastermind is targeting his employees, the goal must be Stark Industries. Pepper asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" She wanted to assist, but this question stumped Tony. After all, Pepper is a woman and in an administrative role. What could she possibly do? Tony thought for a long time and said, "How about this? You keep this contact information safe for me, and if anything happens, just call for help." After saying this, he handed her the note. At that moment, a silver suit of armor was transmitted onto the circular platform behind him by Jarvis. This armor is a new version, made of aerospace alloy, capable of preventing high-altitude icing, but it hasn't been fully debugged yet. Originally, Tony wanted to add a fire suppression device to prevent short circuits, but now he needs to investigate why those people have become like this. This armor is here for him to wear at any time. Pepper tucked the note with my contact information into her clothes and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Then we both got busy with our own tasks. I want to chat with those people to see if I could find any clues, while Pepper went to the company to investigate for any undercover agents. In Obadiah's office, 3 burly employees had been waiting for a long time, their faces filled with excitement. They received a summons from Obadiah, and it felt like winning the lottery, thinking they would surely get a promotion and raise. Recently, a dozen colleagues had been summoned, and although they didn't know the outcome, those who came out all looked satisfied, definitely having received a big reward. As for the physical changes of those individuals, they were nothing compared to the allure of a huge bonus. Soon, Obadiah, with his bald head, walked in, his eyes scanning the 3, finally nodding in satisfaction. He inherited the power of ancient scrolls and needs to consume people's life energy to strengthen himself. The stronger the person, the denser the life energy, just like the difference between a skinny person and a muscular one. Obadiah said, "Please sit and have a glass of water. Thank you for your hard work during this time. The bonuses will definitely not be lacking." After saying this, he went to the water dispenser to get 3 cups of water and personally placed them in front of the 3, watching them drink it down. The 3 were so excited to have Obadiah serve them that their brains went blank. But just after they finished drinking, they fainted on the ground, unconscious. Obadiah slowly opened his mouth, and a greenish glow emanated, floating into the mouths of the 3. Streams of life energy rushed toward him through this glow, making him feel incredibly comfortable. Little did he know, all of this was clearly captured by Jarvis, who had activated the plan to gain access rights. Usually, Jarvis doesn't have this authority, but Tony has given him the ability to access all company surveillance. Although there is no surveillance in Obadiah's office, Jarvis, as an AI, can easily hack into electronic devices. Obadiah frequently holds video conferences, and there are computers and cameras in the office. If someone were to spy, he could sense their presence, but Jarvis only exists in the digital world, so he wouldn't notice a thing. After about half a minute, Obadiah stopped absorbing. The 3 on the ground visibly looked thinner, but under his suggestion, they felt nothing at all. Thus, he could siphon off the life energy of 3 individuals for a small price. The scheme is so well calculated that I could hear it from downstairs. Damn it. It's time to declare war on that guy Tony Stark. My ambition, like the heat of Crazy Thursday, is rising rapidly. I have no intention of relying on the power of those ancient scrolls to defeat him. I want to crush him with my own creation, the Iron Tyrant armor. Just think about it. Defeating an opponent using someone else's strength can't compare to defeating them with your own hands. That's like comparing the sky to the ground. As for the fact that the prototype of the Iron Tyrant was built by Tony, I've long chosen to selectively forget it. Let's pretend it never happened. Just in time, my engineers have already installed the metal rod crafted by Golden Tooth onto the left arm of the Iron Tyrant armor. Moreover, this armor is equipped with powerful, lethal weapons, all produced by Stark Industries, with top-notch quality. The only thing missing is a functional arc reactor on the chest, but that's okay. I plan to act as the energy source myself. That's why I've absorbed so much life energy. It's all for this moment. Based on the amount of energy I've collected, the life energy from one person can keep the Iron Tyrant armor in high-intensity combat for half an hour. Since I've absorbed the energy from 16 people, that means I can sustain 8 hours of combat time. Totally enough, damn it. This dynasty will ultimately be mine. I declared excitedly, feeling the power swelling within me, feeling like the king of the world. Now let's talk about Tony. While I was absorbing life energy, he wasn't idle either. He was out searching for those people. However, he was too late. Those individuals hadn't shown up for work in 2 days, and no one knew where they had gone. After searching around with no results, he returned to his office to ponder. "Sir, I need you to watch a video." Jarvis suddenly projected a screen in front of him, giving Tony quite a scare. But soon, he was captivated by the video, finishing the 10-minute clip in no time. "It seems my uncle has hidden some unknown powers." Tony swallowed hard and said, "Superpowers again? Why does it always come back to him? Last time, he was nearly crushed by a superpowered individual, and now I've apparently gained superpowers as well, clearly indicating my intent to take him down and seize Stark Industries. I can't let this go on. I need to find him." Tony paced back and forth in his office, finally coming up with a solution. He had confidence in his Iron Man suit, but he was also worried about being as fragile as paper like last time. He thought that only another superpowered individual could deal with a superpowered opponent, and he just happened to know someone who specialized in creating superpowered beings. "Jarvis, sent a message to Obadiah for me. Just say I'm preparing for the new Century Ball and that I've already arrived on site." Tony knew this message wouldn't fool me for long, but it would buy him enough time to get things done. He needed to find that Kyle Waters guy. Although he didn't like asking for help, this situation was urgent. After the last kidnapping incident, he understood that he could no longer be reckless, as his carelessness had led to the deaths of a whole bus full of people. If he had listened to the soldiers' advice to change the route, the tragedy wouldn't have happened. This experience taught him a lesson. He had watched a young soldier with whom he discussed life die at the hands of the Ten Rings gang because of his wrong decision. When he arrived at Waters' company, Kyle exclaimed, "What? Stark is on his way here." He was a bit surprised. What would that guy come here for? But this was news from Alice, and they had even sent an invitation. According to the original plot, that genius should have been preparing for the ball, especially since tonight he would announce the new energy initiative. After being criticized for so long, Stark Industries should be ready to fight back. Half an hour later, Tony met Kyle in the reception room, looking serious. "Kyle, I need to show you something." Without wasting any time, Tony immediately pulled out a projection device. He had Jarvis copy the video before coming. "This is interesting. Is this Obadiah? What happened to him?" Kyle watched the video and smirked, realizing that the plot was starting to change. The butterfly effect was truly amazing. Normally, this guy would be lucky just to get an Iron Tyrant. How could he have this kind of ability? What kind of superpower is this? Can I beat him? I don't even know how he became like this, Tony said, confused. He wanted to understand my abilities so he could have a better grasp of the situation and increase his odds of winning. "No, this is not a superpower. It's magic." Kyle shook his head, denying Tony's assertion. "This isn't a superpower. It's magic." In the past, Kyle might not have been able to tell the difference, but now things were different. Wang Defa? Magic? Is there still magic in this world? Tony exploded upon hearing this answer. superpowers, and now magic. It was all becoming too strange for him. As a materialist, his worldview was in shambles. Based on its characteristics, it appears to be some form of dark magic. You'd better be careful. This kind of magic is highly destructive and extremely malicious. Kyle could only speculate based on the video, since he hadn't been on site. It was clear that I had absorbed the life force of 3 individuals, and this kind of magic generally aligns with dark magic, unlike the white magic used by Ancient One and others. Kyle has immunity to magic due to his unique physique, so it doesn't affect him much. Do you think I have any options left? My armor probably won't hold up against it, right? Tony began to calm down and consider countermeasures, directly expressing his concerns. After all, resolving the situation with me was the most important thing right now. I was just pondering when Kyle suddenly said to me, "Hey, that armor of yours is like a little brother in front of magic, but I'll help you out." He stretched out his palm, and blue particles began to gather like they were free, rapidly reorganizing. In just a few seconds, a light blue crystal amulet was created, infused with his power. Just carry this thing. Obadiah's dark magic won't be able to touch you. But remember, this amulet is only effective for half an hour after activation. No extensions. When it came to dealing with Obadiah, Kyle didn't even need to use his connection power. He simply created an interference amulet with his own abilities. For him, who fully inherited Dr. Manhattan's powers, this was as easy as pie. Looking at the video of Obadiah, and then at my modified armor, combined with the boost from his amulet, I felt confident that taking him down was a sure thing. As for the energy issue, this thing links to the quantum realm and recharges automatically after use. It's practically free. Plus, Kyle had even added a little surprise. Damn it, I reached out to take the amulet. Wow, it felt warm in my hand, and I could clearly sense the powerful energy within it. I gripped it tightly in my palm, instantly feeling my worries about Obadiah diminish by more than half, even thinking about proactively attacking him. Obadiah's wolfish ambition was practically written all over his face, and I no longer needed to consider any past friendships. Thanks a lot. When I get back, I'll take you to a party and we'll have a blast. With what I wanted in hand, I left feeling satisfied. Taking the initiative is my style. Being on the defensive is for the weak. With my Iron Man armor by my side, I was definitely a force to be reckoned with. On Kyle's side, after I left, he pulled up his system panel and looked at the extra 300 points he had gained, grinning from ear to ear. Absolutely amazing. Just by changing a bit of the plot, I got these points. Since it's already gone off the rails, let's make it go even crazier. With that, he pulled out his phone to call Carter, who was far away in Arkham, the god of man and the god of thunder. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. I returned to Stark Industries, squatting beside the armor with various repair tools in my hands, ready to embed the amulet. I chose to place it above the arc reactor, so the armor could become immune to dark magic. "Tony, I found it." Just as I was busily working, Pepper rushed in through the door, holding 2 USB drives. After finishing her own tasks, she thought to help me and sneaked into Obadiah's office. Just as I had distracted Obadiah, and he was out of the company, she copied all his dirty dealings. Jarvis had helped her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to handle Obadiah's computer on her own. "What's this?" I took the USB drives and plugged them into the holographic projection device. Instantly, all of Obadiah's dealings in selling illegal arms and supporting anti-government forces were exposed, and it even included the names of those who made the largest purchases, with the 10 Rings gang among them. "Holy crap, you really sold me out," I exclaimed, my face turning red with anger after seeing the list. I couldn't wrap my head around how a relationship of over a decade could be worth so little. Pepper patted my back helplessly to comfort me. She was also shocked when she saw the files. Wealth and power can drive countless people insane, and someone like me will probably never understand the joy of it. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. Kyle arrived at the new Sentry Ball in his Wind Rider, where there were already crowds of people gathered. Before coming, he had used his ability to foresee the future, looking at 153,672 potential outcomes, and he was sure there would be a good show tonight. "Alice, give our dear Tony Stark a perfect ball." Kyle was well aware of what was about to unfold. He just wanted to see what kind of person Obadiah was to be able to block his sight. You see, he was no longer an ordinary person. Having fully inherited Dr. Manhattan's powers, even multiversal beings would be weaker than him, let alone Obadiah. Originally, he wanted to see who was behind the dark magic against him, but his vision couldn't penetrate at all. Before long, the star of the night, Tony Stark, made a dazzling entrance. This ball was originally a trap set by capitalists who wanted to swallow Stark Industries' subsidiary industries. But alas, tonight it would become a stepping stone for Stark Industries to rise again. Even if they cut off the weapons development department, they wouldn't be able to lay a finger on this massive entity. Glancing at the blue arc reactor on my chest, Kyle remarked, "Don't worry about the reactor. I have other options." He had always been envious of my reactor, but now that he possessed Dr. Manhattan's powers, he could easily create high-energy sources to replace the reactor for power. Soon enough, things unfolded just as Kyle had foreseen. I made a stunning comeback with the arc reactor, astonishing everyone present. The leader of the new energy industry had arrived, and Stark Industries was about to soar to new heights. As the ball began, I took Pepper's hand, becoming the focus of the crowd as we danced gracefully. Kyle, meanwhile, found a safe spot with Alice, preparing for the arrival of the antagonist. He wasn't afraid, but Alice couldn't be too careful. About 2 minutes later, the hall suddenly shook violently, and the ceiling shattered. "Ah, help me!" "No!" The screams erupted as falling debris injured and killed many people. I reacted quickly. Sensing the tremors, I grabbed Pepper and ran. I was well prepared for this, with the armor assembly station already moved to the backstage. Tony Stark, a massive steel arm, reached in as Obadiah made a flashy entrance in the Iron Tyrant. However, instead of an arc reactor, a mysterious green object was providing power for the Iron Tyrant. Obadiah roared as he searched for me among the crowd. But how could he find me? I shouted, "Obadiah, I'm right here," and strode out from behind the stage. Did he really think Tony Stark was an easy target? After completely severing ties with Obadiah, I had decisively purchased this venue and moved my equipment here. I planned to use myself as bait to lure Obadiah in. I had set everything up perfectly, just waiting for him to take the hook. But plans change, and I didn't expect things to go awry. Many people were struck by falling debris. This was a total disaster. Obadiah looked disdainful and said, "It seems you've upgraded your armor, but I haven't been idle either." To him, size equated to strength, and he thought my smaller armor couldn't possibly match his. He maneuvered the Iron Tyrant down and began spouting trash talk. Why did he choose to attack me at the ball? It was simply because there were so many people around. He could absorb the life energy of those nearby to heal himself. I could hear the gears turning in his head for Mars. I snorted, "All right then, let's see who gets the last laugh." I quickly recognized that he was using my mark eye. I knew my armor's capabilities well. Even if he had enhanced it, it wouldn't make much of a difference. I charged up 2 pulse cannons in my palms and fired directly at the Iron Tyrant. This time, I wasn't running low on energy like in the movies. The Iron Tyrant swayed back a bit, with some scorch marks on its surface, but otherwise, it suffered no significant damage. Obadiah laughed heartily. "Ha ha, that attack was pitifully weak, damn it." Then 2 40-centimeter-long missiles rose from his shoulders. My expression changed. My armor couldn't handle something that big due to its size, but I knew how powerful they could be. I shouted, "Are you crazy? Do you want to level this place?" But he didn't listen and launched the missiles anyway. Ugh, not this stupid plot again. It's so annoying. Kyle, who had been lurking in the shadows, raised his hand, and the 2 missiles were swallowed into his palm. I was truly impressed by him. If those missiles exploded, they would damage the load-bearing structures, and if the building collapsed, the casualties would be unimaginable. Seeing the missiles vanish in a thin air, I immediately understood what was happening and abandoned my original plan. I set my thrusters to maximum and charged straight at the Iron Tyrant, pushing it out of the venue. Obadiah looked bewildered. What's going on? Why didn't they explode? But he quickly got serious as I began engaging him in close combat. Noticing that the Iron Tyrant only had a right arm, I felt confident. This guy only has one arm. I'm definitely going to win. Its left arm was occupied by 4 metal rods, but I had no idea what purpose they served. I threw a powerful punch at the Iron Tyrant's chin. causing its entire body to lift slightly. After spending time with Natasha, she had sharpened my close combat skills significantly. I was a different fighter compared to before. Obadiah frantically pulled the control levers, but the Iron Tyrant's size couldn't compare to my agility. I seized the opportunity and unleashed a flurry of attacks, leaving it in a daze, but its defenses were still strong, and I couldn't take it down just yet. I yelled, "Jarvis, quickly analyze its weaknesses. I can't hold on much longer." Climbing up its body to its shoulder, I grabbed its head with both hands, but despite my efforts, I couldn't breach its defenses. I fired a pulse cannon at the joint of its neck, sending it flying and crashing hard to the ground, cracking the cement beneath it. Obadiah gritted his teeth. "Damn you, Tony. You've ruined my vision." His screen flickered with static, and he realized he was too clumsy to compete with my armor. He directly opened the control cabin and stepped into the fray himself. I also removed the helmet of my armor, facing him directly. Obadiah looked crazed. "Tony, I've supported you all these years. I built this company from the ground up. It should be mine." He felt entitled to the company, believing he was the greatest contributor, not me, the playboy. The Iron Tyrant's left hand spun, revealing the 4 metal rods he had obtained from Golden Tooth, capable of manipulating the 4 elements: earth, fire, water, and wind. Golden Tooth had never unleashed their true power. Watching this scene, I felt no emotion. Ever since I learned that this world had magic and superpowers, my materialistic worldview had long since crumbled. Obadiah shouted, "Die, Tony Stark!" The elemental cannon formed from the 4 elements fired at me, tearing everything in its path apart. I shouted, "Jarvis, set energy to full load mode." I cranked the power of the arc reactor to maximum, gathering energy in my chest and firing a pure white laser cannon that collided with his attack. The force was so immense that the ground beneath us cracked. However, having absorbed the life energy of over 10 people, Obadiah began to gain the upper hand, and I started to retreat. Jarvis timely reported, "Sir, the reactor is approaching its load limit." At that moment, the amulet Kyle had given me lit up, and a beam of crystalline blue particles wrapped around my laser cannon, pushing back against Obadiah. He panicked. "What kind of power is this?" He frantically chanted spells, but to no avail. The laser cannon, wrapped in blue particles, was unstoppable. "I'm Tony Stark." A brilliant blue light shot into the sky, and Obadiah let out a howl of pain that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. A dark aura surrounded him, but it couldn't stop the severity of his injuries from worsening. Soon, the output of the arc reactor peaked, forcing it to shut down and begin cooling. My armor had been radiating energy at high intensity, but it was now scorched, showing signs of melting. "Tony Stark." Obadiah coughed up a mouthful of blood as he lay on the ground, his body covered in wounds, the left side severely burned. If it weren't for the protection of dark magic, that last wave of laser cannons would have turned him to ash. His Iron Tyrant armor was nothing but debris now, scattered everywhere, completely irreparable. "Phew, you lost." I knelt on one knee, my forehead drenched in cold sweat, my shirt collar soaked through. I needed to switch out the arc reactor quickly, or the fragments inside would soon overwhelm me. Obadiah struggled to stand up, his face transforming from pain to fury as he said, "Do you know? I've always envied you. You have power and wealth that others can only dream of, just within your reach." He had dedicated 30 years to supporting Stark Industries, while I was busy chasing after women and parties. Because of this, he wanted to take Stark Industries for himself and create a dynasty that would shake the world. The dark aura around him thickened as he pulled out an ancient scroll from his pocket and began chanting a spell. My heart sank. This was a terrible omen, like an antelope sensing a lion, sending chills down my spine. Obadiah declared, "I originally wanted to defeat you on my own, but since you borrowed someone else's power, I won't hold back." Black stripes appeared on his face. His hands transformed into claw-like appendages, and he began to grow rapidly, reaching 2.5 meters tall in just a few seconds, his bulk becoming as massive as a mountain. He added, "Golden Tooth never experienced the true power of the scroll. Dark magic is the strongest In that moment, I felt my face go pale. My reactor's energy was down at 20%. If this continued, I would definitely lose. I could only pray that Pepper would quickly realize what was happening and call the number I left her. In the ballroom, Kyle emerged from the shadows, where people were moaning in pain, and the security team was busy rescuing the injured. I had to say, moving the fight outside was a brilliant decision. The consequences of battling in the ballroom would have been catastrophic. Kyle looked outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Obadiah had used dark magic, but he still couldn't see who was behind him. There were generally three possibilities. Either the opponent was far stronger than him, capable of blocking his sight. His abilities were being interfered with. Dr. Manhattan had once been disrupted with superluminal particle flows by Pharaoh, or the opponent was already dead, eliminating countless possibilities. Kyle then said, "It's time to call Natasha, right? Nothing beats first-hand experience. Just watching isn't enough." He had sent Alice back to the company using time travel, saying he saw 3,670,000 potential paths for powered individuals, with the angel route being the most promising. He planned to give her the angel armor after this was over. He muttered, "I wonder if messing with time like this will attract Ancient One's attention. Whatever, I'm not scared." Outside, my battle with Obadiah began. After borrowing power, he became much stronger, and that battle axe of his knocked me around like a rag doll, sending me flying several times. He even wondered, "Strange, how can your armor withstand my battle axe? This is condensed dark magic. Normally, the axe should have torn through my armor, but it bounced off as if it were hitting steel, with a recoil effect." I replied, "Is it only okay for you to borrow special powers? Am I not allowed to ask for help?" I glanced down at the amulet on my chest. Its color had dimmed considerably, but it would last for the rest of this fight. I had figured out Obadiah's tactics. He was still the same, lacking in combat skills, just wildly swinging his axe with some dark magic assistance. With the amulet, I was immune to dark magic, and thanks to Natasha's training, I could turn the tables. Thinking this, I picked up a broken streetlight pole and charged at Obadiah. He was no match for me. He excitedly exclaimed, "You dare to attack me?" But things weren't going his way. I was as slippery as an eel, and he could never catch me. I dodged his attacks and counterattacked. I started taunting him. "How about that? Uncle Tony's stick isn't too shabby, huh?" He remained as slow as ever. Using the small pulse device on the outer side of my armor's thigh, I performed various difficult aerial maneuvers, jabbing him repeatedly, making him howl in frustration. His large size and slow movements, combined with the need to wield a weapon, left him vulnerable, and I could easily exploit his weaknesses. "Sir, energy remaining at 10%, please be advised." Jarvis's warning came at the worst possible time, freezing my movements for a moment. I couldn't let the reactor hit 0%, or the fragments inside would surge into my heart. "Haha, your arc reactor must be running out of juice," I thought to myself, fully aware of why Tony had stopped his attack. This foolish nephew of mine told me about the reactor just the day after he returned. So naive. Humph! Even without this armor, taking down a heavy meatball like you would be a piece of cake. Tony put on a brave face, refusing to show weakness despite my insights. He still had a trump card, the ballroom filled with traps. Knowing that Kyle was there, he pushed me out of the ballroom to buy time for the injured to evacuate. Otherwise, with that trap-laden ballroom, he would have already killed me by now. "Then let's see you try," I said, unfazed by his taunts. I knew Tony Stark was on his last legs. Without his Thorbrand power bank for energy replenishment, he was merely a spent force. I swung my battle axe at him, the power behind it surging like the madness of crazy Thursday. Tony executed a ground roll, narrowly dodging my strike. It looked a bit messy, but the outcome was still favorable. "Damn it, this dark energy is so annoying." He retaliated with a jab, but the thick black fog behind me blocked his attack. They say you should use magic to defeat magic, but unfortunately, Tony didn't understand magic. Could he even find a solution in Camartage? How does it feel to be so powerless? I turned around, exhilarated. I had waited all day for this moment, and it was finally about to come to fruition. After tonight, the whole of New York would cheer for me. I aimed to show the Starks that under my leadership, Stark Industries could create a new dynasty. "You don't have much left in you. It's just empty words now." Tony ignored me. From the moment we severed our ties, I was no longer his uncle in his eyes, just a foe who must be fought to the death. Only one of us would leave alive today. You're all out of tricks. Now it's time for your demise. I had long grown accustomed to Tony's sharp tongue, but the most important thing now was to end his life. The black energy battle axe in my hand glowed with green light, powerful energy gathering above as I prepared to unleash my final blow. In truth, my energy reserves were also running low after absorbing the life forces of a dozen individuals. Sir, based on the analysis, I recommend you use Mr. Kyle's amulet. It still contains a substantial energy source. Jarvis chimed in at that moment. Right? The amulet from Kyle. When I first got it, I even checked it thoroughly and found nothing wrong, just that it contained more energy than the arc reactor itself. Thinking quickly, Tony yanked the amulet from his chest and held it in front of him. I swung my axe down, and the energy above solidified. D! I shouted, my eyes glowing red, my face full of resolve. Tony's expression was firm. He knew how unlikable he had been in the past, but he had changed. The arrogant Tony Stark was gone. He now only wanted to protect what he cherished. The amulet was the size of a palm, pitiful compared to my giant axe. But feeling Tony's determination, the amulet exploded with a brilliant blue light. This was the light of hope. When Kyle created this amulet, he set a rule. The stronger the user's conviction, the greater the power. This was the power of connection, capable of creating matter and laws from nothing, turning thoughts into reality. While Kyle's available connection power was limited, setting a rule for the amulet was still feasible. Tony Stark, Obadiah. The intense white light erupted at the point of contact, illuminating the night as brightly as day. The clouds above were torn apart by the wave of light, shattering all the glass in the buildings within 70 meters, and the ground was ripped and twisted by the immense force, igniting fierce fires. Inside the ballroom, Kyle extended my palm, a blue wave enveloping the entire ballroom, isolating it from the outside. Otherwise, the power of this wave could destroy the nearby ballroom, and chaos would ensue. As the smoke cleared, Tony lay on the ground, his armor reduced to half, still struggling to get up. The amulet in his hand lost its luster, but since I had created it, it would slowly absorb power from the quantum realm to recover. Tony, why? Why is it so hard to kill you? Obadiah, yelled as I lay on the ground, filled with resentment, my left side completely gone, blood pooling around me. I had used the strongest dark magic, yet it was still broken by Tony, leaving me half destroyed. It seems you may have forgotten something. Stark Industries has never been a weapons manufacturer, but a technology company, Tony said, his weary body rising. His father never intended for the company to become solely a weapons manufacturer. This was a tech company leading into the future, not what I envisioned. Hope you can be a good person in your next life. Tony approached me, raising his arm, charging the pulse cannon, and aimed it at my head. Just like that, a once great villain was about to fall. After the victory, Tony exhaled deeply, turning to raise his arms in triumph. He had won this battle, and the Iron Man armor had performed brilliantly in its first fight. He was overjoyed. But Kyle was different. I was lost in my mind conversing with the system. This development was entirely unlike the future I had foreseen. It was hard to judge. The future isn't something that just unfolds in a linear fashion after a prediction. Every little action, every breath, even the slightest change in thought can lead to countless divergent paths. This realization hit me hard after watching the battle unfold. I truly didn't expect this outcome. None of the 150,000 possibilities included this twist. Normally, it would end with Tony being overpowered and calling Natasha over. She would then beat Obadiah to a pulp, showcasing her enhanced abilities, before finally sending him to prison. It seems that controlling time is no easy feat. I thought as I unleashed dozens of energy flows into the injured individuals who had been evacuated, ensuring they wouldn't die. Then, I executed a time-space teleportation, appearing in the center of the battlefield. If I didn't act now, Tony would surely suffer the consequences of the shrapnel in his chest. I sent a stream of energy into his arc reactor, replenishing it from its last 2% to full capacity. Thank you, Tony said, feeling the energy surge, gradually restoring his color and allowing him to stand. He had given everything in his battle against Obadiah, and his armor was now 73% damaged. No need to thank me. I'm quite interested in Obadiah's transformation myself. I reached out and took the ancient scroll from Obadiah's grasp, watching as his body quickly decayed and disintegrated, slowly vanishing from sight. Clearly, this was the cost of using black magic. He died without even leaving a whole corpse. Truly a tragic end. As soon as the scroll was in my possession, I felt a strange power trying to penetrate my body. However, it couldn't even break through my outer defenses and was quickly repelled, seeming to suffer a backlash and quieting down. Tony, you should keep the amulet. Every time it's used, it will automatically recharge from the quantum realm. Just don't break it, I said, wrapping the scroll in a specially designed energy net and storing it in my internal space. Hearing the distant sound of police sirens, I asked Tony, "Do you want me to erase these people's memories?" I needed to determine his thoughts to see if he was ready to embrace the life of a superhero. If he didn't want that life, I could erase the witness's memories. No need. Some things are better off being acknowledged rather than hidden. Tony waved his hand. He was ready to face the pressure of public opinion and planned to take this opportunity to announce certain matters. Seeing that he had made up his mind, I nodded and returned to the company. About 5 minutes later, police cars arrived, driving through the wreckage caused by our battle. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by the sight of the damaged ground and a bruised Tony. "Hey, did anyone bring cheeseburgers?" Tony joked with the bewildered officers. Truthfully, he was quite hungry after such a lengthy fight, and now that the pain had subsided, all his sensations returned, especially since I hadn't healed him completely. When I returned to Waters' company, I walked into the office to find Natasha sprawled on the couch, her hair disheveled. A wave of negative energy hit me. My mood, already complex, took a turn for the worse. "Boss, Lillian's abilities require special training. Otherwise, I fear it won't just be this next time." Natasha lifted her head, revealing 3 claw-like scars on her face. Although the bleeding had stopped, the injuries were visible, and this would leave a mark. Given her resilience, she wouldn't have lasting scars, but she would have to endure pain for a while. "This was done by Lillian?" I asked, confused. I knew Lillian's power well. There was no way she could have harmed Natasha so severely. The girl might struggle to break through Natasha's telekinetic defenses. "Well, it seems Lillian has awakened again, and this time her ability is a bit troublesome. She can manipulate blood." Natasha explained what had happened during the new round of tests with the 4-member team. During the tests, Lillian had lost control of her newly awakened ability and directly harmed Natasha. At that moment, Natasha hadn't expected Lillian to act, leaving her completely unprepared. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and used her telekinesis to throw Lillian away. Otherwise, the outcome could have been fatal. TSK, looks like we're going to have another powerhouse on our hands," I said, intrigued. Blood manipulation was an incredibly potent ability on the battlefield, and the upcoming battle in New York would be a great opportunity to test it. Although I wasn't sure if Chitauri blood could be manipulated by Lillian, we wouldn't know until we tried. Besides that, Lillian can transform into a bat and reveal her vampire form, Natasha added, noticing my lack of concern for her injuries and my excitement over Lillian's abilities, which frustrated her. However, she couldn't hide these developments and reluctantly shared the other awakened abilities. "That's not surprising. Normal vampires can do that, right?" I mused, considering that a true vampire would likely have sharp claws, wings, fangs, and blood-red eyes. If she turned out looking grotesque, neither human nor ghost, I might have to question the system's aesthetic sense. "What's going on over there?" That explosion was so loud. Natasha returned to the main topic, her curiosity piqued. The impact of the explosion had echoed across half of New York, and Waters' company would surely have heard it. Although it wouldn't compare to the reactor explosion affecting the entirety of New York in the original plot, it was still significant. "Well, you'll probably see it on the news tomorrow. You can look forward to it," I replied, leaving a hint without giving her any spoilers. Right now, I had something more important to deal with. My foresight ability had just alerted me. This was a rule I had set for myself. I didn't keep my precognitive ability active all the time. I had established a rule that as long as my name came up in the future, I would be notified. Since I was quick on the uptake, I could process futures in seconds. And just now, this rule had delivered a special message. In the water company in Manhattan, New York, Tony's overly confident voice came from the television. In fact, I am Iron Man. Natasha expressionlessly turned off the TV. After receiving the suspense from Kyle last night, she had been glued to the television broadcast since early morning. How could he dare? Natasha still couldn't believe that Tony had so openly admitted his identity. Didn't he know how much trouble this would cause? By exposing himself, those lurking in the shadows would have a chance to target Iron Man, capture Pepper, or blow up his house. His address could be found with just a simple search. This is why superheroes must hide their identities. Otherwise, those around them would suffer. I joked, how's that? Exceeded your expectations, right? Natasha, a seasoned agent, had the instinct to hide her identity ingrained in her bones. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Natasha sighed and said, "It is indeed a bit surprising. Tony is going to have a rough time now. Those greedy officials are probably going to make their move." She had worked at S.H.I.E.L.D. and knew all too well what those officials were like. Even Nick Fury had to be restrained by power, but with Stark Industries around, they probably wouldn't go too far. I smiled and said, "Don't worry, what about you? It's already 9 o'clock, and you're still not at work?" I knew the plot. Tony would outsmart those people. My company had an 8 to 5 schedule, with a 1-hour lunch break and 1 day off each week, which was quite humane. Natasha muttered, "Heartless capitalist," then picked up her briefcase and went to work. She was my personal assistant, handling work and life chores, similar to what Pepper did. After she left, I called out, "System, begin settlement." I pulled out the system panel to check the rewards. With such a significant plot break this time, the rewards couldn't be bad. My breaks had a bottom line. It wasn't about killing the protagonist, but about leaving a root to harvest slowly, which was the right way to play. The system prompted, according to detection, the degree of collapse is 76%. Reward points are 760 points. Please check, host. This time, the collapse mainly occurred in the aspects of time and combat intensity, advancing the timeline by more than half a month compared to the original plot. 760, not bad. Adding the previous points, I now had enough points for a lottery. This was my second chance to draw without spending money. The first time was accumulated over the years. I opened a small space in my body to store a sheepskin scroll. This thing was a bit mysterious, suddenly flying around in the small space as if encountering an enemy. At that moment, a gold and red spark portal opened, and a guy wrapped in a yellow robe appeared. He said, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Kyle Water." Back at Stark Industries, after the press conference, Tony and his friend Rhodey planned to have some fun. Rhodey, sitting in the sports car, said seriously, "Tony, you need to be careful. S.H.I.E.L.D. will be watching you." Rhodey didn't know much about S.H.I.E.L.D., only that this department had great power, backed by the United Nations, with little official restraint. Tony waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm not afraid of anyone." He was feeling proud after defeating Obadiah with his Iron Man armor. Suddenly, a specially made tranquilizer dart shattered the glass and pierced Rhodey's neck, and he fell unconscious immediately. Tony stopped the car, surrounded by unmarked black modified vehicles. A voice came from outside. "Get out. Let's have a chat, Tony Stark." Tony touched the amulet on his chest and calmly got out of the car. In front stood a one-eyed man in a black trench coat, the one who spoke. Tony angrily said, "Is this how you invite someone to meet?" If he hadn't been out of his armor, he would have really wanted to punch this Cyclops. The one-eyed man introduced himself. "I am Nick Fury, Director of the Bureau of Strategic Homeland Logistics and Security." He then pulled out a tablet and played a video for Tony. The video was from a satellite in space, showing the battle that night. Tony and Obadiah had quite an exciting fight, but then it got strange. Obadiah released elemental energy, and Tony's belief exploded. There was even a segment where it seemed Tony was talking to someone, but the satellite had not captured anyone else. Tony said, "I've already told your employees about that night. Do I have to repeat it to you?" He knew he wouldn't reveal that I wasn't in the video. He would insist that he was just talking to himself. He had a bunch of superpowered subordinates and a woman who always showed up for drinks. He was afraid of getting beaten up by that woman if he said anything. Nick Fury said, "Let's not talk about that for now. I just want to know what that black mist and green light around Obadiah are. You can't possibly not know Tony Stark. I am Tony Stark. After dropping Rhodey off, I returned to the lab alone, staring blankly at the amulet in my hand. I learned so many things from Nick Fury that it felt like I was gasping for air. Just the thought of having lived under someone's surveillance for so many years sent chills down my spine. And that guy actually wanted to use dark magic to create super soldiers and wanted me to join some Superboys organization. Wasn't that ridiculous? After thinking for a moment, I murmured to myself, maybe it's not impossible. I am Kyle. A new day has arrived, and today is a big day. I got dressed in a neat suit early in the morning, waiting helplessly for Wanda to finish her breakfast. Due to some unexpected circumstances, I had to go to Wanda's school today, probably because I was called in as a parent. I initially wanted to send a clone, but then I remembered the memories would still come back to me, so I decided to go myself. Don't worry, sir. Miss Wanda has a good personality, so there shouldn't be any major problems, Gasco encouraged me from behind. I was relieved it wasn't him going. Many first-time parents feel completely lost when called in, and I still felt like an immature person myself. How could I attend as a parent? Soon, Wanda finished her breakfast and walked into the living room, satisfied. All done. Then let's go. I picked up the small backpack from the sofa and set off with Wanda. Her school was located in Manhattan, about 5 kilometers from my company. After an hour's drive, we arrived at the school gate. Not bad. This environment is quite nice. The school was found by Gasco. I had never been here before, only seen the information. This first impression was quite satisfactory. The middle school was right next to the high school. Wanda was in the first year of middle school, and perhaps because of the chaotic magic within her, her learning ability was exceptional. Transferring mid-year, she caught up with the missed curriculum in just a month. After dropping Wanda off at her class, I was called to the teacher's office. I can't believe it. Welcome, Mr. Kyle Water. The female teacher didn't expect to see someone like me when calling in a parent. Thankfully, the news hadn't spread, or there would have been banners welcoming me at the school gate. Hello, Ms. Allie Dawn. I greeted her. I was here to resolve an issue, so I kept it low-key. I learned her name from the name tag on her chest. Let's first talk about Wanda. Her learning ability is exceptional. She caught up with half a year's worth of courses in just 27 days. However, we've recently noticed that her imagination is too outstanding. She imagines her friends having magic, and we don't particularly encourage this behavior. Allie Dawn opened a drawer, pulled out evaluations from the various subject teachers for me to see, and continued discussing the issues. Yesterday, Wanda almost got into a fight with a classmate over this. Fortunately, she left early, or it would have escalated. I had to admit, Wanda showed remarkable courage, not afraid to face a small group by herself. The red light that flashed in her eyes was enough to intimidate even me, a nearly 40-year-old. Well, I heard Wanda mention this. Her friend really does have magic. I flipped through the evaluations in response. Pandora can manipulate energy and turn flowers into blooms, and Mora always boasts that her brother can go anywhere. It's entirely normal for Wanda to think this way. Wanda is in an elite class, where even the least privileged are children of New York's small elite. Flattering those from good family backgrounds became the first lesson for parents. Wanda clashed with a girl who had a dozen followers, simply because they claimed magic was just for kids and didn't exist at all. Having witnessed Pandora's powers firsthand, Wanda became furious and argued a bit, which led to the conflict. You must be joking. Magic shouldn't be confused with tricks. For your sake, let's consider today's incident resolved. I will move those girls to other classes, Allie Dawn said with a smile. People often interpret unfamiliar things using their existing knowledge. She mistook the magic I mentioned for the magic tricks of a magician. She dispersed the small group because bullying exists in every school. This school has less of it, but it can't be eradicated completely. Her actions were meant to alleviate my worries. That's good. I feel reassured. I nodded with a smile, and a blue light flashed in my eyes as I copied Aladon's memories. After our conversation, I returned to my car and began reviewing her memories. So, it's actually related to Tony Stark? This woman has some impressive skills. It's a shame she's teaching. After going through her memories, I discovered many interesting things, the most significant being this. Dawn and Tony both graduated from MIT, and she was 3 years junior to him. The key point was that she could hold her own in academic debates with Tony back then. Although she lost, it proved her capability. Generally, people fall silent in front of Tony after just a few words, as can be seen from the future judgment. But Dawn could go back and forth with him, even gaining the upper hand at times, though she ultimately lost. She became a teacher here due to Obadiah's interference. Obadiah had repeatedly attempted to bribe Dawn to eliminate anything that posed a danger to Tony. After being rejected, he became furious and issued a blacklist, making it difficult for her to find a job. In the end, thanks to her mentor's help, she managed to get into this school, which wasn't afraid of Obadiah teaching middle and high school. I am Kyle. After exploring Dawn's memories, I felt a sense of admiration. This was something I could discuss with Tony. After all, it was his uncle's misdeeds that caused her to waste more than a decade of her youth for no reason. While my company, WaterCorp, could accept Dawn, her expertise might not match our needs, and she might not be utilized properly. However, why would Wanda's abilities manifest during this time? In Dawn's memories, I noticed something strange. When Dawn first met Wanda, there was a flash of crimson light in Wanda's eyes, which was particularly striking. I knew that was the chaotic magic within her. Only it had such a deterring effect. Could it be because of Pandora? I pondered carefully and realized something unsettling. Pandora represents hope, which signifies countless possibilities. Since Wanda interacts with Pandora daily, it's equivalent to being around hope all the time. Considering this, it makes sense that the chaotic magic hidden within her is being drawn out. Forget it. I should just head back for now. This matter was still uncertain, and I didn't have any particular thoughts about it. If Wanda could awaken, that would be fantastic. I could nurture her into the Scarlet Witch from a young age and then seize the Darkhold. That would be incredible. As for whether I could defeat the holder of the Darkhold, that would be a piece of cake. Just my ability to resist magical interference would leave them in despair. Upon returning to WaterCorp, I saw Natasha as soon as I walked in. The scars on her face had nearly healed, leaving only faint marks. The self-healing abilities of superhumans are quite strong. I estimated that the scars would disappear in no time. Wow, you healed up so quickly, I teased. Well, I can't just stay holed up in the office every day, can I? Natasha rolled her eyes. She had healed so quickly thanks to her abilities. Normally, she could alter her form at will, so these minor injuries weren't a big deal. However, when she returned home to heal, an unknown force had prevented her recovery. If she hadn't been much stronger than Lillian, that force could have completely blocked her healing, leaving her with scars that would take time to heal naturally. Interesting. So, you're saying that Lillian's attacks possessed difficult-to-repair characteristics? That's really impressive, I remarked. That characteristic was too strong. If the Hulk were to get injured by Lillian, it would likely be hard for him to heal as quickly as before. But then the question arose, how did Lillian's claws break through the Hulk's defenses? That guy can withstand airplanes and cannons. Here's today's lab task report. I'm off, Natasha said, not wanting to discuss the matter further. She placed the documents on the table and left. This incident made her realize that she needed to keep her telekinetic shield active 24/7 to protect herself and ensure it never happened again. Women, I sighed, picking up the report. There wasn't much of importance in it. Scientific research relies on time and accumulation. The development of the unmanned combat armor was nearing the settlement phase, just a few steps away. Ryan had also made new progress on the seventh crystal. He was experimenting with adding biological genes into the liquefied substance. Master, since you're here, please come in and have a seat. After a while, I set the documents down. A gold and red spark portal opened, and Ancient One stepped out. We had agreed to meet today to handle the sheepskin scroll. Ancient One couldn't manage the evil spirit within the scroll, so she sought my help. Kyle, the alternate space has been arranged. No one will disturb us, Ancient One said, inviting me with a gesture. We couldn't handle the scroll in New York, so she found an alternate space where we could freely seal the evil spirit. This is troublesome. I didn't expect the scroll to have such a significant background. I rubbed my head irritably. The matters involving this sheepskin scroll surprised me. The evil spirit within the scroll was the root of dark magic, a fragment of the power of Zysorn, one of the four ancient gods. He divided his power into two parts. One part created the vampire race, while the rest was split into countless pieces and cast into the infinite worlds. Originally, these powers had no consciousness, but the one within the scroll unexpectedly gained awareness and, after years of devouring, became comparable to Ancient One. However, now Ancient One was barely surviving on the powers of the Dark Dimension and couldn't handle this evil spirit. I didn't plan to directly eliminate the scroll because of Dormammu. My plan was to let Ancient One take the lead while I assisted, transforming the scroll into a self-destruct device. If Dormammu returned, Ancient One could throw it into the Dark Dimension and blow him up. A self-detonation at a celestial level would certainly make Dormammu think twice. At the very least, he would lose some skin. Master, after this, I hope to visit Kamartaj. Ancient One proactively sought my help, so I naturally made a request. I simply wanted to visit Kamartaj as a guest to enjoy the scenery. I definitely wasn't interested in its magical library. That's no problem. Kamartaj welcomes your arrival. Ancient One clasped her hands together, and then we passed through the portal into the alternate space. As soon as I entered, I felt the spatial restraints weaken. It was incomparable to the main world. In this alternate space, I could move through time and space like Dr. Manhattan. That was the difference in stability. Ancient One, please go ahead, I said. Our plan was for Ancient One to use white magic to erase the evil spirit's consciousness while I crafted a special cage. This was a significant test for Ancient One. She could only use white magic. If she used even a hint of the Dark Dimension's power, it would be disastrous. The evil spirit would perceive that power is food and become even stronger. I reached into my internal space and took out the sheepskin scroll, at which point Ancient One immediately unleashed magical chains to bind it. She said, "It seems you have no intention of coming out." The chains emitted a faint glow, and boundless black mist erupted from the scroll, but the light dispelled it. White magic and black magic are inherently incompatible. When they clash, one side is bound to be finished. Why are you forcing me? A green light exploded, shattering Ancient One's magical chains and slowly forming a humanoid shape. As soon as it appeared, dense black mist spread out, prompting Ancient One and me to quickly step back. This black mist could corrode both the body and the mind, and even with our levels, we needed to be cautious. Ancient One formed hand seals, and golden red symbols appeared around her to isolate the black mist. You have absorbed countless lives to grow to this point over the past few thousand years, haven't you? In ancient times, human life was cheap, which allowed this evil spirit within the scroll to reach its current state. If left unchecked, once it broke free from the scroll, the world would face a great disaster. I watched as Ancient One and the evil spirit exchanged words, realizing she only created a shield for herself and completely ignored me. I was dumbfounded. We were supposed to be allies. Why was she only thinking about herself and not considering her teammate? But then again, I couldn't blame her. Magic was ineffective against me. The evil spirit reached out towards Ancient One and said, "I can see through your concealment. You possess dark powers. Why are you my enemy? We should be friends." Ancient One's dark powers were stolen from the Dark Dimension, and they truly could be said to be endless. Ancient One replied fearlessly, "Don't get ahead of yourself, evil spirit. You must be eliminated today." She had guarded the real world for hundreds of years and could not be swayed by anything, not even the dark powers. Seeing that Ancient One was resolute, the evil spirit ceased its attempts at manipulation. The war between black magic and white magic was about to begin. I stood by, hands behind my back, ready to create a cage to contain the evil spirit, without needing to erase its consciousness. Ancient One struck first, conjuring two semicircular magical shields to facilitate close combat. Then she formed hand seals to summon a portal, intending to strangle the evil spirit. The evil spirit was unafraid, its hands brimming with thick black mist, completely disregarding the portal. It pressed against the portal with both hands, instantly disintegrating it. Elements of earth, fire, water, and wind began to swirl in its palms, beginning to coalesce. Western magic relies on these four elements, which differ from the five elements we're familiar with: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The elemental sphere that could originally fit in its palm suddenly expanded to 50 meters in size. I admired. That's quite magnificent. These individuals wielded power with such flair. I merely waved my hand to achieve results, which felt so monotonous. But I soon lost my smile as a fireball deflected by Ancient One came crashing toward me. I raised my hand to block it, and the fireball dissipated into light spots. I frowned as I withdrew my hand, wondering if I couldn't decompose it. I had just used my ability to decompose. It seemed this power was only effective against physical matter, rendering magic ineffective. This was a valuable insight. In the future, I shouldn't carelessly engage with sorcerers. The evil spirit roared, "Mage, go to hell!" I pulled my focus back to the battlefield, witnessing it ignite with green flames, summoning a 100-meter-tall fire rock giant in front of it. This was the result of the earth and fire elements working together. Magic is all about understanding and manipulating these four attributes. Ancient One declared, "Evil spirit, victory will not be yours." She began to channel her power, a camartage sealing symbol appearing on her face to seal her dark powers within. This was a rule she set for herself, fearing that her dark powers might erupt during the battle. Golden red light radiated as the fire rock giant started to disintegrate, showcasing the full power of white magic. Seeing that Ancient One was distracted by the fire rock giant, the evil spirit plotted from behind, shouting, "Curse! Wings of shadows strike." A creature resembling a blend of a bat and a stingray appeared behind Ancient One, its sharp tail aimed at her. However, it forgot about me, the one immune to magical attacks. I observed its tactics, using my creation power to provide a shield for Ancient One, blocking that strike. "Thank you," Ancient One exclaimed, feeling the disturbance behind her, realizing I had assisted her. Otherwise, she would have surely been injured. I continued to stand there, beginning to use my connection power to construct a cage. This cage needed to be as sturdy as a miniature singularity universe to contain the powers of the evil spirit. Moreover, it was also a massive bomb. I couldn't afford to be careless. If it ended up hanging at Dormammu's doorstep, it would certainly be interesting. But I was uncertain if I could create this cage, since the connection power I could utilize was too limited. The evil spirit thought, "Damn it, this guy is also strong. I need to find a way to escape." If I finished building the cage, it would be doomed. This white sorceress before me was also a powerhouse, having survived for thousands of years to gain this strength, while I had just recently acquired mine. Ancient One cast another chain. This one was not the golden red inherited from Camartage, but rather a pure scarlet color. She had governed Camartage for hundreds of years and understood most of its magic. This chain came from the power of another ancient god and couldn't be broken once bound. As the chain wrapped around the evil spirit's wrist, it shouted, "Damn you, mage! What have you done?" It struggled to break free, but the black mist was ineffective and the chain suppressed its power. If this continued, its black magic would be weakened further. "I am Kyle." I heard Ancient One shout, "Evil spirit, your existence threatens the safety of the world. You must be sealed today." She threw out a scarlet chain that bound the evil spirit tightly, but she was also unable to move freely, needing to restrain the spirit. This, however, bought me time to construct the cage. The evil spirit panicked. "No, I can't be trapped here." It could feel the power within the forming cage, and if it were to be confined inside, there would be no escape. Thinking of the terrible fate that awaited it if imprisoned, it made a desperate choice, condensing two masses of black mist into blades and directly severing its own arms. Ancient One immediately sensed the loss of her target and thought, "This guy is ruthless." I underestimated him. I need to take this seriously from now on. After breaking free, the evil spirit thought to itself, "My black magic won't work on Kyle. I'll deal with this white sorceress, Ancient One, first, and then find a way to flee." Kyle's immunity to magic was a headache, and Ancient One didn't have that capability. The previous sneak attack had almost succeeded. If it hadn't been blocked, the outcome would have been decided. Plus, with Kyle's decomposition and creation powers, The evil spirit truly didn't have confidence in defeating him. Normally, Ka was just a sub-celestial level powerhouse, but his methods were too bizarre. Creation was a power only gods possessed, and his connection power allowed him to turn fantasies into reality. Even if Kyle could only use it sparingly, when fully unleashed, he would be formidable. Ancient One declared, "Since ancient times, Kamartaj has practiced the white magic of the Trinity Vishani." She formed hand seals, intending to erase the evil spirit's consciousness and borrow the power of that ancient god. Because she had sealed her dark powers, she couldn't go all out. Otherwise, if the seal broke, the evil spirit would absorb the dark powers and become even stronger, which would be a major problem. Ancient One continued, "Every generation of supreme sorcerers can borrow the power of that ancient god, and I am no exception." A three-layered circular magic formation filled with intricate runes spread out in front of her, her expression extremely serious. She had never used this technique, even against Dormammu. The evil spirit panicked and quickly manipulated the black mist to mount a counterattack, summoning countless dark green circular light rings in the surrounding void, each containing immense magical power. Ancient One clasped her hands and shouted, "Evil spirit, your doom has arrived." A massive surge of magical energy coursed through the three-layered formation, expanding to a diameter of 100 meters, and a magical cannon shot instantaneously toward the evil spirit 100 meters away. The evil spirit's eyes turned blood red as it exerted all its strength to retaliate, firing hundreds of dark green light rings that combined to match Ancient One's attack. I was creating the cage at a distance, disturbed by the resulting fluctuations. My fingers trembled, and I conjured a barrier in front of me. The cage was just one step away from completion. I needed the evil spirit to enter it as the core, which depended on Ancient One. After all, white magic was the nemesis of black magic. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed in the alternate space, engulfing the area where the two battled, and the surrounding space shattered. With the power of Vishani, Ancient One gained the upper hand, shattering the evil spirit's form and obliterating its consciousness. The sheepskin scroll drifted silently, with the evil spirit gone, leaving behind a vast energy conglomerate. I threw the cage toward the sheepskin scroll, a crystalline blue light bursting forth as it absorbed the scroll, transforming the cage into a pure white crystalline sphere that floated in front of Ancient One. Ancient One clasped her hands together and said, "Thank you, my lord. This was part of our deal. I created the cage and helped her block 2 lethal attacks, and in return, she would allow me to visit the Kamartaj library to view all magical books, including the forbidden ones. That was no small price. Kamartaj had existed for so long. Surely its collection was vast." I replied, "In that case, let's head back." This time, I was the big winner. A golden red spark portal opened, and I jumped into it, returning to Water Corporation. I definitely planned to visit Kamartaj, but not right now. After Ancient One finished, she would still have to deal with Dormammu, and I didn't want to be dragged into hard labor. After saying goodbye, the portal closed. I reclined in my chair and pulled up the system panel. If I followed the plot step by step, once Thanos collected all 6 Infinity Stones, I would have only 30 lottery chances, which was far too few. Converting cash to points had drawbacks. I wanted to cancel that and find another way. I told the system, "Give me a solution." Converting money to points would, not to mention raise the IRS's suspicion, also be suspicious with billions of dollars going missing. Although the system could shield it from detection, I felt it wasn't a long-term solution. The system prompted, "Host, paying 1,000 points can upgrade it to influence points exchange." I glanced at my points balance, which was just over 1,000, and without hesitation, I made the payment. A minute later, the system chimed, "Upgrade complete. Converting points based on your influence. Your influence value has been detected as 150,000, converting to 1,500 points." Note, an influence value of 1 equates to 1,000 people. I was puzzled. 1.5 million? My influence is that low? I'm the owner of a 100 billion company. I am Kyle. The system's voice explained. Due to the host not participating in any public events, having this level of influence is already quite impressive. Point settlement occurs once a month. I thought carefully and realized that I hadn't participated in any public events at all. Unlike Tony next door, who was making headlines every few days, 3 small news stories in a week, a major one every 7 days, and a front-page feature every half-month, he was practically the traffic magnet of the news world. Forget it. I'm just not used to being in the spotlight. I'll continue being my shadowy hand behind the scenes. After some contemplation, I decided to maintain my previous modus operandi. I wouldn't change my strategy just for system points. Even if I didn't enter the lottery with the template of Dr. Manhattan, there was basically no one who could threaten me except for Thanos with all 6 Infinity Stones. Plus, I had Superman and Captain Marvel on my side. I picked up the phone on my desk and asked Alice, "Alice, are you free today? Come with me for a trip." I planned to take her to witness the true strength of superhumans, as it was time for our semi-annual internal testing. I was also going to give her the angel armor, taking this opportunity to familiarize her with combat. The initial stage Angel's power was comparable to a regular Thor, but how well she could utilize it depended on her control. "Boss? Let me check. It seems I don't have anything scheduled today. The company has been quite stable lately." Alice was initially puzzled by my request, as she never involved herself in these matters. However, after checking her schedule and finding ample time, she replied affirmatively. "Let's meet on the 31st floor in a bit. I'll show you something good." I quickly wrapped up the call and teleported to the 31st floor. Carter and Natasha were already there. Carter, the god of Earth, was carrying a massive metal base that hovered about 30 centimeters off the ground. Natasha, wearing black frame glasses, was holding blueprints and directing Carter on assembling the platform. This was a metal arena I had specifically ordered for the company's superhumans. After 2 months of development, we had transferred several outstanding superhumans from Arkham, and now WaterCorp had 8 superhumans divided into 2 teams. One was a rapid response team, led by Natasha, featuring diverse abilities. The other was a close combat team, led by Carter, specializing in assault positions. Today, these 8 superhumans would compete in our semi-annual ability challenge. I would assign opponents based on their abilities to test their strengths, while Pandora would not participate. I believed Lillian had a high chance of winning, and Herbert was also impressive. After adjusting his training plan, he could stay in the spatial exterior for 3 minutes. I had high hopes for the members on Carter's side as well. There was a 31-year-old female superhuman named Anna Margaret who could enhance her own abilities by touching her opponents, weakening them in the process. For example, if she attacked and hit a target, she would strengthen herself while simultaneously weakening the opponent. Her recovery abilities and physical qualities were strong, making her formidable in close combat. Then there was Kian Gaydot, a 24-year-old with incredible powers. Normally, his strength was twice that of a regular human, but if defeated, he would break into a second form, growing white bony armor all over his body and gaining a power boost. If defeated again, he would enter a third form, capable of manipulating special energy to summon a 5-meter-high giant energy armor, resembling a mini Gundam. His abilities were definitely among the top tier, with immense future potential. "Boss, you finally made it," Natasha said as I arrived, pulling out 3 blueprints from the table. I needed to use my restructuring power to assist with this. The metal arena couldn't withstand the battles of superhumans, but with my help, there was no problem. I could restructure the molecular structure, increasing the metal's hardness and flexibility several times. "Leave it to me." I took a glance at the blueprints and instantly memorized them. My restructuring power erupted, and the arena lit up with a blue glow. Moments later, I withdrew my hand. Wow, this is truly incredible. Carter casually punched the arena, leaving a large fist print. He was astonished. His strength could shatter a 20-meter-high solid boulder. Yet this arena only yielded a 7-centimeter deep impression. How could he not be surprised? All right, let's bring the participants in. This time, Red will record the matches and serve as the data analyst. To help the superhumans grow better, Red's data analysis was essential, as it would provide a clear view of their strengths and weaknesses. Soon, Natasha entered with the 8 superhumans and Alice, lining them up in front of me. There wasn't much to say about the original superhuman team, but 2 of the new members had been introduced earlier. The remaining 2 were both male, 1 black and 1 Native American, aged 35 and 26, respectively. Not bad. A faint blue light flickered in my eyes. The Native American held significant meaning for this country. Through my mental wave, I sensed he didn't harbor much hatred. He only wanted to take revenge on a gang of about 100 in New York for his deceased parents, which he could handle later. Both of these new members had interesting abilities. The black individual was named Patrick Peter. He could envelop himself in shadows, enhancing his resistance and creating shadow weapons. Even Nick Fury would be envious. The Native American was named Apache. He could perform various curses and even transform into a werewolf. Those who knew him often called him Cursed Wolf Apache. I am Kyle. After confirming that everyone was in good condition, I sat down in the viewing area with Alice and the other two. Red, the control is now in your hands. From then on, the arena was under Red's management, allowing us to relax and watch the matches. Honestly, Longton is getting bigger and bigger. As soon as I sat down, I spotted the towering figure of Longton, standing at 2 meters and 5 centimeters at the preparation area, resembling a small giant. His muscles were as hard as steel, and even NBA superstar Shaquille O'Neal's physique could only be 2/3 of this guy's size. This guy's been training like crazy. With the support of the 7th crystal, he's not afraid of muscle wear and tear. Natasha shook her head helplessly. She had seen Longton train for 18 hours a day for 2 months straight, and that was how he achieved his current physique and impressive abilities. RPGs and grenades were merely tickles to him, at most just scratching the surface. Please welcome the red team competitor, Anna. The red team was led by Carter, while Natasha led the blue team. Soon, a figure wrapped in a black leather coat leaped onto the arena. She removed her hood, revealing a delicate face hidden beneath tousled hair, and her gaze was sharp. Please welcome the blue team competitor, Longton. Hearing his name made me smile. Anna was a fierce rival for Longton, and her abilities countered as naturally. It wouldn't be easy for him to surpass her. Carter and Natasha were also quite interested. While this battle might not be the most visually appealing, its practicality was definitely top-notch, given it was a counter-type battle. Longton emerged wearing a floral shirt and baggy shorts, hopping onto the arena with ease. When he exerted force, his muscles bulged, putting regular clothing at risk of tearing. That's why I had chosen this outfit for him. The floral shirt was cheap, and if it got destroyed, it wouldn't matter. The shorts were made of high polymer nanomaterials, providing excellent flexibility. This battle is to stop at the appropriate moment. No lethal strikes, competitors, remember that. Now let the battle begin. With Red's command, Anna charged forward to attack. Although they were friends outside of the arena, pulling punches would be an insult during the match. Her attacks would weaken her opponent while enhancing her own power, so starting with an attack was a sure win. I'm sorry, but I won't let you get the upper hand. Despite his imposing size, Longton was surprisingly quick, sidestepping her attack. Anna remained calm, using her waist to pivot in midair. Longton didn't anticipate this and was caught off guard, and his punch landed on his shoulder with a loud crack. Got hit after all. Although the punch didn't have much power, Longton could feel his strength being slightly diminished. While this minor reduction could be ignored, accumulating small losses could become troublesome. He knew he couldn't engage in a prolonged fight with Anna. Otherwise, he would be exhausted. Your strength is pretty impressive, but I can't afford to get hit. My little frame can't take it. White particles of light began to emerge behind Anna, indicating the successful effect of her attack. Her ability had a limit. It could only weaken her opponent's strength by up to 30%, and it was ineffective against those with external defenses like Iron Man or War Machine. On the viewing platform, Carter remarked as he saw the light points behind Anna, Longton is in trouble. His abilities are completely countered. Carter had previously fought Anna, and after she landed a punch, he had frozen her with a breath and eliminated her instantly. Don't rush, it's just started. Let's keep watching. I had a different perspective. I felt that Longton still had hidden maneuvers, and it would depend on whether he would use them. I doubted Anna could withstand it. In the arena, Longton charged forward like a heavy tank. Anna glanced around the 20 by 20 meter square arena, which felt a bit small for them. I had merged 2 rooms to create this space, and the preparation and viewing areas had taken up 2 more rooms. I'm sorry, Longton. A flicker of regret crossed Anna's eyes. In such a small arena, She couldn't engage Longton head-on, otherwise she would be knocked out. To win, she had to resort to a delaying tactic, waiting until Longton was weakened to his limit before counterattacking. Otherwise, a few punches from him would lead to her defeat. Anna began executing her plan, skillfully dodging Longton's attacks while taking the opportunity to hit him a few times to weaken his power. 5 minutes passed, and the white points of light behind her were almost forming a ring, indicating her ability was nearing its limit. Next, it's my turn to attack. Anna delivered a whip kick that struck Longton's neck, causing him to kneel on the ground, creating a small dent in the metal arena. You should have kicked my vital points. Longton seized Anna's calf with one hand, causing her to cry out in pain. Fortunately, he didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, her leg would have suffered a compound fracture. So you were pretending. Anna suddenly realized. No wonder Longton had weakened so quickly. He had been feigning weakness to bait her into attacking. He knew he lacked agility and couldn't catch Anna, so he was waiting for her to come to him. I concede. After a moment, Anna admitted defeat, knowing that if she didn't, she would end up being used as a punching bag. I am Kyle. The Red Queen blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, and the winner this time is the blue side, Longton. Next, there will be a 10-minute break before the next battle. In the observation area, I clapped my hands and said, "Not bad. It seems that Longton's mental block has been mostly resolved. He's even daring to take the initiative to attack." I entrusted the task of helping Longton overcome his reluctance to strike to Natasha. From the previous fight, she performed exceptionally well, even teaching that big guy some tactics. Carter expressed some regret, saying Anna was too overconfident. She should have considered her skill level before deciding to attack. After a long period of mentorship and training from Gasco, Carter has become a mature warrior in theory, though he still lacks practical experience. Alice enviously said, "Wow, they are all so impressive." She was the only one present without special abilities and had thought I would exclude her from the core group. But unexpectedly, she was called in today. I patted her golden hair and said, "Don't worry, I've prepared everything for you. There's no need to be concerned." Alice has been working as a life assistant at Water Company since her internship in school and has stayed on after graduation for 6 years now. Back then, my dad was still around but was too busy indulging himself to care about me, and Gasco had also been reassigned to work. Alice was sent to the manor to take care of me. Her meticulous care and attention moved me deeply. I had no reason to refuse her. Alice's face turned red with excitement as she said, "Really? Thank you, boss." Soon, the 10 minutes passed. The Red Queen announced the participants for the next match. The red side, Kian, please enter the arena. The blue side, Daisy, please enter the arena. On one side of the arena, Kian, dressed in a black-green casual jacket, walked up slowly, exuding a sense of despondency. Daisy, wearing a blue leather jacket, jumped into the arena with high spirits. Upon seeing Daisy make a gesture as if to cast a spell, Kian quickly called out, "Wait a minute, can I forfeit, boss?" He didn't want to fight this match, as his abilities couldn't be fully utilized in this limited competition. Otherwise, he wouldn't reach the third stage. I understood Kian's reluctance to fight was due to his limited abilities. With the rules restricting him to only his first form, he couldn't compete effectively. I asked those around me, "What do you all think?" Kian's abilities indeed weren't suitable for this kind of battle. Everyone had no objections, and Alice, not understanding anything, remained silent. After receiving a unified answer, I declared the match over, with both sides at a draw. Next up was the battle between Patrick and Herbert. The two of them were hiding, one in the shadows and the other outside the spatial realm, unable to hit each other. Whenever they attacked, they would emerge from hiding and strike the opponent at the moment they became visible, resulting in another draw. Now comes the match I was most looking forward to. This is a legendary battle that has been passed down through ages, documented in myths and books. Werewolf versus vampire. Cursed wolf, Apache versus night vampire, Lillian. My anticipation was at its peak. After all, this was a legend coming to life. Many TV shows have depicted the battles between vampires and werewolves, and today, that battle was right before my eyes. Of course, the rules limited Apache's cursed abilities and some of Lillian's powers. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a sparring match, but a fight to the death. The Red Queen shouted. The red side, Apache, please enter the arena. The blue side, Lillian, please enter the arena. The two emerged from the waiting area and effortlessly vaulted over the barriers into the arena. Perhaps due to their abilities, they immediately began arguing over trivial matters upon meeting. Lillian scoffed. Humph, today's victor will definitely be me. Apache retorted. You better be careful then, because I'm going to tear you apart. Before the battle even started, they were already throwing threats, trying to psych each other out. The Red Queen blew the whistle, and as soon as the sound faded, Lillian charged towards Apache like a cannonball, her claws glinting with a metallic sheen under the lights. Sharp as can be. Apache disdainfully remarked, boring. He bent low, resembling a wolf, keeping only the front half of his feet in contact with the ground. He didn't dodge, but charged straight forward, his hands crossed and ready to strike down. Boom! The metallic arena was dented by the impact, and Lillian was sent flying, a streak of blood marking her left cheek. She couldn't evade that punch. Otherwise, she would have wasted her opportunity to attack. Apache stood up, clutching his stomach as blood continued to flow, quickly staining the ground beneath him. That hit had hurt him even more. Lillian's attack had torn through his abdomen. Lillian gravely said, likewise, that strike nearly cost me the match. The power of the werewolf was terrifying. Even without transforming, Apache possessed incredible strength. Apache released his hand from his stomach and said, It's almost healed. I really must thank you for holding back just now. The 3 scratches inflicted by Lillian had already stopped bleeding. I am Kyle. Watching the battle on the arena, I couldn't help but exclaim, Not bad, not bad. This exchange is quite impressive. This fight truly was the most exciting of the arena matches. Both of these fighters possessed extraordinary strength. Their physical abilities were comparable to superheroes like Captain America. Although they might not match the Hulk or Thor, the gap wasn't significant once their powers were activated, and the key point was their high potential for growth. Carter applauded, saying, Apache's werewolf form can withstand small-caliber pistol shots, but he can't take Lillian's claw attacks. Her applause was directed towards Lillian. The speed she displayed earlier was quite rare at this level. Natasha also praised, Your Apache is impressive. His insight is remarkable. He saw through Lillian's attack route and defended within a second. Otherwise, his injuries wouldn't just be muscular. His organs would have been damaged too. In the arena, Apache had disengaged from combat, his arms covered in claw marks, blood oozing out. His eyes were blood red, unable to suppress his fighting instincts, wanting to transform back into werewolf form. Lillian wasn't in good shape either. Her left cheek bore a fist mark, and her left arm was bruised in several places. Apache shouted, Let's get serious, or we won't be able to determine the winner. Lillian responded, Then bring it on. Let's settle this. By now, they both understood that relying solely on their innate abilities wouldn't be enough to decide the outcome in a short time. With a howl, Apache's body rapidly expanded, his clothes bursting apart in an instant. Dark blue fur covered his entire body, and his height shot up from 1.7 meters to nearly 3 meters. He wore Indian feather ornaments around his neck, and his claws were extremely sharp. Even though his strongest death curse couldn't be used, weakening and confusion curses were permitted. Lillian, not one to back down, unleashed her true vampire form. Bat-like wings sprouted from her back. Her pure white gown transformed into a blood-red Gothic dress, and she grew from a petite girl into a 1.8-meter-tall seductress. Her small canines turned into fangs, and blood flowed from her sleeves, coalescing into a blood-colored long sword adorned with strange patterns and thorns. She always had blood packs ready. The two exuded overwhelming momentum, and the superpowered individuals at the waiting area stood on high alert. They hadn't anticipated that these two had hidden such strong abilities, leaving everyone else far behind. I looked at Natasha in confusion and asked, Lillian has progressed so quickly? Just a few days ago, she mastered blood magic, and now she's able to integrate it so well and even create such a refined sword. Natasha replied somewhat awkwardly, Ahem. I found her 2 vampire comic books a while ago, and the heroine used this weapon. She had drawn inspiration from the comics to develop her telekinesis and recommended them to Lillian, not expecting her to use them for weapon replication. I hinted wildly at Carter. Carter, did you hear that? Get your team to read comics. Maybe they can develop their abilities too. The Red Side's Kian and Apache could both play with their powers creatively. Kian could equip a Gundam with weapons, and Apache could research new curses. Such useful abilities shouldn't be wasted. As we were talking, there was movement in the arena. Naturally combative, Apache was the first to attack, moving at incredible speed and reaching Lillian in the blink of an eye, his claws ready to strike. Lillian swung her sword to block, retracting her claws in her true form. The noble bloodline of the vampire forbade her from using claws. She managed to use her sword to stop Apache's claws, but the tremendous force made her arm tremble. Having entered his werewolf form, Apache's attributes were enhanced, and he could easily rip a car apart with his bare hands. Lillian withdrew her sword to push Apache back, saying, "Your strength is impressive, comparable to Longton." Apache charged again, his claws glowing with a ghostly blue light, having used a curse to weaken her strength by 20%, an effect that was quite powerful. Lillian understood his intent. They had discussed countermeasures during their training. Curses generally had 3 ways to be lifted: brute force, transferring to another person or object, or having the caster lifted. Lillian chose the second option. Apache's curse only worked on things he touched for the first time. Blood flowed from Lillian's sleeves, coalescing into dozens of blood bullets. If Apache tried to block, the curse would affect the bullets. If he didn't, the bullets would severely injure him. This move forced Apache to make a choice: abandon his cursed offensive or risk inflicting serious injury on himself. I am Apache. Lillian's move put me in a tough spot, but in just a moment, I made a decision and charged straight ahead. I let out a howl and plunged into the swarm of blood bullets. Each bullet struck me, but my fur only slightly reduced the damage. Lillian looked incredulous, not expecting me to do that. As I rushed closer, she quickly flapped her wings to take off, trying to evade my claw strike. "Don't think you can escape." I leaped into the air despite the bullets, grabbing her leg and using all my strength to throw her down to the ground. Boom! I put all my might into that strike. You could tell how powerful it was from the sound. Cough, cough. Blood trickled from the corner of Lillian's mouth, and the metallic arena beneath her was dented from the impact. To make matters worse, my curse hit her, reducing her strength by 20%. I wiped the blood from my neck and said, "Give up already. With my curse affecting you, you have no chance of winning." Her condition was indeed weakened, and she had little chance of countering. But what happened next shocked everyone. Lillian suddenly transformed into countless illusory bats and dissipated, leaving only the large pit behind. What's going on? I instantly became alert and was about to retreat when a whiplash chain wrapped around my neck. The barbs on the chain dug into my flesh, and I let out a howl of pain, half kneeling on the ground. It seems the young lady really is quick-witted in a pinch. Lillian had transformed her sword into a whip chain, using this move to subdue me. Earlier, she had created bat clones to absorb damage while hiding herself, waiting for me to let my guard down before ensnaring me with the spiked blood whip. Women's hearts are as deep as the ocean. I realized I had fallen into a trap, unable to suppress my emotions. Why do people these days always resort to cunning strategies? Can't we just face off openly? But then again, I seem to have forgotten that Lillian was, after all, a woman. With no choice left, I had to concede. I knew once she bound me with her whip, I was as good as defeated. She didn't drink my blood, obviously giving me a chance to surrender. Looks like today's match goes to Natasha's side. With all 8 competitors finished, Kian and Daisy hadn't fought, so I needed to collect their data separately. The Red Queen had already gathered the combat data for the other 6, just waiting for analysis. So far, everyone's development path looked good. They just needed to continue developing their superpowers. Natalia, Carter, the remaining 2 ability users' practical data testing will be up to you. Since Kian and Daisy weren't fighting, I might as well let the 2 big bosses, Natasha and Carter, take over. I wondered if they would regret that decision. I am Kyle. In the office, I said to Gasco, Lillian's awakening time is much longer than Apache's. Let's not downgrade her potential assessment just yet. We'll wait until her bloodline awakens further. I sent the evaluation report to Gasco through the Red Queen's encryption. He was the tactical actions instructor, while Natasha was the practical combat instructor, and Carter was still learning, with less combat experience than the two of them. Nick Fury was currently entangled with the K organization, but I estimated it wouldn't be for long. We needed to hurry up and train these 8 superpowered individuals to strengthen their capabilities. Understood, sir. Gasco confirmed receipt of the report and left, as he had things to attend to. I glanced at Alice, who seemed to be lost in another world. With werewolves and vampires around, her worldview was probably shattered. Hey, snap out of it. I waved my hand in front of her eyes to bring her back to reality. I brought her here today to help her adapt, and I planned to give her the angel armor. Ah, boss. Alice was pulled back to reality, looking dazed. It made sense. She had been educated in materialism for over 20 years, and suddenly encountering vampires and werewolves was hard for anyone to accept. Come on, I said I would help you gain this ability. Today I'll make it happen. I grabbed Alice and teleported to the underground storage room of the manor. It was filled with treasures, and I was thinking of trading one for an arc reactor with Stark. After all, a new treasure automatically appeared here every week. It was just gathering dust. Those with super abilities couldn't use equipment and had to choose one path. I had control over the abilities of the superpowered individuals, but it could only be used once. For example, if a superpowered individual wanted to betray us, I could make their abilities disappear, turning them back into an ordinary person, and this process was irreversible. Time reversal wouldn't work. So, I wouldn't use this authority unless absolutely necessary. The green dragon venom I extracted last time I wanted to study, but it was too potent. The research equipment dissolved as soon as it got close. I could only wait for the equipment made of acid-resistant materials to return before trying again. Teleportation. Is this your superpower, boss? Alice quickly reacted. Then her eyes were drawn to something in the display case. Inside was a set of pure white armor, made of an unknown material, engraved with ancient and beautiful patterns, with golden feather-like decorations on both shoulders. This was still in its unactivated form. Once activated, it would adapt to become the most suitable appearance for its owner. Alice, are you ready to become a noble angel now? I am Kyle. Alice looked at the pure white armor before her, her pupils shimmering with a golden light. I pressed the red button on the counter, removed the tempered glass, and took out the angel armor. I could feel the power emanating from it, filled with light, purity, righteousness, and nobility, as if it gathered all the goodness in the world. Let's go, I said, storing the armor in my internal space. I placed my hand on Alice's shoulder and used spatial movement to leave. In the blink of an eye, we appeared on a vast plain, the weather clear and the grass lush. I didn't want the storage room to be damaged, so I brought her here and even blocked the satellites overhead. I never expected this day would come. I'm personally conducting your coronation ceremony. I reflected, reminiscing about the little girl who couldn't even lift 50 pounds of flour, now preparing for the trial of an angel. While this armor was just basic angel equipment, it had potential for growth, similar to an experience bar that could be filled to level up. The system indicated there were 2 ways to gain experience. One was for Alice to cultivate on her own, which was the mainstream method. The other was to eliminate evil and heretical individuals. Rescuing ordinary people might also yield experience. Come on, boss. I'm ready, Alice said, taking a deep breath. She had been training in women's martial arts for almost 3 months under Natasha, but the results had been average. That's why she looked so lost when I mentioned giving her superpowers earlier. Very well. I wish you success in your return. I gathered connecting power in my hands and created a heart-shaped crystal necklace for her to wear. This would protect her life in case of failure. It was the last thing I could do for her. Then I handed her the armor, which was a men's model, and it was quite large, but she slipped into it effortlessly. Soon, she donned the armor, and a pure white radiance surged forth, forming a hexagonal barrier around her. I casually conjured up tables and chairs, brought some coffee from the company, and picked up the New York Times to read. Alice was undergoing the angel trial, and the armor would match her abilities based on her personality. Those who love philosophy might become wisdom-type angels, while those who enjoyed battle would become combat-type angels. 6 hours passed, and the plain was nearing nightfall, the evening glow beginning to show. This is taking a while. This was the longest time yet. The awakening of the seventh crystal's superpower usually took about 2 hours. My inheritance from Dr. Manhattan only took 4 hours, and I spent quite some time chatting. Another 5 minutes went by, and the hexagonal barrier began to crack, radiant white light shining through. 2 massive wings unfurled, scattering snow-white feathers like particles of light. Alice flapped her wings and soared into the air, floating gracefully. The pure white wings spread wide, and the setting sun bathed her in a golden-red hue. With her eyes closed, her lashes cast dappled shadows, and a warm smile graced her lips. Her beautiful figure was enveloped in platinum armor, her golden hair dancing freely. The armor bore faint golden patterns, and the greaves displayed a design of a girl embracing wings, symbolizing purity. She held a golden-red cross sword, its golden threads entwined, dazzlingly bright. Upon seeing me, Alice flapped her wings and flew over, folding them as she landed. Very nice. Do you feel any discomfort? I could tell from her appearance that she had become a combat-type angel. Wisdom-type angels typically held books rather than a 2-meter-long cross-sword. Not at all, but this power is a bit overwhelming for me, Alice replied, releasing the sword, which transformed into starlight and dissipated. Her golden pupils were filled with excitement, her red lips slightly curling, her features exquisite and flawless. It was a good sign for a combat-type angel to be filled with fighting spirit. You need to train hard now. Don't let it be that you can't defeat anyone later. I couldn't help but pinch her cheek, feeling its smooth and supple texture. The information regarding the angelic inheritance should now be in her mind. The system indicated that basic angels had 3 fundamental abilities: attack, defense, and multifunctionality. Alice's strength was likely not weaker than that of a newly born Thor, just not having undergone Odin's trials. Thor had 4 strength phases, corresponding to the 3 movies and acquiring Stormbreaker in Avengers. Infinity War, which later ended up ruined by beer and mayonnaise. But there was no denying that Thor Odinson had always been one of the top forces in the Avengers. Your hair has grown longer. Perhaps due to becoming an angel, Alice's shoulder-length hair had grown down past her waist. She touched it, and with her eyes closed, she willed her armor to be hidden by her wings. It seems this hair can't be hidden, she remarked. When she reverted to her human form, her golden hair remained long, and her azure pupils transformed into a light golden hue, symbolizing integrity and goodness. Even in her non-angel form, her aura of purity did not fade, resembling an angel walking among humans. And this angel could truly become an angel. I am Kyle. A new day quickly arrived, and it had been more than half a month since Alice became an angel. During this time, I had a new set of tasks to manage. Wanda had taken a break from school, and the reason was giving me a headache. Her chaotic magic was now unpredictably erupting. After spending more time with Pandora, her powers had changed from erupting only once a month to now erupting every 2 weeks, with each outburst having a significant impact. Last time at school, it almost affected her classmates and teachers. There was no choice but to have her withdraw from school and stay at the manor every day. To ensure the 3 little ones grew up well, I specifically hired a blind teacher for them. Regarding the issue of Wanda's chaotic magic eruptions, I even went to Kamar Taj to consult with Master Gu E. She said there was nothing she could do and that it had to run its course. However, this kind-hearted sorceress did give me some advice, suggesting I bring back some magical books, saying that practicing with them could help Wanda gain control over her powers, at least until she fully awakened. So now, Wanda had to spend every day with Pandora, which would help her quickly awaken her chaotic magic. I estimated that in about a year and a half, she should be able to fully awaken. At this moment, I was in the office, taking care of some seedlings that had sprouted from a peculiar flower seed. They had just germinated and would take about half a year before blooming. Boss, here's an invitation from Tony Stark for a private dinner. Please attend. The Red Queen's holographic projection appeared in my office, displaying the electronic invitation I had received. The time was set for 3 in the afternoon at a hotel on Broadway. I remember him saying he would invite me after handling Obadiah's affairs. This is a bit quick. I pondered, considering that there were quite a few messes left behind by Obadiah, and Tony seemed to be handling it rather swiftly. But then again, with the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. assisting him, such speed seemed normal. Replied to him, "I'll be there this afternoon." I intended to take this opportunity to discuss trading blueprints for the arc reactor. Those technological blueprints were of no use to me, and with the space program only 5% complete, they were just taking up space. If I gave them to Tony, perhaps this genius could use the blueprints to develop new weapons. Ideally, I could convince him to accept crystal implantation to become a superpowered individual himself. But judging by his attitude, that might not happen anytime soon. I wasn't worried. There was plenty of time. In the future, after Tony experiences enough battles and develops anxiety, he should be more open to accepting the gift of superpowers. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. I dressed sharply in a suit and drove my Wraith to Broadway for the appointment. Tony said this was a private party, and all the attendees were his important friends, so not many people would be there. Before long, I arrived at the coordinates Tony provided, which led me to a Scottish barbecue restaurant. "My dear friend, it's great to see you." Tony spotted me as soon as I walked in. He had booked the entire place. He still couldn't see through my powers, having witnessed 5 of them in front of him. Mind control, teleportation, making objects disappear, creating charms, and enhancing protection. Undoubtedly, in his eyes, I was an SSS-level, super dangerous individual. If it weren't for our friendship, he might even consider building an anti-Kyle armor. It seems there really aren't many people here. In the center of the restaurant, with a large table with pepper pots, his bodyguard and driver Happy, Colonel Rhodes from the military, and just the 3 of us, totaling only 5 people. I wouldn't have come if it were just about feelings, but I had saved him twice. "This is Colonel Rhodes from the military. You two can get acquainted." Tony pulled me over to the table and arranged for me to sit next to Rhodes, likely wanting us to get familiar with each other. I realized what he was trying to do. He must have discovered the harm that the arc reactor posed to the body and was starting to prepare for contingencies. But this seemed a bit rushed, considering it had only been a month since dealing with Obadiah. I couldn't blame him. My strength was too great, and if I accidentally took down Rhodes while he was in his armor, it would be quite a spectacle. Tony planned to give me a set of Iron Man armor as a way for Iron Man to have a legacy. He wasn't yet troubled by palladium poisoning, but he knew it was inevitable. He just discovered it sooner this time. After a few rounds of drinks, Rhodes took the hint and led Pepper and Happy to an adjacent room, leaving us some space. "Have you thought it over?" I asked Tony, who wore a pensive expression. The cheerfulness at the dinner table felt like a facade, certainly not the demeanor of a dying man. "Yeah, I've thought about it. During this time, I've tried all known element combinations, and none can replace palladium," Tony said, lighting a cigar. He hadn't shown signs of palladium poisoning yet, but it wouldn't be long. It seems I came at the right time today. I knew that once he realized he was out of options, he would start to wear himself down, throwing parties and banquets endlessly. Ultimately, he might even let Rhodes take over the Iron Man armor through battle. Such a prideful character. "You've tried all known elements, but have you tried any unknown ones?" I extended my palm, emanating a dazzling azure light. Tony's charm appeared in my hand, which I had retrieved using teleportation. "What's this?" Tony looked surprised. He remembered that the charm had been embedded in the armor. "Go look for it. All the answers are hidden here."